Chapter 401 Recruitment Center. Demon Clan. Main City. Seeing everything was dilapidated, Yi Xian relied on Shijio's identity to lead everyone into the city. Natasha looked around. Why is this place completely different from what I saw before? It should have been renovated. But it hasn't been renovated yet. Yi Xian murmured softly and stretched. It took 7 days to get here. The way to hide the divine seal has not yet been found. They are all high-level officials of the Demon Clan. Zhuo Jingzhen looked very ugly, clenching his fists as if he would take action at any time. Hold it! Don't start a conflict here! Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. He found an inn not far away and took them inside. The shop owner was very enthusiastic. Are these guests staying in the hotel? Well, 2 rooms. Yi Xian pondered for a while and then nodded. It was impossible for Natasha to leave her, and she couldn't give Shujio a room alone. This was the only way. Soon, 2 rooms were opened. Shujio has been looking for opportunities to escape. She suddenly said, Oh, my stomach hurts a little. Shopkeeper, where is the toilet here? Over there. The shop owner pointed in a direction. Why don't you follow me? Xiao Jiao stared at Yi Xian holding his hand, thinking he was smart. It's okay. Let's go together. It just so happens that my stomach is a little uncomfortable too. Yi Xianfeng said calmly and walked over there. Shujio bit her lower lip and said in his ear, Are you a pervert? It's nice to change your mood once in a while. Yi Xian had a smile on his face, and after finishing speaking, he forcibly took her into the toilet. Not long after, the 2 came out. Xiao Jiao had a resentful look on his face, and his cheeks were vaguely red. Zhuo Jingzhen smiled thoughtfully. Come on! Let's go upstairs. Yi Xian shrugged. Nothing happened just now. The 2 of them were staring at each other inside. Soon, enter the room. Zhuo Jingzhen was in a separate room, while the 3 of them lived together. Natasha volunteered. Master, I will take good care of her. Snort. Xiao Jiao was tied up and thrown on the bed, looking unhappy. I believe you. Just in time. I'll go out. Yi Xian rubbed his chin, preparing to go around the Demon King's castle. Maybe there will be something to gain. Good chance. Shujio was so excited that she blurted out. Yi Xian looked over, pondered for a moment, and then took out a few more ropes. Soon, Shujio was tied up tightly, except for her head, which turned into a zongzi. I'm leaving. Yi Xian turned and left. Master, don't worry. Natasha was full of confidence, stood near the window, and stared at Xiao Jiao, her eyes fixed on her. Half an hour passed. Shujio bit her lower lip. I'm like this. There's no way I can run away. Why are you still looking at me? Because I will see you well. Natasha's beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. Shujio was helpless. And what made her even more helpless was that Natasha seemed to be very naive and had nothing in mind. So her mind-reading skills were of no use. The other side. Yi Xian has arrived near the castle. The place is heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to approach. Just when he was in trouble, a voice came from his ear. Who are you? I was just passing by. Yi Xian turned around in embarrassment and found that it was a general from the Demon Clan. Human, you are obviously up to no good. Come on. Arrest him. The demon general snorted coldly. Soon, several soldiers came over and wanted to capture him. Teleportation. Yi Xian murmured softly and disappeared instantly. He came to a deserted alley and immediately heard the deafening sound of sirens. It's over. I'm wanted. Yi Xian felt helpless. You're too reckless. The little golden dragon emerged from his clothes. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Now is not the time to complain. Let's think of a solution first. There is only one task now, which is to place Zhuo Jingzhen next to the Demon King. But until now, I have no clue. Demons should appreciate powerful people expressing themselves first when given the opportunity. Little Jinlong said hesitantly. Yi Xian nodded, changed his appearance and returned to the street, where several soldiers passed by. Recruitment is underway. Recruitment. Lots of benefits. A voice came from not far away. It is the recruiting place in the city. The recruiting station, where people come and go. Go in and have a look. Yi Xian walked in. Someone came up to me and asked, Are you here to be a soldier? Soldier? If I want to be a general, I'll be a general. Yi Xian pretended to be disdainful and spoke categorically. For a moment, the air fell silent, and everyone present looked at this guy who was overestimating his abilities. You said you want to be a general? There was only one general in the recruiting office. And he stood up with a faint smile on his face. Exactly. Yi Xian should come down. He turned to ask. If you don't let me become a general, it will be your demon clan's loss. That's such a big tone. Do you know that only demons are worthy of being the generals of the demons? You foreigners, it's already good enough to be soldiers. The general came to him. He was more than 2 meters tall and very muscular. Heh! Yi Xian rushed over and punched him. Boom! The general was completely unprepared. The moment he was hit, his expression changed rapidly, and he flew backwards, knocking over many tables and chairs. There was silence. They didn't expect that the human race who overestimated their capabilities could actually be really capable. With just one punch, he knocked down the demon general. Yi Xian pretended to be domineering. I can beat 10 of you for someone like you. Hateful. This was tantamount to an insult to the demon general. He struggled to get up. Come on! Fight me to the death! Demons are all bad-tempered. That's true. That's fine. But my life is so valuable. Do I have to gamble something first? Yi Xian chuckled, secretly thinking that the fish had taken the bait. If you win, I will make you a general. If I lose, it's up to you, the demon general said fiercely. Make a deal. Yi Xian let out a long breath. He twisted his neck and made a gesture of invitation. Come on! I'll give you 3 moves. Grandma, you're a bear. I'll beat you to death. The demon general felt extremely insulted. He picked up the long knife on the side, rushed over quickly, and slashed down, the strong wind howling. Ordinary people would probably be cut in half. However, Yi Xian just raised his hand and easily caught it with 2 fingers. With a slight exertion, the big knife turned into pieces and fell to the ground with a clack sound. You? Who are you? The demon general looked in disbelief. You alone don't deserve to know. Take me to see your immediate boss. I'm here to take refuge with the Demon King. Yi Xian curled his lips and pretended to be arrogant. This was the only way he could think of to get close to the Demon King. And he hoped it would work. The demons have always respected the strong. So the demon general agreed, then turned around and left to report to his superiors. Chapter 402, Becoming a General. In the end, Natasha was very nervous because of the previous alarm. Master, will everything be okay? Something must have happened. Maybe he has been arrested. Xiao Jiao smiled on the bed and discovered the flaw. What? Natasha held a bow and arrow involuntarily. If you don't hurry up and help, it will be too late. The smile on Shichio's face became even bigger. Natasha was about to cry, but she was still struggling. No, I promised the master that I will keep an eye on you and not leave. I promise not to run away. Right. Shichio was a little anxious. Natasha thought for a while and jumped out of the window. Xiao Jiao was so excited that she wanted to jump up, roll from the bed to the ground, and then rub hard against the sharp part of the bed leg to break the rope. After a while, Xiao Jiao regained his freedom and ran away secretly. In the Demon Recruitment Center, Yi Xian knew nothing about this. He was sitting on a chair, having his shoulders and legs rubbed, and he was drinking hot tea that had just been made. The demon general rushed back. The city lord has an order. The demon clan cherishes capable people from any race who come to join us. From now on, you will be our demon clan's first general from a foreign race. Good! Good! People cheered. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction, stood up and chuckled. As a general, what do I need to do? The task given to you by the superiors is to lead 200 elite soldiers to eliminate 10 groups of bandits who are making trouble on the nearby hills, the demon general said. But the manpower and tokens representing the general's identity will not be available until tomorrow. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Yi Xian chuckled. He had just left the recruitment center. His expression was frozen. He looked at a girl walking on the street in front of him and rubbed his eyes. Finally out. Xiao was smiling and excited. What a coincidence. As soon as I turned around, I caught Yi Xian's eyes, and she was about to run away without saying a word. Teleport. Yi Xian came behind her. How did you run out? Since we were on the street, we couldn't be too blatant, so we just grabbed my arms. Help! I'm robbing a decent woman! Xiao took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly. Next to it was the recruiting station. Suddenly, many soldiers came out. Humph! You'll feel better, Xiao said with a proud look on his face. General, what is this? A leading soldier came over. Confused, Yi Xian chuckled. This is my girlfriend. She is having a temper. Ah, that's it. Let's disperse. The soldier suddenly understood and took the people away. Soon, the street returned to normal. Let's go! My lovely girlfriend. Yi Xian grabbed Xiaoju's waist, smiled even brighter, and walked all the way back to the inn. Natasha? Yi Xian entered the room and found that no one was there. He looked at Xiaoju. Where are the people? Have no idea. Xiaoju answered directly, unaware that the man beside him was already angry. Answer my question. Yi Xian pinched her neck and said word by word. I don't want to kill you. So answer me quickly. I really don't know. Xiaoju relied on his mind-reading skills to know that he really had murderous intentions, and told him the process at that time. Yi Xian tied up Xiaoju in silence, then turned and left the room, asking Zhu Jingzhen to keep an eye on him. He came to the street. Where can I find it? The main city of the demon clan is very large. No less than a large city in the real world. Finding people in such a place is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Have you heard? I just caught a sneaky elf. She is a girl. And she is very beautiful. Yes. I really want to meet him. Two people on the roadside were talking. Yi Xian walked over with a frown, raised his hands and asked, Where is the captured elf girl? It seems that he is under house arrest in the city lord's palace and is ready to be presented to the devil, said the passerby, rubbing his chin. Yi Xian gave 2 gold coins, turned around and left, used long-distance teleportation, and disappeared instantly. City Lord's mansion. Although the Demon King is present in the main city of the Demon Clan, this city is in charge of everything he does. At this time, the City Lord was hugging each other in his room. Shu Tan, by the way, is the captured elf girl really as beautiful as you described? Of course. The girl next to her was only wearing a layer of obscene clothing. Okay. When I dedicate her to the Demon King, I will definitely get a lot of benefits. The City Lord smiled grimly. Who doesn't know that the current Demon King does not have a princess? Which is a necessary position. Otherwise the entire race will be in chaos. For demons, elves are very attractive. A good-looking elf. Even the devil will be unable to stop. Without further ado, I'm going now to avoid a long night and too many dreams. The City Lord pushed away the 2 girls beside him, and as soon as he stood up, the expression on his face gradually solidified. He looked at the man wearing a mask who appeared in his room at some unknown time. You? Who are you? Where's the girl you captured? Yi Xian's face was expressionless, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand, with a terrifying and fierce light flashing in his eyes. What girl? What nonsense are you talking about here? The City Lord swallowed and spat. You don't admit it. Do you? Yi Xian walked over and waved his hand. Blood splattered. It turned out that the City Lord's left hand was chopped off. Yi Xian raised his foot and crushed his left hand into pulp. Tell me where she is. The 2 girls in the room were already frightened and huddled in the corner. In the 3rd room right over there. The City Lord turned pale and quickly pointed to the location. Yi Xian heard this. You should know the consequences of cheating on me. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare. The City Lord said tremblingly. Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and turned to leave. Before the City Lord could breathe a sigh of relief, his head slipped from his neck, and the body separated, with his eyes still open. As for the 2 girls, they had already lost their breath, and there was a small mark on their necks. Yi Xian came to the room that the City Lord mentioned and raised his hand to push it away. He looked at Natasha in the room, who was dressed in white, and was stunned. So beautiful. Owner? Natasha turned her head, her eyes red, and when she saw him, she rushed towards him. I've made you feel wronged. Yi Xian breathed out. Wronged? Natasha was puzzled and wiped away her tears. They said they could find the owner here. So I came here. I was not wronged and got this beautiful dress. You silly girl. Yi Xian had no choice but to tell him the general story. Natasha suddenly realized. So that's it. They are all bad people? Let's go. It's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Don't listen to other people's words next time. Yi Xian picked her up and used long-distance teleportation to leave. Soon, the body of the City Lord was discovered, and the whole city was panicked. No one expected that such a thing would happen. Chapter 403, Killing Bandits. What? The City Lord is dead? In the castle, the devil broke the tea set next to his hand. The general kneeling beside him trembled, his voice trembling. Yes. Where's the murderer? The Demon King continued to ask. Although he was young, his eyes were filled with fierceness. Not found yet. The general wiped the sweat from his forehead. He is the current general of the Demon Clan. He is very powerful, and few can defeat him. But facing the Demon King, he can only surrender. I'll give you half a day. If you can't find the murderer, come and see him, the Demon King scolded. The general shuddered, responded, turned and left. In the end, Yi Xian looked at the endless flow of soldiers outside and had a headache. Natasha stood in the room like a good girl. Master, I'm sorry. Don't go out. You know? Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. The purchase has been completed. The store owner will not say that we have an elf here. But the condition is that we hide her well. Zhuo Xingzhen pushed the door open and entered. This incident was so big that the entire Demon Clan started a search. Natasha felt even more guilty and lowered her head without saying anything. The culprit, don't think it's okay for you. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiao Jiao lying on the bed. I was wrong about that. Xiu Jiao lowered his head, admitted his mistake obediently, and pretended to be pitiful. Yi Xian was unmoved. Should I sew your mouth shut first? Or break the tendons of your hands and hamstrings first? No. Xiao Jiao twisted around in panic and accidentally fell off the bed. The pain caused her to burst into tears. So unlucky. I finally ran out and was caught in action. I happened to be next to the recruiting station. This guy didn't know why he became a general. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiao cried in grievance. Stop crying. If you cry again, I will cut off your tongue. Yi Xian was already upset and frowned slightly. Suddenly, Xiu Jiao closed her mouth and stopped saying anything. Late that night, the half-day given by the Demon King had passed, and the Demon General was executed. After Yi Xian, who was in the inn, learned the cause and effect, he sighed with emotion. He is really a murderer without blinking an eye. That's a great general, no matter which race he is. He is a being who has made great achievements for the race. He will kill as soon as he is told. Is this what a devil would do? Xiao Jiao was huddled in the corner. Frowning, she continued. In my memory, the Demon King is obviously very considerate of his subordinates, and would not kill them casually. But the facts are in front of you. Yi Xian turned his head and looked over. He turned and shook his head, and asked everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. Zhuo Xingzhen left. Natasha stayed by the window, and Yi Xian sat on the bed. I hope everything goes well tomorrow. The next day, early morning, recruiting station. After Yi Xian arrived here, he was issued a suit of armor and a token, which were symbols of his identity. In addition, there were 200 soldiers. The director of the recruitment station came to entertain him personally. As a newly appointed general, you have a mission, which is to go outside and kill 10 groups of bandits. This is your assessment. No problem. Yi Xian was already prepared and nodded when he heard this. Not long after, he led 200 soldiers out of the city and came to the mountains near the main city of the Demon Clan. Gigi. An unknown cry came faintly. Yi Xian rode a horse with a shadow fan in his hand. Where are the bandits? Back to General. There are often traces of bandits around here. They are not in the open, and usually hide in the dark. A soldier solemnly raised his hand and said. Yi Xian nodded, indicating that he understood, and rode at the front. Suddenly, an arrow hit him between the eyebrows. The speed was so fast that most people would not have time to react. But Yi Xian just waved the fan in his hand. In an instant, the arrow was cut in half. The soldiers beside him have already reacted. The enemy is attacking. Hurry! Protect the general. The 200 soldiers they brought were all regular troops of the Demon Clan. They were very orderly and quickly protected Yi Xian in the middle. Don't worry about me. Kill! Yi Xian's eyes were filled with fierce light. Yes! The soldier nodded, and then led the soldiers to charge. These bandits seem to be much stronger than I thought. Yi Xian murmured softly and followed behind on horseback alone, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You have been arrested. Quickly! Let your soldiers stop! Who are you? Yi Xian turned his head slowly. It was a man of unknown race, somewhat like a primitive man, with dark green dye smeared on his body. Stop your soldiers! The man held a bow and arrow in his hand, aiming it at his head. Shua! Yi Xian waved his hand casually. Suddenly, the man fell off his horse, and the bow he was holding broke into 2 pieces. Get lost, Yi Xian said coldly. You? The man wondered why he didn't kill him, but knowing that now was a good opportunity to escape, he turned around and left. Soon, the soldiers returned. One of them reported, General, We killed a total of 78 bandits, which can be counted as 2 teams. In the Demon Clan, 1 team is equal to 30 people, and 10 teams is equal to 300. Well, keep going. Yi Xian nodded and led the team away gradually, while the corpses of the 78 bandits were piled into a pile and burned. Time passes minute by minute. Night. The 10 teams of bandits agreed upon were still 2 teams short of each other. The mission was at a deadlock, and nothing was found for 4 full hours. Yi Xian rode on his horse. Set up camp and rest. Set up camp and rest. Soon, tents were erected one after another. Due to lack of space, the surrounding trees were cut down. What an elite little unit, Yi Xian said sincerely. After killing 8 groups of bandits, only a few of them were injured. They were also very disciplined and obeyed orders very well. Oh no! General, it's bad. There's a sneak attack. Several soldiers came running over. Yi Xian asked, what's going on? The 3 soldiers we sent out on patrol were all dead, shot in the head with an arrow. The soldier who came to report said, raised his hand and handed out an arrow. This, Yi Xian frowned. It looked familiar, like the arrow from the primitive man guy. General, what should I do? The soldier asked, with a faint light in his eyes. Yi Xian knew in his heart that he was waiting for his decision, and if it was not done well, he would report it. At that time, he will be punished, and the most serious one may be dismissed from the position of general. Go down with the order. If you find that person, you will receive a reward of 300 coins. If you kill him on the spot, you will be rewarded with 1,000 coins. If you capture him alive, you will be rewarded with 3,000 coins. Yi Xian waved his hands and shouted. In this way, a search operation was launched. The soldiers were very interested, and some were even red-eyed. If caught, it would be 3,000 gold coins. Yi Xian returned to his tent and sat on the bed. He didn't know what happened to Natasha and the others who were far away in the city. Chapter 404 Scapegoat. Demon Clan. Main City. It was already dark, and Natasha was walking back and forth in the inn room, looking nervous. Shujo sat in the corner. If you are worried, you can go out and look for it. Natasha looked at her and pouted, looking like she was looking at a fool. How could it be possible for me to do the same thing twice? Shujo said helplessly. Okay, don't worry. Your master won't get into trouble that easily. Is there anyone in there? There was a sudden knock on the door, and the voice sounded like a man's. Who are you? Natasha was startled and broke into a cold sweat. Inspection Brigade. Open the door and search. The person outside the door ordered. For a moment, Natasha was panicked and helpless. What should I do? Open the door. The voice came again. If you don't open the door, we'll force our way in. The person outside the door said, raising his foot and starting to kick the door. Let me go. I can help you. Shujo bit her lower lip. Her brows filled with seriousness. Natasha hesitated again and again, and went over to help her untie it. The power of ice and snow had already been condensed in her hands. If anything went wrong, the entire 10-mile radius would be frozen. Shujo went over to open the door and block the room with his body. What's the matter? Humph. Why are you driving so slowly? The person outside the house had a mustache. When he saw her, his mouth almost watered. What a beautiful girl! My man and I were playing games, so of course it was slow. Please don't blame me. Xiao Jiu is worthy of being a killer, and has a strong ability to adapt to changes. Soon, the man left without suspecting anything. Call. Shujo closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Natasha stood in the room. Thank you. You're welcome. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to run away if you were caught. Shujo sat back on the bed and looked at the window. It had been boarded up, and she couldn't get out at all. I won't tie you up yet, Natasha said, standing aside. Xiaojiu didn't say anything. Gradually, it was dawn, and Yi Xian caught the man who killed 3 soldiers. Sure enough, it was the primitive man. General, what should I do? The soldiers asked. Keep it for now, and take it back. Yi Xian waved his hands after finishing speaking. After a whole morning of struggle, the remaining 2 groups of bandits were finally killed. After returning to the main city of the Demon Clan, he learned an incredible news. Have you found the person who killed the city lord? Yi Xian stared at passers-by with a strange expression. The passer-by nodded. Yes, we found the new general not long after he took office. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. Return to the recruiting station. completed the mission, returned the soldiers, and walked to the inn. Others don't know it clearly, but he knows it very well. The person who killed the city lord was himself. The so-called murderer is just a scapegoat. Go back first. Yi Xian shook his head and went all the way back to the inn. As soon as he came outside the room, he heard the frolicking inside. Ahem! Yi Xian pushed the door open and walked in. The scene in front of him never expected. Natasha and Xiujio were actually having a fight on the bed. It was just one night. What on earth happened? Natasha stood aside obediently. Master, this is what happened. I see. After Yi Xian learned the general story of the matter, he nodded slightly to show that he understood, and cast a grateful look at Xiujio. Humph, Xiujio was unhappy. As a thank you, I won't tie you up. Yi Xian turned to hug his shoulders. Xiujio smiled happily and thought to himself. Now there are more opportunities to escape. Yi Xian came to her. Don't move. Xiujio was puzzled. Yi Xian didn't say that much, but walked around behind her and raised his hand to lift her clothes. Rogue! Xiujio blushed. Shh! Yi Xian made a shushing gesture and began to slide his fingers on her back. After a while, a formation appeared. Xiujio almost burst into tears. What did you do to me? A small tracking array. With it, I can find you anytime. Anywhere. Yi Xian said with a chuckle. What? Xiujio opened her mouth slightly, stunned. In this way, it was impossible for her to run away. With her mind-reading skills, she knew that Yi Xian was telling the truth. Master is so awesome. Natasha wants it too, Natasha said, about to take off her clothes. Yi Xian was helpless. What are you doing here? If Natasha gets lost one day, the master can use the tracking array to find Natasha. Natasha's eyes were filled with seriousness. Yi Xian couldn't resist, so he drew one on her body. That afternoon, Zhuo Jingzhen knocked on the door outside, saying that the person who killed the city lord would be executed in public. It always feels like it will be a trap, Yi Xian muttered after letting him in. Maybe this scapegoat was used to lure out the real murderer. We're not going, Yi Xian decided. Xiujio was puzzled. Why? Isn't it so interesting to watch beheadings? Yi Xian looked at her in surprise, not expecting this girl to be so violent inside. In fact, it was not the case. The reason why Xiujio wanted to go was because he could leave this closed room and find a chance to escape. General, are you there? All generals will report to the execution ground in the afternoon. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. His. Yi Xian took a breath of cold air. He rubbed his brows. Okay, I understand. You can go back. I have to go now. Zhuo Jingzhen frowned slightly, and after finishing speaking, he shook his sleeves and thought about a solution in his mind. Just go. Are you still afraid of them? Yi Xian exhaled, and then said, You guys wait in the inn. I'll go and come back. Master, you must be careful. Natasha's eyes were filled with concern. Yi Xian nodded. Take care of yourself and don't let her run away. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Hey! Take us! Hey! Xiujio shouted, but it was of no use. Execution ground. Many soldiers were lined up in a row, standing not far away, and a man with his head covered with a cloth was kneeling on the execution platform. Next to him was an executioner holding a big knife. Have you heard that the Demon King will personally come to see the beheading today? Yeah. People were talking a lot. Yi Xian saw this in his eyes and didn't say anything, just stood there and waited quietly. Soon, a familiar figure walked slowly from a distance, followed by many high-level demons. It was the Demon King Carol, whom he had not seen for a long time. There were cheers and screams. The great Demon King is the culprit who killed the city lord. The newly appointed general followed the Demon King and said respectfully. The Demon King had no doubts. Cut him, and let the world know what happens if you anger the demons. When he was in the main city, the city lord died. This was tantamount to a slap in the face, and must be severely punished. Yes. The general swallowed, and then winked at the executioner on the stage. Chapter 405 Fool? You? The prisoner kneeling on the ground suddenly began to struggle, but his mouth was stuffed with cotton, and he could not speak at all. The general roared angrily. Why are you still standing there? Cut him into pieces. Cut him. Quick. Chop him. The so-called beheading here means live beheading, and it is also beheaded with thousands of cuts, allowing the criminal to die in absolute pain. Yi Xian suddenly discovered something. The scapegoat on the stage turned out to be the primitive man from before, which can be seen from his bronze skin. He felt this was an opportunity and shouted loudly, "He is not the murderer!" For a moment, the whole place was silent, and everyone looked over. "What did you say?" The Demon King looked over calmly. His temperament was so strong that it was almost breathtaking. "I said, the murderer is not him." Yi Xian was not afraid of danger, but he was already getting nervous. "I hope he doesn't see through his disguise and recognize who he is." "Why do you say that? He is the murderer. Great Demon King, please don't be affected by his words." Sweat broke out on the general's forehead. The Demon King still stared at Yi Xian. "Where is the evidence? It's easy. Just face to face." Yi Xian raised his hands and pointed at the prisoner on the stage. "This is against the rules." The general wanted to argue, but the devil did not give him this chance. He waved his hand and motioned for the executioner to do so. "Humph! Tell me quickly." The executioner tore off the prisoner's covering. As expected, this man was the primitive man he had seen before. Yi Xian said loudly, "If you have any grievances, please tell us and we, the Demon King, will seek justice for you. I didn't kill your city lord." The primitive man gritted his teeth. His eyes were red, and his eyes were filled with deep anger. "That's nonsense. Quick, kill him!" the general yelled angrily. Snapped. The Demon King suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. The general was hit in the chest and flew backwards, spurting out a large mouthful of blood. The Demon King wiped his hands slowly. "I didn't let you talk." "Feel sorry." The general struggled to get up and then knelt down. Later, after a confrontation, it was revealed that the murderer was indeed not the person on the stage. "I was wrong. Please punish the Demon King." The general's forehead was covered with sweat, and the residents who came to watch were talking about it. "You are so brave. You dare to lie to me." The Demon King angrily scolded, then waved his hand, and several soldiers came over. He said coldly, "Drag him down, and he will be cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts." "No, don't. Demon King! Demon King!" The general's voice was shrill as he was dragged to the execution platform, and soon began to behead him alive. The miserable voice resounded throughout the audience. "I'm very optimistic about you." The Demon King turned to look at Yi Xian. "Thank you so much, Lord Demon King." Yi Xiansong vented his anger and secretly succeeded. The Demon King said calmly, "From now on, you will serve as the general. You will catch the murderer within 3 days. Otherwise you will suffer the same fate as him." He pointed to the general on the execution platform and turned to leave. Yi Xian took a breath of cold air. He didn't want to be chopped alive. However, the murderer was himself. How could he possibly catch him? What a fool! Keep your voice down. At least he is a 3-day general. There was a faint sound. They all regarded Yi Xian as a fool. If you see through this kind of thing without telling it, you can just muddle through. If you tell it, it will slap the devil in the face. Now the whole city knew about this ridiculous thing. The general did something bad. Couldn't find the murderer. Found a scapegoat. And the devil believed him. Soon, when the previous general was beheaded alive, only a skeleton was left. And the blood had already flowed to the audience. "What's your last name?" A voice came from the side. Yi Xian looked over and found a man in gorgeous clothes. Without any doubts, he said, "You are?" "I was sent by the Demon King to assist you. Just call me Xiao Lu." Xiao Lu squinted his eyes, giving people a strange feeling. "What do I need to do?" Yi Xian nodded. "Well, as long as you eat well, drink well, and live happily. That's it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Xiao Lu pondered for a while, and then coughed slightly and said. Yi Xian's mouth twitched, clearly thinking that he was about to die. He was helpless. "As a general, what rights do I have?" "Many. For example, the generals who manage the entire demon clan are the most powerful people except the Demon King and some of them," Xiao Lu replied. "What if I let you die?" Yi Xian asked after thinking for a while. "General, please stop joking." Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment. His brows filled with panic, and he stood uneasily. Yi Xian patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. I won't do that. From now on, help me." "Yes." Xiao Lu no longer had the indifferent look just now, and became serious. After that, Yi Xian spent an afternoon understanding the relevant powers, and directly appointed Sui Jingzhen as a military general protecting the country, with a status second only to himself. "General, What you should do now is find the murderer quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Lu followed beside him and did not continue. Otherwise what? Yi Xian chuckled, walking on the street. After I die, the people who were put in will be targeted? Xiao Lu didn't speak, but lowered his head. It was obvious that this was what he meant. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. He's not that simple. Your master has become a general. Why doesn't he give you an official position? In the room, Xiao Jiao was talking boringly, pouting and crossing his legs. Why do you want an official position? Natasha tilted her head. You really have no desires or desires. After Xiao Jiao finished speaking, he lay on the bed to sleep, but heard a sudden knock on the door. She was impatient. Who? It's me, the prosecutor yesterday, who was ordered to check again today. The sound came from outside the door. By order? Whose order? Xiao Jiao sensed something was wrong. Of course, it's the new general's order. The man outside the door said it categorically. Xiao Jiao almost stopped laughing. You still don't know who the new general is. Right. Yi Xian. It's impossible for him to send someone to check the ward. Wouldn't that expose himself? Humph. Of course I know. Otherwise, how could you dare to come here? After the person outside the door finished speaking, he kicked the door open. You're so brave. What are you going to do? Xiao Jiao was originally a master. He was trained by the Tiansheng sect since he was a child. And he was very powerful. The prosecutor walked in. Your man only has 3 days. 2.5 days left to live. Why not hang out with me now to avoid becoming a widow later? You are so cowardly that you actually took advantage of this girl. Xiao Jiao's beautiful eyes showed disbelief. She bit her lower lip and groped around her body. But she didn't have any weapons at all. Yi Xian had already taken them away. Follow me! The prosecutor smiled ferociously. Suddenly, he was knocked unconscious by a vase from behind. It was Natasha, who had been hiding for a long time. Chapter 406 Trial. Thanks. Xiao Jiao clutched her chest, feeling lingering fear. She was really not sure if she was a match for this prosecutor. Natasha shook her head. You're welcome. Do you want to report this matter to the master? Wait for him to come back. After much hesitation, Xiao Jiao decided. The other side. Yi Xian's situation is not good. There are many generals of the demon clan, but they basically don't pay attention to him. The newly appointed general. I think he only thinks about it for these 3 days. The generals gathered together to discuss the matter. It was Yi Xian who ordered the summons, and he was going to go through the motions to avoid being suspicious of the Demon King. Xiao Lu came over and said, Everyone is here. Very quiet. Yi Xian nodded, turned around and looked at the many generals who had arrived, with a bad look on his face. And the whole place fell silent instantly. Tisk, someone expressed dissatisfaction in a low voice. Who is it? Yi Xian looked over following the sound, his expression cold. It was a relatively young demon general. Hearing this, he stood up and said, Me! What? Do you have any objections? Drag him down and kill him! Yi Xian's face was expressionless, and what he said made the whole audience burst into uproar. That's the general of the demon clan. Kill him like this? A madman? Absolutely a madman. After being a general for a few days, he no longer knows who he is. What are you still doing? How dare you disobey military orders? Yi Xian looked at the soldiers on the side. Yes. Go right now. The soldiers went over and captured the general. Let go. Let me go quickly. You bastards. The general is only temporary. But he dares to compete with me? Why should he kill me? The young demon general scolded, struggled, and was very angry. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent. The power was given by the devil. If you don't accept it, just go find it. My father is a demon general who has followed 3 generations of demon kings. You are just a dying person. The demon general was furious. In the demon clan, there are many types of generals, and the demon clan generals are already considered very advanced. Then I, a dying person, will make you a dead person. As for your father, he will be dismissed from his post and investigated from today. Yi Xian waved his hand. Soon, the demon general was taken down. The other generals present lowered their heads and remained silent, fearing that they would be next. Obviously, this is killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, in order to warn them. Listen, from now on, you will find a killer for me. Otherwise I will die, and you will have no chance of living. Yi Xian spoke in a calm voice, but the words he spoke were like a hammer hitting the chests of many generals present. Yes. Yes. The generals were absent-minded, thinking about how to avoid the disaster. He actually directly linked the lives of himself and others to his. According to the rules, there was really no room for refutation. Yi Xian chuckled and turned to leave. Returning to the inn, he saw the prosecutor who was still unconscious, his face gradually turning cold. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but ask, "How to deal with this guy? You still have to ask?" Yi Xian came to the prosecutor's side and squatted down, raised his hand to touch his throat, and then twisted it slightly. Click! Along with the sound of bones being displaced. The prosecutor's eyes widened and he died on the spot, unable to speak. Afterwards, Yi Xian put the body into his backpack. "Okay, just pretend that nothing happened. Where's the body?" Xiujio was surprised. "Don't worry about those details," Yi Xian said casually, with a serious expression on his face. "You must leave this city as soon as possible. Remember, protect yourself." "Master, what about you?" Natasha clasped her hands. "Worried?" Yi Xian chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll be fine. I already know what's going on outside. Master, and I don't want anything to happen to you." Natasha's eyes turned red. She lowered her head and said unhappily, "Silly girl." Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Yi, are you there?" There was a sudden knock on the door. It was Wu Jingjin. The relationship between the two of them had long been that of brothers. Yi Xian responded, "Dear, come in. It's not good. They jointly submitted a letter and prepared to go to the Demon King to sue you." Wu Jingjin walked in hurriedly, his brows filled with helplessness. "Sue me?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. "Yes. What you said before angered them. This may be a good opportunity for the devil to kill you." Wu Jingjin nodded helplessly. "You know, the Demon King probably already hated Yi Xian at the execution platform. But it was not convenient to kill this meritorious minister in front of the public. Now that I have a reason, I'm afraid I will kill him." Yi Xian pondered for a while. "I understand. From now on, you must sever ties with me and build your own connections. Do you understand? This is easy to say, but difficult to say." Wu Jingjin was a little confused and frowned slightly. "Believe in yourself. You can do it." Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. After speaking, he took a long breath and said, "Listen to me and take action. Master, you must come to me." Natasha's eyes were red. Yi Xian chuckled and pinched her cheek. "Don't worry. Did you forget the tracking array on your body? I can find you at any time." Natasha nodded vigorously. Soon, everyone left, leaving only Yi Xian himself. He tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room, only to find that someone was already waiting for him. It was Xiao Lu. "The general, the Demon King, wants to see you." "Okay, I understand. Take me there." Yi Xian nodded lightly. "You can't go. You will definitely die if you go," Xiao Lu reminded in a low voice. "If you don't go, you are really seeking death." Yi Xian chuckled, knowing that he was doing it for his own good. So he gave him a bag of gold coins, estimated to have several thousand. Xiao Lu was stunned. "General, what are you doing? Take what I reward you with. Although I don't have much time to become a general, you are the only one who sincerely helps me from the beginning to the end." Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. After Xiao Lu was silent for a long time, he nodded and accepted the bag of gold coins. "Take me there." Yi Xian seemed very calm. "Yes." Xiao Lu responded solemnly, and then walked in front. Yi Xian followed closely, and found that many people seemed to have heard the news, and were coming to watch the excitement. "I didn't expect that I wouldn't survive even 3 days." Yes, there was a lot of talk, but not much ill intention. Yi Xian adjusted his mentality, and soon followed Xiao Lu to the Demon King's castle. The place was full of ancient charm. He chuckled. "This is what a castle looks like." The renovated Demon King's castle is not even 1/3 as grand as the one in front of you. "Let's go," Xiao Lu whispered. Yi Xian nodded and walked into the Demon King's castle. Many demon generals had been waiting here for a long time, preparing to see him face the trial. Looking ahead, the Demon King is sitting on the throne. Condescending. Chapter 407. It's time. Big boss. Yi Xian stood in the center of the entire hall, cupped his hands and said. The Demon King stared at him. "Are you trying to make thousands of generals from my demon clan buried with you for your incompetence?" The voice was very soft, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Don't dare." Yi Xian pursed his lips and thought to himself that it was indeed because of this incident. He glanced around and found that almost all the general's mouth corners were raised, as if they were mocking. But you did that, and abused your power to kill a general who was loyal to the demons. The Demon King patted the armrest. Chong! Chong! Several soldiers came over, drew their weapons, and surrounded Yi Xian. This made Zhuo Zheng in the corner really ashamed and couldn't bear to look at it. Soon, Yi Xian was sentenced to prison and was scheduled to be executed at noon, without any chance to defend himself. In prison, the door opened slowly, and it was Zhuo Zhengzhen who came to visit him. How is the situation outside? Yi Xian lowered his voice. The generals are celebrating. It seems everything is settled. Zhuo Zhengzhen pursed his lips and struggled to say these words. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Help me find a dwarf craftsman named Kylie. He should be secretly serving the Demon King. No problem. Zhuo Zhengzhen agreed directly. Please get out quickly. You are only given 3 minutes to visit the prison. The jailer came over and pretended to be polite. Go ahead. Yi Xian closed his eyes, wore prison uniform, and sat in the center of the prison, motionless like an old monk. Zhuo Zhengzhen left quickly. And the fact that the demon general was imprisoned for not doing things well gradually spread outside the city. At the same time, there were many words that slandered him, making people think that he deserved to die. But there was one person who didn't think so. Naturally, Natasha. She sat on a stone in a daze, her eyes red, as if she had just cried. Xiujio made a fire on the side. Don't be sad. It will be fine. As a person with the ability to read minds, she could feel the helplessness and despair in Natasha's heart at this time, and even felt the same. I really hate why I don't have the strength like the Demon King, Natasha said, tears falling again. There is only one Demon King in each era. Of course he is powerful. Don't belittle yourself. At least you are stronger than most people. Xiujio couldn't help but say. Natasha said nothing, and the sadness on her face did not diminish by half. If that doesn't work, then we'll rob the prisoner. Aren't we going to be executed at noon tomorrow? Then we'll go and rescue him. Xiujio gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with weight gain. Natasha suddenly took out a bag of tips. This was given to me by the master before I left. Open it quickly and see what's inside. Xiujio's heart moved slightly, and she quickly said, and helped open the bag. There was only a note inside, which read as follows. Be obedient and don't make trouble. It's easy for me to escape from the city. If I learn that something bad happens to me, stay as far away from the main demon city as I can and I will come find you. How does this guy seem to know what we are thinking? Xiujio was confused. It was clearly him who had the ability to read minds. Natasha suddenly wiped away her tears. Yes, master. After she finished speaking, she took Xiujio and continued on her way, turning her sadness into strength. On the other side, Yi Xian is still in the prison. There are a lot of lice here. Huh? You're in jail. So of course there are a lot of lice. If you talk nonsense again, be careful. I'll treat you to a stick. The jailer happened to be passing by. Very unfriendly attitude. Yi Xian glanced at the key on his waist, turned around and summoned a soft and comfortable bed. After lying on it, he summoned a mosquito net. I haven't had a good rest recently, so I took this opportunity to take a nap. The jailer rubbed his eyes. What kind of method is this? He was astonished. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had seen such ability. Yi Xian turned a deaf ear and scratched his waist. Hey! Wake up! Seeing that he ignored him, the jailer stepped forward and kicked the prison door a few times. What? Yi Xian turned his head and looked over, his eyes filled with a little displeasure. The jailer became angry on the spot when he saw his attitude. He's just a prisoner, but he still thinks he's a master? Wow! The jailer took the key and rummaged around. Soon, he opened the cell door and walked to the bed with a stick. Yi Xian sat up and said, If you can, beat me. If I am beaten to death, it depends on how you explain it to the Demon King. He personally ordered me to be executed at noon tomorrow. You? The jailer choked for a while, raised the stick in his hand, and really didn't dare to do it. In the end, he left angrily, not forgetting to lock the door before leaving. Yi Xian was not in a hurry at all and slept with his eyes closed. In the blink of an eye, the next morning came and Zhuo Zhengzhen came. When he saw the jailer outside, he asked in a low voice, How are things going? I found the person, but he was very arrogant and ignored me at all. Zhuo Zhengzhen's brows were filled with helplessness. It doesn't matter. Take this bag of gold coins and ask him to help me make this piece of material into a dagger. I think he will be very happy. Yi Xian took out the piece of divine gold and jade he had obtained before. And in the bag, there were a full 10,000 gold coins, which was already considered a sky-high price. What if he takes the stuff for himself? Zhuo Jingzhen knew how precious this material was and couldn't help but ask. Just say it was entrusted to you by a mysterious master. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Good. Zhuo Jingzhen nodded and left. And the time to visit the prison arrived. The jailer outside said with a sneer. You only have the last half a day left. Just wait to die. Thank you for your kind words. Yi Xian buttoned his ears, then closed his eyes and waited quietly. He then murmured in his heart. I'm afraid the dagger won't be built that quickly. It's time to escape from prison. Are you the prisoner who can conjure things out of thin air? But a voice suddenly came from outside. It was a demon male, who looked to be about 60 years old. Warden, the jailer quickly stepped aside. That's right. Yi Xian nodded and admitted that there was nothing to hide. The warden asked, Can you change anything? Almost. What do you want to do? Yi Xian rubbed his chin, curious, and asked in confusion. Follow me, the warden said, looking at the jailer aside and motioning for him to open the door. This is not possible. Warden, the Demon King personally ordered his death. The execution will take place at noon, the jailer said quickly, with a puzzled look on his face. And he didn't dare to open the door at all. If he was delayed, he would be beheaded. The warden scolded. I bear the responsibility. Open the door! Yes. The jailer didn't dare to say anything nonsense this time. Found the key and opened the door. After that, Yi Xian left with the warden. And the journey was smooth, which made him a little surprised and didn't know what he was going to do. Chapter 408 Prison Break. In the prison, in a separate room, Yi Xian looked at the warden in front of him. If you have anything, can you tell me here? He glanced around and saw that this would be a good place to escape. I want you to conjure her up. The warden took out a somewhat yellowed photo, and it was a little girl, about 12 or 13 years old. Very cute. Who is she to you? Yi Xian asked casually. My daughter died of illness half a month ago. The warden clenched his fists. Although his face was expressionless, he was obviously very sad. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Okay, I can promise you, but I need a separate room. And the transformed person can only exist for a while. Good. The warden nodded and pointed to the side, where there was a bedroom. Deal? Yi Xian chuckled, then asked about the character of the girl in the photo, etc., and summoned her with a wave of his hand. Daughter. The warden looked at the summoned little girl and went directly to hug her. The scene was very touching, but Yi Xian checked the time and did not stay long. Instead, he walked into the bedroom and did not forget to close the door behind his back. The little golden dragon in his arms came out. We must leave quickly. I got it. Yi Xian nodded lightly, used long-distance teleportation, and left the prison directly. I was lucky enough to appear on a street with few people. He disguised himself and walked out of the city. Devil King, I will kill you sooner or later. At noon, it was time for the execution. The devil is in the castle and has not gone there. He is just executing a general. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. It's not bad. Lord Demon King, the prisoner is missing. A person came in to report. It was Xiao Lu. What? Shouldn't he be in prison? The Demon King looked over, his eyes filled with cold light. Lord Demon King, the cell was empty when we passed by. The jailer said that the warden took the person away. Xiao Lu's legs trembled, and he knelt down directly. The Demon King angrily shouted, What about the warden? Bring him to me. Not long after, the warden was brought over, looking peaceful and calm. Where are the people? The Demon King pulled out the knife on display and put it on his neck, with evil in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the warden burst out laughing. Where else can he be? He ran away. What's your crime for letting the prisoner go? The devil's expression was cold, and he was truly angry. Of course I know. Execution. The warden nodded and continued. Since you took office, more than 10 or 20 people have been executed every day. You have also executed the doctor who treated my daughter. Otherwise my daughter would not have died at all. These words were almost shouted out. In the past half-month, he had been on the verge of collapse countless times. Come on. Kill me. Anyway, the demon clan will perish sooner or later under your rule. You murderous demon. The warden's brows were filled with madness. Unexpectedly, the devil laughed. The murderous devil? I like this name. Come on. Take him down and lock him in prison forever. No one is allowed to say a word or have any communication with him. Anyone who violates this will be beheaded. Yes! Yes! Several soldiers took the order and led the warden down. Xiao Lu next to him felt terrified, knowing that this was a punishment that would drive people crazy. There was a lot of excitement in a certain room in the city. If someone runs away, you must know where they are? A general pointed at Zhuo Xingzhen, wanting to vent all the cowardice he got from Yi Xian on him. Zhuo Xingzhen cursed angrily. I really don't know. I just used my treasure to get this official position from him. This is his excuse, and the only way to get rid of the relationship with Yi Xian at present. It's empty talk. Who believes it? I tell you, everyone, arrest him and send him to the Demon King, so that the Demon King can convict him. The generals were talking all over the place. Zhuo Xingzhen frowned. This is my house. You are not welcome. Get out. After he finished speaking, he closed the door forcefully, sat on a chair in the room, and let out a long breath. Brother Yi is so amazing that he was able to escape from the prison in the main city of the Demon Clan, Zhuo Xingzhen said in surprise. But he knew that he was in danger next, and had to be extremely careful. He was captured? What? This? There was a sudden sound outside. What did you say? Zhuo Xingzhen opened the door fiercely, frowning. Oh! What else could it be? The man has been captured and is about to be executed. One of the generals had a playful look on his face, and his voice was full of sarcasm. He turned and said, Let's go home and practice swordsmanship and spear, so as to become the next great general. If you ask me, it's better to blunt your swords and guns to avoid being selected as a general. The men left as they talked. Zhuo Xingzhen felt a chill running down his spine. He didn't even have time to close the door, so he ran to the execution place, which was crowded with people. He looked towards the execution platform, where a headless corpse was slowly bleeding. Zhuo Xingzhen squeezed his way through the crowd at a loss, and finally saw his head. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Xian? He stretched out his hand tremblingly, but the soldiers pushed him back and prevented him from getting closer. Died? Why? Back to a few hours ago. Yi Xian was about to leave the city, but stopped and started thinking. He whispered in a low voice. If I don't die, I'm afraid I will implicate Zhuo Xingzhen. Gigi. There was a faint sound of mice. It was two identical mice eating stolen food in the corner. Yi Xian looked at this scene and thought of an idea. He raised his hand and summoned a person who looked exactly like him when he was a general. Help! The fugitive is here! Soon! Soldiers were attracted, and although he had run far away, he was still caught. Easy! With a faint smile on his face, Yi Xian used his disguise to leave the city. He came to a deserted place, waved his hand, and a formation appeared, allowing him to see where the person who had been set up to track the formation was. Left front. 87 kilometers? Yi Xian's mouth twitched, and he found that they were together, which meant that Shizhou didn't run away. But this is too far. Right? I had no choice but to summon a car and get in to catch up. But it took me 2 hours to get together. With a drift, he stopped the car in front of Natasha and the two who were on their way, and then opened the car door. Master! Natasha burst into tears and ran over to hug her. Silly boy! You didn't let me down this time! Yi Xian looked at Xiao Jiao with a doting look on his face. You didn't run away? Snort! Seeing that he was still alive, Xiao Jiao was obviously not happy and hugged his shoulders. Yi Xian rubbed Natasha's head. Let's find a place to camp nearby and wait for a few days. Natasha nodded vigorously. Afterwards, several people found an open space near the river. Chapter 409 Wuba, the main city of the Demon Clan, where Zhuo Xingzhen lives. It seemed a little deserted here, and 3 full days had passed since that incident. Zhuo Xingzhen held a white flower. Brother Yi, are you okay in that world? I will definitely fulfill your long-cherished wish. Since Yi Xian was executed, he was demoted 3 levels in a row. But fortunately, the devil did not continue to investigate further. Although I am just a little general now, one day I will become a close associate of the Demon King. When the time comes... Zhuo Xingzhen's eyes were filled with anger. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me. Is Mr. Zhuo here? I'm here. Who are you? Zhuo Xingzhen went to open the door and found a man in his 20s with an arrogant face standing outside the door. I am Lord Kylie's apprentice. Your stuff has been cast. When will you pick it up? The man's nostrils were about to turn upward. I'll go now. Zhuo Jingzhen's heart moved. Soon, he followed the man to a luxurious mansion in the city, which was Kylie's residence. Bang bang. There was a faint sound of blacksmithing. Zhuo Jingzhen swallowed his foam and soon saw Kylie. This is your reward. He took out a bag of gold coins given by Yi Xian. There were tens of thousands of gold coins in it, which could be said to be extremely expensive. No, I don't like that stuff yet. If you have valuable materials in the future, just come to me. Kylie is a dwarf, only over 1.3 meters tall, but very strong. He handed over a box, which was very beautiful. Isn't this not good? Please accept it. Zhuo Jingzhen carefully took the box and handed out the bag containing gold coins. For us craftsmen, being able to create precious materials is the best reward, and it will be waived in the future. Seeing that he persisted, Kylie had no choice but to accept it. Zhuo Jingzhen nodded. Definitely. By the way, this is for you. Wear it. Kylie suddenly thought of something and took out a jade bracelet. It was like mutton fat and looked very precious. He smiled lightly. This thing can cover up the divine mark on your body, so even the Demon King can't notice it. Thank you very much. Kylie was stunned and solemnly handed over his hand. After putting on the jade bracelet, the mark on his body was indeed invisible. This surprised him. I will find a way to repay such kindness. However, Carrie and his apprentice have wandered off. Zhuo Jingzhen slowly opened the box, and a dagger glowing with golden light came into view. He knew that this was a weapon that could kill the devil. It should be almost done. Right. Yi Xian was wearing casual clothes and was sunbathing by the river, which was in sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere in the city. Natasha caught 2 fish and came back. Master, there are fish for lunch. Take a look. What is this? Xiuzhou came back with a basket full of palm-sized river crabs. It's so rich. Yi Xian chuckled. And a barbecue pit appeared with his hand, ready for an outdoor barbecue at noon. Soon, when the food is put on, the aroma wafts far away. Demons? Humans? Elves? How did you get together? A slightly surprised voice came. He was a man, and he gave off a very sinister look. He had dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well for a long time. Yi Xian raised his hands in surprise. May I ask your surname? Brother? My surname is Wu, and my name is Wu Ba. I am from the Demon Clan. Wu Ba was very polite, cupped his hands, and after finishing speaking, he came over in a familiar manner. Would you like to eat something together? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then tried to ask. Okay, that would be disrespectful. Wu Ba nodded, his face as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Soon, everyone started eating. The fish and crabs in the river were extremely delicious and intoxicating. Yi Xian stretched out. Brother Wu Ba, where did you come from? Where are you going? Coming from the main city of the Demon Clan. I have been ordered to send you back to the west. Wu Ba said calmly. The air suddenly became silent, and everyone present looked at each other in shock. Where did this lunatic come from? Xiuzhou pouted. I am one of the 7 most capable generals under the Demon King. Wu Ba. Wu Ba reintroduced himself, let out a spine-chilling laugh, and took out another bell and shook it slightly. Pain. It should have been a very clear sound, but it deafened everyone present. Yi Xian covered his ears, but it didn't work at all. The sound penetrated his hands and poured into his ears. Suddenly, there was a dragon roar. No one else heard it. Only Yi Xian heard it clearly. Little golden dragon? He found that a thin golden shield appeared around him, blocking the sound from the bell. Don't be stunned. Act quickly. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. What happened? Wu Ba was puzzled by this situation that was beyond his expectation. Yi Xian sensed this opportunity, rushed over, and cut off the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Go to H.L. The power of the curse. Wu Ba came back to his senses, and a dark and terrifying power quickly filled his body. This power formed a shield to block the attack, and then spread to the 7-star Long Yuan sword in just an instant, and was still spreading towards Yi Xian's hand. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react. Fortunately, the golden light around him blocked the spreading power. Yi Xian looked at the 7-star Long Yuan sword that had turned black in his hand, and frowned. The power of the curse? Have you cursed a madman in the mine before? I have been in the main city of the Demon Clan recently, and have never been out. Maybe he is my apprentice. Wu Ba's expression was pale, as if he was facing a very ordinary friend, not an enemy. Your sword is cursed. Attacks will not cause damage to the enemy, but will cause you to suffer counter-injury. Little Golden Dragon's voice appeared in his mind. Yi Xian said nothing, with a heavy expression on his face. He looked at Wu Ba. Who are the 7 capable men you mentioned? I answered your last question because you invited me to lunch, and now I'm too lazy to answer. After Wu Ba finished speaking, the power around him was divided into 2 parts, hitting Natasha and Xiujio respectively. Yi Xian secretly thought that was bad. Master, I feel so uncomfortable. Natasha covered her throat, vaguely unable to breathe. Strangeness. Xiujio was squirming, as if she was itching. Wu Ba said, one of them will eventually suffocate to death, and the other will scratch his skin and bleed blood to death. This is a curse. An extremely terrifying ability. Give me a dagger. Xiujio bit her lower lip and tried not to scratch, but she could no longer hold on. Natasha's face turned slightly red. Yi Xian knew that he could not delay and rushed straight to Wu Ba. Remove their curse. Although I don't know where the golden light on your body comes from, you can't blackmail me. Wu Ba shook the bell in his hand crazily, which made Xiujio and Natasha miserable. Chapter 410. The decisive battle is coming. But Jiqun! Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense and punched out, sending a strong flow of air into the sky. As a person who is proficient in curses, Wu Ba is not strong in confrontation. He quickly dodged. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and found that there was a fist mark on the mountain not far away. This human being. Very strong. What are you hiding from? Come on! I promise I won't beat you to death. Yi Xian rubbed his fists and approached step by step. Seeing that something was wrong, Wu Ba was about to start a tug-of-war, then turned around and ran away. With my speed, it's impossible for him to catch up. Yeah! There was a sudden sound. He hit something and fell. Looking up, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. I thought you were so strong. No wonder those of you who play curses will become extinct in the future, Yi Xian said, raising his hand to hit Baji fist. Boom! Wu Ba was hit in the chest and flew backwards. After a long time, he landed on the ground with blood spurting from his mouth. He raised his hand tremblingly. What is the golden light on your body? No comment. Now I give you one last chance to undo the curse on them. Otherwise, you will die. Yi Xian was actually a little scared. If the little golden dragon hadn't given him the golden light shield in time, he would have been defeated by the curse long ago. I can promise you, but you have to promise to let me go. Wu Ba gritted his teeth. You didn't get a chance to bargain with me. Yi Xian's face was cold, like a murderous god, which was intimidating. Wu Ba had no choice but to agree. He came near Natasha and the 2 girls, stretched out his hands, and 2 wisps of black energy flew out of Natasha and the other girls' bodies, penetrated into his body, and then removed the curse on the 7-star Long Yuan sword. The little golden dragon's voice came from his mind. The curse has been lifted. I suggest you kill Wu Ba. This will be safe. Yi Xian nodded lightly. But just as he was about to take action, Wu Ba disappeared and was replaced by a little needle-prick man. Let him run away. Yi Xian frowned. But there was nothing he could do. Master! Natasha lay on the ground unable to get up, gasping for air. Xiujio, on the other hand, was covered in blood, tears streaming from the pain, and could not speak. Powerful healing spell. Yi Xian walked over and whispered softly. Green light flashed, and Xiaojio's wounds gradually recovered. But the messy clothes and blood stains were still there. Yi Xian held Natasha in his arms. Be good. It's okay. Wu Ba said that he was sent by the devil, which means that his golden cicada did not escape the SHL at all. How are you? Yi Xian turned to look at Xiujio. It's okay. Xiaojio struggled to stand up, feeling a little dazed. What are the 7 masters Wu Ba mentioned? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then asked. Very curious. In their time, there was no such thing. Xiaojio replied. The Demon King once appointed 7 top masters of the Demon Clan as his direct subordinates. That is, the 7 masters. However, in the end, only 3 of them died and were injured, and they became the strongest of the Demon Clan. The 3 major forces. Is there a Tianshengmen and a Meijia? Yi Xian asked after pondering for a moment. Well, that's right. This is how the Tianxing sect where I live continues. Xiaojio nodded. Interesting. Yi Xian murmured softly. He turned a little curious. If I kill the master who belongs to the Tianxing sect, will you be gone? Don't think about such horrible things. Xiaojio was stunned for a moment, and was startled to sweat. Don't worry. I won't do that. Yi Xian smiled softly, but he was deep in thought. This is a great opportunity to reduce the strength of the demon clan. It would be great if all the so-called 7 masters could be killed. But very unrealistic. Not to mention anything else. Wu Ba alone almost made this operation fail. Master, what should we do next? Natasha was very weak, and her lips turned white. There is no way the Demon King will let us go. In this case, there is only one choice left. Yi Xian breathed out, knowing that the final battle was coming, and this would be a good opportunity to kill the Demon King. He pursed his lips and said, Let's go and set off to the main city of the Demon Clan. Yes. Natasha nodded. Yi Xian summoned a car, but because of Wu Ba, he did not dare to keep them here. Demon Clan. Main city. Oh, Golden Light? Interesting. In the castle, the Demon King smiled thoughtfully. Wu Ba knelt aside and said, Lord Demon King, why don't you call a few more masters to kill him? No. His target is me. He will come sooner or later. There is no need for them. The Demon King put his hands behind his back and looked out the window. People thought he was just a reckless man without a brain. But that was not the case. He is smarter than many people. It was noon one day, and Zhuo Xingzhen had not left the house since he got the dagger back. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Select a day to run for the new general. All those appointed to official positions need to be present. Thanks for letting me know. I will be there then. Zhuo Xingzhen stood up hastily and was startled by the sudden sound. Soon, the people outside left, and he stuffed the box with the dagger under the table for fear of being discovered. Is this what it feels like to fight alone? Zhuo Xingzhen showed a self-deprecating smile. He didn't know that Yi Xian was not dead, and he felt lonely, followed by despair. Can he really kill the Demon King? Bang! Suddenly, something was thrown in from the window, and a gap was made in the window. Whose unlucky child? Zhuo Xingzhen walked over and shouted, but found no one outside. Sensing something was wrong, he searched on the ground and found a stone with a note tied to it. After opening, the content is as follows. Mr. Zhuo, it's me. I'm not dead yet. Please bring your dagger and come to this address to meet us in the evening. Behind it is an address in the main city, which is very remote. Although there was no signature or name, Zhuo Xingzhen was convinced that the person who wrote the letter was Yi Xian. He was puzzled, strange. At that time, I clearly saw the corpse on the execution platform. The surprise turned to panic. Zhuo Xingzhen took the note and walked back and forth in the room, hesitating whether to go or not. Fight. Zhuo Xingzhen gritted his teeth, lit the candle, and burned the note to ashes. Apart from himself, there are only 2 people who know about the dagger. One is Kylie, and the other is Yi Xian. If it is the former, it means that this matter has been revealed, and he will definitely die. So he might as well fight. What if it's the latter? With Brother Ye's ability and this dagger, he has a chance to kill the devil. The evening came quickly, and Zhuo Xingzhen, wearing very ordinary clothes, blended in with the crowd and finally arrived at the agreed place. He looked up and found that 3 people had been waiting here for a long time. You are? Zhuo Xingzhen found that they were all wearing hoods and could not see their faces clearly, and his heart sank. Yi Xian chuckled and took off his hood. It's me. Have you brought the things? Chapter 411. The Ancestors of the Tianxing Sect. It is you. Zhuo Xingzhen breathed a sigh of relief, glanced around to make sure there was no outsider, and then took out the box. Yi Xian opened it and looked at it. This is it. He took out the golden dagger from the box, his eyes filled with determination. Are you ready to take action? Zhuo Xingzhen couldn't help but ask. Well, my whereabouts and suspended animation have been discovered, so we must deal with it quickly. Yi Xian nodded. Must be careful. Zhuo Xingzhen put his hands on his shoulders and spoke earnestly, not wanting to lose this only remaining comrade. Yi Xian chuckled. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. You should leave quickly to avoid exposing your identity. Zhuo Xingzhen responded, then turned and left. Yi Xian looked at the dagger in his hand. It's time. Demon King. I'm coming. Master, something is approaching quickly. Natasha suddenly spoke out, measuring the wind with her fingers, with a solemn look on her face. He is very fast and should be a master. Natasha added immediately. Ready to fight. Yi Xian exhaled, wondering why his whereabouts were exposed again. At the same time, he looked towards the direction Zhuo Xingzhen left, worried that his identity would be exposed. Natasha took out her bow and filled it with arrows, while Xiaojie waved her hand, and a dagger appeared in her hand, which she reluctantly held in front of her. She doesn't want to kill one of her own. It would be terrible if he accidentally killed someone related to his birth. What are you afraid of? What come? A woman wearing a black rubber mask appeared not far in front of everyone, holding a thin dagger half an arm high in each hand. It's over. We will all die here. When Xiujio saw her, she felt desperate. Who is she? Yixian whispered softly, frowning slightly and feeling a little confused. The ancestor of the Tiansheng sect is very powerful, and is known as the #1 person under the Demon King. Xiaojie exhaled, her heart completely suspended. Yixian holds the 7-star Long Yuan sword and has already put the artifact dagger into his backpack. Who is coming? Tell me your name. However, the ancestor of the holy sect was very uncooperative that day and appeared directly behind him at an outrageous speed. What the hell kind of speed is this? Yixian was shocked into a cold sweat and used the conveyor belt to leave the two girls. On the way, Natasha shot an arrow, but that day the ancestor of the holy sect was stunned and easily dodged it. Master, we may not be her match, Natasha whispered softly. This was the first time she had seen him dodge tracking arrows like this. At this speed, even the Demon King might not be able to match it. You must never admit defeat. Yixian raised his hand to rub her head, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand, looking at the ancestor of the Tiansheng sect from a distance. His eyebrows filled with heaviness. Xiaojie almost cried. It's not a matter of admitting defeat or not. Our ancestor passed away 10 years ago in our time, but she is still known as the #1 killer in the world. This shows what kind of terrifying existence he is. But Jiquin! Yixian punched the ancestor of Tianshengmen from a distance. The powerful airflow gathered and rushed straight away, but the ancestor did not move. Some energy around him formed a shield and blocked the attack. This is bad. Yixian knew that the current situation was very bad, and a drop of sweat flowed from his forehead. Unexpectedly, she was so strong. The Baji fist didn't even hurt a single hair. Even the Shixian sword probably only caused her a slight injury. Dagger. The ancestor of Tianshengmen suddenly spoke. Yixian was stunned. What did you say? Where was it customized? I want it too. Besides, why are you attacking me? The ancestor of the Tiansheng sect was a bit short, and when he spoke, he was inexplicably cute, but weak. Ah? Yixian looked confused and asked in surprise. Aren't you here to kill us? Why do you want to kill? I just came back from the mission and met you. The ancestor of the Tianshengmen spoke very concisely and simply, and the eyes that were only exposed were full of doubts. Yixian slapped his forehead. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. That dagger is unique and cannot be customized. Then can I switch with you? As the ancestor of the Tianshengmen spoke, a large number of rare treasures appeared with his hand. Adding these together, I am afraid I can buy a slightly smaller country, which shows how precious it is. Sorry, it's hard to obey. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Yixian knew that now was a good time to leave, and the two hurriedly took Natasha and the others away. The ancestor of Tianshengmen silently took back the treasure, turned around and disappeared instantly, having already left. I went there, thinking he was ordered to kill us, but he was just passing by. Yixian took Natasha and others to a relatively safe place. Feeling a little helpless, Xiaojie breathed out. According to records, my ancestor has only been a killer her whole life. She is ruthless and has blood on her hands. Unexpectedly, she is quite easy to talk to. He didn't even think about killing people and grabbing treasures, but exchanging things. Without further delay, take action at night. Otherwise more demon masters will come. Yixian murmured softly and glanced at the artifact dagger stored in his backpack. This thing is a good treasure for killing the Demon King, so it must be kept properly. Evening. The ancestor of Tianshengmen came to the castle and found the Demon King. The mission is completed. You were asked to kill 39,000 Pokia clan members, and you killed them all in just 2 days? The Demon King shook the wine glass. It was unclear whether the liquid inside was blood or red wine. Yes. The ancestor of the Tiansheng sect nodded. Now that you're back, there happens to be a problem for you to solve. The Demon King took out a piece of paper with a picture of Yixian in disguise when he was a general. He continued, This is a difficult guy to deal with. I'll give you 3 days. He changed his face. The ancestor of the Tiansheng sect looked calm in his eyes. He looked carefully and found that the proportions on the person's face were somewhat wrong. 3 days is not enough? The devil thought thoughtfully. In half a day, I will bring his head early tomorrow morning. After the ancestor of Tien Shingmen finished speaking, he turned and left. The Demon King shook his head. She is such a trustworthy little girl. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and looked aside. Yes. Wu Ba stood there, a little embarrassed, having just arrived not long ago. Do you know why I called you here? The devil crossed his legs. I don't know. Please give me a hint. Lord Demon King. Wu Ba shook his head and bent down to hold his hands in front of him, showing his humility. The Demon King raised the corners of his mouth. Curse her. Ah? Why? Wu Ba was shocked and looked puzzled as he couldn't figure out why he did this. She is so useful that if she is too useful, she must be controlled in her hands. The Demon King looked out the window. The moonlight was thick, and there was a bit of a chilling atmosphere in the silent night. Chapter 412 The Terrible Truth. In the main city of the Demon Clan under the dark night, a figure was passing through. She was the ancestor of the Tien Shingmen, who had just been sent to kill Yi Xian. She was holding the portraits and comparing them while rushing on her way. After a while, I took out the pen and paper and drew another one. If Yi Xian were present, he would definitely be amazed, because it turned out to be exactly the same as his own appearance, with no difference at all. Heal you. The ancestor of Tien Shingmen tore the drawing paper into pieces, and then started searching all over the city. She knew that this was the person she had met before, which meant that he was still in the city. Yi Xian happened to teleport with Natasha and others, escaping her search. Outside the castle, Yi Xian looked at the behemoth in front of him and swallowed. The artifact dagger was already hidden in his arms, and could be used at any time. Natasha asked in a low voice. Master, do you need me to get rid of the guards here first? Well, be careful. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Say it first. I won't help. Xiao Jiao, who was following behind, whispered. She is not a pickpocket. She was born as a demon, and will never engage in quarrels in her life. I won't force you, Yi Xian said, winking at Natasha. And the two disappeared instantly. Xiao Jiao knew that they were going to deal with the guards. She waited quietly, and suddenly found that the gate of the castle was not closed. She cautiously approached it, and then entered the castle. The lights were bright in front of my eyes. Xiao Jiao was amazed by these, started walking randomly, and then found a long aisle. She swallowed the foam at the mouth and walked over with strong curiosity. She found that the entire castle was very deserted, and there were no guards at all. Suddenly, violent footsteps came. Xiao Jiao hurriedly hid in a half-open room nearby, her heart beating loudly. After a long time, the footsteps faded away, and she breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that there were many files in the room she was in. After she stood up, she muttered, Strange. Is there such a place in the castle? Thinking back to the era when she and others lived, she had sneaked into the castle more than once, but she had never seen this room. They all seem to be the files of high-ranking Demon Clan officials, Xiao Jiao murmured softly, looking through it at random, and suddenly found something, and was stunned on the spot. I saw that one of the files was marked Lingxue. She knew that this was the nickname of the ancestor of the Tianxing sect. He got this name because he treated others coldly. There might be secrets from our ancestors in it. Xiao Jiao secretly picked it up and opened it. His pupils shrank slightly, as if he had seen something extraordinary. On the other side, Yi Xian was wondering, how did she get in? Master, the door is not closed. Natasha pointed to the castle door. The two of them searched outside the castle for a long time, but couldn't find any guards. Yi Xian chuckled and said, This is the devil welcoming us. Thinking about it, he knew that he and others would come, so he removed the guards and even left the door open. Shall we go in? Natasha couldn't help but ask, with curiosity on her face. This is almost certain to be a trap. If you go in and face the Demon King, you also have to deal with the ancestors of the Tianxing sect, plus Wu Ba, the Cursed Master. The situation will be very bad. This does not include other masters who may be in the castle. We must enter. This may be our only chance, Yi Xian said with a solemn face, and then walked into the castle resolutely and found a living person. Owner. Natasha filled her bow with arrows. Yi Xian looked at that person. Xiao Lu. Why are you here? Ghost. 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 Xiao Lu was holding the dish for serving food. When he saw him, his legs gave out and he fell down, with a look of panic on his face. I'm not a ghost. I'm not dead. It's just a substitute who died. Yi Xian was speechless, and found an easy-to-understand reason. Almost scared me to death. Xiao Lu's voice already had a hint of crying. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed Natasha's head. Don't kill him! This guy is not a bad person. Oh! Natasha nodded and put away her bow. General, since you are not dead, why are you here? Xiao Lu couldn't help but ask. Stop yelling like that. I'm no longer a general. Yi Xian's eyes were full of solemnity. He then said, I am here this time to kill the Demon King. You should leave quickly to avoid getting involved. Kill! Xiao Lu looked horrified and looked around, but did not say the word Devil King. He lowered his voice. Do you know that this is a treasonous act? And you will die miserably. I have made up my mind. Please leave quickly. Yi Xian waved his hand, and when Xiao Lu saw this, he did not persuade him anymore, but left. Not long after he left the Demon King's castle, a hand stretched out from the darkness and strangled him to death. In the castle, Yi Xian pushed open the door of the room where Xiujio was. Why did you come in first? Xiujio hugged the file-marked Xuelong, with red eyes, and huddled in the corner. What's wrong with you? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Do you still remember the ancestor of Tian Shengmen whom you met before? She is my mother. Xiujio choked. Yi Xian was surprised. This is too ridiculous. You are several generations behind. The Demon King used some unknown method to leave 11 embryos of his mother, which were cultivated in different eras. Xiujio wiped away tears. Ah? This, Yi Xian didn't know what to say and was speechless for a while. The Demon King probably thought that the ancestor of the holy sect was strong enough that day. So he came up with this sinister way to make her descendants serve him and the demons forever. I don't know what to do now. My mother has suffered so much in the demon clan. And I was born like this. Xiujio buried her face in her legs and cried non-stop. Sometimes, reality hits people very hard, even though it seems funny to others. Yi Xian pondered for a while. As long as you kill the devil, won't your mother be freed from the sea of suffering? But if I kill the Demon King with you, I might not be cultivated. Then, who kills the Demon King with you? Nothing is true, Xiujio said with red eyes and choked with sobs. Isn't this a time paradox? Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. There is only one solution left. Xiujio wiped away her tears and stared at him solemnly. Yi Xian was curious. What? You two go and kill me. I won't give you any help to prevent the paradox from happening. Xiujio took a long breath. Although it sounded a bit irresponsible, it was the best way at the moment. But in this case, you might not have existed from the beginning. After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 413, Battle. But you will still remember me. Xiujio's eyes were red, and she was smiling. Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but she shook her head. Come on! I believe you can do it. Yi Xian exhaled and left with Natasha. Xiujio stood in the room, holding the file with a heart-wrenching smile on his face. She looked at the sky. Mother, I won't let you suffer anymore. Yi Xian ran with Natasha in the aisle, and went straight to the top floor. He knew that the Demon King was there, and this was also the best opportunity to kill him. No guards. Such a choice is very conceited, and may lead him into an endless abyss. Top layer. After Yi Xian arrived here, he swallowed his foam, held the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and looked into the distance. The devil is sitting on a chair, tasting the wine in the glass. You are finally here. Should I say? Wait. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. Armor appeared all over his body, and at the same time, formations appeared out of thin air. Array Master? The Demon King was a little surprised. Yi Xian didn't speak. He saw tombstones falling from the sky, smashing through the roof of the castle and falling in. The Demon King shook his head and muttered. The castle needs to be repaired now. Without the Demon King's castle, is there any need to continue to exist? Yi Xian said lightly and rushed over quickly. The speed was extremely fast. It turned out that there were 2 formations running on the shoes, which could increase his speed. Before coming, he made sure everything was in place. He even used all the professional skills he has now. It's a little trick, the Demon King said, and appeared behind him instantly. You look familiar. Have we met before? Ah. Yi Xian sneered and did not answer. He waved his hand and summoned many explosion entities. In an instant, there were bursts of explosions. The whole castle shook and shook. Yi Xian took a few steps back and looked forward. Is it so powerful? He himself was a little surprised. Fortunately, it would not cause harm to himself and his teammates. Otherwise the team might be wiped out directly. It's interesting. You're not as miserable as I thought. The Demon King sneered. And as he waved his hand, a big knife appeared in his hand. It was a big knife that he had never seen before. The whole body was glowing red, giving people a terrifying feeling. Yi Xian swallowed and found that he had suffered some injuries. It turns out, just some injuries. Although the clothes on the Demon King's body were blown to pieces and his skin was exposed, making him look miserable. He was only slightly injured at most. Yi Xian murmured softly. This is the strength of the devil. Do you know my origin? The Demon King seemed a little surprised, and the sword in his hand emitted a black light. Who in this world doesn't know? Yi Xian asked, the solemnity on his face not fading a bit. He then used teleportation and invisibility, and instantly disappeared out of thin air. Shua! The Demon King waved the sword in his hand. In an instant, powerful energy overflowed, and this level of the castle was cut off at the waist. Fortunately, Natasha was not injured because she was protected by the formation, but her face was as pale as paper. So strong! She could feel the power of the Demon King, and knew it would be difficult to win this time. But despite this, he did not give up, and frequently fired arrows to interfere. As for the power of ice and snow, he regarded it as a trump card, and did not use it for the time being. Where are the people? The Demon King frowned slightly, as the entire top floor began to collapse. He snorted coldly, and shook the collapsed part away. In an instant, the castle was in the open air. Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind him, and performed an assassination attempt. Probability of success, 10%. Although it is not high, it is still necessary to try. The Demon King suddenly turned around, and kicked Yi Xian in the chest. Unbelievable force came, and Yi Xian flew out upside down, almost falling off the castle. After stabilizing his body, he frowned. My castle was turned into this by an ant like you. The Demon King's voice was cold, and after he finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Yi Xian secretly thought that was bad. Just as he was about to use teleportation, a figure appeared beside him, and was cutting off the knife in his hand. Who else could it be if he wasn't the Demon King? Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian's eyes widened slightly, and his left arm was chopped off at the root. Natasha's pupils narrowed. Master! She suddenly burst out with the power of ice and snow from her body, and a strong cold current swept out, turning the area of 100 kilometers into a land of ice and snow. Suddenly, there was a snowstorm. Owner. Natasha was slightly absent-minded, and the pupils in her eyes were vaguely glowing with white light. She jumped up, and an ice blue bow and arrow appeared. She drew it fully, and pointed it at the Demon King. Oh! The Demon King looked over with interest. Die! Natasha gritted her teeth, and let go with all her strength. The arrow flew out like a meteor, hitting almost instantly, mixed with biting coldness. What a terrifying power! Yi Xian covered his broken arm and backed away. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face was pale. He cast a powerful healing spell on himself, and his arm slowly grew back this time. But they couldn't move as freely as before in a short period of time. The aftermath of the attack dissipated. The figure of the Demon King slowly appeared, completely frozen in the ice. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a caw-caw sound was heard, and the ice suddenly fell into pieces and flew out. How come? Natasha was a little lost and fell back to the ground. It was hard to believe that this was the result. That's really interesting. How about you stay and be my refrigeration machine? The Demon King's face was full of mockery. Must look for opportunities. Yi Xian couldn't help but touch the artifact dagger hidden in his chest. Only use it if you have a chance to win. Natasha was exhausted, and the power of ice and snow in her body was almost exhausted. Sister, I'm relying on you. After she finished speaking, her hair seemed to be on fire. The skirt she was wearing turned red, and even her whole body was ignited with flames. Oh! Twins of ice and fire. They also evolved into two personalities, which is interesting. The devil is like a cat playing with its prey. He does not kill him at all, but enjoys the process. Yi Xian exhaled, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword, looking at the Demon King from a distance, thinking about the solution in his heart. The red-haired Natasha rubbed her nose. You are the one who asked my sister to be your ice maker just now. I don't want you to be cooked. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand, and a fireball slowly appeared, emitting scorching flames, and at the same time, like the sun, it illuminated the entire demon city. Look! Isn't that a castle? Oh my god! What is going on? Are we going to die? Could it be that the gods came down to punish us for killing us? The demon residents were talking a lot. The fireball in red-haired Natasha's hand was still only the size of a palm, round and slightly golden in the center. She licked her lips and threw the fireball at the Demon King. Come and taste this. Chapter 414, Dead? The Demon King looked at the approaching fireball and ducked sideways. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Is he afraid of fire? Fire is the most yang thing. As a devil, the devil belongs to evil spirits. Fire has a strong restraining effect. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Xian was speechless. I just remembered. The little golden dragon seemed a little embarrassed, and then asked when they would be combined. The dragon human form can enhance a lot of strength. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't rush yet. He was arranging formations as he spoke, and he had already laid out formations in almost every open area. Hey, what are you hiding from? Are you afraid that your aunt will take care of me? The red-haired Natasha looked like she needed a beating and raised her middle finger. You, the devil seemed to be angry, jumped up and licked his lips. Take you back and tame you. You seem to have forgotten that I am not alone? The red-haired Natasha remained motionless as a fireball slowly formed in her hand. Then, powerful energy fluctuations were seen coming from below, which was Yi Xian's Bejiquan. The Demon King looked over and could only defend himself. Red-haired Natasha's voice came again. How do you say that? Yes, if you ignore your buttocks, you will be beaten. After she finished speaking, she pushed out the hot fireball in her hand and hit it with almost no effort. Ah! The devil's whole body was ignited with flames, and he looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Effective? Yi Xian murmured softly and found that the skin all over his body had begun to fall off. You damn guy is really becoming more and more interesting to me. The Demon King turned to stare at the red-haired Natasha. The clothes on her upper body had been burned, but only her trousers on her lower body were burned. Red-haired Natasha frowned. I only have master in my heart, and I can't tolerate you. It would be great if there was a real explosion. Yi Xian let out a breath and recalled that when he was at the ruins of the gods, he had to deal with another devil. As long as there were enough, he could be killed by an explosion. But now, a fake is a fake after all, and his most powerful attack method is nothing more than the poetry sword. In comparison, the power may be greater, but the damage cannot be superimposed. Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped setting up the formation. It's time to start. After he finished speaking, he slowly disappeared, having released his invisibility. The Demon King fell back to the ground and shook his head. If he had known that dealing with him would be so troublesome, he would have called a few experts over to help. At this moment, a figure appeared in the center of the battlefield, wearing a rubber mask. She was Leng Shui, the ancestor of the Tianxing sect. She was holding two thin daggers as long as her arms, and glanced around. Why are you here? The Demon King asked with great interest. Find someone. Leng Shui suddenly looked to the left and stabbed out the dagger in his hand. With a pop sound, Yi Xian appeared, and the thin dagger pierced his chest. The red-haired Natasha looked distressed. She probably won't die yet. After she finished speaking, she bit her lower lip without any reservation, clasped her hands together, and then slowly opened them. And a fireball 10 meters in diameter appeared behind her. How did you see me? Yi Xian asked in surprise, and retreated sharply, only to find that there were barbs on the thin dagger, which directly took away a lot of flesh. What follows is pain. Yi Xian resisted shouting and unleashed a powerful healing technique on himself. Feeling, Leng Shui said very evilly. Can you please stay out of it? Yi Xian frowned, but he really didn't want to fight with her, mainly because the things involved were too messy. Leng Shui was expressionless. I must get your head before dawn. His. Yi Xian took a breath of cold air and said to himself that there was nothing he could do. He immediately felt sad and rushed over. Swish. Leng Shui instantly waved the dagger in her hands. Blood spattered, but Yi Xian successfully pushed his hands on her shoulders. At the same time, a door appeared from behind her. It was the door of death. Goodbye. Yi Xian pursed his lips. He originally wanted to use this trump card to deal with the Demon King, but he had to use it now. Leng Shui was pushed into the door of death, never expecting such a thing to happen. Yi Xiansong sighed and realized that he was almost cut into pieces. Fortunately, the armor on his body was hard enough. He said in his mind, Come on! The little golden dragon responded, its whole body glowing with golden light. and it got into his body. Yi Xian's appearance slowly changed, and dragon scales rose up all over his body. The Demon King was expressionless. I'm very angry. That's one of my favorite servants. What he feels now is endless coldness, and he no longer has the indifference he had just now. You don't treat her as a person. You only treat her as a tool or an object. Right. Yi Xian waved his hand and dispersed the door of death, staring at the Demon King. A servant? Is he worthy of being called a human being? The devil asked. Ah. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. He stared at the Demon King. A guy like you is not worthy of being called the leader of a country. Whether you are worthy or not is not up to you, the Demon King said, looking at the fireball behind the red-haired Natasha, which already made him feel some fatal threats. Don't even think about disturbing her, Yi Xian said. All the formations he had set up lit up. Countless amplifications came close to him, and those tombstones also flew over and wrapped around his body, forming new armor. I really don't understand why there are people like you in the world who dare to challenge me even though they think they have some strength, the Demon King said, with a fierce look in his eyes that would make ordinary people wet their pants just by looking at him. We'll talk after we win first. Yi Xian rushed straight away. Now it seems that red-haired Natasha's attack is the most effective, and she must delay it for enough time to allow the big fireball to charge up and complete it. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. The Demon King's expression did not change, and he waved the sword in his hand. The speed was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Yi Xian was hit, and the dragon scales on his body were cut open like paper. The little golden dragon's voice appeared in my mind. Back up! Yi Xian hurriedly followed the instructions and looked down at his waist. There was a small line of blood. Is this Demon King who was almost cut in half a monster? Yi Xian murmured. The last time he felt this powerless was when he faced another devil. Devil. What do these two words represent? And why is it so powerful, and so powerful that it makes people despair? Master, get out of the way quickly, came the red-haired Natasha's voice. If you dare to hurt my master, I will kill you. After she finished speaking, she stretched out her hands, and the huge fireball was like the sun, hitting the devil directly. Powerful healing teleportation, Yi Xian murmured softly. Green light flashed around his body, and disappeared instantly. The fireball had completely enveloped the Demon King. What was strange was that the Demon King did not dodge at all. Yi Xian stood on the edge of the castle, watching this scene quietly. Do you died? Chapter 415 Intermediate Level. Yi Xian touched the ground with his feet, hugged the fallen red-haired Natasha, and returned to the ground smoothly. Are you okay? I'm just a little tired. Hey, that guy must have died under my fireball. Red-haired Natasha looked proud. The fire gradually became smaller, and the entire castle was burned down. Big boss? Oh my god! The soldiers had already arrived, looking at this scene at a loss. I saw a burning man standing on the charred land. It was the Demon King, with a terrifying light in his eyes. Red-haired Natasha looked shocked. Isn't it? That was his most powerful fire attack. And he was still alive? Withdraw! Yi Xian's heart moved slightly, and he led her back, but suddenly felt a powerful energy sweeping in. Ha ha ha! The Demon King looked up to the sky and laughed. You're still in the mood to laugh after being hurt like this? Yi Xian frowned and was about to teleport away when he spotted Xiaojiu curled up in a corner not far away. She was injured by the falling rocks and was struggling to get up. Yi Xian teleported over and took him away. Fortunately, the Demon King didn't stop him at all for some reason. The next day, early morning, the first confrontation with the Demon King failed. Natasha was exhausted. Xiaojiu was seriously injured, and Yi Xian was also slightly injured. Fortunately, these were nothing because of the powerful healing technique. Master, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Natasha has returned to her old self, feeling very guilty. What does this have to do with you? Yi Xian was sitting on a stone, dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, he could not find any chance to attack the Demon King. Can that kind of monster really be defeated? Yi Xian took out the artifact dagger and touched his forehead. While feeling tired, his head hurt. Xiaojiu said weakly. The Demon King seemed to have advanced yesterday. Advanced? Yi Xian looked over in shock. Well, I heard that the Demon King is actually a junior devil. One day in the past, he advanced to the intermediate level. Probably now. Xiaojiu nodded, and then sighed helplessly. Isn't it only the elementary level? Yi Xian was puzzled and thought that the primary devil was the strongest. Xiaojiu shook his head. On top of that, There are intermediate and high levels. In the ancient war between immortals and demons, the middle level could already serve as the commander-in-chief. It was an absolutely terrifying existence. Enough to crush some gods. How can we fight this? Yi Xian had one head and two heads. He couldn't say anything at all. And all he could do was smile bitterly. Unless you become more powerful than him. Or find someone more powerful than him. Xiao Jiu muttered. However, this is nothing more than a pipe dream. Correct. Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. Took out the book that the madman gave him before he died. Turned to the last night. Wrote the message of the devil Carol. And wrote fire on the weakness. I don't know how my mother is doing. Xiujio turned to look at the sky. Is this supposed to be a good time? Yi Xian was extremely embarrassed. The ancestor of the Tianxing sect had been pushed into the door of death by him, and was probably already dead. Xiujio pouted and said, I hope so. Speaking of which, why is she so obedient to the Demon King? After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he asked in surprise. Because she is only loyal to the Demon King. And she is loyal unconditionally. Xiao Jiu explained. I see. Yi Xian nodded lightly, and then looked back. It was already far away from the main city of the demon clan. He looked towards the river not far away. Can you call him here? Who? Xiujio asked, confused. Yi Xian did not answer, but picked up a stone on the ground, came to the river, and threw the stone directly in. River God! Come out! Who? Some old voices sounded. Then, an old man wearing a robe, a kind face, and a long white beard slowly floated out of the river. Well, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll find another river god. Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then cupped his hands. Silly boy. I am the only river god in the world. The river god shook his head and laughed, making him feel like a neighbor's grandpa. Very kind. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. The river god in my memory is very unreliable. Who is this fairy-like guy in front of me? Xiujio said quickly. Grandpa, are you a god? Please help us. Demon? The river god looked at her, with a pair of plain eyes that gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. What's wrong? Xiao Jiu felt hair on her back, and then her face turned pale. Since ancient times, immortals and demons have been at odds with each other. Will I be killed? It seems very possible. Don't be afraid. You are a good boy. I will not hurt you, the river god said with a soft smile, stroking his beard with his hand. Yi Xian asked, Are you really the river god? Do you have other forms? Well, this is what I looked like before I became a god. As the river god spoke, his appearance suddenly changed, becoming the same as when he saw it for the first time. It's true, Yi Xian murmured in a low voice, and then solemnly handed over his hand. This is our first meeting, and we asked Senior to help us deal with the devil. Ha ha. Silly boy. If I could beat him, I would have done it long ago. The river god laughed. He changed back to his fairy-like ancient look and continued. The contemporary demon king is at the peak of the first level. I am seriously injured and am no match. What's more, he was promoted to the intermediate level last night. How can I, a little god, do it? Make an enemy of it. Do you know a god who can deal with him? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then raised his hands, and couldn't help but ask. I do know someone. But unfortunately, I haven't seen him for many years. I don't know how he is doing now. The river god hesitated. Senior, please take us there, Yi Xian said quickly, his eyes filled with seriousness. Seeing this, the river god nodded, but suddenly smiled. You are not from this era, are you? Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't expect that he could see it at a glance. That's right. Yi Xian nodded, a little embarrassed. Why come to this era? The river god said, waving his hand to signal them to come over. The purpose is to kill the devil. Otherwise many lives will be devastated. Yi Xian pursed his lips and walked over with the two girls. Afterwards, he informed the demons about their conquest all over the world and emphasized the seriousness of the problem. The river god's eyes were solemn. Without further delay, let's set off now. How to get to? Yi Xian knew that he was talking about finding a master who could deal with the demon king. But he hesitated. The river god smiled and said nothing, waved his hand, and the water rose into the sky, wrapping them in it. Then they entered the river and rushed out for dozens of miles in an instant. This is the first time I feel like this. Shijio's beautiful eyes showed surprise. And soon, when they arrived, everyone left the water, and in front of them was the entrance to the ruins of the gods. Chapter 416 Master. Senior. Who is the master you are talking about? Yi Xian swallowed and thought of immortal Yang Yun, who had been offended by him. The river god smiled and said, a guy who seals demons for his sword. After he finished speaking, he led a few people into the ruins of the gods. They took a small path under the water. Yi Xian was a little stunned. When I and others entered the ruins of the gods, it was extremely difficult. I never thought that there was a small road here. After entering the ruins of the gods, he couldn't believe his eyes. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. The beasts were resonating, and there were all kinds of rare and exotic animals. Master, the difference between before and after is so big. Natasha blinked with big eyes. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Hearing this, the river god asked, what was it like here in your time? After several major catastrophes, it has been completely changed beyond recognition. Living creatures may only be found underground. Yi Xian said a little embarrassed. Underground? Isn't that a place where ferocious monsters are kept? Although the river god was surprised, he didn't say much. Senior, don't you want to intervene? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. A little curious, the river god chuckled. I'm not as courageous as you and dare to tamper with the future. Yi Xian couldn't help but rub his nose when he heard this, feeling a little embarrassed. Soon, several people came to a forest, which was full of life and gave people a comfortable feeling. The river god walked in front. Yi Xian followed closely with his two daughters, and soon they arrived outside a tree hole. Suddenly, he knew who the master the river god was talking about was the founder of Shixianjian. I once had a relationship with someone, and I was considered to be their half-disciple. As soon as he entered the tree hole, the sound of the whistling sword struck him. The river god looked over, raised his hand, and the water flow gathered to block the attack. Sword god, it's me. How was the war? A middle-aged man was holding a silver-white sword and panting. Well, it's over already. The river god seemed a little embarrassed. It ended long ago. Then why have you never come over and mentioned it to me in all these years? The sword god was very angry, and said that he was going to fight. The river god quickly took a few steps back. Don't I want you to concentrate on recovering from your injuries, so as not to keep you clamoring to go out? Humph. Who are these little dolls? The sword god shook his sleeves and sat on the stone nearby. The junior who came to me for help. The river god replied. Since I'm asking you for help, why did you bring them to me? Don't you know that this place cannot be known to outsiders? The sword god frowned and seemed very unhappy. The river god waved his hand. These few people are exceptions, because he was not from the same era. He brought people here. Forget it. Tell me, are you coming to me for any trouble you can't solve? The sword god is still sensible. First, let's talk about how your injuries are. The river god said with a smile on his face. It has worsened, and it is estimated that there are still 3 months left. The sword god said it very calmly. The river god just nodded, and he didn't show any sadness, just some emotion. Yi Xian and others looked at each other in confusion. The sword god frowned. Tell me what's going on. A devil came to the demon clan and became the new devil king. And just last night, he was promoted to the intermediate level. The river god spoke. Oh, it's interesting. No wonder there was an inexplicable powerful wave coming in yesterday. The sword god was thoughtful. Can you beat him? River god was outspoken and tried to ask directly. The sword god snorted coldly. I have wielded a sword all my life. During the battle between immortals and demons, even high-level devils could not escape death in front of me. Just rely on him. But you are still seriously injured, and you will die in 3 months. The river god squinted his eyes slightly and demolished the stage with just one sentence. How could I have done it if I hadn't met that legendary being? The sword god had a headache. Can you beat him now? The river god asked again. The sword god pondered for a moment. Yes. Give me some time to prepare. Do you want to leave your legacy? The river god asked. And Yi Xian on the side almost pricked up his ears, listening carefully. I have many moves and over 10,000 sword skills, but there are only 3 strongest ones. I plan to transform into 3 remnant souls and travel around the world with these 3 sword skills, leaving behind a legacy. The sword god nodded. Okay, we'll wait for you. The river god nodded. Yi Xian knelt down on one knee, raised his hands to the sword god and said, Master, what did you call me? The sword god didn't come back to his senses for a moment, and was very surprised. He had not left any inheritance. So why did he have an apprentice for no reason? What came to his mind? You kid, Do you want me to leave my inheritance to you? Don't even think about it. Looking at how skinny you are, you might not be able to hold a sword firmly. Right. The sword god stared at him expressionlessly. Don't be angry. That's how he treats others. He always wants to hurt people first. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The river god smiled slightly. Master, I have misunderstood. Let's see, Yi Xian said as he stood up and used the poetry sword. The river god told him of his origin, and that he was a man from several years later. The sword god was thoughtful. Shi Xian's sword is pretty good. How long did it take you to learn it? A few minutes. Yi Xian thought for a while and said. The air was quiet for a while, and the river god and the sword god looked at each other without speaking. What's wrong? Yi Xian was inexplicably embarrassed. Didn't you lie? The river god had no ill intentions. He just felt that this was too outrageous, and even a genius would have spent at least several decades on it. The sword god felt that he had been tricked. Boy, if you want to use this method to prove your talent, you are too naive. I told the truth. Yi Xian scratched his head, his eyes full of sincerity. Well, if you can learn these 3 sword skills within an hour, I will believe what you say. The sword god raised his hand and took out 3 skill books. Okay, Yi Xian chuckled. As a player, he could master these books instantly. Soon, he took 3 books and flipped through them while time passed by. The sword god turned around to take a rest, but heard Yi Xian's voice. Okay, I have learned all the sword moves in these 3 books. Now, demonstrate it again. The sword god paused and turned to look at him. His calm heart was shaken by anger at this moment. Master, look at it, Yi Xian said, pulled out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and started swinging it. This? The more the sword god looked at it, the more frightened he became. It was exactly the same as the move recorded in the book, but you can learn it just by looking at it. Does such a genius really exist? Soon, after the demonstration, Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Master, do you believe it now? Learn these again. The sword god took out another skill book. More than 30 in total. Chapter 417 Artistic Conception. Master, why don't you believe me yet? Skill books were thrown everywhere, and Yi Xian had already learned 1,000. He rubbed his sore eyebrows. The 30 books he had promised were now piled up in a mountain. Even if he could learn them instantly, it would still be annoying. A genius is a genius. A genius is a genius. The sword god patted his shoulder and couldn't help but say, his face filled with excitement. Master? Yi Xian was a little confused. The sword god responded, hesitating again and again, but then let out a long sigh. The river god on the side asked, with such a good apprentice, why are you still hesitating? Why don't you just give him what you have learned throughout your life? Although he has learned it, he only has form but no soul. The sword god put his hands behind his back, seeming a little lonely and a little regretful. Yi Xian was puzzled. Soul? Show me how to use the poetry sword again. The sword god stared at him, his eyes vaguely glowing with light. Yi Xian nodded, exhaled and used the poetry sword, which was extremely powerful. The river god couldn't help but say, isn't this great? Then take a look at what the real Shi Xian sword looks like. As the sword god spoke, a sword appeared with his hand, and he stood tall and straight, like an inviolable god of war. I have a sword that can break the sky. The sword god looked at everyone. At this moment, the surrounding scenery began to change. Everyone was shocked by this scene and felt immersed in it. So strong. Yi Xian swallowed and foamed at the mouth. But soon, the sword god coughed violently, and everything returned to reality. The river god shook his head. It turns out that you have been injured like this, so you should keep it here. But if I don't deal with the devil, who will? The sword god wiped the blood coughed up from the corner of his mouth, seeming very tired. Master, I'll go, Yi Xian said solemnly at this time. I have learned thousands of sword moves. Maybe. What a joke. The sword god looked at him, with his hands behind his back, like an ordinary grandfather. You can't even compare to the river god. How can you defeat the demon king? This, Yi Xian lowered his head slightly. He was indeed unable to do what he wanted, but the river god was unwilling. Why compare me? My child, you can defeat the demon king, but you must first thoroughly learn my Shi Xian sword here and defeat the river god. Otherwise I will not let you out. The sword god didn't pay any attention to it, but kept talking to himself. Okay. Yi Xian knew that this was a good way to improve his strength. But what should be done specifically? The immortal poetry sword requires a kind of artistic conception, which can be translated into poetry. I feel ashamed to say that this sword technique was not created by me, but by Shi Xian and I. It's a pity that I didn't protect him during the battle between immortals and demons. Artistic conception. Yi Xian murmured softly, frowned slightly, and began to think hard. He rubbed his chin. It's easy to say these two words, but how can you express them? On the other side, the sword god has finished his emotion, speaking of the most important thing about Shi Xian's sword. That is perception. Without insight, it will be difficult to master the true poet immortal sword. After the sword god finished speaking, he turned around and closed his eyes. Yi Xian recalled the feeling just now. Master's artistic conception is very high and makes people immersive. Is it because he has had some insights? He scratched his head and couldn't understand it at all. Go and block the way out. The sword god turned to look at the river god. Oh? Why? Xiao Jiao, who was standing aside, was unhappy. He can't go out until he completely learns the poetry sword. The sword god said lightly, and the river god turned around and left, disappearing from the place almost instantly. Xiao Jiao wanted to stop it but couldn't. The sword god stared at Yi Xian. Instead of working behind closed doors here, it's better to go out for a walk. Thank you for your teaching, Master. Yi Xian nodded, then turned and left the tree hole, walking aimlessly in the forest. Natasha followed. Xiao Jiao was stopped by the sword god. Did you know that you are a prodigy in practicing swords? I'm a genius? Xiao Jiao was stunned for a moment, very surprised. That's right. Although he is not as good as that boy, he is definitely incomparable to others. The sword god nodded lightly. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Xiujia was puzzled. The sword god took out a skill book and said, This is another secret skill of mine. I can combine my sword with my body, or even transform my body into a sword. Is it great? Xiaojia walked over. Very familiar. As if he was facing his own old man. Of course. After you learn it thoroughly, you can easily kill the mid-level devil. The sword god nodded lightly. Then can I learn? Xiujio's eyes were filled with light, and she couldn't help but ask. The sword god handed over the skill book. Go. I hope to see your growth. Then should I call you master? Xiujio looked happy. Unexpectedly, she got a secret book. Of course. Just don't use your mind-reading skills randomly. It will annoy people. The sword god still closed his eyes. At their level, they can completely feel it. Sorry. Xiao Jio was a little embarrassed. He tried mind-reading many times to know what the two gods were thinking. But he failed every time, and was even noticed. Soon, she left the tree hole. But Yi Xian and others had disappeared. TCH. They walked really fast. Since you can't find it, learn it here. Xiujio took out the skill book, started learning according to the above steps, and gradually got into the state. On the other side, Yi Xian was sitting under a tree, holding Natasha's hand and thinking about the so-called artistic conception. At this moment, in the main city of the demon clan, inside the castle, those old guys asked me to plunder the resources of this world. They never expected that I would become an intermediate level. The demon king was sitting on the throne, holding a wine glass in his hand. As he talked, he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. He was so happy. He licked his lips. From now on, this world belongs to me. As for the tasks given by the elders, it doesn't matter. Whoever dares to come here to teach me a lesson will have no chance of surviving. I would also like to thank those who came to cause trouble, the Demon King said thoughtfully. Lord Demon King, I found this on the street. Suddenly a man ran over, holding a piece of paper taped in his hand. Isn't this something snowy? The Demon King raised his hand to take it, feeling a little emotional. But when he saw it, his eyes suddenly froze, and he stared at the portrait on the paper in a daze. He looked at his severed finger. It's actually him? Leng Shui once said that the person in the portrait he gave had been disguised. Did not expect, after taking off the disguise, he turned out to be the same person who had lost his finger. It was really an enemy. Interesting. The Demon King had a faint smile on his face. Leng Shui has a habit of drawing out the original appearance of people who are disguised and then killing them. It was this habit that made him find the target of revenge. Chapter 418 Xian Yuan's Sword. A sneeze. In the ruins of the gods, Yi Xian sneezed heavily. He was surprised. What's going on? Master, shall we go over there? Natasha suddenly pointed to the left, as if she saw something, with a look of anticipation on her face. Okay. Yi Xian chuckled. How could he refuse? So he got up and walked over there with her. And soon arrived at a plum blossom forest. So beautiful. Natasha's pupils trembled slightly. And she mustered up the courage to hug Yi Xian's arm. In the ruins of the gods, these plum blossom trees are all in bloom. Never falling. Always blooming. Like the most beautiful picture scroll in the world. Yi Xian suddenly began to think. I seem to understand something. A plum blossom falls. And a sword breaks the 9 heavens. Yi Xian murmured softly. And suddenly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. And a strong artistic conception swept out. He chuckled. That's it. Only when you have seen it yourself can you perform it best. Which is why the sword god let him come out to see it. Master, it seems more beautiful here, Natasha whispered softly. But she didn't know why. If you want to see plum blossoms in the future, tell the master, and I can let you see them at any time. Yi Xian looked doting on his face, and raised his hand to touch her cheek. Natasha nodded vigorously. Yi Xian chuckled. Let's go back. We can deal with the sword god. The two of them returned to the tree hole, and found Xiao Jiao practicing swordplay. A little surprised. Don't you use a dagger? Why did you suddenly learn to practice swordsmanship? Yi Xian walked over with Natasha. Humph. Even though I'm very reluctant, I'm already your junior sister. Xiao Jiao pouted. Junior sister? Yi Xian looked strange. Then looked up and down. Xiao Jiao blushed. Why are you looking down on me? The master said that I am a prodigy in sword practice. And he also passed on a unique skill to me. Then come on. Yi Xian rubbed his nose and finished speaking. Then walked into the tree hole. Followed closely by Natasha. Back? The sword god stood there like a statue. As if he had been waiting for a long time. Well, I'm at a plum blossom forest. And then? Yi Xian started to speak. But was interrupted. The sword god raised his hand. I don't want to know that. I just want to know what you have learned. Learn the artistic conception of plum blossoms. Yi Xian said this. Waved his hand. And the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Becoming what the plum blossom forest looked like at that time. Master is so awesome. Natasha was very surprised. Good boy. You learned it so quickly. Come on. Attack me. The sword god nodded with satisfaction. Then patted his chest. Yi Xian was stunned. Isn't this bad? There's nothing wrong with it. Come on. Let me have a taste of the poetry sword. The sword god smiled and said. There was no other way. Yi Xian had no choice but to do as he wished. Chanting a poem in his mouth. And swung the sword. The plum blossom-shaped sword light flashed. Huh? The sword god was still standing there. With no defense just now. And a plum blossom wound on his chest. Master? Yi Xian's eyes widened. His hand shook. And the sword fell to the ground. The sword god's face instantly became serious. No matter what time. Never throw away the sword in your hand. Yes. Yi Xian quickly picked up the 7-star Long Yuan sword and stepped forward to cast a powerful healing technique. The sword god's injuries improved. Your moves are good. To be able to heal myself as a god, in a sense, can be regarded as a miracle. Master, why didn't you defend yourself just now? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Fortunately, he only used 10% of his strength at that time. Otherwise the consequences would have been serious, and there would be no time to release the powerful healing technique. I am a dying person. If I have nothing to guard against, I will die. The sword god looked very indifferent. Well, you can't say that. Yi Xian shook his head quickly. It was unlucky to say such a thing. The sword god raised his hand. And a sword appeared out of thin air. All golden in color. This is the Xianyuan sword. Take it. Master? Yi Xian took the Xianyuan sword in a daze. He could feel the edge on the sword and knew it was an extraordinary thing. With this sword, you may be able to kill many more demon kings. The sword god was helped to the bedside. Thank you, Master, for the sword. Yi Xian knew that he could not continue to push or delay. Otherwise he would lose face. Xiao Jiao walked in from the outside. Master, you are partial. You only give it to him, but not to me. You are your own sword. So why use anything else? The sword god smiled softly. At this moment, it felt very much like a kind old grandfather looking after his children. Oh, Xiao Jiao pouted. Master, can I defeat the river god now? Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then asked. With this plum blossom artistic conception, he felt much stronger than before. The sword god shook his head. Although the river god is also injured, it is definitely not something you can defeat. It is not enough. Isn't this enough? Yi Xian's scalp was numb. How powerful could that demon king, who was stronger than the river god, be? Don't be eager for quick success. The sword god sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. Then I will go and understand more artistic conceptions, and then defeat the river god. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then turned solemnly, turning around and leaving with Natasha. Xiujio took the opportunity to ask, Master, if we learn the last move, who is the best? It's hard to tell the winner. The sword god only said these 4 words. In the next 2 days, Yi Xian walked many places and realized the second artistic conception waterfall under a shocking waterfall. But he knew it wasn't enough. Natasha had a sudden thought. Master, can you superimpose these artistic conceptions? Good idea, Yi Xian murmured softly, and then thought about poems that could be combined. Plum blossoms are all over the mountains and fields, and waterfalls hang in front of the river, Yi Xian whispered, intending to force the 2 together. Master, where is the sword? Natasha tilted her head. Yi Xian looked embarrassed. Yes, a sword is missing. He rubbed his sore eyebrows. But suddenly, Xiaojio came over from a distance. The sword is in the heart. Xiaojio pouted, looking incomprehensible. In your heart? Yi Xian looked at her chest. Thoughtfully. Hey, are you a gangster? Xiaojio scolded with a red face, covering her chest, feeling uncomfortable all over. Shixianjian doesn't require you to have a sword in your poems. I asked the master, as long as the artistic conception is enough. No need poetry can also cut the sword of poetry. What is important is not the verses, but the artistic conception in the verses. If you make up the lyrics so randomly, it will make the sword moves weaker and stop being clever. Xiaojio blushed and looked at the waterfall. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Thanks for the advice. By the way, why are you here? Master asked me to come to you and ask you to go back and tell us something, Xiujio said, motioning for them to follow him. Then turned around and went back the way he came, and soon returned to the tree hole. Not only the master, but the river god was also there, all expressionless, and the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. Chapter 419 Trial. You should know that I have 3 strongest moves. The sword god broke the silence. Yi Xian and Xiaojio nodded respectively. The sword god continued, You have learned the first and the second respectively, and I have placed the third in the depths of a secret realm. Master, why are you doing this? Xiaojio was puzzled and scratched his head. First, to train you, and second, you will know when the time comes. The sword god gave 2 maps. Ahem. Extra rules. From now on, you 2 are both brothers and sisters, and enemies. If one of you can kill the other, you can get all 3 skill books. The river god suddenly spoke up at this time. Silence filled the air, and everyone looked at each other. Xiaojio looked at the sword god blankly. Master, that's what I meant. The sword god finished speaking calmly and waved his hand to indicate that the trial had begun. Xiujio turned around and disappeared instantly. Yi Xian looked at the sword god. Master, aren't these rules too cruel? If you are not cruel, how can you teach a good disciple? The river god said at this time, motioning for them to get out quickly and not waste time here. Leaving the tree hole, Natasha asked in a low voice, Master, I feel they are so cruel. Will Sister Xiujio really come to kill us? I have no idea. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Probably only she knew what Xiujio was thinking. Little girl, you can't go together. The voice of the river god came from not far away. Ah? Why? Natasha looked over aggrievedly. The river god chuckled. There's no point in being cute. This is a struggle between them, and has nothing to do with you. Be good. Come over. Master can do it. Yi Xian let out a long breath, raised his hand and rubbed Natasha's head, then turned around and left resolutely. The location of the secret realm is so far away. Xiaojio was holding the map given by the sword god at that time, with the location of the secret realm clearly marked on it. She jumped onto the tree and suddenly found some words written on the map, which read as follows. There are many props or equipment in the secret realm that can make you stronger. You can use them. That's pretty much it. Xiaojio whispered softly. He only had a dagger on him, and he hadn't learned the content in the skill book yet. If he met Yi Xian, he would be dead. But it will be different if you can get powerful props or equipment. Yi Xian walked alone in the woods. Xiujio, are you there? I won't hurt you. Can you come out for a moment? He was a little helpless and didn't want to kill each other at all. He couldn't understand why the master had to set such a cruel rule. Suddenly, half of the little golden dragon's head popped out of his arms and looked ahead. His eyes filled with vigilance. What's wrong? Yi Xian was a little strange. It's a very powerful aura. It seems to be a strange beast. So be careful. As the little golden dragon spoke, the ground began to tremble, and a monster like an orangutan walked out from behind the big tree. It was 2 meters tall and had strong muscles on its body. Yi Xian saw this. Excuse me. What's the matter? Huh? If you are blocking the road? Of course you want to rob. The orangutan monster said as he rushed over and punched out, cracking the ground along the road. Bang! Yi Xian frowned slightly and punched the Baji fist. The two fists collided, and a powerful airflow swept out and shot straight into the sky. It took a while, but that's all. The orangutan monster took a few steps back and looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile on his face. He twisted his neck. Try this again. This is... Yi Xian frowned slightly and was rubbing his sore wrist. The orangutan monster's eyes were red and its right arm was swollen, making it look like it had mutated. Go to H.L. The orangutan monster rushed forward and punched out. Yi Xian raised his hand and summoned a large amount of water in front of him. While slowing down the attack, he used teleportation to disappear. The next second, he appeared behind the orangutan monster, drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and used the poetry sword. The strong sword light shot straight into the sky. Shwa dash! The sword flashed and blood dripped. There was a horrific wound on the orangutan monster's back, and he knelt down without any strength, and then cried, Brother, don't kill me! I came here because of 3 bananas! 3 bananas? Yi Xian looked strange, still holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Yes, River God. He gave me 3 bananas and asked me to come here to stop you. The orangutan monster nodded quickly. So that's how it is, Yi Xian murmured softly. It seems that this so-called trial not only has uncertain factors, but also obstacles from the River God and the others. He smiled thoughtfully. The last person we have to face won't be the River God. Right. A sneeze. Deep in the secret realm, the River God holding the skill book sneezed. Strange. Who is talking about me? The River God muttered in a low voice, then shook his head and waited quietly for them to come. Brother, please let me go. On Yi Xian's side, the orangutan monster is still begging for mercy. He knelt on the ground and said, Brother, as long as you don't kill me, I will work as a horse for you. You should just stay like a monkey, Yi Xian said helplessly, and with a wave of his hand, he used a powerful healing technique on him, then turned around and left, continuing to walk towards the secret realm. He whispered in a low voice, I don't know who arrived faster, Xiaojiao or me. If it were herself, she could completely block the entrance and wait for Xiaojiao to come over and explain everything to her. You will be my master from now on. The orangutan monster follows. Hey, you don't have to be like this. Yi Xian stopped helplessly. Master, don't underestimate me. I am very particular about repaying kindness with enmity. The orangutan monster said something wrong and quickly corrected it. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Are you planning to plot against me? How could it be possible? I swear on my future happiness that I will never do such despicable things. The orangutan monster said quickly. Then if you do that, I will castrate you no matter what happens in the future. Yi Xian looked at his crotch and smiled thoughtfully. Aw? The orangutan monster's eyes widened. His crotch felt cold, and the evil thoughts in his heart disappeared instantly. He spoke righteously. Master, don't worry. That kind of thing will never happen. Okay, let's go. Maybe we need a helper like you. Yi Xian had a smile on his face and showed his back openly. If he was attacked by a sneak attack, he would have no time to react. Hey, the orangutan monster couldn't help but sigh as he followed behind. Although it was a good opportunity, he did not dare to take action. If he were not careful, his happiness in the rest of his life would be gone. Hateful. Xiaojiao is dealing with a beautiful flower fairy. Chapter 420. Secret Realm. Let me get through. Xiaojiao held a dagger with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. The flower fairy is only as big as a palm and looks like an elf. She holds a staff in her hand and says in a sweet voice, Beat me and you can pass. As she spoke, she waved the staff in her hand, and aggressive flowers grew out one after another. Hateful. Xiaojiao bit her lower lip, while avoiding Huar's attack. She also had to find a way to attack Hua Fairy. But this is almost impossible. Ah! Ah! You human being is so stupid! Flower Fairy shook her head. Xiujiu was very dissatisfied and disappeared in an instant. After hearing a few scratching sounds, the flowers that grew were cut into two halves. What? Hua Xinzi was shocked by this sudden situation. Xiao Jiu chuckled, holding a dagger in his hand. I am a killer. Since you won't let me pass, I have no choice but to kill you. There was a fierce light in her eyes, and she knew that she had to get to the ruins earlier than Yi Xian in order to have a chance. Soon, Hua Xinzi's body fell to the ground, and Xiao Jiu walked past. Fortunately, the secret realm is not far from here. Xiujiu wiped his dagger, looked at the portal in front of him, walked directly in, and entered another world. Yi Xian and the orangutan monster arrived belatedly. There are footprints! He shook his head helplessly, knowing that he had arrived a step too late. So he did not hesitate and entered the secret realm as well. What secret realm is this? Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and found floating islands everywhere, and there was a box in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he went over to open it and found a sword inside that exuded a cold light. This sword is good? The orangutan monster stretched out his hand. The next second, the cold air spread, and he was frozen into ice. You tell me whether you are stupid or not. Yi Xian had no choice but to close the box and summon flames. The orangutan monster was soon free. Oh my god! My hair is all wet! These should be the so-called props and weapons. Are they found on every island? Yi Xian murmured softly, looked at the markings on the map, and after walking a few steps, he found a cave in front of him. Looking closer, I found that it led directly to the bottom of the island, and there was an endless abyss below. There is another box there. The orangutan monster pointed downwards. The location of that box is very tricky. If you are not careful, you may fall into the abyss, with disastrous consequences. Can you do it? Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then asked. Humph. I'm an orangutan. It's not a big deal. But I won't go. The orangutan monster remembered what was found in the last box, and shook his head quickly. Yi Xian chuckled. The contents inside belong to you. Make a deal. The orangutan monster's heart moved, and he jumped down, easily grabbed the stone near the box, hung it in midair, and then opened the box. Golden light flashed, and there was a golden elixir inside. It must be a good thing. The orangutan monster carefully put it away and climbed back to the ground, only to see Yi Xian looking at him with a smile. Don't even think about it. You just said that the thing belongs to me. The orangutan monster was very aggrieved. Yi Xian raised his hand and 5 bananas appeared. Don't get me wrong. I just want to trade with you. If it doesn't work, forget it. Change. Change. Change now. The orangutan monster said quickly, his face filled with excitement. Soon, the transaction was completed. Yi Xian looked at the golden elixir in his hand and asked in his heart, Little golden dragon, what is this elixir for? It can give you a golden body for a certain period of time and make you invulnerable. Little Jinlong stretched out his head to take a look and answered casually. Dragon? The orangutan monster noticed him and collapsed to the ground on the spot, with a look of horror on his face. Why? You haven't seen it before? Are you making such a fuss? Little Jinlong said, very dissatisfied. The orangutan monster knelt on the ground obediently. I didn't know the dragon was here, so I hope you can forgive me. You are not guilty. Get up quickly. After Xiao Jinlong finished speaking, he turned back to Yi Xian's arms, feeling helpless. Maybe this is the problem of being too charming. Master, why do you still carry this dragon with you? The orangutan monster swallowed, and his eyes were filled with fear. It's more complicated to say, but he is still my pet anyway. You can call him boss. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. As soon as he finished speaking, he was bitten by the little golden dragon in his arms. Who is your pet? Hiss no no. Yi Xian quickly changed his words, secretly saying that he was a swindler. You think I can't hear you? The little golden dragon bit harder. Yi Xian was on the verge of tears and frequently used healing techniques, forgetting that he could hear his own voice. Let's go find a girl. After a long time, the little golden dragon stopped, and Yi Xian let out a long sigh. The orangutan monster's expression gradually became wretched. Master, it's not appropriate in a place like this, isn't it? TSK. Why are you thinking so much of pornographic waste? That's my junior sister. Yi Xian felt speechless. After entering the secret realm, he found that his tracking array had failed for some reason and could not sense Shujio. The orangutan monster was obviously disappointed. If I find it, I'll give you 300 bananas. Yi Xian raised his hand, and a large basket of bananas appeared. The orangutan monster's eyes straightened. Master, I will definitely find it. Very good. Why don't you cheer up? Yi Xian smiled lightly. Yes. The orangutan monster nodded vigorously, then walked ahead and began to investigate, not even intending to let go of a mosquito. Soon, they walked around the empty island, and except for some boxes, Xiao Jiao was nowhere to be found. It seems she is on another empty island. Yi Xian murmured in a low voice and summoned a telescope to observe other floating islands. The orangutan monster couldn't help but ask, Master, how should we go to other islands? I really don't know that. Yi Xian used a telescope to scout, feeling a little embarrassed. Fruit! The orangutan monster suddenly discovered something and jumped to a tree nearby. Why is this fruit so weird? The orangutan monster picked off a few fruits and found that they were white fruits in the shape of wings. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Give me one. No, not unless you give me a banana in exchange. The orangutan monster has a light in his eyes. Okay. Yi Xian summoned a banana and threw it over. Get it! The orangutan monster ate the banana in 2 bites, and then began to collect fruits, picking one and throwing away the other. Yi Xian picked up the fruit and asked in his mind, Little golden dragon, do you know what the use of this thing is? Do not ask me. The little golden dragon was obviously still sulking. Don't be angry. I'm wrong. Isn't it okay? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. He couldn't be coaxed. This fruit will allow you to fly to other islands within a certain period of time. Little Jinlong pondered for a while, and then said reluctantly. Yi Xian chuckled, thanked him, and ate the fruit in his hand. His body gradually became lighter and floated. He flew to the nearby island. Let's find more treasure chests. Master, wait for me. The orangutan monster quickly ate a fruit and chased after it. Chapter 421. The difficulty increases. It's all rubbish. Xiao Jiao was flipping through the treasure box, and inside was a very thin piece of clothing. She breathed out. We can't keep going like this. Otherwise we will definitely be killed. Compared to the 3 peerless secret books, what Yi Xian would choose couldn't be simpler. How on earth should I turn my body into a sword? Shujio closed the treasure box and started thinking. Shujio, are you around here? Yi Xian was still shouting. Since then, he has walked to 2 empty islands, but still no one is anywhere. The orangutan monster followed. Master, there are not many fruits left that can make us fly. That kind of fruit can only last 5 minutes of flight. It doesn't matter. Yi Xian didn't care about those. When he really needed it, he could summon a flying device instead. He turned and whispered softly. Logically speaking, our goals are deep in the secret realm. Let's go there first. Where should we go? The orangutan monster was very surprised. At this moment, a beam of light shot into the sky from a very far distance. I think it should be over there. Yi Xian pointed to the light pillar and ran over there. Master, look quickly. There is a shit yellow treasure chest over there. The orangutan monster suddenly stopped and pointed to the tree in the distance. That's called golden color. Yi Xian twitched the corner of his mouth, and then said, Let's go over and take a look. It's been the first time since I've been in the secret realm to see a golden treasure chest. Maybe there's something good inside. That's a living thing. Little Jinlong suddenly spoke up at this time. Yi Xian was stunned. Living creature? He picked up a stone and threw it towards the golden treasure box. Ah! Who is so unethical and littering everywhere? Treasure chest suddenly spoke. Angry. What the hell are you? The orangutan monster approached. You are the thing. Your whole family is the thing. I am not the thing. Treasure chest was furious. He then realized something was wrong. No. I'm a thing. Ahem. Are you a monster living in this secret realm? Yi Xian coughed lightly and walked over. It would be great if there was an aboriginal tour guide. I have lived here since I was a child, Bao Qian said proudly. Let's not talk about that first. Do you have any good treasures inside? The orangutan monster walked over, put his hand in and groped for a while, and finally found a bow and arrow. The whole body is golden red. The quality is supreme. Yi Xian whispered softly. It's a good thing. You can go back and give it to Natasha. Hey, that's mine. You 2 robbers. Treasure chest was unhappy and jumped up into the air, facing them. As a treasure chest, aren't you just here to store things for us? The orangutan monster held a bow in his arms. What? Treasure Chest was very puzzled. The orangutan monster began to reason. Think about it. You were created by highly intelligent creatures like us to store things. And now we want to take them out. Do you want to give us a warm welcome? Well, it seems to make sense. Treasure Chest said, a little confused. Of course it makes sense. Be good. Don't resist. Let me see what else there is. The orangutan monster licked his lips. Soon, he took out a lot of things from the treasure box, most of which were dispensable. The most useful one was a life and death pill. This elixir is very overbearing and can prevent the person who eats it from dying within a certain period of time. Don't pay. I really don't have any left. Chest struggled. The orangutan monster had no choice but to take back his hand and look at the treasures piled aside. Master, I won't exchange these for less than 100 bananas. 10 roots. Do you want love? Yi Xian casually took out 10 bananas. Change! Of course, the orangutan monster agreed, taking the banana and eating it aside. There are indeed a lot of good things in this secret realm. Yi Xian carefully put away the life and death pill and the golden bow, and then looked at the treasure chest, which was still a little confused. He rubbed his nose. If possible, can you be our tour guide? What is that? My stomach is empty now, and I feel so uncomfortable. Treasure Chest said unhappily, but helplessly, looking at the treasures that had not been taken away. You're going to take us around this world. If you agree, you can just take the treasures. Yi Xian chuckled. I agreed. Treasure Chest quickly agreed. He swallowed those treasures into the house, and was instantly satisfied. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian said, since you have accepted the commission, you must be obedient in the future. Uh-huh. The treasure chest is still floating in the air, looking cute for some reason. Do you have a name? Yi Xian tried to ask. Yes. My name is Box. Treasure Chest replied, slowly flying over. The orangutan monster had already finished eating the banana and was very disdainful. Is this also a name? Let me tell you. My name is Famous. Son. Invincible. Invincible. Do you have a general master? Yi Xian pondered a little and looked strange. Once, I met a monkey wearing a golden hoop and holding an iron rod, also named Sun Wudi. Now that I thought about it carefully, I found that he looked very similar to him. They were clearly the same one. No, it's just a rough general who insists on accepting me as his brother. Sun Wudi curled his lips. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. He knew that the general later died and was buried in the general's tomb. But Sun Wudi guarded the place for countless years and eventually died. Yi Xian did not say this out loud. Let's go. Box, do you know what that huge light pillar is? Well, I don't know, but it always shines. Then do you know how many empty islands you had to pass in the past? Have no idea. Then what do you know? Forehead. Xiang was stunned on the spot and couldn't say anything for a long time. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. Good guy. This is a shady tour guide. Soon, the three of them were on the road, and Xiao Jiao had just killed a golden box. There are so many good things. Not long after, Xiao Jiao was wearing armor and had a handy sword. Based on these alone, it would be difficult to kill Yi Xian. Xiao Jiao knew this. Hey, this kid is too murderous. The river god was deep in the secret realm, looking at the summon long-distance projection, and couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head. On the other hand, that boy is not decisive enough. Overall, they are not satisfactory. Sword God, who will you choose in the end? The river god said thoughtfully, closing his eyes, and the secret book he placed on the high platform behind him glowed faintly. Rumble. Bursts of loud noises swept through the entire secret realm. The difficulty will increase from now on. The river god chuckled, and countless empty islands began to tremble, and finally returned to calm, followed by many awakened monsters. Chapter 422, Searching. Oh my god. I'm scared to death. Sun Wudi was almost bitten by a monster that emerged from the soil, so he quickly retreated. He swallowed and said, Master, what on earth is going on? How would I know? Yi Xian held the 7-star Long Yuan sword. A drop of sweat slipped from his forehead. After killing the monster, he found that there were monsters everywhere. He looked at the box. Does this kind of thing happen often here? Absolutely not. How is that possible? The boxes were flying around, seemingly trying to find a safe place. But there was none. In that case, Yi Xian murmured softly, jumped up with Sun Wudi and stepped on him. Let's go! Oh! Only then did the box calm down and fly away carrying them. Sun Wudy looked back. I'll go. There are so many. There were monsters everywhere, looking at me and others eagerly, as if the fat in their mouths had flown away. Careful. A stone appeared in Yixian's hand, and he threw it into the distance. Bang! Came the sound, and an attacking bird monster was hit and fell into the abyss. Hey, where will you go if you fall? Sun Wudy patted the box under him. Have no idea. Box answered quickly. Sun Wudy was very depressed. How come you don't know anything? So what do you want? Have no idea. The box seemed aggrieved. As a box, it had just stayed in that place motionless until now. How could it possibly know a lot of things? All empty islands are full of monsters. Yixian exhaled at this time. It is hard to imagine that such a change would occur on the empty island that was saved not long ago. What should we do? Will we die? Sun Wudy was very depressed. Yixian looked at him and pondered for a moment. I don't think so. Look, there seems to be a very safe place ahead. The box suddenly discovered something. The empty island far ahead was a plain with a layer of green grass and no monsters on it. Great! Let's go there! Sun Wudy said quickly. But it's very strange. Why are there no monsters on that empty island? The box hesitated and couldn't make the decision. Yixian chuckled. Go there first. I think you won't be able to fly for long. Right. The box thought so. So he flew over there. Ah-ha-ha. Let me just say there is no danger. Right. When they arrived, Sun Wudy stood on the grass, looking up to the sky and laughing. Have a rest here first, Yixian said. But the box was looked around, as if he still had any doubts. Night falls quietly. The fire is lit. This will be the first night in the secret realm. Sun Wudy brought some dry firewood and said, Have a good sleep and be ready to hit the road tomorrow. Don't say anything unlucky like that. Yixian was speechless. Suddenly, the wind blew, making the grass rustle. Yeah. The box suddenly flew up. He looked in the direction where the blow came from, but saw nothing. Am I too worried? You're just too timid. Sun Wudy went over to hug him and fell asleep. But Yixian kept an eye on it. Little Jinlong, are you there? Keep an eye on it for me. Clear. The little golden dragon in his arms said. Quietly came out, sneaked into the grass, and quietly observed every move around him. Yixian felt relieved and sat by the fire and closed his eyes. Late at night, 2:30 in the morning, the wind got stronger. Yixian rubbed his eyes and woke up, shivered, stood up and moved around, his bones cracking. He murmured in a low voice. It's so miserable to sleep sitting down. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, something came quickly from the grass. Yixian just drew out his weapon, but found that it was the little golden dragon. It's me. Did you find anything? Yixian breathed a sigh of relief and put away the 7-star Longyuan sword. There seems to be something inside this island. I suggest you leave as soon as possible tomorrow morning. Xiao Jinlong replied. Is there something? Yixian's heart moved slightly. The little golden dragon responded. I don't know what that is. It could be a monster, or it could be the heart of this island. In other words, this island could be alive. The reason why there are no living creatures on the island is because they were absorbed by this island? Yixian thought of something and couldn't help but feel chills running down his spine. He wished he could take Sun Wudy and the others away quickly. It's hard to say whether this island is alive or not. Just leave in time. The little golden dragon got into his clothes. Call. Yixian felt a little heavy inexplicably. He looked at other islands and found a faint flicker of fire. Is it Xiao Jiao? Don't even sleep. Wake up quickly. Yixian woke up Sun Wudy and the box who were still sleeping. Why don't you let the monkey sleep in the middle of the night? Sun Wudy was very unhappy. This island may be alive. Remember, if there is danger, take the box and escape immediately. Yixian's eyebrows were filled with solemnity. Sun Wudy was surprised. What about you? Not with us? I may have found Xiao Jiao. Go over there and have a look. Yixian pointed to the island with fire in the distance. After speaking, he took out a fruit that could make people fly and ate it. Then let's go together. Sun Wudy felt speechless. Okay. Yixian pondered for a long time before nodding. Afterwards, they flew to the island with fire and found that a fire had formed here. Sun Wudy looked left and right. How could something so good catch fire? Xiujiao, are you there? Yixian took a deep breath and shouted loudly. There was no answer. He smiled bitterly, thinking that this would be the result. Let's search everywhere first. Remember, pay attention to safety. Don't worry. Sun Wudy, and not someone to be trifled with, Sun Wudy said nonchalantly, jumped up to a tree, and looked for human girls everywhere. That's worth 300 bananas. Damn! Why is he here? On the island, Shujio, who was seriously injured and holding a torch, bit his lower lip. She breathed out. Too bad luck. If he could fly, he would have left this island full of monsters long ago. He tried to kill the monsters here with fire, but was discovered. You must leave quickly, or you will die if you are found, Shujio murmured softly, and after glancing around, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden cave. She hurried over to hide, and blocked the entrance of the cave with rocks and weeds to avoid being discovered. After doing this, Sun Wudy happened to pass by and didn't notice her. It should be on this island. It's really strange. Monkey? Xiaojio looked through the gap between the stones and weeds, filled with surprise. The person who came to find him was not only Yixian, but also a monkey? What is this? Just wait here until dawn, Xiaojio thought to himself. His breathing gradually became steady, and he stood motionless. Chapter 423 Crystal Treasure Box. Oops! My stomach suddenly hurts. Sun Wudy, who had not gone far, suddenly came back. He saw a lot of rocks and leaves here. This is a good natural toilet. Smelly monkey. The corners of Shujio's mouth twitched, but in order to avoid being discovered, she could only choose to swallow her anger. Comfortable. After a long time, Sun Wudy stretched out, leaving an object on the ground that was difficult to look at. The stench almost turned the surrounding 10 meters into a biochemical disaster area. Shujio finally couldn't help it anymore. You stinky monkey! I want your life! Why is there someone hiding here? Sun Wudy was startled and climbed directly onto the tree. Come down and see if I don't kill you! Xiaojio was furious, holding a long sword in his hand. You took a peek at me and then wanted to kill me? When Sun Wudy saw it was a girl, he was surprised at first, and then a little speechless. Xiaojio was so angry that she was shaking. Even if I die, I will kill you today. Where did this girl get such murderous intentions? Sun Wudy felt helpless. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, Help! Someone has killed the monkey! The sound almost spread throughout the entire island. You damn monkey! Xiaojio was about to go crazy with anger. He disappeared in an instant and appeared on the tree. He cut off the long sword in his hand and was about to kill him with one blow. Sun Wudy didn't dare to resist for those 300 bananas, for fear of getting him killed. However, he was seriously injured and fell from the tree to the ground. Don't defecate anywhere in the next life. Otherwise I will kill you once I see you. Xiaojio knew that the situation was urgent, and big beads of sweat fell on his forehead. She planned to fight quickly and waved the sword in her hand again. Go to HL. Stop! A voice suddenly sounded from not far away. It was Yixian who was teleported. It's just that close. Shujio bit her lower lip, knowing that she had to retreat, so she had no choice but to leave. Master, if you come a little later, I will never see you again. Sun Wudy wanted to cry, but had no tears. He then said, Well, I found it, and you can't deny the 300 bananas. Are you okay? Why are you still thinking about bananas at this time? Yixian felt speechless and began to heal his injuries, frantically releasing powerful healing techniques. The injuries are all healed. Sun Wudy soon started jumping around. Tell me, what happened? Why did you start fighting? Yixian asked curiously. Sun Wudy let out a long sigh. My stomach hurts a little. I came here to have a bowel movement. She somehow managed to escape from those rocks. No wonder they started fighting. After hearing this, Yixian smiled bitterly. Where are the bananas? Sun Wudy suddenly asked, salivating. Give. Yixian is not the kind of stingy person. And 300 bananas appeared with a wave of his hand. Sun Wudy's eyes flashed. Thank you. Otherwise, I would really recognize you as my master. You are much better than that rough old general. Forget it. Yixian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. If he recognized himself as his master, he could easily change the history of the future. Shujio must still be on this island. Yixian murmured softly, and released many exploration robots with his hand. Find her. Yixian only said these 3 words. Yes. Make sure to complete the mission. The probots left, hoping to bring back good news. At this moment, the sky was getting brighter, and most of the flames on the island had been extinguished. burning countless monsters and vegetation to death. Sun Wuti rubbed his big belly and couldn't help but sigh. The beautiful Kongdao was ruined like this. What's wrong with your stomach? You ate everything? Yi Xian was surprised, and his eyebrows were filled with confusion. I saw a hill made of banana peels piled up on the side, and 200 bananas had disappeared. This is less than 5 minutes. I'm still growing. What's wrong with being able to eat? Sun Wuti breathed a sigh of relief. How about a few more? You still want to eat? If you can catch Shujio in front of me, I'll have enough bananas. Yi Xian crossed his arms. Sun Wuti rushed out instantly, as if he had been given a shot of blood. This is what you said. You can't lie. How obsessed is this guy with bananas? Yi Xian was speechless and started to search at the same time, and also wanted Xiao Jinlong to help him find it. The island is so big. How easy is it for you to find someone? The little golden dragon didn't come out of his clothes at all. Just think of it as helping. Okay. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He promised to help him. But why didn't he always want to see her? When little Jinlong heard what he said, he had no choice but to get out of his clothes. Meet here later. Good. Yi Xian chuckled. And soon, the two of them searched in different directions. You're going to die. You're going to die. Xiao Jiao was walking through some burned trees. Why am I so weak? Xiao Jiao's eyes were full of confusion. And he didn't want to end his life just like that. He has not allowed his mother to live a good life. Nor has he avenged his sister who raised him since childhood. So he cannot die here. She gritted her teeth. Master, you are too partial. If I had the Xianyuan sword, why would I hide here in there like a mouse? What is that? Suddenly, Shujio stopped and looked forward. There was an ice blue crystal-like box there. Is it possible? Xiao Jiao couldn't believe her eyes, and hurried over to open the box. Inside was an ice blue long sword and a bracelet. What are these for? Shujio felt a little shocked for no reason. She picked up the bracelet, and found that there were 7 gems on it. She put it on, and found that her various physical functions were increasing rapidly, and her strength had increased several times. Shujio bit her lip and smiled. Lady Luck is finally on my side. Picking up the ice blue sword, his strength suddenly increased again. These two things are a set, which can improve people's strength a lot, which is very abnormal. In addition, they also have many special skills. Yi Xian, it's not certain who will win and who will lose, Shujio said excitedly. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her, turned around, and found that it was the smelly monkey from before. Finally I found you. Sun Wuti was very excited and said quickly, You come back with me? I'll give you some bananas. Smelly monkey, do you still remember how you humiliated me? Xiao Jiao's expression gradually became cold, and she walked slowly towards him, waving the ice blue sword in her hand, leaving an afterimage in the air. Sun Wuti was surprised. When did I humiliate you? Stop talking nonsense and suffer death. Xiao Jiao almost shouted these words, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had felt over the past few days. Chapter 424, Life and Death. The sun rose and blood slowly flowed. Sun Wuti was lying on the ground, his pupils gradually shrinking. Yi Xian arrived late and Xiao Jiao was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Save him quickly, or he won't be able to do it. Little Golden Dragon also came over, his voice filled with urgency. This, Yi Xian woke up from a dream. But there was nothing he could do about Sun Wuti's current situation. It's too late. Yi Xian let out a long sigh, his brows filled with disappointment. Little Jinlong suddenly remembered something. No, there is still hope. Do you remember the life and death pill you got at that time? You mean this? Yi Xian's heart moved. After taking out the life and death pill, he came to Sun Wuti and fed him. What's wrong with me? Sun Wuti's lips turned white as he was pulled back from the Prince of Hell. There is really hope. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and frequently released powerful healing techniques. That woman was too much. I even asked her to give her some bananas, but she still beat me up. Sun Wuti was indignant and his body had returned to normal. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's my fault. Please stay with me from now on. Let's act together. Good. Sun Wuti was not the kind of monkey who liked to show off his strength, so he agreed directly. I came here only a few minutes ago. How did she defeat you in such a short period of time? Yi Xian was a little curious. It's a long story. The sword in her hand is so powerful, and her speed is so fast. Sun Wuti began to recall the scene at that time. Xiao Jiao suddenly appeared beside him, and sealed his throat with a sword. His powerful fur could not defend him at all. Yi Xian licked his lips and suddenly noticed the crystal-like ice blue box beside him. I seem to understand what's going on. It's obvious that Xiuzhou has received powerful equipment. Let's go to the central area. Yi Xian felt heavy in his heart. After finishing speaking, he took him back to the box and started on his way. On the way, for safety reasons, they passed the plain island where they lived last night. At least for the time being, it seemed safe. What's going on? Suddenly, Sun Wudi's eyes widened. What's wrong? Yi Xian felt puzzled. I saw that Sun Wudi's body began to gradually collapse. Little Golden Dragon's voice was filled with heaviness. It seems that the life and death pill only allows people to stay in this world for a longer period of time. It cannot save lives. Even the powerful healing techniques to make up for it are useless. I'm dying? After hearing these words, Sun Wudi's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Don't worry. There must be a way. Box couldn't help but advise. Can I eat a few more bananas before I die? Sun Wudi scratched his head. Yi Xian scolded. How long has it been, and you are still thinking about those broken bananas? If you don't die, how about I feed you all you want every day? I don't want to die either. What can I do? There's nothing I can do. Sun Wudi seemed a little desperate. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about life and death. There must be a way. You won't die here like this. Yi Xian knew this and began to ask the little golden dragon. How can I know how to save him? Logically speaking, he is already a dead monkey. Little Jinlong felt helpless because he was not omnipotent. He then thought about something. Although the central area of this island may be a monster, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that it will also be a treasure. How can a treasure be alive? Yi Xian frowned. It's still possible. So I said it's 1 in 10,000. Little Jinlong said. I have no choice but to take a gamble. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, knowing that this would be his last chance. He looked down at his feet and saw a shovel appear in his hand. The box couldn't help but ask, what is this for? There may be treasures in the middle of this island that will allow Sun Wudi to survive. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he shoveled the shovel down resolutely. Master, are you stupid? If it were a monster, you would have died here. Sun Wudi's words were already weak. Stop talking nonsense to me. I don't want you to die. Yi Xian glared fiercely and signaled to shut up. He turned to say, hold on. Don't you like eating bananas? From now on, for every second you hold on, I will give you 100 bananas. Master, if you say that, I don't want to die. As Sun Wudi said, he suddenly began to tremble, then kicked his feet, and his eyes gradually turned white. Dead? Xiang Xiang was at a loss for this sudden change. I still have my last breath, but I guess I can only hold on for a few seconds. Life and death cannot be violated. Rest in peace. Little Jinlong stood on Yi Xian's shoulders and could only express regret for this encounter. Yi Xian was still digging the soil frantically. I have to disobey it today. Just as he was talking, the shovel suddenly dug out. The ground cracked, and they fell into the underground space. What is this place? The box flew in the air and looked everywhere, and found that the ground here was faintly glowing with red light. How many seconds has it been? A familiar voice suddenly came, and Sun Wudi stood up unexpectedly, his body that was gradually collapsing still holding on. You're not dead? The box looked over. Sun Wudi was still speechless. You just died. I just slept for a while. If you talk back, you almost died. This land seems to have a very powerful restorative function. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and squatted down to touch the soil here. The little golden dragon said before that there was life here because of the soil. I didn't expect that you would actually change your fate. The little golden dragon flew around. Do I not have to die? Sun Wudi scratched his head. Little Jinlong flew back to Yi Xian's shoulder. No, you still have to die. There is an upper limit to this recovery. Once it is used up, you will die. How come this makes people live and die? Sun Wudi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took a long breath and waited quietly for death. Master, I want to be a dead ghost. Sun Wudi said instead. I think there must be something else here. Yi Xian looked serious, suddenly thought of something, and walked forward, and the others had to follow closely. He took out a flashlight to illuminate the darkness. Don't be stunned. You guys should hurry up and look for it. Yes. The box quickly agreed and then started looking elsewhere. What are you looking for? Little Jinlong was doubly surprised. Remember the first time we met Sun Wudi in our time? He wore a golden hoop on his head and held a long metal stick in his hand. Yi Xian's eyebrows were filled with solemnity. On the other hand, Sun Wudy now has neither the golden hoop on his head nor the iconic weapon in his hand. You mean, those two things are the key to his survival? Little Jinlong knew what he was looking for this time. Chapter 425 Headband. Why? Sun Wudy looked at Yi Xian and the others and let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but said, "Stop looking for it. Shut up and eat your banana," Yi Xian said, and with a wave of his hand, several baskets of bananas appeared out of thin air. Now I will die with no regrets. Sun Wudy pounced on it and started eating in big mouthfuls. There must be a chance. Yi Xian walked further and further away, gradually leaving everyone's sight. After an unknown amount of time, he paused and found a portal leading to an unknown location. The little golden dragon on the shoulder saw this. "Do you want to go in? I can't feel any life breath inside." Yi Xian did not answer, but stepped into the portal. The air is very fresh, and water droplets hang on the green grass. What is this place? Yi Xian glanced around and saw a cave, while the rest was plain. He tried shouting, "Is there anyone here? I told you, if there is no breath of life, how can there be anyone?" The little golden dragon was speechless. Yi Xian shrugged, swallowed his foam, and walked into the cave. On the other side, Sun Wudy had already eaten all the bananas. It's so comfortable. This trip is not in vain. The master is missing. The box flew back at this time, and after searching for a long time, no one was found. Perhaps you are still looking for it. Sun Wudy spread his hands, and as he spoke, his expression changed slightly, and he looked at the person who suddenly jumped in. Besides Shujio, who else could it be? Do we have to kill them all? Sun Wudy stared at her, knowing that he was doomed. Shujio chuckled. My target has never been you. Where is Yi Xian? Where is he? Master him. Humph! It's none of your business. Just as Xiang Xiang was about to say something, Sun Wudy stopped him, reached into its body, and took out a long knife, which he used to fight the enemy. Then go to HL. Xiao Jiao rushed over instantly. Run! As soon as Sun Wudy finished speaking, his pupil shrank, and he found that the box had been cut in half in an instant, and the treasures inside were scattered all over the floor. He roared loudly, Damn it! I'm going to kill you! Just you? Xiao Jiao's eyes were full of mockery, and the necklace on her wrist flickered slightly. After being away for so long, she figured out how to use these things, so she had the courage to come over and want to kill Yi Xian. Just me! Sun Wudy rushed over, waving his sword. He was not weak to begin with, and for a moment, he was evenly matched. I don't have time to waste here. A hint of disdain flashed in Xiao Jiao's eyes, and she swung her sword fiercely. Blood spattered out, and Sun Wudy took a few steps back, using his big knife to prop himself on the ground before he could barely stand. There was already a long wound on his chest. Xiao Jia was more or less surprised. Not dead? Puff. Sun Wudy was about to curse, but he got so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. You just wait here to die slowly. I'll kill him. Shujio raised the corners of his mouth and walked deeper, his lips faintly turning black. There is such a beautiful scenery in the cave. Yi Xian entered the cave and found that there were brightly lit fireflies and a clear pool of water. What a clean water! Little Jinlong was surprised. There seems to be something inside? Yi Xian looked into the depths, crossed the pool, and soon discovered a high platform. On it lay an old and broken headband. Yi Xian frowned and picked up the headband. Is it so old? Let's take it back first, and then talk about it. Maybe it will be useful, Little Jinlong said. He didn't expect that he would actually find it. This was nothing short of a miracle. Where do you want to go? A voice suddenly came from behind, accompanied by the sound of treading water. Shujio? Why are you here? Yi Xian turned around, surprised and happy. Shujio looked ugly. Don't be so pretentious here. Of course I'm here to kill you. So you should die? Are you crazy? Yi Xian was a little confused and took 2 steps back. He suddenly remembered something. Where are Sun Wudy and the others? Died. Shujio said it simply. The necklace on her wrist shone faintly. What? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did you kill them? That's right. Anyone who blocks my steps will die, including you. Shujio nodded slightly. She suddenly rushed over and cut off the long sword in her hand. Let's decide the outcome here. Whoever wins will get the Master's 3 skill books. By then, you will be able to dominate the world and become the strongest master in the world. You're crazy! Yi Xian did not retreat but advanced, waving the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. The two swords collided, and they were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. So strong? This was completely unexpected by Xiaojiu. I never planned to kill you from the beginning. But now, there is nothing left to say. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Xiaojiu using teleportation. He shook his head. Goodbye. The door of death was created out of thin air, and Xiaojiu was falling towards it. I should be the winner. Xiaojiu gritted her teeth, and a burst of black energy suddenly erupted from her body, surrounding her. Something's wrong. Little Jinlong noticed something. There is evil inside and outside. She is controlled by something. I won't let anyone get the better of me. Shijiu's eyes were already filled with red light. Yi Xian frowned and asked Xiang Jinlong, What should I do? It's better to find something to trap her first and then make plans. Xiao Jinlong said. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then raised his hand. And the cages appeared one by one, locking Xiaojiu in the innermost part. Stay inside for now. Yi Xian raised his hand and stroked the wall, then turned and left, preparing to take a look at Sun Wudy and the others. Grandma, does this hurt too much? Sun Wudy hit his chest with his hand, but the wound did not recover at all. Yi Xian happened to walk out of the portal and heard his scream. Smelly monkey, are you still alive? He's going to die soon. Master, where is that bitch? Sun Wudy rolled on the ground in pain, but it was useless. If the land here had not been healing, he would have died long ago. I locked him up. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he came to his side and used powerful healing techniques. She killed the box. Sun Wudy took a long breath, and the injury on his chest gradually improved. Yi Xian was stunned. Where is the body? It's right over there. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't protect him well. When Sun Wudy said this, he felt very regretful. It hurt so much. But the sound of the box suddenly came. This guy is not like a living being like us. He will not die unless he is beaten to pieces. Yi Xian glued the box together. The corner of Sun Wudy's mouth twitched. Is there still such an operation? Come with me. Let's go meet her. Yi Xian took them deep into the area and found a portal along the way. A secret realm within a secret realm? Sun Wudy was surprised. Just as he was about to walk in, Yi Xian raised his hand to stop him. Chapter 426 Bracelet. Have you forgotten your current physical condition? Wait here obediently. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Once he leaves here, he will die. Sun Wudy lowered his head. Aren't they all going to die the same in the end? Here, put it on and try it. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and took out the old headband he got before. What is this? Sun Wudy was very curious, and after taking it, he played with it in his hands. Put it on. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Sun Wudy put the headband on his head, but found that he couldn't pull it off no matter what. He used both hands to pull it. I'll go. Master, you are cheating the monkey. This headband has locked all his body functions. The little golden dragon climbed onto Yi Xian's shoulders. What do you mean? Sun Wudy was confused. As long as you have this headband, you will never die. Xiao Jinlong explained briefly. Sun Wudy turned his back faster than turning over a book. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness. Let's go. The trouble over there hasn't been resolved yet. Yi Xian shrugged and led them through the portal. Whoa! A long sword came straight to the door. Black energy overflowing, almost dyeing the sky. Escaped so quickly? Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged, and he instantly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and guarded it in front of him. Snapped. A harsh sound came. Yi Xian frowned and took a few steps back. Get out of the way first. Sun Wudy and Xiang quickly stepped aside. Sun Wudy suddenly realized something and raised his hand. His hand suddenly turned to stone, and then changed back. On the other side, the battle continues. Xiaojiu, wake up! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and frequently used summoning techniques. There was a bit of ridicule in Xiaojiu's eyes. Yi Xian frowned. What should we do? Suddenly, Xiaojiu disappeared into the black air, appeared behind him, thrust out his sword, and it turned out to be a skill transfer. Puff! Yi Xian was caught off guard and was directly pierced through the chest. She actually learned your skills. Xiao Jinlong couldn't help but say. Bracelet? Yi Xian turned around and noticed that the bracelet Xiaojiu was wearing was emitting thick black smoke. The little golden dragon rushed over and tried to tear off the bracelet. However, Xiaojiu just retreated and easily caught it in his hand. Little snake, watch me crush you. The little golden dragon suddenly let out a dragon roar. In an instant, the black air dissipated a little, and the black smoke on the bracelet also restrained a lot. This Yi Xian was somewhat shocked. Quick! Keep shouting! Do you think dragon roars can be shouted casually? Little Jinlong's voice was hoarse, and he stared at him, as if he were looking at a fool. While she is dazed! Please save me! Only then did Yi Xian react, took it away and retreated, a drop of sweat falling from his forehead. How about killing him directly? If this continues, our lives will be at risk. The little golden dragon was coiled on his shoulder, staring at Xiao Jiao, who was gradually recovering. Try again! Yi Xian gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his hand, countless cages appeared, locking Xiao Jiao inside again. Hasn't it been tried before, and it didn't work? Little Jinlong couldn't help but say. Yi Xian chuckled. Answer me first. When will the next dragon roar come out? In about 3 minutes. After pondering for a while, the little golden dragon gave an answer. That's enough, Yi Xian said, and walls rose up one after another, almost filling the entire world. What are you doing? Little Jinlong was puzzled. Yi Xian did not answer, but left with Sun Wudy and the others. Boom! Boom! Can vaguely hear the sound of the wall collapsing. Master! Look! I can turn myself into stone! Sun Wudy raised his hand, and it turned into stone for a while, and then returned to its original appearance. Yi Xian looked happy. Okay. Great. Is it great? Sun Wudy was surprised. He didn't expect his reaction to be so big. Of course it's powerful. It's an absolute defense. As long as your whole body enters this state, no one can kill you. Yi Xian nodded. Isn't this very useful? Am I invincible? Sun Wudy was pleasantly surprised. He immediately turned around. I'll go find that girl and challenge her. Come on. You won't need it. Hold on for 3 minutes first. Yi Xian raised his hand and knocked it on the head. 3 minutes? This is too easy. As soon as Sun Wudy finished speaking, the wall next to him was suddenly knocked open. Xiao Jiao had an excited smile on his face, and there was a black air all over his body. Hee hee! I finally found you. Mom. Sun Wudy was almost scared to pee. This was too sudden. Let's go! Yi Xian grabbed them and used teleportation to distance them instantly. Have you forgotten that I can also do this? Just give up. Xiao Jiao followed closely behind, and the teleportation distance was the same. Yi Xian frowned. You are controlled by the bracelet you are wearing. Do you know that? Xiao Jiao had a crazy look on his face and was grinning, not even listening to those words. Is there any way to slow her down? Little Golden Dragon suddenly shouted. Thinking of something, the box suddenly opened on its own and threw out several ice blue fruits in the body. Boom! The fruit exploded shortly after flying out. Xiao Jiao's speed slowed down, and even the time it took to cast teleportation was extended. Yi Xian chuckled. Well done! Do you still have that fruit? No more. The box seemed awkward. Then why did you throw so much just now? The effect doesn't add up. Yi Xian was speechless. We have to use the old method. Yi Xian whispered softly. Used the summoning technique to block the area between him and Xiao Jiao with a wall, and then shuttled through the space in an attempt to get rid of him. However, Xiao Jiao appeared behind him not long after. Hee hee! Come to play? Shua. Yi Xian turned around and swung his sword, throwing away Sun Wudy and the others. There was only 1 minute left, and there was no need to run. Kill you! Xiao Jiao suddenly appeared behind Sun Wudy with a crazy smile. It's me again? Sun Wudy opened his mouth slightly. Yi Xian frowned. Quick! Use your new skills. Right. Sun Wudy's whole body turned into stone. As soon as Xiao Jiao slashed at him, there was only a snap sound, but no harm was caused at all. Hey! There's nothing we can do against your grandpa monkey. Right. Sun Wudy smiled proudly, then opened his mouth and changed his mind. Xiao Jiao looked at Yi Xian. My target is not you anyway. Master! Come on! Sun Wudy knew that he could not help much. Yi Xian shrugged and looked at Xiao Jiao. You seem to be a little more awake than before you heard the dragon roar. Don't be ink. Did you want to kill me before? Now! The hunter and the prey are calling. Xiao Jiao was still smiling. Although it was beautiful, it felt strange. It's just like there is a demon inside her. I said, I never wanted to kill you. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, feeling helpless. But Xiao Jiao kept explaining and rushed over. Chapter 427. The box is missing. Suffer death. Xiao Jiao's smile made people feel hairy behind their backs. Yi Xian raised the 7-star Long Yuan sword to block the attack. But when the huge force came, he retreated involuntarily. He frowned. What a strength! You can't defeat me! You will be the one who dies! Xiao Jiao had already used all his strength, and the black energy on the bracelet burst out. Yi Xian frowned, teleported away, returned to Sun Wuti and others, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Time is enough! What did you say? Xiao Jiao frowned and looked over. Rumble, suddenly, the earth began to tremble, and countless walls collapsed. Are you giving up? There was a bit of mockery on Xiao Jiao's beautiful face. Yi Xian smiled lightly. Little golden dragon, it's up to you. I saw that after most of the walls collapsed, a huge echoing corridor was left, square and square. This is... Xiao Jiao seemed to have thought of something and turned around to leave. But when the little golden dragon poked its head out from Yi Xian's arms, looked up to the sky and screamed, it was too late. The sound in the echoing gallery was several times louder than usual, and there were echoes one after another. Master, I'm going deaf. Sun Wuti couldn't bear such a loud sound at all. Yi Xian also felt uncomfortable, bleeding from all his orifices. Hold on! Ah! Xiao Jiao was roaring in great pain. It's coming soon! Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and found that the black energy on the bracelet was gradually disappearing. Obviously, he was afraid of the dragon's roar. It's now! Yi Xian licked his lips, and teleported over. He came to Xiao Jiao's side, grabbed the bracelet, and pulled hard. There was just a pop sound. The bracelet was broken, and the black energy disappeared without a trace. Sun Wuti covered his ears. Is it over? Hurry and save people! Xiong quickly said that it turned out that Yi Xian and Xiao Jiao collapsed on the ground at the same time, losing consciousness, and the whispering corridor collapsed in that moment. When Xiujia woke up again, it was dusk. Her mind was extremely tingling. She rubbed her head and sat up. What's going on? Are you awake? Bad woman! Sun Wuti had already tied her up with a rope. It's you! You stinky monkey! Xiao Jiao bit her lower lip angrily. Why do I stink? Huh? It's all your fault! The master is still unconscious. Sun Wuti sniffed his arm first, and then snorted unhappily. Xiao Jiao heard this. Your master Yi Xian? What happened to him? Stop pretending. In order to save you, he was seriously injured and dying. He is about to die. Sun Wuti pretended to be hurt, and let out a long sigh. What? Xiao Jiao couldn't believe it, and shook his head repeatedly. Let me go! I want to see him! You're awake? A man holding a kettle walked over slowly. It was Yi Xian. Sun Wuti rubbed his nose and left with the box in embarrassment. In fact, he just said that because he wanted to be funny. Yi Xian had woken up long ago. Xiujia shook his head vigorously. Are you still alive? I'm sorry. I didn't know what happened at the time. She was completely blinded by the bracelet, and the resentment in her heart was infinitely magnified. It doesn't matter. I know everything. Yi Xian nodded slightly, drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and cut off the rope that tied her with a wave of his hand. Hey, I thought I got some good treasure. Xiao Jiao felt resentful. That sword is indeed a good thing, but the bracelet that goes with it is very poor. Yi Xian shrugged, and after finishing speaking, handed over the kettle in his hand. Xiao Jiao was already thirsty, and drank a lot of water. Thank you. As long as you're fine. Make sure you get some rest. Yi Xian chuckled and raised his hand, rubbed her head, then turned and left. This idiot, Xiao Jiao bit her lower lip. He actually leaked the secret to himself. You know, the reason why you are bewitched by the bracelet is because you have that thought in your heart. In other words, she really wanted to kill Yi Xian. Now, by exposing her back to her so openly, did she really want to die? Fool! In the end, Xiujia shook his head and did not make a move. Yi Xian raised the corners of his mouth, feeling relieved to see that she didn't do anything to him, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. At this point, the brothers and sisters got back together. Late that night, Yi Xian summoned a fire, and everyone sat around to keep warm. Sun Wuti was eating a banana. It's just a matter of time before I get the skill book. Right. That's how it should be. Yi Xian nodded lightly. No matter how dangerous it was outside, it was nothing to him and others. After all, the sword god has no reason to allow monsters that are much more powerful than them to appear. I'm sorry for what I did before. Xiao Jiao suddenly lowered his head. Humph! I'm not a mean person. Forget it. Sun Wuti snorted and crossed his shoulders. Xiujia nodded and smiled. Thank you. As she was talking, Her stomach suddenly growled. She hadn't eaten a bite in so many days since arriving in the secret realm. I have food here. Yi Xian took out the lin snake meat and hasn't finished it yet. It's so delicious. Xiaojiu took some and started eating, with a satisfied expression on her face. Can my banana be as delicious as this? Sun Wudy was not interested at all. They had enough to eat and drink, and everyone lived in their sleeping bags. The next day, early morning, Sun Wudy shouted, "Oh no! The box is missing!" What happened? Yi Xian woke up rubbing his eyes, a little confused. I don't know. I woke up in the morning and the box was gone. Sun Wudy frowned. Last night, he slept with the box in his arms, but it was gone early in the morning. Don't worry yet. Let's go look for it separately. Yi Xian pursed his lips and turned to release the little golden dragon. Soon, everyone divided into 4 groups and began to search in this world. But no matter how they walked, they could see endless grassy plains. At noon, everyone returned to the portal. Not found. Sun Wudy shook his head in disappointment. Neither do I have one here. Xiaojiu frowned. They had searched the entire secret realm. She turned to ask, did that box leave the secret realm? But why? Sun Wudy was puzzled. There was no need to leave the box at all. In short, let's go out and look for it first, Yi Xian said, leading them away and crossing the teleportation array. Box, are you here? Sun Wudy shouted, but did not receive any reply. He was a little gloomy. Maybe he's not here. After that, everyone came to the empty island. After searching, there was still no trace of the box, as if it had disappeared from the world. Where are you? Box? Sun Wudy shouted to the sky, but it only attracted a few flying monsters. How could this happen? Yi Xian was puzzled. Chapter 428 Stone Wall. Don't be distracted. Kill those monsters first. Little Jin Long couldn't help but remind him. Yi Xian nodded, jumped up, easily killed the monsters, and left with everyone. Sun Wudy sighed. There is no trace of it anywhere. Why? People can fly, so it's normal to have no trace. Right. Besides, I once killed a box that was exactly the same as it. What did it do with me before it died? Xiaojiu started to think. At that time, before his death, the box said that it was not its real body and that he would be retaliated against. Clone? Yi Xian whispered softly, feeling a headache. So I suspect that the box in the team is actually a clone to spy on us. Xiaojiu nodded. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Little girl, you are so smart. Who? Yi Xian and others looked back and found that it was a monster flying in the sky, like a stone statue, and its whole body was purple. You can call me Little Devil affectionately. The king wants to see you. The little devil smiled slightly. Your king? Who is he? Yi Xian was very confused. He was holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. If there was anything wrong, he would take action immediately. The little devil smiled mischievously. You guys will know when we get there. All right. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then nodded, knowing that it must be related to the box. If so, he had to go. After eating the flying fruit, Yi Xian and others followed the little devil and left the island. Soon, we arrived at a community. Here, there were living boxes everywhere, jumping around. Box? Sun Wudy suddenly ran over and hugged one of the boxes. Are you here? The box that was talking was the box that was lost not long ago. Yi Xian walked over. Why are you here? I didn't know I was here when I woke up. It's so strange. The box flew into the air, and then he shook his head. You actually know what's going on. Right. Xiaojiu looked wary. This box was speechless for a moment. When Yi Xian saw this, he understood something. Xiang, are you really hiding something from us? Guys, come with me quickly. Don't keep the king waiting. The little devil came over at this time and interrupted them. Can he come with us? Yi Xian asked after thinking for a while. I'm afraid not. The little devil had a smile on his face, which made people feel a little intimidated. Yi Xian looked at the box. Okay, then you wait for us here. Box seemed to want to say something, but finally closed his mouth and just nodded. Smelly monkey. How did you recognize him? Xiaojiu suddenly asked as everyone left. Isn't this simple? He is who he is. Of course he can recognize it. Sun Wudy hugged his shoulders. He turned and frowned. Stop calling me a stinky monkey. I don't stink at all. Soon, everyone came to the outside of a palace. It was magnificent, and made people feel very grand. Your Majesty's life is too good. Right. Sun Wudy swallowed his foam and looked at the flower bed and fountain. Of course. The little devil nodded. Our king. That's the world's worst. Don't pee in the fountain. Aw? Sun Wudy was standing by the fountain and seemed particularly disappointed when he heard this. The little devil wiped the sweat from his forehead. Let's go and see our king. Walking into the palace. The dazzling golden light is almost suffocating. Are there any bananas? Sun Wudy asked the little devil leading the way. No. The little devil replied angrily. TCH. Are there any peaches? Sun Wudy was disdainful at first, and then asked. The little devil glared over. No. Then what do you have? You have nothing, and you build such a big building? You have so much time. Sun Wudy hugged his shoulders and looked around critically. The little devil has an urge to kill him. Fortunately, we have arrived in front of a huge door. Our king is inside. Remember, you must maintain the most basic respect after entering. Otherwise, your uncle, who asked you to open the door? Before the little devil could finish his words, Sun Wudy had already opened the door. Who told you to grind? Sun Wudy said nonchalantly. I'm sorry, great king. It's all my fault. The little devil quickly knelt down to the inside of the house. A voice came. Stand back and let them in. Yes. The little devil quickly turned around and flew away. Yi Xian and others looked at each other and then walked in. Soon, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, because the so-called king inside turned out to be a huge stone wall. Hello? Yi Xian raised his hand. Xu Jiu and Sun Wudy each followed suit, feeling a little uncomfortable. I have sent people to observe you for a long time. There is a picture on the stone wall that resembles facial features. Speaking human words, Sun Wudy swallowed and spat. Oh my god! Shibi actually spoke. You monkey is still talking. Well, may I ask, is the person you're talking about observing us the bots outside? Xu Jiu raised his hand and slapped Sun Wudy on the forehead, and then tried to ask. That's right, Shibi replied. But I think he didn't mean to betray us. Sun Wudy frowned and put his hands on his hips, not showing any respect at all. Shirbai smiled. I can't blame it. It did all this unconsciously. Since you came in, I have placed many boxes like it. It's indeed similar to my guess. Xiao Jiu murmured softly, thinking in her heart. So, what is your purpose of spying on us? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then handed over his hand. The world is falling apart. Shibi pondered for a while, and said slowly. Yi Xian was stunned. What do you mean? Our world is gradually collapsing and holes are appearing. It may be because of the war between immortals and demons, which has produced unimaginable consequences. Although Shirbai had no expression, everyone could feel the heaviness in his words. Can you tell me more carefully? Xiao Jiu couldn't help but ask. Everything will be destroyed. Reincarnation will no longer exist. People will be resurrected from the dead. People from the outside will enter and forcibly control the laws of the world to change everything, causing the world to be destroyed. The sound from the stone wall clearly fell into everyone's ears. Yi Xian frowned. The so-called reincarnation should be that in his own time. Ordinary people in the game world would be reborn directly in another place in the world after death. But their memories had changed. And people from outside. There is no doubt that Mu is talking about players like herself. It's all rubbish. By the way, do you have any bananas here? Sun Wudy scratched his head, not interested in that. Is there any way to prevent the destruction of the world? Yi Xian glared at him and raised his hands to the stone wall. Chapter 429 begins. Reset everything. The sound of the stone wall seemed to come from ancient times. Immediately, Yi Xian and others were teleported outside the door, and the door slowly closed. Sun Wudy scratched his butt. It has no beginning and no end. What the hell are you talking about? Little Jinlong. Do you know what he means? Yi Xian also doesn't understand the so-called reset. That's a legend. Xiao Jinlong pondered for a while, and then said with a solemn expression. Everything started out as nothingness, and slowly formed the current world. The so-called reset means starting over. Is this how to stop the destruction of the world? How to do it exactly? Yi Xian felt puzzled. Xiao Jiu suddenly said, That Shibi is a lunatic. Let's leave him alone, and let's go! Humph. Our king is the famous god of creation, not some lunatic. The little devil flew over at this time. Creation god? Come on! Bragging is not a draft. Xiao Jiu made a face. How dare you blaspheme our king? Let me teach you a lesson. The little devil was furious. After a moment, he was stepped on by Shijio's foot. Sister, Grandma, I was wrong. Please let me go. How shameful that he couldn't beat him. Do you know how to reset the world? Yi Xian rubbed his chin and asked whether he would do it or not. He was more curious about this. How do I know? But since the king has found you, it means that you definitely have a chance to reset the world. The little devil muttered, having been eavesdropping outside just now, so he knew what was going on. Reset everything to avoid loopholes and prevent the destruction of the world. But isn't this a different kind of destruction? Yi Xian whispered softly, and the words he spoke made everyone present ponder, except for the little devil. Stupid or not, reset does not mean destruction. Just like flowers and plants die in winter and grow again in spring. It means rebirth. And when the world is destroyed, everything is really destroyed. When the little devil said this, he seemed to be a little distracted, and there was a little fear in his eyes. Do you know something? Tell me quickly. Shijio exerted a little force on her feet. Actually, I'm not from this world. I'm from another world. The little devil was in pain and shouted quickly. He continued, my world was destroyed, and everything ceased to exist. I was lucky enough to survive, but ended up spending countless years in the mist, where there was only despair. Then how did you come to this world? Shijio felt a little distressed for no reason, so she moved her feet away and continued to ask. It's the king. He discovered me in that world, saved me, and brought me to this world. The little devil answered. I see. Yi Xian murmured softly. No wonder the stone wall said reset was the only way to save it. He turned around and said, let's go and do the things in front of us first. After everyone left, Xiao Jiao seemed to find it interesting and forcibly accepted the little devil as his pet and put it in his pet pocket. Box, you can come with us. Sun Wuti rushed into the pile of boxes. After finishing speaking, he was stunned and found that the boxes he was looking for were not everywhere. Weird, Xiao Jiao waved his hand and released the little devil. Where's the box? Where did you take him? There are no boxes or boxes. Those are all illusions. They don't really exist. It's you. Let me go quickly. After the little devil finished speaking, he wanted to leave. Shijio just snapped his fingers. Come back. Your sisters. The little devil was forcibly put into the pet pocket and was tossed around inside for a while, but could not break free at all. You have fallen into the palm of my hand, and you still want to run away? Xiao Jiao pursed her lips. Box. Sun Wuti stood there blankly, as if he had been hit hard. Yi Xian tried to ask, are you okay? This is? Sun Wuti did not answer, but ran 2 steps quickly and found a long golden stick on the ground. Already? Yi Xian and Xiao Jinlong looked at each other. This is what it leaves you with. A box flew over. Sun Wuti nodded and held the stick in his hand tightly. Box, I will let this stick stay with me. Let's go. It won't be good if someone chases us out. Shijio played with the pet pocket in his hand. Let me go. The little devil was crying inside and shouted. Your Majesty, save me. However, no answer was received. Here we go. In the palace, behind the door, the last bit of light on the stone wall dissipated. The collapse of the world has begun, and the rules have changed. Not far after walking out, Xiao Jiao's body turned into garbled characters, but soon returned to normal. Not just her, but everyone except Yi Xian. But they seemed like nothing happened, or they didn't notice. Yi Xian frowned. Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. Xiao Jiao looked over in confusion. The little devil in the pet pocket in his hand was still struggling. What about you? Yi Xian looked at Sun Wuti, a drop of sweat falling from his forehead. What's there? Sun Wuti was puzzled and tilted his head. Yi Xian shook his head. Nothing. He was sure he saw it right. Which was strange. The world starts to change from this moment on. Little Jinlong said suddenly at this time. Huh? Yi Xian felt puzzled and noticed the strange atmosphere. Do you really think that you came to this world by chance? Xiao Jinlong continued. The voice appeared directly in his mind, and only the two of them could hear it. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. What's going on? Actually, I am the time manager of this world. You can also call me the god of time. After thinking for a while, Xiao Jinlong confessed his identity. No wonder you once said that you could travel back to this era because of you. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Originally, I shouldn't tell you this now, but time is running out. Little Jinlong let out a long sigh. He continued, I have transformed into a dragon in this life and am by your side. And you are the only one who can save our world. What happened? What can I do? Yi Xian felt puzzled. The only thing you have to do now is to become stronger. Become stronger at all costs, so that you can have a chance, Xiao Jilong said quickly. That guy has noticed me. Who? You should tell me quickly. Don't be the Riddler here. Yi Xian frowned and reached into his arms to pinch him. The little golden dragon angrily scolded. Just pretend I don't want to say it. If I don't say it, he will find out our location. Why would it be so troublesome? In short, we must become stronger. How strong does it need to be? Yi Xian frowned. There should be a goal. The little golden dragon was silent for a moment. At least, he is strong enough to make the devil just an ant. Chapter 430, Fierce Battle. Is that really possible? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot, fearing that all his abilities combined now were only about 50-50 equal to the Demon King. Little Jinlong did not say anything more, but remained silent. Xiujia was puzzled. Why are you standing there stupidly? Nothing. Yi Xian adjusted his condition, led them away from the island, and headed towards the sky-reaching light pillar. That is the deepest area of this secret realm, and the end point of this trial. Who is my ultimate enemy? Yi Xian looked at the sky, his heart heavy. A few days later, Yi Xian and others came to an empty island. The place was shrouded in fairy mist, like a fairyland, and it was the island where the sky-reaching light pillar was located. Is there anyone? Xiujia shouted. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The fairy mist in the distance dispersed, and the river god was standing there with a smile on his face. Xiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. The trial is over. Can you give us that skill book? The river god did not speak, but looked at Yi Xian silently. Hey, what's wrong? Don't keep your words. Xiao Jiao frowned. You already know what happened. Right. The river god said this for no reason. As a god, he observed abnormalities in the world. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The river god chuckled. No wonder you looked familiar to me before. I've seen you many times before. Thank you for your help, Senior. But what have you experienced in this? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then handed over his hands, feeling very surprised. Both he and Xiao Jinlong said that this was not the first time they had met, which made them feel hairy behind their backs. You should ask the one in your arms, the river god said, and the water slowly gathered behind him. Little golden dragon? Yi Xian murmured softly, only knowing that it was the manager of time and space, and knew nothing else. The little golden dragon let out a long sigh. You just need to know that we have failed many times, and I have traveled through time and space to find you again many times. But now there are not many opportunities. Did you lose at the hands of someone? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Can't say. Little Jinlong kept silent about this. Hey! What are you doing? Xiao Jiao's exclamation came, and she saw that the river god threw two big water balls. She was caught off guard, and her clothes were all wet. The river god chuckled. If you beat me, I will take the skill book away. But don't think about it on the other hand. Hey, since when are there rules to beat you? Xiujia bit her lower lip, very unconvinced. From now on, it's no longer a joke. I hope you can beat me this time, the river god said, smiling at Yi Xian. In an instant, monstrous waves formed out of thin air. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. And vaguely, the roar of some powerful sea beast could be heard. You have subverted my previous view of you. Yi Xian jumped up, summoned a sailboat, and landed steadily on it. Sun Wuti and Xiujia climbed onto the boat. Oh my god! Why did there suddenly be lightning and thunder? The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain faintly. Big waves hit from time to time, and the river god floated in the sky in the distance with an expressionless face. Must he be defeated? Yi Xian slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. He whispered softly. What if I kill you accidentally? Stop dreaming. That's a god. Xiao Jiao stared at him, feeling speechless. Under such a fierce offensive, it would be good to remain undefeated. The plum blossom falls on the sword blade, and the wind cuts the ocean. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he slashed with his sword. Suddenly, the plum blossom trees rose up, and with his sword, Wang Yang was cut in half, and the sword energy went straight to the river god. My dear plum blossom, you have taken all the wind and water. The river god smiled. He turned and shook his head. It's a pity that you only know plum blossoms, and water can destroy everything. In an instant, a huge wave came, easily destroying the sword energy. and the plum blossom trees were gradually submerged in the water. We can't help it all. Xiaojiu scratched his head. This was simply a battle between gods and mortals like them couldn't get involved. Sun Wudy had already turned into stone. Saving life is the most important thing. How to fight? Yi Xian frowned at this moment, thinking about a solution in his heart. The Shixian sword is already his most powerful swordsmanship. If he cannot defeat the river god, there is nothing he can do. He will also give you the skill book if you lose. Little Jinlong seemed a little disappointed, but he said it. I want to win things, not rely on charity. Yi Xian's eyes were full of solemnity. After finishing speaking, he jumped up, left the boat, and went straight to the river god. In the boat, Xiaojiu suddenly thought of something. If I can turn my body into a sword, I can help him. She gradually smiled bitterly. She was not a genius like Yi Xian. How could she learn such a trick in such a short time? Wow! On the other side, Yi Xian and the river god passed a few moves and were directly knocked into the water by the big waves. He swam towards the water. Could it be that the whole world is filled with water? His artistic conception is much stronger than yours. Give up. Little Golden Dragon couldn't help but say that it was almost impossible to defeat him. Combined? Yi Xian gritted his teeth and did not intend to give up. Are you used to losing? Don't give up on yourself. If you have such leisure, you might as well contribute. The little Golden Dragon cheered up and became one with him. Yi Xian chuckled and rose into the sky from the water. It's good to be able to fly. It's so rare that you two are so compatible. The river god murmured softly. Not everyone and the dragon can become one. The winner is still undecided. Yi Xian rushed over and used the immortal poetry sword again. At the same time, tombstones appeared out of thin air, and then turned into fragments and flew towards the sword, wrapping around the sword. Shua! With a slash of the sword, the river god actually turned into two halves. Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? Behind me! The little golden dragon exclaimed, and Yi Xian looked back and found that the river god was standing there at some point, and the one who was cut in half turned into water and fell into the ocean below him. When the river god waved his hand, the water spurted out. Yi Xian was hit, and the dragon scales that appeared on his body due to the combination were directly penetrated. He flew out upside down. His eyes were bleeding, and he was obviously seriously injured. In the distance, Sun Wudy couldn't help shouting, Master! Surrender quickly! If this continues, someone may die. Never surrender. Yi Xian was panting and flying in the air, as if his body was about to fall apart. Remember, your backbone cannot be eaten, but it may kill you. The river god was 100 meters away from him. After speaking, countless water rose into the sky, like giant snakes running towards Yi Xian. Powerful healing technique. Yi Xian first healed himself, and then used long-distance teleportation to instantly arrive behind the river god and perform an assassination. Chapter 431 The Last Gift. Nice counterattack from a good boy. The river god looked back and saw that the dagger was already on his neck, but he had not actually cut it off. Yi Xian chuckled. Senior, you're welcome. Why don't you kill me? If you beat me, you can get the skill book. The river god asked with an expressionless face and no fear. Because I'm afraid of really killing him, Yi Xian replied, exhaling a long breath, feeling a little helpless. Although the probability of a successful assassination is very low, it is not impossible. If it succeeds, it will be bad. Ha! Here it is! The river god laughed and took out the skill book. Yi Xian cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Your master gave this to you. No need to thank me. Go learn it and defeat the devil. After the river god finished speaking, he turned and left, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight, while the huge waves had faded. What a risk! Sun Wudy exited the petrified state and let out a long sigh of relief. As if you were helping! Xiujiu glared over and saw that the ship they were on had landed smoothly. Yi Xian came over with the skill book. Xiujiu, let's learn together. Humph! I don't want it! Xiujiu curled her lips and turned around. If you don't learn, it's useless. Sun Wudy scratched his head and smiled. Master, she doesn't learn. How about I learn? These moves of the sword god can only be learned by humans. After Yi Xian finished speaking speechlessly, he looked at the secret book in his hand and found that there was no name. He was surprised. Let's go back to find the master first. Soon, the group left the secret realm. Boom! The moment they left, the secret realm used for the trial collapsed. Rumble! The huge sound made the entire ruins of the gods tremble slightly. What happened? The portal is gone? Sun Wudy looked back, surprised, and quickly walked over, only to confirm that the portal was really gone. The little devil who was locked up in the pet pocket by Xiaojiao cried. It's all your fault. Now I have a home and can't go back. And I can't find my owner. Hey, I am your master now. Xiaojiao pinched the pet pocket in dissatisfaction. You rob pets and force girls into prostitution. Both humans and gods are angry. The little devil said randomly. What a mess. You have to know that as the master, I can punish you at any time. Xiaojiao's face was full of threats, and he couldn't help but smile, which sent chills down the spine. The little devil was stunned and quickly changed his words. Master, I will do whatever you want me to do from now on. No questions asked. That's not bad. Come out and follow me. Xiaojiao nodded with satisfaction and opened the pet pocket. Hey, the little devil flew out and let out a long sigh. His brows filled with helplessness. Let's go and find the master. Yi Xian shrugged and walked with them to the tree hole. As soon as everyone entered, they found that the sword god was not there, leaving only the river god and Natasha, who had not been back for a long time. Xiaojiao was puzzled. Where is our master? He's already gone. The river god put his hands behind his back and smiled bitterly when he heard this. He only learned the news when he came back. How could it be so fast? Yi Xian was puzzled. There should obviously be some time left. But this is unreasonable. He knew that his time was short, but he still wanted to do something for the world. So he went to challenge the Demon King. As a result, he came back from near death without waiting for us. You go and see him for the last time. The river god sighed. Exhale your anger. Yi Xian and Xiaojiao looked at each other, walked into the depths, and found the sword god lying on the bed. His face was bloodless, and he had lost his life. Master. Yi Xian was speechless for a moment, unable to believe that this was true. This is this? Xiaojiao suddenly found that the sword god was holding a letter in his hand. That's for you. Open it and read it. River god and Sun Wudy came over. Xiaojiao nodded and started to open up his belief. The content is as follows. I hope you two won't disappoint me. Only by cooperating can we be invincible. Then, there were some words of concern. The last gift he left for you was to seriously injure the Demon King. The river god let out a long sigh. Master. Xiaojiao held the letter in her hand and shed tears uncontrollably. I was an orphan since I was a child. I finally got such a relative. But now I am like this. Yi Xian patted her shoulder gently. Be good. Don't cry. Death is just another beginning. I believe I will meet the master again in the future. Really? Xiaojiao wiped away her tears. Of course. Yi Xian chuckled and nodded, looking at the sword god's body. Master, don't worry. We two will definitely not let you down. What's going on? The river god's expression gradually changed, and he discovered that the sword god's body had slowly disappeared. Yi Xian handed over his hand. Senior, don't worry. He will appear somewhere in the world with a new identity. Later, he told the reason. Samsara is not here? There was a little astonishment in the eyes of the river god. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. So, Master, he is not really dead. That's good. By the way, there are many secret realms here. I can't help you in the way of swordsmanship, but in the secret realms, you might get good results. The river god turned to remind him. Yi Xian agreed, and then looked at the skill book in his hand. I originally wanted to come back and ask the master for advice, but in the end, I had to learn it by myself. With your talent, there must be no problem. After the river god finished speaking, he turned around and left. Senior, if you meet me in the future, you must bring the little golden dragon to see me, and don't reveal anything else. Yi Xian chuckled. Don't worry. I know what's going on. After the river god finished speaking, he left and soon disappeared. Yi Xian raised his hand and gently touched the little golden dragon in his arms, and then opened the skill book in his hand under the gaze of everyone. He frowned fiercely. Empty? I saw that there was not even a single word in the skill book. Why is this happening? Could it be that the guy from River God made a mistake? Sun Wudy scratched his head, feeling confused and wanted to chase him. But he had already disappeared. No, he won't do that kind of thing. Xiaojiao frowned slightly. Logically speaking, this is one of the master's 3 secrets. It is not weaker than the Shixian sword and your body transformation sword. But it is a blank book. How can you learn it? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. He asked the little golden dragon in his arms. Do you know? I don't know. I have traveled through time and space so many times. But you have never been able to understand this book. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Okay. Yi Xian twitched the corner of his mouth. And then asked, after we deal with the Demon King, how about I help you settle things with the Dragon Clan? No need. Life experience is irrelevant. Just to get close to you, little Jinlong said casually. Although his life experience was miserable, to him, it didn't matter at all. Chapter 432, Perverted Lilicon. Don't you care at all? Lin Hong had no choice but to put away the secret book first and continue to ask. The little golden dragon remained silent. The main city of the Demon Clan. Inside the castle, the Demon King sat on the throne, with sword wounds all over his body, gritting his teeth. Have you found that damn old man? The great Demon King has not been found yet. There was a general kneeling below, and it was really unlucky that this matter was assigned to him. Trash! The Demon King angrily shouted, and with a wave of his hand, the general disappeared into thin air. What do you do to feed you? You can't even find a single person? The Demon King roared, stood up, and looked at the hundreds of generals below. In an instant, all the generals knelt down. Please calm down, Lord Demon King. Humph. You all go look for me. If you can't find him for a day, you won't be allowed to rest for a day. I will kill him. The Demon King was very angry. He finally became a mid-level demon, but he didn't expect such masters to exist in the world. Must be found and killed. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. In the ruins of the gods, Yi Xian and others decided to ignore the secret book with no content for the time being, and began to explore many secret realms. In our time, there were very few secret realms here, but there are surprisingly many here, Yi Xian murmured softly. There were literally hundreds of times the number, because most of the secret realms were destroyed, just like the previous one. Little Golden Dragon gave the answer. Soon, within a week, everyone was improved to various extents, especially Yi Xian, who improved the most after learning the artistic conception of bamboo forest and wind. Even so, there are times when we fail. At that moment, he was trapped in a secret formation and couldn't get out. Xiao Jiao ate the snake meat. When can we go out? It could take a few years. Yi Xian was breaking the formation and answered casually when he heard the words. For a moment, Xiao Jiao was choked. How long? She never expected that it would take so long. It was unbelievable. This formation is difficult to crack, and I'm not proficient enough in this area, so it will take a long time. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Why is this like this? You plan to seek revenge from the Demon King after exploring this secret realm. By then, the Demon King's injuries will be healed. Xiao Jiao pouted, full of resentment. It doesn't matter. At their level, recovery does not happen overnight. It is impossible to recover from serious injuries in just a few years. The little golden dragon poked its head out of Yi Xian's arms. Xiao Jiao nodded confusedly. Is that so? Except, of course, if he can find someone with powerful healing skills. Little Jinlong thought about it. But now Yi Xian is the only one in the world who knows this skill. Do you know how to break this formation? Yi Xian asked instead. I don't know. I haven't been to this secret realm a few times before. Little Jinlong shook his head. In the past 7 days, he told what he had experienced, which led to smooth sailing ahead. In just a few days, he broke through 13 secret realms and obtained a lot of treasures. But right now I can't help much. Xiao Jiao wailed. I don't want to be trapped here. If you have this time to complain, you might as well go practice sword practice. Can you transform yourself into a sword? Yi Xian turned his eyes and looked over. The most annoying thing was actually him. He couldn't do anything else during the break, and he couldn't be distracted. Master, drink water. Natasha came over holding a kettle. Yi Xian nodded, stopped breaking the formation, took the water bottle and drank, then raised his hand and rubbed Natasha's head, feeling instantly happy both physically and mentally. Xiao Jiao muttered. Lilicon! Hey! Please speak more clearly! Yi Xian almost spat out the water and stared at him. Lilicon, Xiao Jiao hugged her shoulders. Didn't you think just now that if you could marry Natasha, she would be a good wife and mother? Do you dare to think about it or admit it? There was a playful smile on her face. When Natasha heard this, her face turned red. She lowered her head and went somewhere else. Yi Xian felt doubly embarrassed. That's the truth. Perverted Lolita control. She is just a child. No matter which country she is in. This is not allowed, Shijio said, taking out the dagger that had not been used for a long time and gently wiping it with a rag. Yi Xian shook his head. That's right. But she won't grow up anymore. And her appearance won't change much. You mean the immortality pill? Xiao Jio's face was filled with surprise. Well, the master once fed me one. Natasha blushed and nodded. Oh my god! Your master is too kind to you. Right. No. A lullicon. A perverted lullicon. Xiao Jio was surprised at first. And then his expression suddenly changed. Natasha was puzzled. Sister Xiujio, why do you say that? Are you stupid? If he gives you the immortality pill, you will keep your lowly appearance forever. He is not a pervert. Who is a pervert? Xiao Jio shook her head, seemingly worried about her innocence. Stop talking about this. Natasha, come here and help. Yi Xian was helpless. Yes. Natasha nodded vigorously and ran over. Yi Xian pointed to the formation. Later, use your strongest arrow to shoot where the cracks appear. Well, Natasha understands. Can she charge up first? Natasha nodded vigorously and then asked questions. Of course. Let's start now. Can you go out and take a look this time? Yi Xian nodded, sitting cross-legged in front of the formation, planning to forcefully open a crack. This crack is very small, no more than the size of a fist, and cannot let them out. But if there is a powerful attack to destroy, there will be a high probability of successfully breaking the formation. Under everyone's gaze, Natasha jumped up and stayed in the air. A giant ice bow appeared in her hand, and she slowly pulled it. Sweat gradually rolled down her forehead. About 10 minutes later, the bow was fully drawn, and Natasha's arms trembled slightly. Master, I can't hold on anymore. Shoot! Yi Xian nodded and opened a small gap in the formation. Natasha aimed at the gap and shot this shocking arrow. In an instant, a powerful wave caused the ground to lift up, blowing Xiao Jio and others away. Boom! The arrow hit the crack and made an explosion. Click! Vaguely, there was the sound of something breaking. Yi Xian chuckled. Succeeded. I saw that the formation was cracked inch by inch and densely packed, like a spider web. Owner. Natasha lost strength and fell from the air, panting, her body covered in sweat, her clothes already soaked. Yi Xian jumped up and held her in his arms. I've made you tired. No. As long as she can help the master. Natasha is willing to do it no matter how tired she is. Natasha's eyes were full of solemnity and sincerity. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, raised his hand and rubbed her head, and the formation turned into thousands of light points and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. It was beautiful and intoxicating. Chapter 433, Regrets. It's so beautiful here. The formation dissipated, and Xiao Jio looked around with an expression of surprise. Yi Xian hugged Natasha and found that the vegetation here was like something out of a fairy tale, with a dreamlike beauty. He looked at the sky. It was dark at this time, and the huge moon made people couldn't help but look at it for a while. Xiao Jio has already moved forward. There must be good things in this secret realm. After all, with such a powerful formation blocking it, how could there be nothing good? Don't worry. Follow me. Yi Xian stepped forward and raised his hand to stop him, walking at the front. He is a formation master, and he can more or less detect whether there is a formation in front of him. If he falls into a formation again, it will be bad. After walking for a long time, we finally stopped in front of a cave. Xiao Jio looked inside. Will there be anything good? I want a lighter sword. The sword that matched the bracelet had been thrown away. And who knew if his mind would be controlled again? This seems to be a sword repair cave. The little golden dragon got out of Yi Xian's clothes and looked to the side. There was a huge stone with some kind of words carved on it. That's great. Xiao Jio's heart moved slightly, and she walked over quickly. You girl. Yi Xian wanted to stop him, but he didn't have time, so he had to follow him. Everyone entered the cave and found that it was in dilapidated condition, with only one coffin inside. Xiujio pouted and said, Why don't you open it and take a look? This is disrespectful. The little devil said quickly, went over and stood on the coffin, opened his hands to stop it. Indeed, opening it may be dangerous. Little Jinlong nodded and continued. This should be a master from the immortal and demon era. As for why he died here, it is unknown. Open it quickly and take a look. Xiao Jio raised her hand to grab the little devil, and then directly opened the coffin board. For a moment, Yi Xian and others retreated one after another. When they saw that there was no movement, they stepped forward. Xiao Jiao had already touched a long sword from the coffin. Pink? This was the first time she had seen a pink sword in her entire life. It was very thin, and had the afterimage of pink flowers when she swung it. This divine sword. Little Jinlong looked at it for a moment, and then said in surprise, Excalibur? Xiao Jiao became even more happy, and quickly held the sword in his arms. It's mine. Don't snatch it from me. Do not worry. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Not only did he have the 7-star Longyuan sword, but he also had the Xianyuan sword given by the Master Sword God, which he planned to use when he really needed it. Xiao Jiao looked at the person in the coffin and suddenly expressed surprise. So beautiful! Everyone looked around and found that the body in the coffin was not rotting at all, as if it was asleep, with her fair and delicate skin, light pink mouth, and willow leaf eyebrows. People can't help but exclaim that she is a beauty. Many heroes must have bowed to her during her lifetime. She won't suddenly come to life. Right. Xiao Jiao scratched his head, a little scared. It's too late to regret now. The little devil was caught in his hand, and suddenly looked frightened. You are behind me! Everyone turned around and took out their weapons, only to see a translucent person standing there. Are you the one in the coffin? Yi Xian discovered something, and a drop of sweat fell on his forehead. I saw that this person was exactly the same as the woman in the coffin, but more blurry. Xiao Jiao apologized quickly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your things. How was the war? The woman spoke slowly, her voice soft, giving people a very warm feeling, like the big sister next door. We won, Yi Xian said immediately. It's just that there is a seriously injured mid-level devil in the world. He is called the Devil King, and is no longer invincible. I took your sword to deal with that demon king. Xiao Jiao actively defended himself. The woman nodded. In that case, just take it. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Jiao was so excited that she ran over quickly and wanted to hug her, but she couldn't touch her at all. Since you're dead, why are you here? Yi Xian swallowed and was a little curious. I'm just a trace of regret. The woman looked over, and the moment they looked at each other, Yi Xian fell into a trance. Xiao Jiao asked out of curiosity. Senior, you are a sword cultivator. Do you know our Master Sword God? Sword God. The woman's voice turned cold instantly. And then, frost formed everywhere in the cave. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Jiao was puzzled. Sword God. Where is he? Is he still alive? As the woman spoke, the cave was blocked by a huge stone, and it instantly became dark. Yi Xian snapped his fingers and summoned a fire. Then it became brighter, and the temperature was no longer so low. Xiao Jiao shook his head repeatedly. He passed away not long ago. Dead? Since you are his disciples, it is reasonable for you to repay him. The woman waved her hand, and the sword in Xiao Jiao's hand flew over. She raised her hand to catch it, and then swung it down fiercely. The sword energy was powerful enough to cut off everyone present. The little devil shouted, Hurry up and get out of the way! Yi Xian hugged Natasha and used teleportation, easily avoiding it. Xiao Jiao himself was a killer and very agile, and could easily avoid it like the little devil. On the other hand, Sun Wuti, although he was a monkey, didn't remember his reaction at all and had to turn to stone. Boom! Sun Wuti was hit, but was not injured because he was petrified. You all, go to H.L. Just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the woman suddenly waved the sword in her hand frequently. Shwa! Swish! Powerful sword energy was flying everywhere, and everyone could only dodge. Yi Xian frowned slightly and found that the cave was surrounded by black air. In an instant, he cast the poetry sword and the scene turned into a plum blossom forest. When the woman saw this, not only did she not feel better, but she even got worse. You are indeed his disciples. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. I will definitely not talk nonsense next time. Xiao Jiao was helpless and anxious, and hid behind Sun Wuti, never expecting that she and her master were enemies. On the other side, Yi Xian was dealing with the woman, but no matter how he explained, it was useless. He was helpless inside. Senior, what do you want? What do I want? That unfaithful person. His apprentice should die. The woman is like a ghost in the rumors, floating in the air, and her eyes are weeping from something unknown like tears. Ah? Xiao Jiao didn't expect that the sword god would be such a person. Little Jinlong, do you know what's going on? Yi Xian asked in surprise after dodging several sword attacks. The little golden dragon replied. How could I possibly know? I have never been to this secret place before. So hurry up and avoid it. At some point, the woman appeared in front of him and cut off the pink sword. Chapter 434. Continue on the road. Schwa. After images of pink flowers flashed by, and blood dripped, Shizhou's pupil shrank. Yi Xian. Cough. Yi Xian's left arm was cut off, and the plum blossom trees disappeared one after another. He retreated frequently and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? Little Jin Long couldn't help but ask. You guess? Yi Xian finished speaking angrily and unleashed a powerful healing technique on himself. It's all like this. How can it be okay? Little golden dragon shook his head. Let's combine together. Maybe we can still fight. Yi Xian nodded, let out a long breath, and deployed many formations on himself with his hands. Due to the powerful healing technique, the broken arm slowly grew out. And secondly, tombstones appeared out of thin air. Senior, there may be some misunderstanding about the grudge between you and our master. Yi Xian licked his lips and found that he had merged with the little golden dragon, with golden scales all over his body and even a tail. Huh? Misunderstanding? He made me fall in love with him and then abandoned me. This sword was still the one he gave to me. The woman's mood seemed to be slightly calmer, but she was still very sad. Senior, there must be a misunderstanding, Yi Xian said firmly. The woman sneered. Since then, the war between immortals and demons has broken out. It was not until I died that I saw him for the last time. Stop trying to defend him. After she finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. In an instant, countless sword energy overflowed. Anyone within a radius of 500 meters would be attacked and even cut into thousands of pieces. Oh my god! Xiaojie knew that she couldn't escape this time, so she took a few steps back and closed her eyes in fear. But soon, she opened her eyes blankly. What are you doing? He was being held in Yi Xian's arms and spun around. Do not move. Yi Xian turned his back to the incoming sword energy. Soon, he spurted out a mouthful of hot blood. Are you okay? Xiaojie was a little overwhelmed and took out a handkerchief. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Hey, I'm the one who can withstand the most damage. Can you stop showing off your affection here? The petrified Sun Wuti and Yi Xian were back to back, dumbfounded. At this moment, the woman stopped. Are you two a couple? Forehead. Yes, they are a couple. Xiaojie was stunned, and when she was about to say no, Yi Xian had already hugged her and blocked her mouth. Really? The woman's eyes were filled with fierceness. That's right. Yi Xian turned back to look at her, his eyes filled with determination. The two looked at each other for a long time, and the woman suddenly exhaled and threw the sword over. Girl, this sword will be yours from now on. Thank you, Senior, for giving me the sword. Xiaojie was a little confused, but still bowed. Boy, you just impressed me. The woman turned to look at Yi Xian, blocking the attack with his back for his woman. It was hard to imagine that this could be the apprentice taught by that man. Senior, you're welcome. Yi Xian cupped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Sun Wuti was on the verge of tears. How do I feel that you are ignoring me? It's so interesting that that man can actually teach a disciple who loves his wife so much. The woman murmured softly, and the stone blocking the cave moved away on its own. Xiaojie blushed. As a young girl, she was a little embarrassed to be said like this. She obviously didn't have a boyfriend yet. Ha ha. Yi Xian was also quite embarrassed and raised his hand to wrap his arms around Xiaojie's waist. Natasha was standing aside, a little resentful, but knew not to cause trouble at this time. Yi Xian suddenly remembered something and took out the skill book he had obtained through the previous trial. Senior, do you know why there is nothing in this book? I can actually see this. The woman suddenly smiled thoughtfully. Can you see it? Can you teach us? Yi Xian's heart moved and he asked quickly. No. Only after you read the above content clearly will the move truly belong to you. I believe that day will not be far away. The woman rubbed her chin and stared at him and Xiaojie. The little devil noticed something and couldn't help but ask. Are you asking the two of them to do something embarrassing? Possible. The smile on the woman's face grew even bigger. Yi Xian looked at Xiaojie in shock and found that she was also looking at him. Well, now that the unfaithful person is dead, I have nothing to commemorate, the woman murmured softly. Suddenly, Xiaojie took a step forward. Senior, it's actually not what you think. Our master often mentioned feeling guilty about a woman. But at that time it was because there was no other way. So that's it? That idiot. The woman smiled sincerely, having not seen her for a long time. And after speaking, she slowly dissipated. When did Master say that? Yi Xian was surprised. You're silly. Girls have to be coaxed. Even if it's a lie. Xiujiu cast a look of disdain, then hugged the pink sword she got. Very happy. Sun Wudy walked over with his nose pressed. Well, when are you two going to do something embarrassing? I can avoid them. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion. It turned out that it was Natasha who shot an arrow outside. Because her back was to everyone. Her current expression could not be seen clearly. What a shameful thing. You stinky monkey. Believe it or not, I will chop off your tail. Xiaojiu blushed instantly. Why are you killing me? Don't you want to kill the Demon King and desperately want to become stronger? Now you finally have a way to learn that skill book. Sun Wudy scratched his head. Xiujiu shouted at him. So what? I won't do that. Here. Sun Wudy was almost deafened and turned to leave. On the other side, Natasha was still shooting arrows. Each arrow would cause great power, and even kill many innocent monsters. Yi Xian felt a little embarrassed inexplicably, and moved his hand away from Xiujiu's waist. What? Let's continue on our way. There may be many treasures in the coffin. Xiujiu looked at the coffin. Goodbye. It will be bad if there is another canyon or something. Yi Xian was speechless. This girl actually wanted to find the treasure. All right. Xiaojiu let out a long sigh, knowing that he couldn't be so greedy. Seeing that Natasha was still venting, Yi Xian couldn't help but rub his nose and waited for a while before walking over. Natasha? Owner! Natasha looked over, smiling and closing her eyes slightly, as if she was no different from usual. Are you okay? Yi Xian swallowed and found that the terrain outside had changed beyond recognition. It's okay. Master, should we continue on our way? Natasha tilted her head slightly, which was very cute, but it gave people a very dangerous feeling. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded. Then let's continue on our way. Natasha walked in front, leading everyone across the bumpy land. Chapter 435, Vitality Fruit. Swish, swish, swish. Xiujiu walked at the back, waving the pink sword she got. Sun Wudy looked around. It seems like there's nothing else. This secret realm is not big, but it is not small either. But except for the cave just now, there is no special place. Let's go! Yi Xian shrugged and took them away after speaking. Time passes minute by minute. When we left the secret realm, it was already half a day later, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Sun Wudy coughed lightly. What about that? Let's go out. There's something to do. After he finished speaking, he left with the little devil. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Natasha pouted and sat aside. Forehead? How could Yi Xian not know what Sun Wudy was thinking? But he just smiled bitterly and laid down on a few beds. He looked up at the sky. The moonlight is so beautiful. There are no mosquitoes here. The monsters are friendly, and you can enjoy the peace and quiet. Master. Natasha got into bed and hugged her tightly with great strength. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian made a decision. Without further delay, I am going to kill the Demon King first. What do you think? I listened to my master. Natasha sat on the edge of the bed and nodded vigorously, as did everyone else. You two didn't do anything yesterday? Sun Wudy cast a look of contempt. Do you care? Yi Xian glared over. Sun Wudy shook his head. I think you guys really don't understand. I have plenty of female monkeys to surrender to. We each get what we need. So why be shy? You know you are going to die. Right. Xiujiu walked over slowly and had already drawn the pink sword, which gave people a very dangerous feeling. What can you do to me? Sun Wudy was instantly petrified. Bang bang! No matter how Xiujiu attacks, he can't have any effect, which makes him very depressed. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Okay, stop making trouble. It will take some time to leave this god's ruins. Everyone nodded, then got in the car and rushed to the exit. Finally come. The river god is sitting on a chair with the exit behind him. Senior? Yi Xian arrived in a car, his mouth twitching, never expecting that he would block the road here. As I said before, you can only go out if you beat me, the river god said calmly, and as he waved his hand, a cup of tea appeared in his hand, and he took a sip. Yi Xian nodded. Seniors will look at each other with admiration after 3 days apart. I think it's not necessary. Right. Now that my Shurxian sword has 4 artistic conceptions, it is not too difficult to deal with a seriously injured river god. That's such a big tone. Let me see if you really have that ability. The river god gathered water around him. Yi Xian silently drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. For a long time, with the help of little golden dragon, he has almost fully understood the Shizhen sword. And its power is much stronger than before. Boy, I will use my full strength this time. The river god smiled and flew up. And a wide river appeared under his feet. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said, Senior, please give me some advice. After he finished speaking, he used teleportation to disappear, and instantly came behind the river god and used the poetry sword. Shua. The sword slashed down with a devastating momentum. The river god nodded with satisfaction. You are much stronger than you were at the beginning. Even so, he just waved his hand, and the sword energy was dissolved by the water flow. This, Yi Xian quickly retreated, merged with the little golden dragon, and at the same time frantically deployed formations on his body. He licked his lips. Senior, I'm offended. As soon as he finished speaking, tombstones fell from the sky and hit the river. Great Keeper? Interesting. The river god murmured softly, and found that the area enclosed by the tombstone could not flow in, and it became a separate area. I'm not stupid enough to fight with my senior on the river. Yi Xian murmured softly. What about last time? The river god chuckled. But from beginning to end, the battle was on the river. Yi Xian was somewhat embarrassed and turned to shake his head. Plum blossom trees grew out, adding a little more decoration to the group of tombstones. But suddenly, the river god raised his hand. Okay, I admit defeat. You should save some strength and fight again after going out. Senior? Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect it to be like this. I can't beat you now. The river god chuckled. And as he spoke, he suddenly coughed violently. Why are you coughing? Yi Xian frowned slightly. A little surprised, the river god smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that I would follow in the footsteps of that guy from the sword god. What happened? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, his face filled with confusion. Both he and I have been blocked from vitality. Our vitality is empty, so naturally we cannot survive. The river god let out a long breath. As a god, shouldn't it have infinite lifespan? Shujia was puzzled and took a step forward. The river god shook his head. Everything will wither at that moment, including gods. Is this so? Shujia was a little at a loss. Don't worry. With the remaining vitality in my body, I can last at least tens of thousands more years. The river god turned to smile. Is there any remedy? Yi Xian frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. The river god nodded. Yes. Yes. I heard that in the devil's world. There is something called the vitality fruit. It's a pity. After he finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. It was almost impossible to get something. I'll get it for you. After Yi Xian pondered for a moment, he said solemnly, Silly boy. What you have to do is to save the world. Not me. The river god couldn't laugh or cry. Yi Xian did not speak, but said goodbye and led everyone away from the ruins of the gods. He looked up at the sky. I have decided. What? Shujia was a little confused. We must find another way to save the world. Yi Xian's eyebrows were filled with solemnity. If there are loopholes, then fix the loopholes. If there are difficulties, then solve the difficulties. The king has said that the only way is to reset it. The little devil stood on Xiao Jiu's shoulder and couldn't help but say, that is the god of creation, the absolutely supreme being. He says it is the only way, and that is the only way. Yi Xian shook his head. I have to try. Master, I will always support you. Natasha held his hand at this time, her eyes filled with solemnity. Yeah, Yi Xian chuckled, knelt down and kissed her forehead gently. Natasha immediately blushed to her ears, but said nothing and forced herself to remain calm. Let's go. Find the devil and kill him. A fierce light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After finishing speaking, he drove everyone away and went straight to the main city of the demon clan. At this time, inside the castle, the main city of the demon clan. A sneeze. The demon king rubbed his nose. Extremely surprised, he frowned. I won't get sick. Could it be that something bad is going to happen? Sneezing in this world means something bad will happen. Chapter 436, Approaching. We can't sit still and wait for someone to come. The demon king sat on the chair in the main hall and patted the armrest. Soon, two generals walked in and solemnly knelt down. Great demon king, I am here. Have you found the person you were looking for? The demon king frowned slightly. Not yet. One of the generals replied tremblingly. swallowing his foam. Let's put this matter aside for now. Find me all the healers in the city and offer a huge reward. The Demon King's face looked a little ugly, and he waved his hand after finishing speaking. The two generals agreed and were about to leave when they were stopped. The Demon King crossed his legs and said, "If you can find a therapist who knows powerful healing techniques, I will give you an official and a reward." Yes. Yes. The generals agreed one after another. On the other side, Yi Xian and others have entered the city, using dozens of turbo accelerators on the way. Don't expose yourself, Shujo said nervously. She looked around. How can we get close to the Demon King? Should we attack him directly? No. It's best to kill with one strike. Yi Xian and everyone else were wearing bamboo hats and murmuring softly. On the other side, Natasha held the new bow and arrow she had already obtained. Master, look over there. Have you heard? The Demon King is calling for healers. And the rewards are huge. Come on. I probably would have had to be beheaded in the past. Two passers-by were talking. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Therapist? Is it the devil who wants to find someone who can heal him? Maybe we can take this opportunity to get close to him. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but said, then looked around. I'll go out for a while and meet at the inn later. After choosing the inn where she would stay, she turned and left. Where is she going? Yi Xian was a little surprised. It seems like she's going to see her mother or something. Sun Wudy scratched his head. Yi Xian choked for words. Her mother had been pushed into the door of death. This matter must not be spoken out. At least not now. Otherwise it will be bad. Everyone entered the inn and began to discuss. In the end, Yi Xian decided to take a risk and sign up for the recruitment of therapists, so as to get close to the devil and kill him with one shot. As for Sun Wudy and others, they were outside to support them. Master, can you let me follow you? Natasha's ears were drooped, looking extremely pitiful. No. Despite this, Yi Xian still refused clearly. This time is no joke, and I may not be able to take care of you. But once discovered, Natasha can play a big role. Natasha's big eyes were full of prayer. She was indeed right. The arrows alone that could slow down the enemy would be of great help. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then nodded. Okay, but you must listen to me. Natasha nodded happily. Come on. Sun Wudy had no intention of following. I'll take care of you outside. Yi Xian glared at him speechlessly, then led Natasha out of the inn, and all the way to the outside of the castle. Stop! Who is it? The soldier came over. Yi Xian and Natasha were both wearing bamboo hats, and their whereabouts were suspicious. They were not allowed to approach the castle at all. The soldier continued. Leave quickly. Otherwise we have the right to kill you on the spot. Okay. Kill me, and let's see who heals your Demon King. Yi Xian's voice was calm and sounded a bit condescending, which he did deliberately. Are you here to participate in recruitment? The soldier looked up and down. Take off the hat. Otherwise don't even think about it. You alone want to see what we look like? Yi Xian has already given different disguises to himself and Natasha. But despite this, he still doesn't pick them off if he can. The soldier laughed angrily. Are you crazy? If you don't pick it off, get out! Shua. But he saw sword light flashing past. The soldier's pupil shrank, and then he shouted in pain. His left arm had been cut off at the root. Enemy attack! Who are you? Other patrolling soldiers from the surrounding areas rushed over. Yi Xian did not speak, but used a powerful healing technique. The soldier with a broken arm looked shocked, and found that his broken arm had slowly grown back. Isn't this amazing? How can it be? The soldiers were talking a lot. Yi Xian snorted coldly. This is the way to treat guests. What a bounty. I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he was about to take Natasha away, but was stopped by the general, who happened to see the scene. This healer is not a good soldier like them, so don't be ordinary, the general said as he took out a bag, which was full of gold coins. It was roughly estimated that there were tens of thousands of them. Humph. Yi Xian took the bag and weighed it. This is pretty much it. Please come in. The general made a gesture of invitation, glared at the soldiers, and signaled them to give way quickly. Quick! Get out of the way! The soldiers made way. Are you Demon King very powerful? Yi Xian walked towards the castle, with Natasha and the general following behind. The general quickly replied, Of course. He is the most powerful person in the world. Bah! The most powerful one is obviously my master. He has powerful healing skills. No one can even hurt him. Yi Xian snorted coldly, giving off the feeling of a playboy. Who is the master? The general tried to ask. You don't deserve to know. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders and came to the gate of the castle. He raised his legs and kicked it open. After entering, I found that many people had come. All of them healers, chatting with each other. After listening carefully for a while, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel happy. Among them, at least 80% were forcibly captured. The general next to him said, as long as you can meet the needs of the Demon King, whether it is money or beauty, you can have as much as you want. As for power, I think if you are willing to submit to the Demon Clan, you will definitely get a big official position. This is a fact. With such a powerful healing technique, of course, it will be regarded as a treasure. I will consider it. Where are you, Demon King? You won't let me wait here. Right. Yi Xian knew that the Demon King was not here, so he hugged his shoulders with a particularly arrogant look. Who is this person? He is so arrogant. Do you want to kill him? So arrogant. People looked over one after another and were surprised. The general was ashamed. Just wait a moment. The devil will come soon. Who called himself uncle in front of this king? The voice suddenly came, and the expressions of the people present suddenly changed, and they lowered their heads, knowing that the real owner had arrived. Tap tap, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The slightly pale Demon King came over with his servants and some generals. Yi Xian was not afraid in the face of danger, and admitted openly. The general beside him quickly shouted, Master Demon King, this person knows powerful healing techniques, and can regenerate broken limbs. He should be able to heal your injuries. Oh! The Demon King sat down on his throne, while almost everyone else present was shocked. Powerful healing is a skill that has been lost for a long time. This kid actually knows it. Chapter 437 Take action. Cure me, and you can do whatever you want, the Demon King said expressionlessly. Yi Xian handed over his hand. Power, money, and beauty are all indispensable. Good. The Demon King nodded. The people here are so right. Why don't you go somewhere else? Yi Xian chuckled, looking enigmatic. Soon, he took Natasha and followed the Demon King to the top of the newly renovated castle, which had only one room. Let's start. The devil sat on the edge of the bed and took off his clothes, revealing his scarred muscles. Yi Xian felt a little shocked inexplicably. It seems that as a Demon King, you have experienced a lot. Of course, I have been bullied and suppressed in various ways since I was a child. The Demon King nodded slightly, his tone filled with indifference. The past is past. Even if it is mentioned here, what is the use? I'm going to start healing you. Yi Xian breathed out softly. After finishing speaking, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he slowly approached. Stop! The Demon King suddenly raised his hand. Yi Xian paused, secretly thinking something bad. But on the surface, he was still calm and calm. What's wrong? Take off your hat first, the Demon King said. His eyes were as deep as the universe with no end in sight. My master once said that you can't reveal your appearance outside. After all, you have to be on guard against others. Yi Xian made his voice sound disdainful. I have never heard of a powerful healer in this world. Who are you? Is the so-called master made up out of thin air? As the Demon King waved his hand, the sword in the room flew into his hand. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Since you treat guests like this, then I'm leaving. Come here slowly, the Demon King said with a slight smile. Yi Xian had no real intention to leave and cursed in his heart that he was an old fox. Just now, I just wanted to test myself. As long as I show a little guilt, I am afraid that my head will fall to the ground in an instant. How long will it take to recover from my injuries? The Demon King looked at the wounds on his body. Many of them were chopped down by the sword god. After so many days, the blood is still sparkling, making it difficult to look directly at them. Soon, Yi Xian said, releasing a little powerful healing technique. Immediately, the wound healed a little, and the Demon King nodded with satisfaction. If you are willing to stay in the Demon Clan, I can reward you with glory and wealth. Women can take care of it. As for the power, it is less than one person and more than 10,000 people. Real? Yi Xian pretended to be excited. Of course. The Demon King nodded again, and then looked at him, who was getting closer and closer. Why don't you continue healing? Shua. Yi Xian didn't answer. When the distance was less than half a meter, he pulled out the artifact dagger and stabbed it out fiercely. Accurate hit! Immediately, the already seriously injured Demon King spurted out blood and was stabbed in the center. He angrily shouted, Who on earth are you? We haven't seen each other for just a few days. And the Demon King has already forgotten me? Yi Xian chuckled, took off his hat, and no longer covered his voice. Is it you? The Demon King looked at him in disguise. Furious. Here comes someone. Boom. Someone who had been placed outside for a long time broke in. Yi Xian shouted. Natasha. Yes. Master. Natasha nodded, and a powerful cold current burst out from her body, easily freezing those people. Is there anything else you want to say? Yi Xian chuckled and pulled out the dagger. Call. The Demon King held his heart and retreated, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot, which was not a good sign. Yi Xian's voice was calm. Without your heart, I wonder how you can survive. The Demon King pondered for a while, took out a pill and ate it, and the injuries on his body recovered quickly. What? Yi Xian was stunned. What are you eating? Oh, you don't even know about our special product in the world. You will die. The Demon King was in a bad mood, and he didn't expect that the elixir would be wasted in this way. Yi Xian took a few steps back. Could it be the vitality pill? You have some knowledge. There was a fierce light in the Demon King's eyes. After finishing speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and he cut off the long sword in his hand. Whoa! The sword light was about to blind the person's eyes. Is this the strength of a mid-level devil? Yi Xian frowned and avoided Natasha with his backhand. Later, he discovered that the entire castle had been cut in half with a distance of 3,000 meters, leaving a huge ditch on the ground. Natasha couldn't help but said, Master, what should I do? Obviously, he and others are no longer their opponents. Poetic immortal sword. Yi Xian was heartbroken and forcibly kneaded the four artistic conceptions in his heart together. Suddenly, the world became silent, and plum blossom trees stood up from the ground. At the same time, the wind howled, the woods grew, and the sound of waterfalls could be heard. Devil King. Suffer death. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. Tombstones fell from the sky one after another, and then turned into fragments, attached to his sword. Cut! Yi Xian swung his sword down. Suddenly, the powerful power made the devil change his color. He had to dodge. But when he regained his balance, he found that Yi Xian and the others had disappeared. An alley somewhere in the city. Yi Xian teleported here with Natasha. He frowned and gritted his teeth. This guy actually has a vitality pill. He should have brought it from their world to save his life. Master, what should we do now? Natasha tilted her head, looking cute. Go and join the others first, Yi Xian said, and the two of them put on their hats. As soon as they walked out of the alley, they met the search team. You too. Come with us. The search party gathered around. Yi Xian frowned. Why? There is an order from above to arrest anyone who is acting suspiciously and wearing a hat. The search team members were ready to take action as they spoke. Whoa! Yi Xian pulled out the 7-star Long Yuan sword in an instant, and when he inserted it back, several heads fell to the ground. Let's go! Yi Xian glanced at the headless corpse on the ground and took Natasha to teleport frequently. Soon, when they arrived at the inn, Sun Wuti had returned, but the little devil and Xiao Jiao were nowhere to be seen. Yi Xian frowned. Where are they? I don't know. I haven't seen him since I came back. Sun Wuti was also very anxious, scratching his head and head. He would be arrested if he was not careful now. I'll go out and look for you. You guys wait here. Yi Xian turned and left. In the evening, Yi Xian and a group of people teleported away from the main city of the Demon Clan. Xiao Jiao and Little Devil still haven't been found. It's as if they have disappeared from the world, which is worrying. Sun Wuti sighed. The Demon King was not killed, but 2 people were lost. We're here. A familiar voice suddenly came. It was Xiao Jiao and Little Devil. They were together and running over. Where have you been? Do you know how worried we are? Yi Xian frowned and couldn't help but ask. Sorry. Xiao Jiao lowered his head slightly and continued. I saw a big search was launched in the city, so I ran out with the Little Devil. Chapter 438, Huge Pit. You're not hurt, are you? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Xiao shook his head. I would have gotten this thing accidentally. After she finished speaking, she took out a map. There is a place marked on it, and it says next to it that you can kill the Demon King by going there. Really? Sun Wuti was surprised. I don't know. An old man passing by gave it to me. Xiao shook his head gently. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then shrugged. You can go there. After all, there is plenty of time now. Soon, everyone used teleportation to leave the city and rushed over there in cars. Little devil, why don't you speak? Sun Wudy suddenly discovered this, which was a bit strange. The little devil still didn't speak. Maybe I'm a little tired from running around with me. Xiujio smiled slightly, his face a little unnatural. No one paid much attention to this. And soon, after half a day's journey, they arrived at the place marked on the map. A sinkhole? Natasha looked away and found a huge pit. Xiujio shook his head. I don't know. Is there any treasure down there? Let's go take a look. Sun Wudy licked his lips and came to the edge of the sinkhole. There was a slope for people to go to the bottom. Weird, Yixian murmured softly. Such an obvious place must have been explored by others. So what is the purpose of the old man giving you this map? Could it be that there are masters in it who can defeat the Demon King? But if that were the case, the river god had already told him. How could it be possible? What if? Let's get down quickly. Sun Wudy waved his hand. Yixian nodded and led Natasha up the slope. In an instant, the formation appeared, blocking the sinkhole and shrouding them inside. Sun Wudy was extremely shocked. What's going on? Fell into a trap. Yixian frowned slightly. What was annoying was that he was already so careful but still got caught. Fortunately, Xiujio didn't come in. Find a way to get us out quickly. Sun Wudy noticed something and shouted quickly. Sorry. Xiujio's expression was a little cold. The little devil on her shoulder let out a long sigh, but didn't say anything. Sun Wudy was stunned. Did you do this on purpose? Did you use that map to trick us into coming here? That's right. Xiujio nodded slightly. Why? Yixian looked at her, his eyes filled with confusion. I made a deal with the devil. Kill you and save my mother. Xiujio's voice was a little hoarse. Sun Wudy was surprised. What happened to your mother? Weren't you looking for her in the city? If I hadn't been caught by the devil, I really don't know what happened to you. The bad guy who pushed my mother to H.L. Xiujio stared at Yixian with red eyes. Listen to my explanation. Yixian was helpless. Is there anything to explain? Just wait for death. This is the formation set up by the devil. The energy will slowly condense and eventually kill everything in the sinkhole. Xiujio was unmoved. After finishing speaking, he turned his back and let out a long breath. Sun Wudy shouted, Don't listen to that devil's nonsense. It's all lies. If it's true or false, just ask the people around you. Xiujio raised her hand to wipe away her tears. This, Sun Wudy looked at Yixian and couldn't help but said, Tell her it's a lie. It's true. The situation was urgent. If I didn't do that, the only outcome would be death. Yixian pursed his lips and did not tell lies. Sun Wudy was speechless. How could this happen? Master, I have a bad feeling. Natasha looked at the formation above her head. The energy was slowly condensing, and it probably wouldn't take long for it to be fully charged. It seems that only people outside can turn off this formation. Yixian tried to break the formation and smiled bitterly. Sister Xiujio. Natasha had no choice but to look at Xiujio, who was outside. However, it didn't work at all. Xiujio remained motionless, like a sculpture. Only the tears she shed from time to time proved that she was still alive. Sun Wudy waved the metal rod in his hand. Grandma, I don't believe I can't smash this broken formation. Boom. The attack is fast and violent, but it hits the formation and only causes a little ripple. Stop attacking. Just when Sun Wudy was about to continue attacking, Yixian raised his hand to stop him. Your attack has become the energy of the formation. This? Sun Wudy had no choice but to stop. There was despair in his eyes. I can survive through petrification. But what will you do? Yixian did not answer, knowing that he would not die, but would just leave this era. Stop struggling. The Demon King said that it is impossible for you to escape from this formation. The little devil flew up and lowered his head slightly. Xiujio, have you ever thought that the devil is lying to you? Even if you kill us, your mother will never come back. Yixian smiled bitterly. Will not. Xiujio's pupils trembled slightly after hearing this. And then she shook her head. Yixian let out a long sigh. My move is called the Door of Death. Even I don't know what is behind the door. How could he rescue your mother? So you pushed my mother through that door. Xiujio's eyes turned red. She continued, I trusted you so much. But in the end, first I killed my sister who raised me. And then my mother. Calm down. Yixian frowned slightly, wanting to explain. If you have something to say, can't you please let us out first? Sun Wudy shouted. Don't you know how to read minds? You should know how guilty the master is towards you. So what? Shujio pursed her lips and then closed her eyes. Yi Xian suddenly went over and held Natasha's hand. Are you afraid? With the master. Don't be afraid. Natasha shook her head vigorously with a cute smile on her face. Shujio, I don't know what you think of me, but I respect your decision. Yi Xian let out a long breath. Shujio lowered his head, tears falling down. She bit her lower lip and said, I'm sorry. I will practice my sword skills well and kill the devil. Can't you forgive me this time? If I could, I would find your mother from behind that door. Yi Xian hesitated for a while and then asked, I don't know how to close this formation. Xiao Jiao bit her lower lip, feeling doubly painful. Does that mean you forgive me? A voice suddenly came from in front of him. Shujio opened his eyes in shock. Yi Xian and the others had already come out. She was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Silly girl. This formation is not fully covered and can be teleported. Yi Xian chuckled and raised his hand to rub her head. Were you lying to me just now? Shujio bit her lower lip. Obviously she could run out, but she was still pretending. Anyway, you forgive me. Don't regret it. Yi Xian spread her hands and summoned the door of death to the side, preparing to try to find her mother. Chapter 439 Buying Rope. Full of the smell of death. As Sun Wudy approached the door of death, his hair began to explode all over his body. He shook his head. I will never go in. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but summoned a puppy, held the leash, and let it enter the door of death. Woof. The puppy was obedient and walked in. Soon, Yi Xian pulled the rope, and miraculously, the puppy came out intact. There's a chance. Shujio was excited. This shows that entering the door of death does not mean death directly. Maybe the mother is inside, but she just can't find the way out. Get ready to go in. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. Sun Wudy took a few steps back. No, it must be very dangerous inside. If you're afraid, you don't have to go. I won't force you. Yi Xian shrugged and said, rubbing his sore eyebrows. Afraid? Who said that? I'm going in now. Believe it or not. Sun Wudy was stunned for a moment, and then made a move to go in. Not now. We need rope. A very long rope. Yi Xian was speechless. Otherwise, he might not be able to get out even if he went in. He put away the door of death. Let's go by it first. There's a town nearby. Shujio took out the map from before, with many other places marked on it. Soon, everyone got in the car and headed straight over there. Do you know what I hate most about you? Xiao Jiao looked at Yi Xian who was driving and pursed his lips. What is it? Yi Xian looked back and switched the car to automatic driving. Xiao Jiao's eyes showed displeasure. You never told me after you pushed my mother into the door of death. Sorry. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. I just wanted to prevent her from being sad, but I didn't expect it to have the opposite effect. We're here. Not long after, Xiao Jiao suddenly said, let me disguise you first. Yi Xian let out a long breath. Soon, everyone changed their appearance, walked in the town, and soon found a place selling groceries. Yi Xian went in first. Is the store owner here? Yes. If you have anything to say, just tell me. The waiter came over quickly with a bright smile on his face. Call your boss. Yi Xian waved his hand, and then whispered, big business. Okay, let's go now. Please wait a moment. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then turned and left. Yi Xian and others waited quietly. Suddenly, there were rapid footsteps outside, and a search team passed quickly. Sun Wudy whispered, even the small town has started searching? Be safe. As Yi Xian said, the shop owner had already walked out, cupped his hands, and asked what he needed. Rope. Yi Xian chuckled. Yes. Is this what you call big business? The store owner's expression changed rapidly, and was a little ugly. It felt like these people were just here to cause trouble. Yi Xian took out a large bag of gold coins and put it down. Is the business big? Big. Too big. The shop owner almost fell down when he saw so many gold coins. His face filled with shock. He held up his hands. Excuse me. Who are you? Being able to spend so much money casually means that not just ordinary people can buy their own store. I ask. You answer. Can you specially customize ropes here? Yi Xian asked expressionlessly. Yes. The shop owner nodded. How long can it last? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders and continued to ask. The shop owner hesitated a little. No matter how long you need, we can make it as long as the money is available. Remember? Guarantee the quality. Besides, you have never seen us. This is the ceiling fee. As for the rope, I want 80 kilometers. Yi Xian said, and took out a few more bags of gold coins. Oh? The shop owner opened his mouth wide. The diameter of a small country is 80 kilometers, which is pretty good. How could this person open his mouth so long? How long does it take to make it? Yi Xian asked. The shop owner looked at the bags of gold coins and said, It will take at least 10 days. 5 days. Can you make it? Yi Xian took out a few bags of gold coins again. Yes. The store owner nodded immediately. In 5 days, you can come here to pick it up. I guarantee that no one will know about this transaction. Very good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction and left with the people. Natasha beside her couldn't help but ask, Master, do you really need such a long rope? Of course. This may be the only way out after we enter death's door. Yi Xian responded, his face filled with solemnity. If he was not careful this time, he might be trapped inside forever. Is that so? Natasha nodded slightly, but she didn't know why. But she felt a little uneasy. What should we do in these 5 days? Just wait. Xiujio couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian pretended to be mysterious and shook his head. How is it possible? Let's give these demons a surprise first. What surprise? Xiujio tilted his head. That night, everyone wore night clothes and walked through the city. Soon, they came to the location of the treasure house in the town. Yi Xian muttered in a low voice. I spent so much money on the rope. Of course I have to get it back. At the same time, it can also give the demons a headache. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Can it be done? Xiaojio was doubly confused. Although it's just a treasure house in the town, it must be heavily guarded. It's nothing. Don't worry. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted her shoulder. After saying that, he walked in front. The specific location of the treasure house has already been explored by Little Golden Dragon. Soon, everyone arrived at the roof near the treasure house. There was no one here except the guards. Lots of guards, Xiujio whispered softly. In total, there are more than 30 people. It is simply nonsense to try to sneak in quietly. Yi Xian looked at Natasha. Do it. Natasha responded softly, turned and left. Very deftly. Can she do it alone? Xiaojio couldn't help but ask. Trust her. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, sat down and closed his eyes after finishing speaking. Waiting quietly. In the night sky, several arrows flew by, killing the guards who were conducting reconnaissance at high places. From time to time, there was a slight, whooshing sound, and the guards died one after another, without having time to discover each other's bodies. Let's go! Yi Xian opened his eyes. The guards around the treasure house were all dead. This is not infiltration. The corners of Xiujio's mouth twitched. Yi Xian looked over. What are the requirements for sneaking in? Without being discovered by anyone? Xiujio pondered for a while, and then said with some uncertainty. Then have we been discovered now? Yi Xian chuckled. After saying that, he jumped off the roof and came to the treasure house door, rubbing his chin and thinking. It seems to be true, Xiujio muttered in a low voice. But she felt something was wrong. Something was strange. Natasha came out of the darkness. Master, I couldn't find the key to the treasure house from them. Chapter 440. There really is a way. It's okay. I didn't expect to find out from them, Yi Xian said with a shrug, groping for a while on the treasure house door, and finally found the key. He stretched out his hand and summoned the appropriate key. Isn't this enough? Insert the key, and the door slowly opens. Master is so awesome. Natasha had a smile on her face. Let's go! Yi Xian chuckled and led them into the treasure house. The next day, early morning, the news that the treasure trove had been stolen quickly spread throughout the town. The mayor attached great importance to it, but after reporting it, he got this sentence. You must resolve your own matters. Hateful. The mayor was furious, summoned many subordinates, and began to search everywhere. But Yi Xian and others had already left by car overnight. Aren't we waiting for the rope? Xiujio couldn't help but ask. What's the rush? Let's go out and avoid the limelight. Yi Xian drove the car, stepped on the accelerator after finishing speaking, and went straight to another town on the map. He chuckled. This little trouble is not enough for the demon clan to have a headache. After that, 3 days passed, and the treasure troves of 8 small towns and 2 big cities were stolen. The main city of the demon clan. Inside the castle. Who did it? The demon king slapped the handrail. furious that such a huge demon could be stolen like this. Wu Ba was kneeling below. I think it must have attracted Jiangnan thieves. Otherwise, who would have the ability to steal so many things in just 3 days? So outrageous. Have you all been called back? The devil's face looked very ugly. Not yet. There are 2 masters leading the troops outside. It will probably take a few days to return. Wu Ba replied. Since Yi Xian ran away, the Demon King ordered a citywide search and summoned the only remaining masters back. You go and curse that criminal thief. The Demon King pondered for a while, and then waved his hand. I didn't expect that I would be so frustrated after evolving to the intermediate level. I had no strength. But one annoying thing after another. Wu Ba nodded. Yes. He then got up and left, arriving at the location where he was eventually robbed. People should still be around here, Wu Ba whispered softly. And after finishing speaking, he began to try to curse. And sure enough, there was a reaction. Oops. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was still driving, frowned. Master, what's wrong? Natasha tilted her head, feeling puzzled. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's Wu Ba. I've been cursed. What should we do? Natasha couldn't help but ask, sweat breaking out on her forehead. Little golden dragon. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and could only place his last hope on the little golden dragon. No. Last time it was because I wasn't cursed yet, so I can help you this time. Little Jinlong had no choice. He let out a long sigh. The only way left now is to catch Wu Ba and let him remove the curse on you. The curse master is such a disgusting profession. Yi Xian muttered softly, feeling like there were countless ants crawling in his body, which was painful and itchy. Where to find it? Natasha's eyes turned red. Be good. Don't cry. I'm fine. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head, then switched the car to automatic driving. Little Jinlong analyzed. When the curse is placed, the cursor cannot be too far away from you. I think it should be in the town where I last visited. Makes sense, Yi Xian said, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth, controlled the car, and then rubbed his head with his hands. It's really torture, because the curse master doesn't have anything on you. The effect of the curse will be much weaker, but it will slowly become stronger until death. Little Jinlong couldn't help but say, feeling somewhat helpless. Tisk. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and looked at Xiaojiu. If something unexpected happens to me, I will summon the door of death. At that time, it will be up to you to save people. Don't say stupid things. You won't die. Xiaojiu had experienced the feeling of being cursed. He bit his lower lip and choked slightly. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. I hope so. In the town, Wu Ba, who had finally gone out for once, was walking on the street, eating the steamed buns he bought. I kinda don't want to go back. Wu Ba whispered in a low voice that he was always scolded for working for the devil. At most, he could get some money and some rights. But it was no longer important now. He shook his head. Let's find a chance to distance ourselves from the Demon King. Now that I can't spend all my money, I might as well enjoy life. Only, I'm afraid the Demon King won't let him go. Wu Ba shook his head. Who knows that it has already involved too much? Don't move. A voice suddenly came from behind. Is it you? Wu Ba looked back and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He recognized Xiaojiu and Natasha by their voices. Natasha bit her lower lip. Follow us. Okay. Okay. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Wu Ba was sweating profusely. But he didn't want to lose his life here. Soon, he followed Natasha and others away and came to a stone outside the town. Yi Xian is sitting here cross-legged, with an ugly expression on his face. Are you the one who was cursed by me? Wu Ba was extremely surprised. Hurry up and untie it. Otherwise you won't survive. Xiaojiu took out the dagger and put it on his neck. Wu Ba heard the words. Yes. Yes. But you have to agree to one condition. At least stop stealing things recently. We promise you to break the curse as soon as possible. Natasha was on the verge of tears. His life was in danger. So Wu Ba had no choice but to agree and break the curse. Ugh! Yi Xian suddenly stood up and turned around, vomiting out many ants. The curse I give you is that you will be bitten by ants alive from the inside out, Wu Ba said. Yi Xian rinsed his mouth. The devil sent you here. Right. It almost killed me. What do you want? Wu Ba was stunned and was ready to escape at any moment. Is that necessary? Xiaojiu waved the dagger in his hand, but Yi Xian raised his hand to grab it. Don't worry. He is more useful alive. Isn't it? Wu Ba's legs went weak, and he sat on the ground with a look of helplessness on his face. He let out a long sigh. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want. It's good to talk about the Demon King's current movements. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders, and the pain on his body had disappeared. Wu Ba began to speak. The Demon King is planning to eliminate people who are powerful enough to a certain extent in this world. In addition, his expression gradually became a little embarrassed, and he looked at Xiaojiu. They already know. Xiaojiu disagreed, and was talking about the deal with the Demon King. That's good. Wu Ba was visibly relieved. Do you know how the devil plans to help her find her mother? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then asked. Wu Ba nodded. Actually, the Demon King has no intention of helping her at all. He is just using her. But there is a way. Any solution? Yi Xian's heart moved. This was very important to him and others. Chapter 441, The Place of Despair. Actually, I once placed a curse on Ling Shui. Wu Ba was a little embarrassed, seeing everyone frowning. He quickly continued. I can use this curse to find where the person is, but I have to enter that world. Very good. Xiaojiu was so excited that she almost cried. Come on. Let's go back. It's almost time. Yi Xian was also very excited and left with everyone, taking a bus to the small town where they started. I won't run away. You don't have to do this. Next to Wu Ba sat Sun Wuti and Xiaojiu respectively, with 2 daggers held on their necks. Unable to move, Yi Xian drove the car and arrived at the town late that night. The streets were deserted. He led everyone to the rope shop, and found that it was not closed yet. So he walked in and asked, Are the things ready? You're finally here. It's in the warehouse in the suburbs. Please follow me. The shop owner came out with a smile on his face. Yi Xian nodded and led everyone to the so-called warehouse. There were many layers inside, filled with ropes. It took the workers several days and nights to make this, the shop owner said, slightly embarrassed. How do you think it will be transported away? Don't worry. Yi Xian raised his hand and put the rope into his backpack, which actually occupied 10 squares. The shop owner opened his mouth wide. This. Let's go! Yi Xian left with everyone. The store owner was a little confused and stood in the empty warehouse, shocked. Master, where are we going next? Natasha followed. Find a bigger place and do it without further ado. Yi Xian rubbed his chin, and as he was talking, he noticed an inn in the distance. The waiter sat at the door and fell asleep. Sun Wuti walked over. Hey, do you still have a room? Yes. What kind do you want? The waiter woke up rubbing his eyes, bowed, and asked quickly. Does this super big one exist? Sun Wuti asked, rubbing his chin. Huh? How old? The waiter and him looked at each other, unable to explain. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's about half the size of a small town. Neuropathy. The waiter immediately became anxious and turned around to leave. Let's go! Yi Xian raised his hand and patted Sun Wuti's shoulder, and whispered, Let's go to the ruins of the gods. Yeah, that's a good place there. Sun Wuti looked astonished. With the car, he could get there in no time. Soon, everyone arrived at the ruins of the god in a car. The river god had long since disappeared, and there was a smell of loneliness everywhere. Xiaojiu said quickly. Shall we take action now? Well, I think it's best to rest first and check whether the rope is damaged. Sun Wuti coughed lightly at this time. I'll leave this task to you. Yi Xian snapped his fingers, and the rope appeared out of thin air. Stacked together, they looked like a hill, which is ridiculously long after all. Forehead. Sun Wuti was stunned. Xiaojiu pouted. Okay then. Hurry up. Soon, Sun Wuti began to check the rope arduously, while the others were resting. About 2 hours later, Sun Wuti was very fast. This rope is really good. There is nothing bad about it. Then let's go. Yi Xian stretched out and was quite curious about what would be behind the door of death. How about I check it again? Sun Wuti swallowed and spit. You just don't want to go in there. You coward. Xiaojiu made a face. When Sun Wuti heard this, he couldn't admit it. I'm not a coward. I'll show you now. No one stopped him, and Yi Xian even directly summoned the door of death. Sun Wuti took a few steps closer, and the hair all over his body exploded. The moment he was about to enter, he turned around and jumped into a tree to hug him, with a look of horror on his face. Okay, just wait here and help keep an eye on the rope. If anything happens, pull us back in time. Yi Xian felt speechless. Hearing this, Sun Wudy nodded quickly. Okay. Later, Yi Xian and others tied themselves up with ropes. This rope is so thick! Even the little devil was entangled. Almost his whole body was entangled. But he could barely fly. Let's go! Yi Xian breathed out and led the way into the door of death, followed by Natasha, Wu Ba, Xiao Jiao, and Little Devil. Wish y'all good luck. Sun Wudy swallowed the foam in his mouth and looked at the rope that was gradually extending, feeling a chill in his back. There was a suffocating loneliness in the air, and the sky was a strange blue-green color. The ground is uneven, with many deep pits, and there are vaguely weird sounds that make people feel spine-tingling. Xiaojiao started to tremble involuntarily. Why? Do I feel so scared? This is the legendary place of despair. Wu Ba's face turned pale, and he hugged his shoulders. What is that? Yi Xian turned around and looked. Legend has it that there is a land where the sky is blue-green. Monsters are everywhere, and there is no place suitable for survival. So it is called a place of despair. People here will only die of despair. I thought this was just a legend, but I didn't expect you to be able to summon it. Wu Ba let out a long sigh, feeling very helpless. Xiao Jiao couldn't help shouting. Lun Shui, are you here? You're stupid. Don't shout. Wu Ba's eyes widened, but it was already too late. Many monsters of different shapes appeared from various places. Deep pits, the sky, and even appear out of thin air. Let's go! Wu Ba couldn't help but turn around and ran away. Yi Xian was in charge of the rear, and was accidentally touched by a monster, and a huge oval-shaped wound suddenly appeared on his body. It's as if flesh and blood disappeared out of thin air. Fortunately, everyone returned to the game world. Natasha's voice was choked with sobs. Master, are you okay? Fine. Yi Xian looked down and saw that half of his stomach was gone. Severe pain came in waves, making his scalp numb. Heal your wounds quickly. The little devil was sweating profusely. Powerful healing technique. Yi Xian murmured softly. Green light flashed, and the wound gradually recovered. He frowned. Aren't the monsters here too powerful? Otherwise, how can it be called a place of despair? There is no hope in it. Wu Ba's voice was heavy. If it weren't for this weird door, they would definitely die this time. I'm sorry. It's all because of me, Xiaojiao said with tears in her eyes. Am I okay? Don't be sad. By the way, did you feel anything inside just now? Yi Xian looked at Wu Ba. If he didn't feel the cursed cold snow, it meant that the person had died inside, under the gaze of everyone. Wu Ba nodded. I feel Lun Shui. She is still alive. Chapter 442. Getting closer step by step. Really? Xiaojiao was pleasantly surprised. Wu Ba nodded. Well, I don't need to lie to you. Very good. Xiaojiao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and only she knew the excitement in her heart. Let's go in after a while, Yi Xian said, and a monster's claw suddenly stretched out from the door of death. Back off! Everyone retreated. Immediately, many monster claws appeared, grabbing randomly, but couldn't catch anything at all. Yi Xian whispered, They can't get out! Xiao Jiao suddenly took out the pink sword and waved it in the air. There were only 2 poth sounds, and 2 arms were cut off. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the door of death slowly disappeared. Still moving! The little devil looked at the 2 broken arms. Don't come close, Yi Xian said, summoning several robots to pick up the broken arm and start testing. Wu Ba couldn't help but say, Getting a severed arm from a place of despair is definitely an unprecedented act. Am I awesome? Xiaojiao was very happy, since she knew Lin Shui was still alive, hugging her shoulders and smiling on her face. Yes, you are really powerful, Yi Xian responded casually. Report. Master, there is no danger. The robots suddenly made a sound, and their 2 broken arms stopped moving. Yi Xian walked over and poked with his finger. It's too dangerous at the door of death. What can these 2 broken arms be used for? Xiao Jiao asked curiously. Soon, the robot gave an answer. It is recommended as stew soup or barbecue. It is rich in nutrients. Who is crazy enough to eat it? Xiaojiao was speechless for a while, but then he saw Sun Wudy suddenly appeared, took away the 2 severed arms, and put them on the fire that had risen at an unknown time for barbecue. He licked his lips and said, It must be delicious and cannot be wasted. You guy. Xiao Jiao had the urge to beat him up. Yi Xian summoned the door of death again, and after waiting quietly for a moment, no hand reached out. He tried to get closer and waved. A robot went in, but there was no sound, just like a drop of water entering the sea, without any waves. What's going on? Shujio swallowed and asked. Is it still dangerous over there? I think probably not. Yi Xian called another robot and summoned a rope to tie him. Soon, the robot entered the door of death, and after a while, it came out with another robot. Yi Xian chuckled. It seems that if there is nothing connected outside, the people inside can't get out. So that's it? Shujio tilted his head. Let's go for the second exploration. Yi Xian breathed out and everyone stood up. Be careful this time. Yi Xian was the first to walk into the door of death. He looked around and found that the scenery around him had changed. Wu Ba couldn't help but say, this is obviously a different place. There weren't that many potholes, just dark stones that stood out against the world. Call. Yi Xian let out a long breath and started walking, followed by everyone, one after another. Be sure to pay attention to your surroundings. Sweat broke out on Wu Ba's forehead. After this job is done, you must let me go. Okay. Hurry up and find where the person is. Yi Xian nodded, but he didn't hesitate. Wu Ba closed his eyes and his expression gradually changed. Outrageous. Too outrageous. What's wrong? Yi Xian looked over and felt puzzled. It's very far away. I'm afraid it's tens of thousands of times farther than the diameter of the entire demon clan. Wu Ba's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but say, in comparison, we were very close last time. So far away? Yi Xian licked his lips, paused, and thought about a solution in his mind. The little golden dragon in his arm suddenly came up with a head. Since the position you enter this world is not fixed every time, you can try it again and again. Whenever you are close, you will start taking action. Good idea. Yi Xian nodded lightly, and returned to the game world with everyone, relying on the method given by the little golden dragon, trying again and again. Finally, an hour later, when he entered the door of death again, Wu Ba's eyes flashed. It's very close this time. About 60 kilometers. Then let's go there quickly. Xiao Jiao was so excited that she held a pink sword in her hand. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and everyone took out their weapons. This opportunity was rare and must not be missed. Let's go. Wu Ba swallowed his foam and pointed into the distance. Everyone ran over there, farther and farther away, only connected to the outside world by a rope. There's something ahead, little Jinlong said suddenly. Everyone stopped, and Yi Xian looked away and found a monster lying on the ground. He almost didn't recognize it because it was similar in height to the ground. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but said, fortunately, the dragon is here. Will this guy attack us? Yi Xian glanced around. In this dangerous place, once fighting, it is likely to attract more monsters. A gamble? Xiao Jiao said after hesitating for a moment. Do you want everyone to walk over directly? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. If you are not careful, you will die. You cannot risk your life. What should we do? Xiao Jiao asked, a little frustrated. Yi Xian did not answer, but summoned the robot again and asked him to lead the way. The moment he got about 5 meters away from the monster, something strange happened. Disappeared. Whether they were robots or monsters, they all disappeared. A chill ran down Shujio's spine. Where was it taken? The unknown always scares people. No one knows what the robot will encounter. Yi Xian continued to summon robots. Dozens of them, all only half a person tall, to lead the way. When they passed the place where the monster was just now, nothing happened. Seeing this, Yi Xian led everyone to slowly follow. With this method, they were getting closer and closer to the target location. There are still 10 kilometers left. After a long time, Wu Ba let out a long breath. It was so thrilling along the way. I don't know how many robots died and how many weird monsters we escaped. Coming soon. Shujio was very nervous and out of breath due to the long journey. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. We have been walking for at least 30 hours. In the past, this distance could have been reached long ago. But here, the nerves were tight, and one had to be careful to ensure the minimum safety. So the speed naturally slowed down. It deserves to be called a place of despair. If there was no rope tied to his body, he would probably go crazy in such an atmosphere. She's moving, Wu Ba said suddenly. Could we be in danger? Shujio looked nervous and a little at a loss. It's hard to say. Maybe we should hurry up and get there. She's just coming towards us. Wu Ba shook his head and carefully sensed the curse. Chapter 443 Temporarily Safe. Roar. The sounds of monsters are endless. Leng Shui looked back, and she could no longer feel the pain on her scarred body. She whispered softly, "Is this my end? There is no other way. I am going to die here." At this moment, stone walls rose up from behind, blocking the monster. Leng Shui was still stunned, but Yi Xian and others had already arrived. "Quick! Come with us!" Finally, Xujiu covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She actually found it. In this desperate place. Wow! Unexpectedly, Leng Shui struck Yi Xian with a sword. "Hey! What are you doing?" Yi Xian quickly dodged and almost had his head chopped off. Leng Shui said expressionlessly, "On the order of the Demon King, I will take your head. Although it is too late in terms of time. If you can take your head back, you can still complete the mission. We are here to save you." Yi Xian had no choice but to explain quickly. However, Leng Shui turned a deaf ear to those and only wanted to let him die. "Mom!" Xujiu couldn't help shouting. "What did you call me?" Leng Shui paused and looked over in confusion. Xujiu's eyes turned red. "You are my mother." Then, she took out a file that recorded everything in this regard, which was exactly the file she had obtained in the demon castle. Seeing that Yi Xian and others had no intention of fighting, Leng Shui took the file and looked through it. Her expression didn't change at all. "So that's it. So, Mother, we are not your enemies. Please stop making trouble. Okay?" Xujiu tried to walk over. However, what greeted her was just a sword. Shua, blood splashed out. "Xujiu!" Yi Xian raised his hand and quickly pulled Xujiu back. He frowned and looked at Leng Shui. "Are you crazy? This is your child." "So what?" Leng Shui said. And suddenly there was a bang bang sound from behind. It turned out that the summon walls were about to be smashed. "No! We have to evacuate quickly," Wu Ba couldn't help but say. "In short, we are here to rescue you. Will you go with us or not?" Yi Xian releases powerful healing techniques for Xujiu. Leng Shui didn't answer, but slashed with his sword. Yi Xian cursed angrily. "It's so unreasonable." Then, something happened that shocked him extremely. The ropes on their bodies broke one after another, and they suffered varying degrees of injuries. Oops. Yi Xian frowned and looked back. Outside the door of death, Sun Wuti was eating a roasted broken arm. "It's so hard. How do you eat this thing?" Suddenly, the rope started waving wildly like a snake. "What happened?" Sun Wuti looked confused. Before he could react, the rope was sucked into the door of death crazily. Then, the door of death slowly disappeared. Sun Wuti was stunned on the spot. "What the hell?" Inside death's door, Yi Xian knew that the rope had been sucked in, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "It's over." "No. Are we going to be trapped in this place forever?" Wu Ba looked in disbelief, and was a little confused. He wanted to cry. "I wanted to be a good person. I obviously planned to go back to my hometown to get married, and have children, and spend the rest of my life. But, if you set up such a flag, it would be strange if something unexpected happened." Yi Xian looked over helplessly, dispersed from the crowd, and dodged left and right. "A large number of monsters are approaching." The head of the little golden dragon came out. "Everyone, follow me and leave here first." Yi Xian was ready to retreat. He looked at Natasha. "It's up to you." "Yes." Natasha nodded vigorously, and released the power of ice and snow in her body. Suddenly, the ground began to freeze, and dozens of miles around became a land of ice and snow. Everyone ran in the same direction, with Leng Shui following far behind. Yi Xian murmured softly, "Little Jinlong, do you know any safe place here?" "No." Xiao Jinlong answered casually. "This place was extremely dangerous even when we came here, and we almost died. How could there be a safe place?" "In the air?" Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then looked up. "But what I saw was that the dark sky was not filled with dark clouds, but various flying monsters. I go." Yi Xian didn't know what to say. This world was too dangerous. Natasha, who was following beside her, said, "Master, do you need me to do anything?" "No need. Just follow my orders at any time." Yi Xian looked back and saw that the distance between himself and others and Leng Shui was being rapidly shortened. If they continued, they might still fight. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Xujiu burst into tears at this time. "It's okay. Don't cry." Yi Xian shook his head, dumbfounded. After finishing speaking, he suddenly thought of something and used his summoning technique. Suddenly, A super sturdy house appeared and locked everyone inside. There was a small room inside that locked Leng Shui. Yi Xian quickly said, "Be honest, otherwise we will all die." Leng Shui, who was about to break out of the door, calmed down after hearing this. "Mom, why are you attacking us? We took great risks to save you, but you still want to help the bad guy who cursed you." Xiujiu burst into tears and had wanted to ask these questions for a long time. Leng Shui did not answer, but rested against the corner, waiting alone in the small room. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking, and a dent was made in the wall. Yi Xian frowned. "This won't work. We will die sooner or later. What should we do?" The little devil was flying around, unable to think of any solution. "Hey," Yi Xian let out a long sigh. "Bless yourself. There is nothing I can do. Underground." Little Jinlong suddenly thought of something. He continued, "Although there will still be monsters, at least there will be much fewer attacks from monsters in the air and on land." "Makes sense," Yi Xian whispered softly. After finishing speaking, he summoned the machine and started digging at the bottom of the house. After a while, a deep pit appeared, and the house was perfectly located inside. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. "Perfect. The entire house is buried underground, so no matter how windy or rainy it is outside, it will not be affected at all." Boom! The roof was suddenly flattened. "Tisk!" Yi Xian was a little helpless, and used the summoning technique to restore the house to its original state, and began to heal everyone's injuries. "What should we do now? Can we still go out?" Wu Ba pondered for a while, and then asked. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "There are monsters outside. How can we get out? I mean, if we leave this world, will we be trapped in this world forever?" Wu Ba's face didn't look very good. Although he was safe, it was only temporary. "Can I use the door of death to get out again?" The little devil couldn't help but ask at this time, and he was very curious. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with hopeful eyes. Chapter 444 Cave. "Let me try." Yi Xian pondered for a while, and summoned the door of death in the room. Then, he summoned the exploration robot and the rope, and let the robot go in to investigate. Not long after, the exploration robot came back. After Yi Xian saw what he found, his face gradually turned ugly. "We are trapped in this world. On the other side of the door, there is still this world, but in another place." "How so?" Wu Ba sat on the ground in despair. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me," Xiujiu said with tears in her eyes. "Don't cry. Tears are of no use. It's better to think of a solution first." Yi Xian didn't mean to blame her at all. Everyone began to think deeply, and no one spoke to each other. In this way, after half an hour of stalemate, Yi Xian came to the door where Leng Shui was closed. "Inside. Have you calmed down?" Leng Shui's voice came. "As long as you promise not to attack us, I will release you." Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. This time, Leng Shui did not answer and remained silent. Xiujiu came over. "Mom, just promise him." "Good." Leng Shui was silent for a moment before agreeing. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand to open the door, and looked at Leng Shui inside. "We are not enemies at all, but grasshoppers on a rope. I hope you will stop working for the devil. It's just that I really don't understand you." Wu Ba shook his head. "I don't think you have the right to say this." The little devil turned his head and looked over. "They are all subordinates of the Demon King. What are you talking about?" "Ahem. I have changed my mind and no longer want to serve the Demon King." Wu Ba was a little embarrassed and explained with a slight cough. Unexpectedly, Xiujiu suddenly rushed over. "The betrayers need to be eliminated." Clang! Yi Xian used teleportation to come to Wu Ba, and instantly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword to block the attack. He frowned. "Don't forget what you just said. Mom, why do you always turn to the Demon King? He obviously treats you so badly." Xiujiu bit her lower lip, her eyes red. "Because he can lead the demon clan to become powerful. Compared to that, sacrificing me alone is nothing." Xiaojiu turned around and looked. For a moment, everyone choked on their words. It seemed that this was really the case. "That is a tyrant. Even if he can make the demons strong, he will still make the people suffer." Wu Ba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and mustered up the courage to speak. Xiaojiu nodded. "That's true." They knew very well what the devil looked like. He was just a violent madman. But despite this, she still chose to be loyal, thinking that it was the right thing to do for no other reason. "How have you been able to live in this world for so long?" It seems that even food is difficult to obtain here, let alone water. Yi Xian asked curiously after seeing Xiao Jiu retreating and not planning to fight. You can eat the monster's meat when you're hungry, and you can drink the monster's blood when you're thirsty. As for the rest, just endure it. Leng Shui said these words calmly. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what kind of HL she had experienced during this period of time. Xiao Jiu was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Is there really nothing we can do? Yi Xian murmured softly and looked up at the roof. It's okay to have a few of them. But once the little devil and Leng Shui die, they are really dead. He asked the little golden dragon in his heart. Can't you allow us to travel through time and space? Can we go back through time? It is only with the remaining energy of the City of Gods that I can take you through time and space. Otherwise, how could it be so simple? Just go through time and space. The little golden dragon was speechless. Okay, Yi Xian smiled bitterly and let out a long sigh. I'm working on ways to get out of this place. Leng Shui suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Xian quickly asked, do you have any clues? It seems that many people have entered this world, and they are also looking for ways. But I only found some scattered clues, Leng Shui said, taking out some gravel boards. And after splicing them together, some words could be vaguely recognized. Portal. Ancient? What the HL is this? The little devil recognized it carefully and gradually frowned. It's so old that it's almost impossible to tell them apart. And I can only barely recognize some. Yi Xian murmured. Where did you get these things? A cave, Leng Shui replied. After Yi Xian pondered for a moment, he thought in his heart. Soon, he said, I plan to go over and take a look. You guys wait here. Master, I want to go with you. Natasha was unhappy. I think it's best not to separate now, Wu Ba also said. Otherwise it would be easy for something to happen. All right, Yi Xian murmured softly, and then summoned a machine that could dig underground. He led everyone to sit in, and after knowing the approximate location, he went straight there. I hope to get more clues. Soon, we arrived at the place. Yi Xian drove the machine to the ground, led everyone to the cave, and blocked the entrance of the cave. It seems safe here? The little devil was flying around. Monsters often appear here. I only survived here for a few minutes. Leng Shui walked in front. There are so many murals here. Yi Xian took out the flashlight and lit it. Looking around, the walls were full of paintings and carvings left by humans. Wu Ba couldn't help but said, there is a piece missing here. Because that's all. Yi Xian took out the fragments that Leng Shui had given him at that time and spliced them together. Sure enough, it was just right. He immediately stepped back and used the light of a flashlight to look at the illustrations and engravings with the crowd. It probably means that I was exiled here. For thousands of years, I have been looking for a way out. Finally, I see hope. There are altars scattered in this world, and there are traces of the destruction of the teleportation array on them. This shows that there were people who could enter and exit through the teleportation array. I can't read the rest. The little devil rubbed his chin. Yi Xian analyzed the murals. Does the owner of this cave want to find the teleportation array that is not broken? 9 times out of 10. That's the case. And to be able to live here for thousands of years, he must be a powerful master. Wu Ba nodded slightly, agreeing with this point of view. Bang! Suddenly, the wall blocking the entrance of the cave was smashed by a huge monster's punch. No! We have to leave quickly. Small sweat broke out on Shijiu's forehead. Yi Xian waved. Run into the cave first. As he spoke, he summoned a thick wall to block the monster. When they reached the depths of the cave, the sound of attacking the wall stopped coming, and it seemed that the monster was no longer chasing. Call. Yi Xian just breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. He found something at hand. He picked it up and saw that it turned out to be a skull. Chapter 445. The monster at the bottom of the cliff. Could this be the master who left the mural? Yi Xian picked up the skull next to him. Xiao Jiu looked disgusted. Why did you still pick it up? It feels weird. 2. Yi Xian murmured in a low voice and looked to the side. In addition to the skull, there was also a complete torso. He shook his head, dug a hole, and buried the bones in it. Master, it seems we can't get out. Natasha put her ear to the ground. What did you find? Yi Xian looked over curiously. Natasha replied, there are many monsters. Whether they are across the wall or underground, there are many. It doesn't matter. We can go elsewhere with this. Yi Xian murmured softly and raised his hand to summon the door of death. Let's go! Xiujio tried to ask. Soon, everyone walked in one after another. Wait a minute! Just after crossing the door of death, Yi Xian took a step forward and almost lost his balance, with a few drops of sweat falling from his forehead. He looked around and found that there was a cliff ahead of him. Wu Ba was still frightened. I was scared to death. Almost. Something's wrong. Yi Xian was about to use the summoning technique, and his expression changed slightly. Master, what's wrong? Natasha was confused and tilted her head. Do you still have enough magic points? Yi Xian frowned and found that his mana recovery speed dropped to 0. He only consumed it, but could not replenish it. Xiujio asked in confusion. What magic value? Never mind. Yi Xian felt helpless and asked in vain. He had a headache. In short, if I continue, my summoning technique will be unable to be used sooner or later. Then won't we only have a dead end then? Xiujio knows the importance of summoning. So, before that, find a way out. Yi Xian glanced around. In short, let's look for the so-called portal ruins first. Everyone began to move forward cautiously, almost walking close to the edge of the cliff. There don't seem to be any monsters here. Wu Ba suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. The little devil nodded. Well, I haven't seen one in such a long time. I don't think this is good news. Often in places like this, it's because there are things that the monsters are afraid of, so they don't dare to approach them. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, feeling a little worried. You mean, there are very scary monsters at the bottom of this cliff? Wu Ba swallowed his foam and tried to ask. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. He glanced towards the bottom of the cliff. It was pitch black and there was nothing there. After everyone left, those dark things started to move. Xiujio suddenly discovered something. Come over quickly and take a look. Everyone came closer and found that it was a marked stone. This means someone has been here before. It looks new. Wu Ba's voice was heavy. Besides us, is there anyone else in this world? The little devil was frightened into a cold sweat. It should be, but we can't guarantee whether it comes from the same world as us. Wu Ba nodded. It was hard to say whether he was an enemy or a friend, or even a human being. The little golden dragon stretched out his head and looked at the mark. This thing looks like an arrow, pointing to the left front. Doesn't that mean we have to cross this cliff? Yi Xian looked over and saw that the other end of the cliff was not far away, only a few hundred meters away. It's very possible, Xiao Jinlong responded. Would you like to go over? Xiujio looked at Yi Xian. Everyone was waiting for his decision. Yi Xian pondered for a while and then said, This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Everyone nodded in agreement. But how can we get over such a high cliff? Wu Ba couldn't help but ask, and then looked at the little devil. This guy can fly. Maybe he can take everyone there. The little devil shook his head quickly. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. I can't do it. All right. Wu Ba shook his head in disappointment. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, and a bridge appeared out of thin air. He whispered, It may be dangerous. It's best to leave in groups. Master, let me come first. Natasha volunteered herself, and after saying that, she had already walked to the bridge. I think it's better to let the robot do it. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, but Natasha had already crossed the bridge and reached the other side of the cliff. Who's next? I come. Wu Ba volunteered for the job. Xiujio pouted. I'll be with him. The two of them quickly walked onto the bridge, but just halfway there, a raging black substance rushed up from the bottom of the cliff like a tide. What the hell? Xiujio was startled and quickly speeded up, leading Wu Ba across the bridge. Bang! The black substance failed to catch anyone and destroyed the bridge in anger, then shrank back to the bottom of the cliff. What is that? The little devil couldn't believe it. Yi Xian frowned and looked at Natasha and the others on the other side of the cliff. Are you okay? Master, we are fine, Natasha shouted. Go forward first. Let's meet at the end. Yi Xian pointed to his right. In this way, the two teams began to move forward together across the cliff. This thing doesn't seem to be coming out from underneath. The little devil looked at the dark area at the bottom of the cliff, and his back became hairy. Yi Xian nodded. Only Ling Shui and the little devil were left on his side, hoping nothing would happen. A sound similar to a human murmur suddenly came, passed through the cortex, and directly entered the brain. Yi Xian lost consciousness for a while. His legs gave out, and he fell towards the cliff. At the critical moment, Ling Shui raised her hand, grabbed his ankle, and pulled him back, while the black substance that had just been exposed shrank back. Yi Xian rubbed his uncomfortable head, secretly thought it was bad, and shouted, "Natasha, are you okay?" Got no answer. "Damn, let's go!" Yi Xian frowned, and after talking to Leng Shui and the others, he speeded up. About 20 minutes later, he tripped over a stone. This damn cliff seemed to have no end. It had been so long, but there was still such a long distance in between. This weird place. Yi Xian stood up, rubbed his head, and looked at Leng Shui, who was holding the little devil in his hand. "Aren't you feeling uncomfortable?" "It's still bearable." Leng Shui was obviously affected, but his expression remained unchanged. Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. "You are really a manlier than me." For most people, this level of discomfort would make them want to end it with death. But her expression remained unchanged. "It's you who can't bear it." The little devil said sarcastic words, but his face was ugly, and it was obvious that he could no longer hold on. "Let's try to stay away from this cliff," Yi Xian murmured softly, walking in the opposite direction of the cliff with them. And 10 minutes passed gradually. "I'll go. Isn't this too weird?" The little devil made an incomprehensible sound. Yi Xian turned around and found that the cliff was just one step behind him, as if he had been following him. Chapter 446, Weird Cliff. "This is too evil." The little devil couldn't help but mutter. Yi Xian asked the little golden dragon in his arms, "Do you know what's going on?" "It's my first time in this world. How could I possibly know?" The little golden dragon stretched out his head and shook his head. Yi Xian rubbed his head in frustration and had no choice but to continue walking along the edge of the cliff, trying to find Natasha and the others at the end of the cliff. The only good thing now is that the pet pocket belonging to Natasha is not damaged, which means that she is still alive, and there is still hope for everything. "How big is this monster?" The little devil looked at the bottom of the cliff. The darkness is not the abyss, but the monster itself. The possibilities are endless. Yi Xian shook his head gently and led them on their way. After an unknown amount of time passed, several people lost strength and sat down one after another, even Leng Shui. The little devil's lips were chapped. "It's over. Will we die here?" "Don't worry. It won't happen." Yi Xian raised his hand and took out some food and water. There was still a lot of these in his backpack. "Comfortable." The little devil took a few sips of water. Leng Shui ate half a piece of bread and milk, and her face turned slightly pale. No matter how strong she was, the mental and physical torture for so many days was a bit unbearable. My head felt like it was about to explode. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Most of the people trapped here will collapse and then jump off the cliff to commit suicide." "Right. I've fallen into that monster's trap. Even if I die, I won't go down." The little devil was indignant. If it weren't for the monster at the bottom of the cliff, how could it have turned out like this? "We are now trapped in an infinite loop. I suspect that we have been standing still, and Natasha and the others have been on the other side and have not moved. We are under the control of the monster." Yi Xian murmured softly, suddenly thinking of what. What should we do?" The little devil couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian licked his lips and said, "Honestly, I don't know. I can only gamble." As he spoke, he took out the fire gourd, and the black flames instantly spread throughout his body. "What are you doing?" The little devil and Leng Shui retreated one after another, fearing that they would be set on fire. "I forgot to mention, I am good at playing with fire." Yi Xian licked his lips and said with a chuckle, since absorbing the fire spirit orb, he often uses the fire gourd to strengthen himself. The powerful flame can burn almost everything. "I've been carrying you like a baby for so long, and it's time to see you again." Yi Xian gently stroked the fire gourd. He smiled bitterly, opened the lid of the gourd, poured all the elixir inside into his hand, and put it into his backpack. The little devil looked at it for a moment and said, "Be careful. Soon." The gourd was empty, leaving only a burning SHL. "We might meet again. This time, it's up to you." Yi Xian finished speaking to the fire gourd and threw it towards the cliff. Suddenly, the flames rose and began to spread. A strange smell rose into the sky, and the eyes were instantly enveloped in smoke. "Don't move!" Yi Xian frowned, hugged Leng Shui and the little devil, and waited quietly. Roar! After an unknown amount of time, the smoke dissipated, and a huge roar came from the bottom of the cliff. The flames were still burning, but there was a bang-bang sound, which made people feel a chill in their backs, and a sense of fear that they wanted to run away. The little golden dragon said quickly, "No! Something is climbing out of the cliff. Let's go! Yi Xian's heart moved. He hugged Leng Shui and the little devil and started running, using teleport from time to time. However, when he looked back, he saw that the distance to the cliff was still only one step away, which made him unable to help but curse the devil out loud. Oops! Something is coming! The little devil suddenly exclaimed. I saw a huge squirming black substance clinging to the edge of the cliff, with black flames burning all over its body. Come on! Big guy! Yi Xian put them down and pulled out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. After pondering for a moment, he took out the Xian Yuan sword, but found that he couldn't pull it out no matter what, which made him a little depressed. The little golden dragon couldn't help but say, It is impossible to pull out Xian Yuan sword before it recognizes you as its master. Good guy. Big brother. Can you just do me a favor? I'll find you some mother swords or something after that. Yi Xian felt speechless and looked at the Xian Yuan sword in his hand that refused to be unsheathed. Chong. Suddenly, Xian Yuan's sword flew out of the scabbard on its own. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. It's actually a sex sword. Buzz. The 7-star Long Yuan sword trembled slightly, as if it was unhappy because of the Xian Yuan sword. You two. Don't argue. Let's deal with the guy in front of you first. Yi Xian held a sword in each hand, his eyes slightly focused. At this time, the monster had come out from the bottom of the cliff. It was a shapeless, mud-like monster, but it was completely black. Mom, what should I do? The little devil flew around and howled. Leng Shui was already standing beside Yi Xian. I should be able to chop off one of its arms. Be safe. Yi Xian nodded with a solemn expression. After speaking, he was not prepared to wait for the monster to come out of the cliff completely and rushed over. Leng Shui also disappeared in an instant. When the little devil saw this, he said, I'm not a coward. I'll do it too. After he finished speaking, a fork appeared in his hand and he chased after him, determination filling his eyes. Yi Xian jumped up from the edge of the cliff and ran straight towards the monster. He swung down both swords together and used the immortal killing sword twice at the same time. Double the power. Suddenly, the plum tree bloomed, and 2 wounds cut the monster into 3 parts from top to bottom. However, the effect was minimal. This monster will not be injured by being cut. It is an incorporeal monster, and its wounds will heal quickly. On the other side, Leng Shui exhausted all her strength and performed a shocking assassination. A powerful blow directly cut off the monster's left arm. She fell back to the ground and frowned gradually, because it was also useless. The left arm flowed back to the cliff and merged with the monster again. Try this for my aunt. A familiar voice suddenly came. Yi Xian was stunned and looked over there. Standing in the sky was a girl with a burning body. It was red-haired Natasha. She licked her lips. Master, how can the flame game be without me? You guys stand back and leave this place to us. Yi Xian chuckled, exhaled a long breath, clasped his hands together, and black flames emerged from his body. This is the first time I know that he is so angry. The little devil couldn't help but say, Become one with me, Yi Xian said, and merged with the little golden dragon, flew into the air, stretched out his hands, and the hot black flames were applied to the monster crazily. The roar was endless. This monster seems to have little fighting power, and it can't fight back even if it is burned by flames. The red-haired Natasha unleashed the god of fire and said, Hey guys, come and try this. Although it is not as powerful as the black flame, it serves as the nourishment for the black flame and completely covers the entire bottom of the cliff. Chapter 447 Shi Qing. The fire was burning brightly, and a strange smell filled the air. Yi Xian was suddenly wrapped around the monster's body and dragged toward the bottom of the cliff, unable to struggle away at all. The red-haired Natasha saw this. Master, don't come down. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. After speaking, he released the flames wildly, but the monster refused to let go. Soon, it was integrated into the monster's body. Damn it, red-haired Natasha was stunned. Her sadness turned into anger. Master will be fine. I want you to die. Where is this place? At this time, Yi Xian was walking in darkness. He walked for a moment and then stopped, unable to see anything clearly around him. The little golden dragon's voice appeared in his mind. As expected, this should be inside the monster's body. This is terrible. How should we get out? Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked around, but couldn't find the way out at all. Let's walk around and try our luck. Little Jinlong pondered for a moment and then said, Yi Xian nodded. He began to explore this world. There was no sound. And there was no hot flame. It must have not reached this point. Yi Xian was actually not panicking, knowing that as long as the flames did not go out, he would be able to get out sooner or later. But what little Jinlong said next made his back tremble. There seems to be someone in front of me. Who? Yi Xian swallowed and foamed at the mouth, unable to see anything at all. It's a humanoid creature, sitting cross-legged. The little golden dragon answered. Can you see? Yi Xian lowered his voice and asked curiously. Little Jinlong responded. Yes. I can only see a little bit. I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. Yi Xian ran over there. Who? When they got close, the human creature stood up suddenly, holding a long-handled and weird weapon in its hand. I'm not a monster. Don't be afraid, Yi Xian said quickly. The creature snorted coldly when he heard this. Afraid? We people in Glitter Ruins have never known fear. People from Glitter Ruins? Do you live in this world? Yi Xian was stunned and asked curiously. Of course. Aren't you? The creature said, beginning to back away cautiously. I'm human. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then said. The creature was unhappy. Of course I know you are human. Anyway, do you know a way to get away from this monster? Yi Xian was not interested in arguing anymore and asked helplessly. Because he couldn't see anything. He simply closed his eyes. Have no idea. May I have your name? Shiqing. What about you? Yi Xian. The two couldn't see each other, so they just looked at each other and started chatting. After a long time, Shiqing relaxed his guard. Are you afraid of being trapped here? More or less. Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently. I'm not afraid at all. Compared to ordinary humans, Shiqing's arms are much larger, and his head is slightly shorter. He seems to be still a teenager, but the muscles on his body seem to be about to explode, which is very outrageous. How long have you lived here? Yi Xian sat down and rubbed his chin, quietly waiting for the monster to die. Shiqing replied. I've been here for generations. I don't know how long. No wonder. Yi Xian murmured softly and nodded. As he was talking, a strange smell came vaguely to his face. He chuckled and said, If you have the chance, can you take me to your glittering ruins? Of course, because we are all human. Shiqing nodded, wishing for this kind of thing. After all, one more person means more strength. I think it won't take long to get out. Yi Xian murmured softly. How can it be? Shiqing smiled bitterly. He had never heard of someone who could come back alive after being dragged off the cliff by this abyss monster. But what he saw immediately shocked him. I saw light gradually coming out of the surroundings, which meant that they were really about to go out. Shiqing couldn't believe it. What happened? Owner! A familiar voice came. The red-haired Natasha found Yi Xian trapped here and immediately released the flames. Soon, Yi Xian got out of trouble, and she dug out Shiqing by the way. Owner! The red-haired Natasha threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. She choked with sobs. You big idiot! You scared me to death. Good boy. Am I okay? Yi Xian had a smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he looked around and found that the entire bottom of the cliff was about to be burned clean. The monster's roar could still be vaguely heard, but it was already extremely faint. That's not it. Yi Xian suddenly found something next to him, which turned out to be a fire gourd. Unfortunately, it was completely charred and could no longer be used. You guys look so weird. Shiqing looked at them and scratched his head. Seemingly puzzled, red-haired Natasha was unhappy. You're the one who's weird. Right. After that, the two people started to quarrel. Hush. Let's go up first and talk later. Yi Xian helplessly made a hissing gesture and flew them to the edge of the cliff. Who is this? The little devil scratched his head. The aboriginal people I met at the bottom of the cliff knew a place called Glitter Ruins, Yi Xian said, and rescued Wu Ba and the others on the other side of the cliff. Xiujiu seemed to have cried. It's great if everything is fine. Aren't you a professional killer? Why are your tears so low? Yi Xian looked over speechlessly. Humph, Xiaojiu pouted, but didn't say anything. But there was some resentment in his eyes. So what about the killer? I am still a girl after all. I can't help but cry. Okay. It's safe for now. Yi Xian stretched. Shiqing suddenly knelt on the ground and said, Did you kill the demon in the abyss? Oh my god. You are the savior. Get up quickly. Did you know that there is gold under this man's knees? Wu Ba rubbed his head and said that there was still some pain and he needed to rest for a while. However, Shi Qing was unmoved and kowtowed crazily to show respect. Get up quickly. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Excuse me. Are the saviors going to the Shining Ruins? Shi Qing suddenly thought of something and stood up. Yi Xian nodded. We want to go there. Please lead the way. No trouble. No trouble. Shi Qing shook his head repeatedly. And after finishing speaking, he led the way. Ecstatic. On the other side, the black material at the bottom of the cliff was gradually burned away, and a hole slowly appeared. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside. He slowly opened his eyes. I can finally go out. I wonder who released this terrible devil like me. Accept the reward. However, there was no answer. Forehead. This man seemed to be an old man. When he walked out of the cave, he found that it was empty, and the person who released him was missing. He felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 448 Glitter Ruins. Why do I feel like someone is talking about me behind my back? Yi Xian sneezed. He looked at Shi Qing. How far is it? It's about a month's journey. Not far. Shi Qing answered with a smile, which made everyone look at each other. A month is not far away. The little devil held a fork and stood on Xiao Jiu's shoulder. Of course it's not far. Normally it would take us several years to get water. Shi Qing shook his head. It was natural. Yi Xian shrugged. It's too difficult for you to live in this world. It's okay, the elder said. Our place is the last pure land. No one has an easier life than us. After Shi Qing thought for a moment, he shook his head slightly. This made everyone dumbfounded. Yi Xian raised his hand and summoned a car. We use this to drive on the road. What's this? Facing this miraculous method, Shi Qing almost wanted to kneel down and kowtow. Car! I forgot to ask. How old are you this year? Yi Xian got into the driver's seat and asked them to get in the car one by one. More than 90 years old. Shi Qing was led to sit in the back seat, feeling a little uneasy. Wu Ba was stunned. More than 90 years old? From the appearance point of view, he looks old even if he is 19 years old, which is completely inconsistent with common sense. Well, I'm still young and everyone can live a long time. Shi Qing nodded, not feeling that this was a big deal. I would like to ask, how long did the longest-lived person among you live? Wu Ba asked tentatively. We elders are almost 10,000 years old, and we look a lot like you, Shi Qing said as Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator. His expression suddenly changed rapidly. I have a strange feeling. Open the window before he vomits in the car. Yi Xian shrugged, and Wu Ba quickly followed suit. After that, it took a whole day to get to the place. Fortunately, Shi Qing was able to point out the safe route, so he didn't encounter any danger. Glitter Ruins. As the name suggests, this place is a ruins, with small flashes of light everywhere. What are these? Xiao Jiu asked, looking at those flashes of light. The old people said that it is the elves who are protecting us, and they are the ones who keep the Shining Ruins from monsters. Shi Qing vomited all the way and replied with a pale face. Natasha tilted her head. Elf. Obviously, that was completely made up. And she was the elf. Monsters won't attack here? Is it so magical? Wu Ba was extremely curious. He looked around and found that there were many members of Shi Qing's clan here. Soon, enter the interior of the Shining Ruins. There are houses made of big stones here, and more of them are women. Shall I take you to find the elder? Shi Qing said with a smile on his face and led them outside a room. Right here? Wu Ba looked up and down. Compared with the others, this room could be called exquisite. Shi Qing nodded. Well, thank you for saving me. The elder will definitely give you a thank you gift. After he finished speaking, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? An old and hoarse voice came, like fingernails scratching a blackboard. Me, Shi Qing replied quickly and continued. I brought a few people here. They look very similar to you. Elder, I almost died outside this time, but they saved me. There was suddenly no movement in the room. Wu Ba asked in a low voice. What's going on? Let them come in and go back first. After a long time, the voice came again. Shi Qing responded and turned around to leave without looking back. Let's go in. Yi Xian shrugged and walked into the house. Are you still alive? After Xiao Jiu walked in, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. I saw a skinny old man sitting on the bed with few hairs on his head, like a mummy. The elder smiled. Little girl, although I look a little embarrassed, you won't say that to me, right? Ah, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Xiu Jiu apologized quickly, knowing that he had just said the wrong thing. I'm old. It doesn't matter. It's better to say that living is a curse to me. The elder's cloudy eyes were filled with confusion. Excuse me. Have you really lived in this world for tens of thousands of years? Wu Ba was very curious and asked tentatively. The elder nodded. Yes. Since the portal was destroyed thousands of years ago. My brothers and I have been trapped here. As a result, I am the only one left alive. When he said these words, he could obviously feel a bit sad. Condolences. Yi Xian cupped his hands. Ha ha. You guys are quite interesting. Thank you for saving Shi Qing. As the elder said, he got out of bed and bowed. Useless. Facing this antique-level existence, Yi Xian really didn't know what to do, so he had to support him. The elder smiled and asked, How is the world outside now? It's about to be destroyed. Xiu Jiu took the lead and sighed softly. What? The elder's smile gradually froze. And then he coughed violently. I didn't lie. Xiao Jiu saw everyone looking over, with an embarrassed look on his face. Yi Xian was helpless, shook his head and said, This is what happened. He briefly explained the matter, and Ling Shui and others listened with great interest. Disorderly, the elder pondered for a long time before saying these 4 words. Senior, do you know how to get out? The little devil asked at this time. If I knew, I would have gone out a long time ago. How could I still be here as an elder and guard these children? The elder shook his head slightly. He turned to look out the window and sighed. I let them live a lie. I am ashamed of them. Everyone looked at each other, a little helpless, as the news they finally got was cut off. Were you once a disciple of a certain sect? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then asked. Yes. Our sect is extremely powerful, and has the secret method to this world. But for some reason, the portal we came from was destroyed that day, causing us to be trapped here. The elder nodded again. Is this what the portal looks like? Yi Xian raised his hand and summoned the door of death. Elder Dang Lang lost his balance and broke a cup made of unknown material on the table. Yes, this is it. This is it. I can finally go out. The elder was so excited that his eyes, which had been hopeless for so many years, suddenly glowed faintly. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, there is a saying that I don't know whether to say or not. This door can only go to other places in this world and cannot connect to the outside world. That's because you don't know how to use it. The elder was not sad after hearing this, but shook his head. For a moment, hope arose in everyone's hearts. Yi Xian quickly asked, Senior, how should we use this door to get out? It's very simple. You just need to find the teleportation foundation. The elder's brows were full of seriousness. Chapter 449. Seeking Revenge? What is a teleportation foundation? Yi Xian was puzzled because he had never heard of this thing before. The elder replied, It is the place where the teleportation coordinates are recorded. As long as this door is put up, we can connect to our original world. That's great. Let's go find it quickly. When Shijiu heard this, her joy was beyond words. Senior, do you know where it is? Yi Xian remained calm. It was the same place when we came in, but after so many years, I'm afraid it has been occupied by monsters. The elder pondered for a while before answering, his voice heavy. Yi Xian held up his hands. Where exactly is it? I'll go over and take a look first. Soon, after he got the specific location, he ran over there. There's no need to go all the way. When he was about to leave the shining ruins, Yi Xian looked at the people behind him. I must go. The red-haired Natasha hugged her shoulders without being unreasonable. Okay, you come with me. The others are waiting here. Yi Xian reluctantly agreed. Xiao Jiu nodded. I will keep an eye on Wu Ba. They're all grasshoppers on a rope, and there's no way I can run away. Wu Ba felt speechless and shook his head, but Leng Shui said nothing. Yi Xian left with red-haired Natasha, got in the car, and headed straight to the direction given by the elder. He whispered softly, It must be dangerous this time. Master, don't be afraid. I am here. I will protect you. The red-haired Natasha hugged her shoulders, looking very powerful. At this moment, the car suddenly jolted, and the ground moved to both sides. I'll go. Yi Xian murmured softly, and found that the car was driving on top of a huge monster. This monster looked like a hedgehog, but the spikes it was supposed to have were oval-shaped, and its body was huge. Look at me! The red-haired Natasha said, about to release the flames. Yi Xian raised his hand and knocked her on the head. Calm down. There is no need to fight directly. It will easily attract other monsters. Oh. The red-haired Natasha put away the flame and pouted. Yi Xian drove the car and finally got off the monster. But he saw a person suddenly appeared in front of him. He frowned and stepped on the brake. "Who are you?" Roar. The huge monster behind him suddenly roared and rushed towards the car. "Master, this is not good." Red-haired Natasha turned around. But it was too late to resist. At this critical moment, the man in front of the car disappeared, appeared in front of the monster, and punched the monster. Boom! The huge sound makes people's hearts tremble. The monster died and was smashed into pulp by a punch. The scene was extremely shocking. Yi Xian murmured softly, "It's so amazing! Were you the ones at the bottom of the cliff?" The man was a bit older and looked back slowly. His eyes were full of vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced a lot. Yi Xian was shocked. Could it be that the monster at the bottom of the cliff was raised by him? He coughed and shook his head. "No! Humph! You're young, but you're full of lies." The old man's face turned grim for a moment, and he slowly approached the car. "Get away!" Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator. Suddenly, the car almost flew away at an absurdly fast speed. "Sister, come out quickly," the red-haired Natasha said, gradually changing into her normal appearance. She turned around and shot an ice arrow. "Freeze!" "What?" The old man was chasing after him. He raised his hand to catch the flying arrow and was frozen on the spot, slowing down by half. Yi Xian looked back with a smile. "Master, that guy looked so powerful just now." Natasha put away her bow and arrows and said with some fear. Yi Xian nodded. "If you can defeat the monsters here with one punch, you are indeed not weak." That casual punch was almost more powerful than his own Bajiquan. "I didn't expect that I would accidentally offend such a master. Now that I have come, let's make peace with it." Yi Xian murmured softly and already stepped on the accelerator. "It's really strange. Is my reward so unworthy that I don't even want to lie?" The old man, covered in ice scum, stood there with his brows furrowed. He was furious. "No matter what, the reward must be given to you." Gradually, the effect of the frost arrow disappeared. "Boy, here I come." The old man ran after the car in the direction it left. Half a day later, Yi Xian and Natasha were hiding in the small room summoned by him underground. Above the ground, countless monsters gathered, all of which were accidentally provoked in the past half-day. Natasha came over with a bowl of hot porridge. "Master, it's time to eat." Yi Xian took it and took a sip. He suddenly felt less nervous and more comfortable. "Master, how long are we going to hide here?" Natasha tilted her head. "Let's see when those monsters leave." Yi Xian smiled bitterly, and after finishing speaking, he summoned 2 beds and lay on one of them, preparing to sleep for a night before talking. Natasha naturally took off her coat and got into his bed. Yi Xian shook his head. "You are so old. Why don't you sleep separately?" "Natasha is afraid of being alone," Natasha said dependently, closing her eyes. Yi Xian shook his head, turned off the light, and prepared to take a good rest. The other side, the old man noticed the abnormal gathering of monsters here. He exhaled and walked straight over. "Then the boy won't be eaten by these monsters." "Right." Roar. The monsters noticed this careless old man and rushed over one after another. "Huh?" The old man's palms were filled with thick black energy. He jumped up and slapped his palms out, smashing the 2 huge monsters into mincemeat with ease. "Roar! Roar!" For a moment, the monsters retreated one after another, staring at him warily, not daring to take another step forward. The old man snorted. "Get out of here!" After hearing this, the monsters left one after another without looking back. Strangeness. The old man came to the place where they had just gathered, but found that there was nothing else except the traces of renovation on the soil. Was he really eaten by a monster? "It's better to go out first." The old man shook his head and ran forward. Comfortable. 9 hours later, Yi Xian woke up from bed. He rubbed his eyes and listened carefully. "The monsters should be gone too." "Master." Natasha was still a little awake. After sitting up, she fell into his arms and drooled vaguely. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "We can go." "Uh-huh." Natasha rubbed the corners of her mouth and woke up. Later, the 2 ate some food and returned to the ground. "Master, look over there." Natasha noticed something. "There's a lot of mincemeat. Which expert has come here?" Yi Xian looked over and felt a chill down his spine. He glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was there. He murmured softly, "It seems that he doesn't intend to let us go." "It doesn't matter. If you can get rid of him once, You can get rid of him the second time. Natasha's eyes were full of seriousness. And then the two continued to drive. Chapter 450, Resolving Misunderstandings. The amount of mana is running low. Yi Xian drove the car and whispered softly. So many summoning spells have caused a sharp decrease in mana. Even if his mana is different from ordinary people. Only 2/3 are left. He murmured softly. I hope there won't be more trouble. Otherwise, without mana, you will lose many advantages. Almost there. Yi Xian turned and murmured softly. According to the place mentioned by the elder, he could arrive in 2 hours at the latest. I smell danger. Little Golden Dragon suddenly stuck his head out. Do not scare me. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head slightly. The Little Golden Dragon replied, I don't. It must be dangerous around here. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he became slightly nervous. Master, I'm going to investigate, Natasha said, suddenly lying down from the window to the roof of the car to get a more comprehensive view. There's a canyon ahead. Soon, Natasha shouted in a low voice. Yi Xian stopped the car, frowned slightly, got out of the car and looked ahead. Sure enough, a huge canyon stood there, making it impossible for the car to pass through. There's a big danger inside, Little Jinlong said in a deep voice. Yi Xian summoned a telescope and inspected the inside. Are there too many monsters? It has completely become a habitat for monsters. One can only imagine how many there are. Is there a teleportation foundation? Natasha asked curiously, also observing. But because of the distance, she couldn't see too far. Yes. After Yi Xian observed for a moment, he nodded gently. The huge foundation has long been in ruins, and only the frame of the portal is left, which is used by monsters as a place to lay eggs. It's difficult, Yi Xian murmured softly. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something in front of him on the left. After looking over, his expression gradually froze. Why is he here? I didn't realize it at all. The Little Golden Dragon was speechless, and saw that the master he had seen before was standing there, looking towards the canyon. Master? Natasha asked softly what should be done. The portal is broken. How can we go back? The old man didn't notice them, but was feeling worried. Seeing this, Yi Xian waved his hand to make the car disappear, and lay on the ground with Natasha, trying not to be noticed as time passed by. Soon, the old man turned and left. After a long time, Yi Xian stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. That guy won't come back again. Right. Master, we were noticed by monsters, Natasha said weakly at this time. I saw several monsters crawling out of the canyon and standing not far away, staring at them. Run! Yi Xian picked her up and started running. However, it was already too late. Those monsters were extremely aggressive and started biting randomly after rushing over. Master, what should I do? Natasha fired arrows back, and the sound of explosions was heard. But the effect was minimal. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Freeze them! Call. Natasha nodded. And suddenly, waves of icy blue power burst out from her body, freezing everything around her, including those monsters. Far away. The old man paused. Why is it so cold? This is? The old man looked back and saw a sheet of ice and snow over there. He rubbed his chin and hurried away. Oops. Before Yi Xian could even remember to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed him and quickly ran in another direction. It's so unlucky that I can't even drink water without my teeth, Yi Xian muttered softly. Just as he escaped from the tiger's mouth, he fell into the wolf's den again. He took Natasha and cast teleport. However, despite the long-distance teleportation, the old man was able to catch up quickly, and the distance between the two parties was reduced crazily. Natasha frequently shot thrust arrows. Master, he is not simple. Whizzing, countless arrows flew away, but the old man's movements were erratic, and he easily avoided them, letting the arrows chase behind them. In that case, Yi Xian murmured softly, suddenly put her down, then turned around and used the poetry sword. Old man, there is a saying called muddle along. You forced me into this. Is this what you want? Yi Xian said this and cut off the sword in his hand. The old man's anger welled up. You dare to attack me? He stretched out his hands and actually took the Shursin sword. Who are you anyway? Yi Xian took a few steps back, his face filled with shock. I was born from sin and was feared by countless people. The old man opened his hands, and his whole body was filled with black energy. Devil. Yi Xian thought of something and frowned. Apparently, He was no weaker than the Demon King, and even a little stronger. He breathed out. No matter who you are, if you dare to take our ideas, you will pay the price. Since there is no way to escape, then face it. You have to continue today even if you don't want it. The black air on the old man's hands was even worse. Yi Xian was silent and looked at him, but neither of them immediately launched an attack. In all these years, no one has dared to be so presumptuous in front of me. The old man suddenly felt a little emotional. Yi Xian frowned. If you want to fight, just fight. Don't be verbose. If that doesn't work, he can still use Death's Door and Natasha to go to other places. However, whether it can be retrieved by then is another matter. Then fight. The old man rushed over. After a while, Yi Xian was panting and discovered something strange. This guy almost didn't hit hard. It was like he was playing. You didn't want to kill us? Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and asked suddenly. Natasha, who was standing behind him and was about to shoot an arrow, paused. Kill? Why should I kill you? It was you who rescued me from the bottom of the cliff. Although I am called the King of Fear, I am not an ungrateful person. The old man snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back and said. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. We misunderstood and thought you were here to kill us. You young people are so unreasonable. The old man frowned. He never expected to be like this. Could he be fierce? To be so misunderstood? Senior, there is no need for repayment or anything. Yi Xian cupped his hands. It was just an unintentional act for me to save you. How about that? From now on, you are my successor. The old man walked up to him and said coldly. Yi Xian was stunned. Isn't this bad? There's nothing wrong with it. I won't eat you. In short, from now on, you will be my heir. The old man has been in prison for who knows how many years, but he actually has his own little Jojo in his heart. By accepting a disciple, you won't lose anything anyway, and you can better learn about the current world, etc. So you won't know nothing. Yi Xian scratched his head. But I am not a devil. What does it matter? None of that matters. By the way, apprentice, do you have anything to eat? The old man shook his head, then swallowed and spit, the saliva dripping onto his beard. Yes, Yi Xian took out a few pieces of bread. Chapter 451, The Evil Master. Tasty! The old man ate the bread and praised loudly. Master, do you really want to be his apprentice? Natasha leaned close to Yi Xian's ear and asked quietly. Her eyes filled with confusion. Yi Xian made a hissing gesture. Let's check the situation first before talking. Since you can't beat them, you can only follow them first and then make plans. Oh. Natasha nodded. Soon. The old man finished the bread and asked. What's the name of this food? It's so delicious? Bread. Yi Xian's mouth twitched and he answered with his hands raised. Is there any more? The old man couldn't help but ask as he hadn't eaten in many years. Senior, I don't have much left here. After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he raised his hand to summon some bread to deal with it. The old man frowned. Call me master? Master, I don't know your name. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, nodded and asked. In my time, they called me the embodiment of evil and named me Evil Dot. The old man's expression changed slightly. You can just call me Master Evil. Okay, Yi Xian responded, looking at his poor eating appearance and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He was indeed hungry, master. Apprentice, tell me what it's like outside now, and why the portal was destroyed. The evil master asked, rubbing his stomach after eating. Still a little hungry. That's probably what happened. Yi Xian recounted the news he got from the elders at that time. After hearing this, the evil master frowned and said, Humph! It's obvious that those guys want to trap me in this place. Could it be that the reason they destroyed all the portals was because of you? Yi Xian vaguely thought of something and felt a chill in his back. It looked like he had released something incredible. Yes, you will definitely find a way to get out. Follow me. And when you get out, kill all those guys first. The evil master had a lot of hatred. After saying this, he led them to walk around this world. Master, what should I do? Natasha asked quietly. Yi Xian shook his head and motioned to follow first. Soon, they followed the evil master to a relatively secluded hill. Not far ahead, Natasha looked ahead. So many monsters. Get out of here. But when the evil master roared, the monsters, birds and beasts dispersed in fright, and the hill became empty. So strong. Yi Xian swallowed and couldn't help being shocked. Stay here first. The evil master put his hands behind his back and led them to the hill. where they could see far away. Yi Xian nodded, okay. Soon, the three of them sat together. None of them spoke, and the atmosphere was strange. The evil master looked ugly, and was thinking of a way out. Yi Xian did not reveal his intention to own the door of death, so he kept it a secret for the time being and let him have a headache. Who is she to you? The evil master suddenly looked at Natasha, and his stomach growled. Sister. Yi Xian raised his hand to stop Natasha. I wonder what the master wants to do. Els tastes delicious. The evil master said nonchalantly. Even a little greedy. These words made Natasha's face turn pale, and her little body tremble. Yi Xian raised his hand and summoned a roast duck. Master, if the elves have anything delicious, why not try this? This? When the evil master smelled the taste, he was a little confused at first. After taking a bite, his eyes gleamed. As long as you like it. Yi Xian smiled hard and took Natasha aside. Any more? Unexpectedly, the evil master came over in an instant. Yi Xian coughed lightly. That's not too much. Having said that, as a master, shouldn't you teach me something? Bargaining with me? Forget it. For the sake of the delicious food you have, I won't be angry. You want to learn something. Right. Say, whatever you want to learn. You're master. I will teach you. The evil master was eating roast duck. His tone was a bit calm, but he was not angry. Obviously, he still cares about the delicious food. In comparison, the elves can only stand aside. Master, I think your palms are a little different. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. You kid. You are so bold. You actually want to learn my secret skill? The evil master knew what he was planning, and was a little choked for words for a moment. Yi Xian looked disappointed. I gave you precious delicacies, but you are unwilling to teach me your secret skills? Am I not your heir? He knew how powerful that palm technique was, and if he could learn it, it would definitely be a big help. Okay, but this can't be learned overnight, the evil master said reluctantly. Seeing this, Yi Xian summoned a bowl of egg fried rice. I'll teach you starting tomorrow. The evil master hugged the basin and left. Foodie, Yi Xian murmured in his heart, never expecting that this so-called incarnation of evil could be like this. Natasha whispered in his ear. Master, he doesn't seem to mean to hurt us. It's important to be on guard against others. It's always right to be careful. Yi Xian shrugged and closed his eyes, hoping that this guy would not find the glitter ruins. Otherwise, everything would be in chaos. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian was woken up by the sound of crash, and rubbed his eyes. Master, what are you doing? I saw that the evil master had pulled many big rocks. Come here and give it a try. The evil master waved to him. Yi Xian nodded, and after settling Natasha, he walked over. Hit. Use your brute force. The evil master took a step back and pointed at the stone. Boom. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and punched the stone. Severe pain hit him, and his expression changed slightly. But the stone was only punched into a deep pit of less than 10 centimeters. This stone is so hard! The evil master snorted coldly. It's useless. Even rocks can't be broken. Master, what exactly do you want to do? Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. There was no need to torment him so early in the morning. Of course it's training, the evil master said matter-of-factly. He suddenly disappeared and appeared in the distance. He picked up a big stone and threw it over. The speed was so fast that flames even ignited around the stone. Natasha, retreat to a safe place, Yi Xian shouted, knowing that he could not retreat because she was right behind him. Natasha bit her lower lip. Yeah, master. Be careful. Boom. Yi Xian exhaled, looked at the flying boulder, and punched it fiercely. The pain instantly spread throughout his body. The stone shattered and the debris flew everywhere. He fell to the ground, and the bones in his arm were also broken. He couldn't lift it up for a long time. Master, Natasha shouted, her eyes red. I'm fine. Don't come over. Yi Xian is not planning to use powerful healing techniques on himself. At least not in front of the evil master for the time being. He struggled to get up. His right arm was broken, and the pain was unbearable. However, another boulder was thrown over, even faster than the one just now. Chapter 452 Training. Broken. Yi Xian used his left arm that could still be raised to meet the flying boulder. There was a bang sound. The boulder shattered, and his left arm was fractured, and both arms could no longer move. You still have some backbone, kid. The evil master murmured softly. Natasha saw it in her eyes and felt pain in her heart. Master. Whoosh. Suddenly, the evil master threw a pill, and it landed accurately in Yi Xian's mouth. Don't waste it. Eat it. The evil master ordered. There was no other way, so Yi Xian had no choice but to take the elixir. Soon, his eyes filled with surprise. My arm is actually healed. Not only that, the strength of your arms will be increased several times. Disciple, this is the secret skill of our lineage. The evil master put his hands behind his back and walked over slowly. But why is there no black energy? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Those things can be learned later. You must first improve your arm strength to the extreme. The evil master's face instantly turned a little ugly. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Then I'll leave it to the master. You want to continue? There was a little surprise in the eyes of the evil master. Generally speaking, after experiencing the pain of bone crushing, it would be good not to give up. He actually wanted to do it a second time so quickly. If you don't break or establish, how can you miss the opportunity to improve your strength? Yi Xian forced a smile. Good. The evil master nodded. Soon, training officially began. Looking at this scene from a distance, Natasha shed tears from time to time, feeling extremely distressed. Meanwhile, Flash Ruins. Xiujio looked into the distance. I've been gone for so long. Why haven't I come back yet? I heard that place is very far away. It's only been a few days. Don't worry. Right. Shiqing came over, holding a big round ball in his hand. It was dark and had a strange smell. I want to find him. Xiujio couldn't let go at all. Eat first. Shiqing didn't know how to persuade him, so he opened the big ball and found purple monster meat inside. Xiaojiu almost vomited. Thank you. I'm not hungry. Who can eat this stuff? Come here for a moment. The sound suddenly came from not far away. It was Leng Shui. Mom? Xiaojiu stood up immediately, said goodbye to Shiqing, and left with her. What do you find me for? When they came to a hidden place, Xiujio paused and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Leng Shui turned back and raised his hand to touch her cheek. Are you really my child? Well, that file should still be in your hands. Xiaojiu nodded, not hiding anything. Leng Shui hugged her directly, but because of her petite body, it was like a younger sister holding her elder sister. Xiujio closed her eyes and remained silent. After a long time, Leng Shui let go of his hand. Since he is my child, he must be a good assassin. Right. This. Xiujio scratched his head. At least 9 out of 10 assassinations would go wrong. And one time, there would be a major mistake. Her expression suddenly changed and she backed away. Mom, I won't kill him in a sneak attack. Using her mind-reading skills, she knew what Leng Shui was thinking. He actually killed Yi Xian after leaving this world. This is tantamount to killing the donkey. Can you know what I'm thinking? Leng Shui was thoughtful. That's right. So please don't try to deceive me. Xiaojiu nodded, his eyes slightly focused. Kill him, and we can serve the Demon King together. Seeing this, Leng Shui stopped covering up and revealed his true purpose. Xiaojiu's eyes turned red. Mom, I really don't know whether I should say you are stupid or what, but you insist on being loyal to the Demon King. After she finished speaking, she turned around and ran away. A sneeze. On the other side, Yi Xian looked at the stone being thrown and sneezed violently. Before he could adjust his condition, he was directly hit by a big rock. Master! Natasha in the distance covered her mouth, exclaimed, and ran over quickly. Something bad is going to happen again. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that he sneezed because someone was talking about him behind his back, which made him feel uncomfortable. The evil master came over and said, Yes, I can break 10 boulders in a row. If it hadn't been for that sneeze just now, it would have broken 11 pieces. Yi Xian was helped by Natasha to stand up, his body covered in blood. The evil master gave the elixir. Have a rest. You can't do it overnight. When you can break 300 boulders in a row, you will enter the next stage. He said it calmly, but Yi Xian took a breath of cold air. $300? This almost self-inflicted training has only cost me 10 boulders if I have persisted for so long. Master, take medicine. Natasha fed him the elixir. The injuries on his body gradually disappeared, and Yi Xian tried to ask, Master, do you still have enough elixirs there? Also, I feel a certain artistic conception in you. Who is your previous master? The evil master put his hands behind his back. Yi Xian swallowed and foamed at the mouth, secretly thinking that was bad. If he said it, he would probably not teach him anymore. After all, it was a unique skill. I hope the old man sword god won't be angry, Yi Xian muttered in his heart, and then said to the evil master, I once felt something under a waterfall, and I felt something strange in my body. I see. You are very talented. The evil master nodded and immediately believed it. This made Yi Xian breathe a sigh of relief. I will try my best to learn your palm skills. Master! Palm technique? No. It should be said to be a technique. The evil master raised his hands, wrapped in black energy. After that, after 3 days in a row, Yi Xian took pills through training, and was able to break hundreds of boulders in a row. This is damage that can be caused by brute force alone. He can be sure that if he uses the poetry sword now, it will be at least 10 times more powerful than before. Perfect. Yi Xian is very satisfied with the rocket-like improvement speed. The only price is to give the evil master delicious food frequently. Master, we have been out for a long time. Is it okay? While the evil master was sleeping, Natasha came over and whispered in his ear. Yi Xian nodded. It doesn't matter. This is a rare and good opportunity for promotion. At this time, the evil master happened to wake up. Master! Yi Xian quickly moved over and summoned several pancake fruits. Why do you have so many kinds of delicious food? The evil master asked while eating. Ahem. I brought this back from my hometown. Yi Xian had a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Soon, the evil master finished eating, and today's training was about to begin. Natasha retreated to a far distance as usual, sat on a stone, and waited quietly. Suddenly she noticed something. Sister Xiujio? There is a person in the distance coming here, covered with bruises. It is Xiaojio, whom he has not seen for a long time. Chapter 453 Critical Illness. So close. Xiujio covered her arms and dragged her steps tiredly. Natasha walked over quickly. Xiujio was very excited when he saw her. Is it you? Where is Yi Xian? Hush, master. He is practicing martial arts. A very fierce uncle is teaching him. Don't be discovered. Natasha quickly made a shushing gesture and led her behind the nearby stone. That one is the bad guy. Xiaojio was a little curious, and then quickly said, The situation is urgent now. The glitter ruins will be destroyed. What happened? Natasha was doubly puzzled. Xiujio said it, and it turned out that the so-called elves in the shining ruins disappeared, and monsters began to set foot. This is not the most important thing. The Qi Wu Ba was injured in the battle, and was on the verge of death. He had to use healing techniques to save him. Natasha looked at Yi Xian, who was still training from a distance. But that evil master will definitely follow him. And it will be miserable then. I can't control that much. Xiaojio gritted his teeth and ran over. Although Natasha was a little helpless, she didn't stop her. Why are you here? Yi Xian, who was training, broke a big stone and looked at Xiaojio running over. Confused. I'm here to find you. Xiujio was panting and his body was seriously injured, which made people feel distressed just looking at it. When Yi Xian learned what happened. So that's it. She is? The evil master walked over, his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with confusion. He licked his lips. It looks delicious. Master, please show mercy. This is my wife, Yi Xian said quickly, raising his hand and putting it on Xiujio's waist, with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. In the distance, Natasha has already taken out her bow and arrows. If something goes wrong, she will immediately provide support. In that case, don't worry. I won't hurt her. The evil master was obviously disappointed, but he still said so. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After summoning a bowl of rice noodles for him, he took Xiujio aside. Are you sure about going back? It was quite safe on the way here. We met a few monsters. It should be fine when we go back. Xiujio was silent for a while, and then nodded. This is for you. Yi Xian took out 3 elixirs and said, Take them back to Wu Ba. Pay attention to safety. I will find a way to go back as soon as possible. Xiujio responded and left with the panacea. The evil master came over and said, Is your wife also in this world? Yes. Yi Xian turned his head and nodded awkwardly. Why did she leave again? Where did she come from? The evil master asked with some confusion. Yi Xian was speechless for a moment. But soon, he organized his thoughts. Although we are husband and wife, we are not together all the year round, and we look for the way to the outside separately. I see. The evil master seemed to trust others easily, and nodded after listening. He turned to say, "Don't let your wife lead the next time she comes. It's so dangerous outside, and it's impossible to find a way out." "Master, do you mean there is really nothing you can do?" After Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, he tried to ask, "Speaking of which, I haven't tried it yet to see if it's possible to place the door of death on the foundation, so I can't be sure whether it's true or not." "I can definitely get out." The evil master hugged his shoulders. "Speaking of which, although this world is a mess, it is much better than the world I was in." The evil master turned to say cheerfully, sat on the ground, and began to talk. Yi Xian scratched his head. "Is this the world where the devil lives?" "Yes. Because of excessive mining, the world has become abnormal, and all life has been destroyed. Only devils like us are left. Not even monsters." The evil master nodded, with a hint of helplessness on his face. "How did you survive?" Yi Xian was dumbfounded. "Cannibalism. Of course." The evil master looked at him deeply, and raised the corners of his mouth. Yi Xian felt a chill behind his back. "Eat your own kind? It can't be said that it is completely true. Those are just domesticated animals. Just like raising pigs, cattle and sheep." The evil master chuckled, but this smile made people couldn't help but send chills down their spines. "Shall we continue training?" Yi Xian calmed down his emotions, and did not intend to continue talking about this matter. "Good." The evil master nodded. Soon, the battle continued, and at this time, monsters entered the shining ruins. Leng Shui became the highest combat power, holding a dagger in her hand. She shuttled among the monsters, killing one from time to time. The elder was still in that house. "It's over. The shelter is gone." He showed a helpless smile. Those so-called flashing elves are actually produced by a special terrain here, which can prevent monsters from approaching. But those flashes disappeared, and the monsters began to step in and attack. "Why?" The elder let out a long sigh. Outside, the battle continued. After 3 hours of hard work, they finally won. But unfortunately, they also suffered heavy losses. The little devil wiped the fork with a cloth. "I will kill every one of these monsters. How is Wu Ba's situation?" Leng Shui turned to look over, and saw that the dagger had turned bright red. "Very bad." The little devil's expression fell instantly, and he looked at the house to the side. Ahem. Wu Ba was lying on the bed in the house. His face was pale, and he would die soon. Leng Shui walked to the house. "As a curser, can't you cure diseases?" "I've never really done that. Curse myself for the disappearance of my disease? That's not realistic, and has no effect." Wu Ba smiled bitterly. "It's really useless. After you get better this time, I suggest you develop your abilities in this area." The little devil hugged his shoulders. Hopefully. Wu Ba knew that he was almost certain to die this time. He let out a long sigh. "If I could, I really want to die in the forest." In this hopeless place, death may be relief. But dying when hope has just been seen is not relief. "Hold on. I'm already looking for Yi Xian." Leng Shui frowned slightly. Everyone knows that Yi Xian has powerful healing skills. And as long as he comes back, there is hope. It's useless. Wu Ba smiled bitterly. "I killed so many people. This may be retribution." A whole day passed since then. Water. Wu Ba's face was as pale as paper, without any blood, and even his eyes had begun to turn white. Leng Shui sat aside. "You have already drank a lot of water. If you continue to drink, you will be exhausted." "That's it." Wu Ba later realized that there was a stench all over his body. It was because the wounds had suppurated and rotted, and even the bones could be seen. "Hold on." The little devil encouraged him. "I'm back." At this moment, a familiar voice came. It was Xiao Jiao. Chapter 454 Strength Improvement. "You are finally back. Where is Yi Xian?" When the little devil saw her, he burst into tears and asked in confusion. Xiao Jiao panted. "I found him. But he is being held hostage now, and can't come back. What should we do?" Despair arose in the little devil's heart. It seemed that Wu Ba was destined not to survive today. Although they were once enemies, after so many days of life and death, they had already become friends. "I didn't want to see him die like this." "It doesn't matter. Although he can't come back. He gave me this." Xiao Jiao took out the panacea. "What a strong medicinal fragrance." Leng Shui murmured softly, knowing that this was an extraordinary thing. After the little devil took the elixir, he flew to Wu Ba's mouth and his expression changed drastically. "No. He is going to die. Let him eat this elixir quickly." Hearing this, Lang Shui took half a step forward. With a wave of her hand, Wu Ba's mouth was opened and he was fed the pill. Ahem. After Wu Ba took the elixir, he began to cough violently and even sat up. You want to choke me to death? Wu Ba covered his throat. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, and his eyes shone with light. I'm so glad you're okay. The little devil threw himself on his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Ba was about to say something when he suddenly clenched his teeth and sweated on his forehead. It hurts. Can you feel pain? That's right. Congratulations on coming back from H.L. Lang Shui glanced at his large area of rotten skin. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. Oh my god. Let me die. This is too painful. Wu Ba wailed. No perseverance. The little devil hates iron. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. The monster is coming again. In the past few days, monsters have often entered the Glitter Ruins. It may be unintentional, but it is a disaster for the people here and must be driven away or killed. Walk. Shijiao knew the situation was urgent. But the moment she turned around, she fainted and fell heavily to the ground. What happened? Yi Xian, who was still training, frowned and felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. He smashed the 270th flying boulder. It will be 300 soon. Willing to work hard and have talent. The evil master threw boulders from time to time and nodded with satisfaction. This kid might really be his successor. Soon, this training will be over. A total of 289 boulders were broken. Yi Xian was fed the elixir by Natasha, and his injury healed quickly. Master, do it again. I will definitely break 300 pieces. Take a rest first. Don't think about quick success. The evil master cast a dissatisfied look, turned and left after speaking. Master, what are you doing? Yi Xian was a little confused. Don't have to look for rocks? The evil master left these words and disappeared without a trace. Natasha took this opportunity to ask, Master, it's been 2 days. How about I go back and take a look first? She is also very concerned about Shijiao and others. This won't work. It's too dangerous. Yi Xian pondered for a while and then shook his head. Not because he didn't trust him, but because he couldn't let go. But Natasha lowered her head. It's nothing. Shijiao can walk back and forth because all the monsters on the road were killed by the evil master. If you go there alone now, it is tantamount to seeking death. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I see. Seeing his serious look, Natasha had no choice but to agree. Yi Xian sighed. I hope Shijiao has gone back safely. Let's rest first. During this rare rest time, he planned to take a nap first and then try his current strength again. The real present is different from what it used to be. Yi Xian murmured softly, put out a set of 4 bunks, laid down on it, and within a few minutes, he began to fall asleep. Master, Natasha got into bed. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian fell asleep directly until now and found Natasha sleeping on his arm. And the evil master was nowhere to be found. He murmured in a low voice. It's strange. Didn't that old guy abandon us and run away? So he doesn't want to teach me his secret skills? This is still very possible. Yi Xian gently put down Natasha's little head so as not to wake her up. Stood up and stretched. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Yi Xian chuckled. And as he spoke, his smile gradually solidified. And he found that there were many monsters slowly approaching around the hill where he was. He frowned slightly. Is it because the evil master is not here? Roar. Shut up. You'll wake her up. Just as a monster was about to roar, Yi Xian appeared in front of him and threw an uppercut with all his strength. There was a loud bang, and the monster's head was blown open. Yi Xian licked his lips. Interesting. His own strength has improved so much. Sure enough, being strong is the last word. If the master is not around, it would be a good time to try the Shursin sword. Yi Xian murmured softly. Release the poetry sword, and only use the artistic conception of the plum blossom forest. Suddenly, the surrounding area turned into a plum blossom forest, and even the fragrance could be faintly smelled. Die! Yi Xian looked at the monsters and waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Heen. The sword actually made a roaring sound. Soon, with a flash of sword light, all the monsters thousands of meters ahead were chopped into 2 halves. Yi Xian looked at the scene in shock. Did I do this? Master, you are so powerful. Natasha didn't know when she woke up. Her brows filled with surprise. Yes. Yi Xian nodded, feeling as if it was unreal. It's as if ordinary people suddenly become powerful cultivators of immortality. And their improvement is not just a little bit. It seems that I have to find ways to improve my basic abilities in the future. Yi Xian murmured softly and smiled involuntarily. Now there was something that made him very excited. That is, after leaving here, I can probably beat the devil. He raised his hand and touched the little golden dragon pretending to be dead in his arms. Am I very powerful now? Well, it's better than the previous times. Little golden dragon responded. There was no doubt about it. Is it possible to defeat the existence you mentioned before? Yi Xian asked instead. The probability is 1 in 1,000. Xiao Jinlong was silent for a long time and gave a rough figure. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Is it wrong? I only have 1,000 chance of achieving my current strength. That's pretty high. Theoretically speaking, it's almost impossible to win against that existence. Little Jinlong said nothing more. This, Yi Xian was dumbfounded and at the same time adjusted his condition. While the master hasn't come back, let's go to the Teleportation Foundation first. Master, now! Natasha walked up to him and put her hand over her mouth to breathe. Yi Xian nodded. Of course. The sooner the better. Try not to be discovered. Soon, the two of them took a car and rushed to the canyon. It was not far away, so they arrived at the place quickly. Chapter 455, Parasitized. Master, do you need to lure the monster away first? Natasha, the co-pilot, stuck her head out and found that there were still many monsters in the canyon. Yi Xian shook his head. That's not necessary. After he finished speaking, he put away the car and jumped directly into the canyon. Natasha quickly followed. Roar! Roar! There were many monsters in the canyon. After looking at each other, they rushed over. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and rushed over quickly. Death! With just a few sword strikes, those monsters were reduced to mincemeat. It's really much stronger, Yi Xian said, looking forward, using the Baji fist. Boom! The strong air flow made the air explode. As far as the eye could see, a huge fist mark shot straight into the sky. And countless monsters died under this punch. Natasha couldn't help but say, Master, you are so amazing! Let's go! Yi Xian put away his fists, took the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and led her to the Teleportation Foundation. Roar! Roar! The monsters here quickly ran away, not even wanting to lay eggs. It should be here, Yi Xian said, looking around to confirm that the evil master was not there, and then summoned the Door of Death. Master, it works! Natasha covered her mouth, a little surprised. I saw that there was green grass on the other side of the Door of Death, which was obviously another world. Yi Xian nodded. Okay, let's go back first. Now is not the time to leave. Firstly, I haven't learned any tricks from the evil master. Secondly, there are not all the people here yet. He raised his hand to remove the Door of Death, feeling confident in his heart. No matter what, if you can get out, your urgent need will be solved. Why are you here? The sound came suddenly, making Yi Xian's back tremble. He looked back. Evil master? Why are you here? I should ask you this. The evil master stood quietly not far behind him, his hands behind his back and his brows furrowed. I came out to look for you and found energy fluctuations here, so I rushed over to take a look. Yi Xian explained briefly. Is that so? The evil master stared at him quietly, obviously suspicious. Natasha nodded. I can help my brother guarantee it. The evil master didn't say anything. He took a few steps forward and touched the Teleportation Foundation with his hand. He didn't know what he was thinking. Master? Yi Xian tried to shout. Let's go back. The evil master turned around and looked at the mincemeat on the ground and the fist marks caused by Baji fist. And his heart gradually became heavy. The apprentice I accepted is not that simple. Half a day passed. This time, Yi Xian finally broke 300 boulders. He was panting. Master, can you teach me your unique skills now? No rush. It still takes some time to prepare. The evil master didn't look anxious at all. After finishing speaking, he turned and left. Tisk, Yi Xian secretly thought that was bad. This was obviously because he was suspicious of what happened yesterday and didn't want to teach himself. The longer we delay, the more trouble we get. We can't wait any longer. Yi Xian knew that now was not the time to be greedy, so he planned to take Natasha to the Glitter Ruins after the evil master left. He murmured softly, I don't know what happened to that guy Wu Ba. Time passed, and when the evil master could not be found at all, the two set out on their journey. Are you finally going back? Natasha tilted her head, seeming very curious. Yeah, Yi Xian nodded lightly, raised his hand, and rubbed her head with a smile on his face. That guy won't be following us secretly. Right. Natasha was a little worried. This was not impossible. Yi Xian's heart was heavy. We can only take a gamble. He has become suspicious of us. The sooner we leave, the better, he said, looking around. But still no sign of the evil master. Glitter Ruins. Ever since Wu Ba recovered, there has been one troublesome thing. Xiujiu never woke up after fainting. After he used curses to kill several monsters that entered the Glitter Ruins, he felt heavy in his heart. What on earth is going on? Time passed by second, and a whole day later, something strange happened. Xiaojiu, who fainted, would open his eyes and move his hands from time to time. But it was more like twitching. Go and call the elders quickly. Meng Shui's expression gradually became serious, and her heart, which had never had any emotion in so many years, was a little panicked at this moment. Okay. The little devil nodded and went to find the elder. So deserted. Yi Xian took Natasha into the Shining Ruins and found that there were corpses of aborigines almost everywhere. In addition, there are many corpses of monsters. He noticed that there was a monster with dark holes all over its body. Curse! It seems that the Wu Ba guy has recovered. Big brother? You are finally back. Shi Qing was cleaning the battlefield and was very excited to see him. How is the situation here? Yi Xian asked quickly. It's very bad. Many people are dead. My eldest sister is unconscious for some reason, and she hasn't woken up yet. Shi Qing lowered his head slightly, seeming helpless. Yi Xian was surprised. Big sister? Which big sister? It's the one called Xiujiu. Shi Qing thought for a while before giving an answer. Yi Xian was stunned and quickly ran into the living area and found the room where Xiujiu and others were, followed closely by Natasha. You're back? Wu Ba was a little confused when he saw him. Well, what's going on with Xiujiu? Yi Xian nodded, frowning. Wu Ba sighed. It's been like this ever since she brought me medicine. I can't wake up no matter how I scream. Even if I take the magic elixir, it's useless. I'm here with the elders. The little devil flew in at this time and asked everyone to get out of the way. Soon, the elder walked in and greeted Yi Xian briefly. Knowing that time did not wait for anyone, he came to Xiaojiu. He looked at it, and his expression suddenly changed. She is being parasitized. Parasitic? Everyone looked at each other, and then all looked at Wu Ba. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Wu Ba was a little dumbfounded. She is my savior. I won't do that. You're the only one here who knows how to pull off this parasitic trick. The little devil stared at him warily. The elder shook his head. It is indeed not him who did it, but a kind of monster in this world that can silently parasitize the human body. 2 of my senior sisters were infected by this kind of parasitism. Then what happened to them? Wu Ba asked quickly, a little nervous. Became a monster. After the elder was silent for a while, his lower eyelids twitched. All kinds of different monsters. Is there any way to save it? Yi Xian found it hard to believe this fact. The elder shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry. So far, we haven't found a solution to this parasitism. Get ready for the funeral. After the elder was silent for a long time, he spoke again. Chapter 456. The Kingdom of Giants. How so? Yi Xian was stunned. His eyes filled with confusion. He looked at Xiujiu lying on the bed. Will you never wake up? Chong. At this moment, Meng Shui suddenly pulled out the dagger. What do you want to do? The little devil quickly stepped forward and stopped between them. Since it will turn into a monster, we can only deal with it here first. There was a hint of confusion in Meng Shui's eyes, as if she didn't know whether she should do this or not. The little devil shouted, That's your child. I know. Meng Shui whispered softly. Stop making trouble. I'll go and think of a solution. Yi Xian was upset now, and was not in the mood to listen to their quarrel. So he turned and left. Master, are you okay? Natasha followed closely, tilting her head and asking. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's okay. After all, after death, we will only return to the era we were in before. Yes. Natasha suddenly realized that she almost forgot about it. But I still don't want her to die like this. Yi Xian clenched his fists, his heart heavy. Then master, what are you going to do? Natasha naturally believed in him unconditionally. Yi Xian chuckled. Go to the evil master first. He might have a solution. Oh? Go back. Natasha was stunned for a moment. always feeling that there would be danger. It's better to catch the tiger's den than in the tiger's den. Yi Xian nodded lightly. You can stay here. I can go by myself. How is that possible? Natasha pouted, unhappiness written all over her childish face. Yi Xian smiled and said, It's safer for me to be alone. Isn't it? And we need manpower here. All right. Natasha reluctantly agreed. Yi Xian left, knowing that the situation was urgent. So he used long-distance teleportation many times along the way. When we came to the familiar hills, there was no one here. There are a lot of monsters. Yi Xian twisted his neck. I'm in a bad mood. And you guys came to my door. He rushed forward and killed a monster with every punch. Soon, the entire hill was empty, and there was no trace of any monster. It's so comfortable, Yi Xian whispered. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came. It was the evil master, with a serious look on his face. You're back? Yes. Yi Xian was silent for a while, and then nodded. It seemed that he already knew about his departure. Where is that little girl? The evil master's eyes narrowed slightly. Sent to my wife, Yi Xian answered. The evil master continued to ask, Why did you leave? For some reason. I'm afraid you will kill us. Yi Xian was not afraid in the face of danger. His face was expressionless. Then why are you back? The evil master frowned, and black air came out of his hands. I have something to ask for. Yi Xian wasted his time lazily. After all, there wasn't that much time to waste now. The evil master laughed and said, I thought you weren't afraid of death. I'm not a saint. Of course I'm afraid of death. And I'm even more afraid of the pain of death. Yi Xian took half a step forward, his face still expressionless. What do you want from me? Asked the evil master. My wife is parasitized by the monster here. Please tell me what to do. Yi Xian cupped his hands. The evil master smiled ferociously. You think I will tell you? After Yi Xian pondered for a moment, he summoned a table filled with all kinds of delicacies and top-quality ingredients. He chuckled. 5 tables. Is that enough? At least 10 tables. The evil master drooled, went over and ate an abalone, and said it was so satisfying. Deal. Yi Xian nodded. As far as I know, there is only one kind of monster that can parasitize the human body in this world. And it's called Wanpoju, the evil master said while eating. Yi Xian frowned. Wanpoju. What a strange name. Anyway, I got it. To deal with it, I need a kind of material. The evil master shook his head. What material? Yi Xian's heart moved and he asked quickly. Xianjing. The evil master replied. His eating movements slightly paused. Yi Xian whispered the name repeatedly. Where can I find it? You can find it by going all the way north here, the evil master said while eating. Thank you. Yi Xian thanked him. After giving 5 tables, he turned around and left. 10 tables agreed upon. The evil master frowned and seemed a little angry. Yi Xian chuckled and replied. This is the deposit. After we find them all, I will offer the remaining 5 tables. Today's young people. The evil master shook his head and started eating. Go north. 300 miles. Yi Xian killed countless monsters along the way. He asked the little golden dragon in his arms. Do you know what Xianjing is? I've heard of it. But it should be 2 different things from the Xianjing in this world. Anyway, let's go straight ahead. The old guy won't lie to you. The little golden dragon stuck out his head and answered loudly. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly stopped. He whispered softly. I seem to know where the giant in the ruins of the gods came from. I saw several large mountains ahead, and behind the mountains, many giants were walking slowly, filled with strange smoke. Be careful. The little golden dragon got into his clothes, and was also surprised by this scene. Yi Xian nodded, swallowed his foam, and crossed the mountain. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, it became dark. He looked up in surprise, and found that it was not dark, but a foot was stepping towards him. Yi Xian quickly teleported away without being injured. He frowned. Xianjing should be here. The terrain here is different, and there are still giants. There seems to be something ahead. After being silent for a moment, Little Golden Dragon suddenly spoke up. Yi Xian ran over, and soon found a piece of dazzling purple vegetation with a fruit on it. He whispered softly. Xianjing should be some kind of ore. Has nothing to do with this thing. Right. It doesn't matter whether it matters to him or not. Just hold it first, Xiao Jinlong said. Yi Xian nodded, thinking it made sense, put the fruit into his backpack, and continued to move forward on this land. He feels like he has entered the kingdom of giants now. The people here are more like primitive people. Without language. Just walking around unconsciously. Huh? Suddenly, a giant made a voice. Discovered. Yi Xian looked over and found that the giant was also looking at him. And immediately turned around and used teleportation. However, one of his teleportations was not as far as someone else's 2 steps. And he was quickly caught up. Seeing the giant grab his hand, he used teleportation again. An embarrassing thing happened. And it was teleported to another giant. He held his breath and waited here quietly. He couldn't find the giant who was chasing him. So he stopped looking. But before he could remember to breathe a sigh of relief, he was grabbed by another huge hand. Chapter 457 Giant King. Play. The giant grabbed one of Yi Xian's legs and played with it like a toy. The more he played, the more interesting he became. He ran to the other giants and just wanted to show off. But the person in his hand had disappeared. Behind a certain stone nearby. Yi Xian was hiding here. This place is so dangerous. Hurry up and find Xianjing. And go back as soon as you find it. The little golden dragon stuck out half of its head. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded. Summoned a set of clothes with similar colors to the ones here, and put them on as camouflage uniforms. And then started walking. It's very effective. Yi Xian chuckled and said that he has not been discovered since he put on this suit of clothes. Don't rush to use invisibility to save some mana. The little golden dragon looked around. There are 2 main giants here. Xianjing! Xianjing! Where are you? Yi Xian was too lazy to care about those giants and had a headache. Suddenly, he paused on the spot and looked ahead in disbelief. That giant is so gorgeously dressed. A female giant wearing colorful clothes is walking into the distance. Look at the decoration on her dress. Little golden dragon suddenly exclaimed. Yi Xian looked around and found that it turned out to be an unknown crystal. He scratched his head. Is that Xianjing? 9 times out of 10 yes. The little golden dragon's voice was heavy, and it was hard to find it. But it was on the giant's body. There's nothing we can do. Yi Xian murmured softly and twisted his neck. What do you want to do? Little Jinlong asked in surprise. Yi Xian chuckled. Isn't it obvious? Of course I will catch up. He exhaled and ran, using teleportation from time to time. Hard work pays off. And the distance is gradually being shortened. But soon, the woman came to a huge castle, opened the door and walked in. Let me go! The giants here can actually build castles? Yi Xian raised his head and couldn't see the top at all. He glanced around and found that there were many giants around who couldn't afford to wear clothes, which was in sharp contrast to the luxury of the castle. Yi Xian stepped forward and looked in through the crack in the door. It's like 2 worlds. The giants inside were all wearing luxurious clothes, eating big fish and meat. And there were even servants serving the plates. That woman just now! Little Jinlong suddenly made a discovery. Yi Xian followed his line of sight and found that the woman had gone upstairs. Immediately, he leaned against the wall and started running quickly, but was discovered by a giant. Oh my god! What is this? Hack the giant has spoken. Yi Xian's mood at this moment was indescribable. He speeded up and wanted to escape. But the giants who were eating and drinking stopped and came over. What is this gadget? Catch him first. This is bad. Yi Xian looked at the giants who looked like dozens of mountains. And a drop of sweat fell from his forehead. He used teleportation and shuttled back and forth around their feet. And finally, he was almost at the stairs. Watch where you run. The sound sounded, and Yi Xian was locked in a glass cover. He raised his hand and punched, but it only left small scratches on the glass cover. Just as he was about to use teleportation, Little Golden Dragon said, Why don't we see what they want to do first? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Soon, after a lot of confusion, he was sealed in a bottle and placed on the table. I've never seen anyone so small. Yeah, it's so interesting. Why not dedicate him to our king? The giants talked in a few words. Yi Xian sat in the bottle and whispered, King? Giant king? Anyway, you should probably go upstairs. Little Jinlong helped with the planning. Yi Xian nodded, knowing that this might be an opportunity. So he simply closed his eyes and waited quietly. The giants started eating and drinking again. Finally, when they were full, they picked up Yi Xuanzai's bottle and went upstairs. Successful. Yi Xian smiled softly, full of expectations. Soon, as time passed, we climbed up from floor to floor, and finally reached the top floor. Here a huge man sits on a throne with a crown on his head. Why are you up here? Great king. We picked up this thing and dedicated it to you. The giant bowed and held out the bottle. Is this? The Giant King stared at Yi Xian and suddenly became happy. Can you speak? What do you think? Yi Xian took a deep breath and shouted loudly. The Giant King was a little surprised. It's such a loud noise. I'm afraid you've used up all your strength to feed it. Right. For a moment, the giant's present laughed. Yi Xian was speechless. I accept such an interesting gadget. The Giant King nodded with satisfaction. Someone will reward you later. Thank you so much. The giants were so excited that they turned and left. Yi Xian sat in the bottle. Giant King, why don't we talk about the terms? Little guy, do you have any capital that you can use to negotiate terms with me? The Giant King was still sitting on the throne, with his legs crossed and a bottle in his hand, sneering. If I guess correctly, you are the legendary giant race. Right. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then continued to communicate by shouting. Yeah. What do you want to say? The Giant King nodded slightly. Yi Xian asked. Why is the polarization here so serious? People in the castle have food and drink, but people outside are naked? Humph. Why do you talk so much as a little thing? The Giant King suddenly became unhappy. He then snorted coldly. You have whatever ability can make me happy. If you can't make me happy, I will kill you. I can tell jokes about this. Yi Xian scratched his head and said solemnly. Why don't you tell me now? The Giant King placed the jar on the armrest. There was no other way. So Yi Xian summoned a collection of jokes and started telling them one by one. Not bad. The Giant King's mood gradually improved. He continued. Do you have a story to tell? Of course. The kind that could last for decades. Yi Xian nodded and said. Seriously? The Giant King's eyes lit up. Certainly. Although Yi Xian had a bad feeling, he still nodded bravely. The Giant King laughed loudly. My daughter pesters me for stories every day. Now, you tell her. Oh? Okay. Yi Xian was a little stunned at first, then nodded quickly. A little girl is better than this irritable Giant King. Maybe he can get Xianjing with the help of the little girl. By the time you can leave this Lish place. Go and call my daughter over. The Giant King looked at the giant beside him. Yes. The giant was obviously a soldier, but he had no weapons. He turned around and left to find the so-called daughter of the Giant King. Chapter 458. Being treated as a pet? Tread. Soon. Crisp footsteps came. Yi Xian in the bottle turned around and saw a beautiful little girl who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old. But nevertheless, there are hills too high. The little girl walked closer and said, Father, what did you ask me to do? This is for you. The Giant King held out the bottle. The little girl took it and looked at Yi Xian inside. Oh my God! There's actually a person in here. He will tell you stories and be with you all the time. The Giant King said with a smile. Really? That's great. The little girl was excited and left with the bottle. In this desolate world, having a toy is the most amazing thing. The pink room is full of fairy tale colors. It's like a fairy tale here. Yi Xian was brought here and whispered softly. He frowned. But if the giant country has such a high level of technology, why are there still many places behind it? Little guy, what are you talking about? The little girl came to the window, where there was a set of tables and chairs. She sat on the chair and put down the bottle containing Yi Xian. Nothing. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Oh, Father said you can tell stories. Is it true? The little girl had a curious look on her face. Yi Xian nodded. Of course. But you need some reward. I know. The little girl suddenly thought of something, turned around and ran away. Hey, I haven't said what reward I want. Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. Forget it. Take a look at this room first. He cast teleport away from the bottle, put his hands on his hips, and stood on the table scanning the huge room. It seems there is no mysterious crystal. The little golden dragon flew out of his arms. Yi Xian sighed. It's really a headache. It seems that Xianjing is here, and it might be a rare thing to see. Little Jean Long couldn't help but say. Yi Xian nodded and was about to look around when he heard footsteps. He quickly returned to the bottle. Soon, the little girl came back with a piece of bread in her hand. You must be hungry. Right. This is to keep you as a pet. Little Jean Long couldn't help but say. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and shouted loudly. I'm not hungry. Eat a little if you're not hungry. The little girl opened the lid and threw in some bread. Bang bang, however. To Yi Xian, this is like a stone falling from a height. This stone? No. It must be because the bread is so hard. Yi Xian picked up a piece of bread and took a bite under the gaze of the little girl. Feeling disgusted, the little girl was very happy. I will support you from now on. Yi Xian felt speechless, but couldn't say anything. So, can you tell me a story now? The little girl tilted her head, looking forward to it. All right. Even though the other person was a giant kid, Yi Xian still started talking. 20 minutes later, Yi Xian finished telling the story, and the little girl had fallen asleep on the table. It was already dark. It was pitch black everywhere, and I couldn't see my fingers. Yi Xian chuckled. This is a good opportunity to take action, he said, teleporting away from the bottle, and then made himself invisible, searching around the room. No. Still none. After a long time, Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, unable to find any clues about Xianjing at all. He couldn't help but said, Little Golden Dragon, why don't we divide our forces into 2 groups and search in this castle? No. I will die if I get caught. Little Jinlong answered casually, and lay motionless in his clothes. Okay, Yi Xian whispered. He left the little girl's room through the crack in the door, and came to the corridor. There is a giant guarding the door here, glancing around from time to time, alert for any signs of trouble. But Yi Xian is invisible. Goodbye, silly guy. Yi Xian raised his middle finger, and after finishing speaking, he walked along the wall and finally came to another room. Go in and take a look. Little Jinlong stuck his head out and asked. Yi Xian nodded, walked into the room, and found that there were plants growing everywhere. In addition, there are even many saplings, which is almost impossible in this world. Yi Xian whispered. How did these giants do it? They are too powerful. Don't underestimate any race. Although giants generally have low IQs, a small group of them have extremely high IQs and can crush most races. Little Jinlong couldn't help but say. That's probably what's in the castle. Yi Xian shrugged. But giants are very selfish and rarely share their achievements with their own kind. Little Jinlong continued. Yi Xian nodded, left the training room, and went to the next room. But soon, he heard a childish cry. Gone! Gone! It was obviously the little girl from before. Go quickly, Yi Xian muttered softly. But something embarrassing happened. A giant got too close when passing by, causing his invisible state to disappear directly. This is it? The giant stared at him quietly. How are you? After Yi Xian was silent for a moment, he waved. Soon, he was caught back in the bottle and placed back on the little girl's desk. This incident even alarmed the Giant King. The Giant King came to the room with an ugly face. What's going on? I didn't close the lid, but luckily I found it. The little girl was still crying and stood in front of him, wiping away her tears. How dare you run away? The Giant King stared at Yi Xian in the bottle with a bad look on his face. If you do it again, I will make you lose all moving parts on your body. Yi Xian didn't say anything and didn't care much. Anyway, I can use the door of death to teleport away at any time, so it won't be a big hassle. Soon, the Giant King and others left. The little girl stroked the bottle. Little guy, please don't wander around in the future. Huh? You locked me up here and didn't let me leave. I don't have any freedom at all. Yi Xian pretended to be angry and raised his finger to point at her. I'm sorry, the little girl said, feeling aggrieved and about to cry again. Okay, I won't be harsh on you, but you have to give me something. Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then hugged his shoulders. The little girl wondered, can something like that make you happy? Probably. Put your ear over and I'll tell you. Yi Xian nodded and then waved. The little girl did as she was told. When she heard the word Xianjing, her eyes were filled with surprise. This is impossible. As the daughter of the Giant King, you can't get it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a little disbelieving. Well, because of Xianjing, we can eat food and it is the source of energy. Apart from my father, only my stepmother has some. The little girl replied. Stepmother. Yi Xian thought of the giant, who had black crystals inlaid on his skirt. He quickly asked, can you tell me where your stepmother lives? Chapter 459 Stepmother. The one at the end of this floor. The little girl blinked her eyes. After finishing speaking, her eyes were filled with anticipation, wanting to hear the story. Yi Xian agreed with him. There was once a mountain, and there was a temple in the mountain. After a while, the little girl fell asleep. Yi Xian chuckled, repeated his old trick, and used teleportation to leave the bottle. He whispered, is the corridor at the end? after turning invisible and leaving the room. The number of guards outside changed from 1 to 2. Fortunately, there is invisibility. Yi Xian leaned against the wall, came to the room at the end, and looked inside through the gap. He looked for a long time before he noticed something flickering. It's a dress. As for that flashing thing, what else could it be if it wasn't Xian Jing? Almost there. Yi Xian murmured softly and walked into the room, which was a bedroom. That girl is so annoying. She screams for nothing in the middle of the night. The voice came suddenly, mixed with complaints. It's the giant girl I saw before. She was lying on the bed, angrily saying, In a few days, I will definitely kill you. This? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, never expecting that there would be a scene where the stepmother wanted to kill the child. Are you soft-hearted? Little Jinlong's voice appeared in his mind. Don't be ridiculous. How is that possible? I still have people to save. How does that giant little loli have anything to do with me? Yi Xian shook his head gently. He jumped onto the table, and the dress was placed not far away. It was obvious that it was regarded as a very precious thing. As he slowly walked over, the giant girl suddenly stood up. Yi Xian quickly hid behind a box aside. He breathed a sigh of relief. I hope I won't be discovered. It's so beautiful. The giant girl came to the table and looked in the mirror. Very narcissistic. Yi Xian looked at her face out of curiosity and almost vomited. I can't say it's ugly. I can only say it has no face at all. Like a mosaic. The giant king's taste is really unique, Yi Xian whispered. He shook his head and found that the invisibility had disappeared because he was too close. The giant girl kept looking in the mirror. Yi Xian was puzzled. A face that is disfigured is equivalent to plastic surgery. What is there to take a photo of? Who? When the giant girl heard the sound, she stood up and threw the cup next to her to the ground in a rage. Yi Xian swallowed and was only a few steps away from the cup that was smashed just now. While keeping himself calm, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. Soon, someone rushed over from outside. Queen! What happened? Someone called me ugly. The queen was furious. Ah? The guard was stunned. Could it be that he was saying in his heart that she had been discovered? He shook his head quickly. But queen, aren't you the only one in this room? This? The queen frowned slightly. This is indeed the case. Did you hear it wrong? You can go back. Finally, the queen waved her hand. Yes. The guard turned and left, silently cursing the lunatic. The queen returned to the table and sat down. Did I really hear it wrong? You heard that right. Yi Xian's heart moved and he said with a chuckle. There's another voice? The queen's eyes widened. Who are you and where are you? Shh. Don't make any noise. Yi Xian sat behind the box and even breathed a sigh of relief. The queen glanced around. Are you the legendary god? Yeah. That's right. Yi Xian scratched his chin and then answered. Why did you call me ugly? The queen frowned, still brooding about this matter. You heard wrong. I mean, if you don't do what I say, you will become very ugly. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, with a smile on his face. The queen couldn't help but ask. What to do? You want to kill the princess? Right. Yi Xian's heart moved, and then he asked. How did you know this? Cold sweat broke out on the queen's forehead. She had obviously not told anyone. First of all, you must be good to the princess. Otherwise you will not only become ugly, but you will also have nothing and die miserably. Yi Xian did not answer her question, but chuckled. The queen swallowed and said, Okay. I promise to be good to her. Secondly, that dress will bring disaster to you, and is also one of the reasons why you are ugly. Yi Xian raised the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking there was something wrong. What should I do? Please ask the gods to help me. The queen stood up and backed away, and the chair fell down with a bang. This is difficult. Yi Xian made his voice sound helpless. The queen almost knelt down. As long as you can help me, I can give you anything. Close your eyes. Yi Xian had a smile on his lips. When the queen heard this, she closed her eyes and was very obedient. Yi Xian walked out from behind the box, made a face at her, and then walked towards the clothes. I will cast a spell to make this dress disappear, but I will also disappear forever. Never tell anyone what happened today. Thank you so much. The queen nodded vigorously. With a moved face, Yi Xian shrugged, came to the skirt, touched the Xian Jing on it, and whispered softly, This is it. Take it away quickly, before others react. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Yi Xian nodded and put the huge skirt directly into his backpack, occupying nearly 100 slots. He chuckled and ran outside the house, farther and farther away. God? 2 hours later, the queen was still standing in the room. Are you still there? The skirt is missing. The queen slowly opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her skirt was nowhere to be found. She picked up the mirror. It's strange. Nothing has changed. On the other side, Yi Xian left the castle and came to the border of the giant country. He looked ugly, because there was a transparent shield on the edge of the entire kingdom of giants, which could only be entered but not exited, and it could not even be teleported out. You're trapped in this damn place. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. Little Jinlong said, Don't worry. Since your evil master knows that there is Xian Jing here, it means he must have been here. But he is outside, which means there must be a way out. Let's look for it first. Yi Xian hesitated again and finally decided not to use the door of death. Otherwise, who knows whether it will be teleported to a dangerous place or a place far away. 3 hours later, Yi Xian walked almost to the edge of the entire giant kingdom, and there was no way out. The little golden dragon pondered for a moment. Will the method be in that castle? Probably. Yi Xian frowned and had a headache after finishing speaking. Could it be that he still wants to go back? Try it. If it doesn't work, you can directly use the door of death, Little Jinlong advised. Good. Yi Xian went straight to the castle. He was familiar with the road and quickly arrived at the place. He was wearing camouflage uniform. Isn't it a waste of mana to be invisible? After some tossing, I only had 1/3 of my mana left, and I was about to bottom out. Chapter 460, Old Events of the Giant Clan. I don't know if there is any way to replenish the mana. Yi Xian walked into the castle, went all the way to the little girl's room, teleported into the jar, and slept on the floor. The next day, early morning, a message reaches every corner. The queen's dress was deceived, and there was a precious Xian crystal on it. Idiot! You believe that stupid thing! In the room at the end, the giant king angrily yelled. Sorry. The queen lowered her head and trembled. The giant king turned around and yelled. Search for me. I must find the skirt. Yes. Yes. The guards turned and left. These movements woke up the little girl, who was still sleeping in the bed. She sat up with a puzzled look on her face. What happened? It seems like I lost something. It's okay. Just keep sleeping. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was woken up long ago. Oh, the little girl nodded slightly. Princess, are you awake? The sound suddenly came from outside. The little girl responded. Wake up! Excuse me. I'm here to look for the center on the order of the giant king. A guard walked in and started rummaging around the room, finally focusing on Yi Xian in the bottle. What do you want to do? The little girl was already very unhappy because her room was being ransacked. These are the meanings of the giant king, the guard said, stepping forward to take away the bottle. The little girl shouted, Give it back! However, the guard didn't even look back and came all the way to the giant king's room. Snort! Before the guard could say anything, the giant king snatched the bottle and looked evil. We meet again. Yi Xian in the bottle shrugged. Stop pretending. I know you stole the thing. The giant king looked ugly. Yi Xian heard this. How can you say nothing but excuse someone's innocence? He felt a little uneasy. Could it be that this guy could read minds like Xiao Jiu? The giant king did not speak, but stared at him with fierce eyes. After a long time, he shook his head. It seems you didn't steal it. It's simply too strange that such an evil thing would happen in such a normal situation. The skirt seemed to evaporate out of thin air. Father! The little girl ran over, her eyes full of displeasure. My daughter, why are you here? The giant king had a kind smile on his face. Humph! Why take him away? The little girl snorted, looking very unhappy. The giant king quickly handed over the bottle. My good daughter, just bring him over and have a look. Little guy, are you okay? The little girl took the bottle with concern in her eyes. It's okay. Yi Xian chuckled. Father, he searched my room randomly. The little girl turned to the guard on the side. The giant king slowly looked at the guard. Take it down. Kill it. Make it into meat sauce. And feed it to the people outside. Ah, king, I did it as you asked. The guard was immediately dumbfounded, but it was no use, and he was quickly taken down. Unload the mill and kill the donkey. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Then, father, I'm going back first. The little girl took the bottle and walked all the way back to her room. She looked at Yi Xian in the bottle and asked with concern, "Are you really okay? Don't worry. What can happen to me?" Yi Xian spread his hands with a smile on his face. "That's good." The little girl breathed a sigh of relief and put the bottle on the bedside. "Can you continue telling me a story? Before that, I want to ask the princess a question." Yi Xian chuckled, his eyes slightly focused. The little girl wondered, "What's the problem?" Yi Xian revealed the cover outside the Kingdom of Giants. "That? I don't know either." The little girl shook her head. She continued, "I tried to go out once, and my father went crazy." "Is this so?" Yi Xian murmured softly. It seemed that this matter was not as simple as he thought. He began to tell a story, and after a while, the little girl fell asleep. This little guy can really sleep. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. The more a giant can sleep when she is a child, the higher her IQ will be when she grows up. There is no limit to her. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Yi Xian shrugged, teleported out of the bottle, and left the room. He found that none of the guards outside were there, probably still looking for the skirt. Following the route in his memory, he came to the room where the Giant King was. Not found yet? The Giant King sat on his throne and angrily scolded a guard standing in front of him. I asked people outside, but there was no news. The guard lowered his head. Damn it. Could it be that things evaporated out of thin air? The Giant King was furious. He thought for a moment. Could it be that the queen kept it secretly and lied about losing it? Come on. Follow me. Soon, the two giants left. Yi Xian secretly thought that this was a good opportunity and started to search in this room. Sure enough, there was already paper and pen for recording. Let me see what's written on this. Do you recognize it? Yi Xian murmured softly and found that the words on it were very messy. So he had to ask Xiao Jinlong. The little golden dragon stretched out his head and looked at it a little. It's amazing. No wonder the princess got angry when she asked him. What's going on? Can you tell me quickly? Yi Xian felt speechless. To put it simply, the giants were not in this ghost place from the beginning, but were deceived and then sealed. Little Golden Dragon said in a heavy voice. This? Yi Xian was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but ask, who tricked them into coming here? It was simply too powerful. This method caused the giants to be trapped for who knows how many years. That's not true. Little Jinlong shook his head. Is there a way out from above? Yi Xian continued to ask. There is a passage. It's so small that giants can't get through it. But I think you should be able to. Little Jinlong looked at it again and then answered. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Did you remember the location? Well, you can go. The little golden dragon responded and quickly got back into his clothes. Where are we going? The voice suddenly came from not far away, and it turned out to be the Giant King. What does it have to do with you? Yi Xian faced him, spread out his hands, turned around and left. However, he saw that the door and window were slammed shut, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable force blocking him, preventing him from leaving through the gap. The Giant King came over. I know you are not that simple. You must have stolen this skirt. Right? TSK. What you giants have researched is really troublesome. Yi Xian used teleportation, but still couldn't leave the room and hit the barrier hard. This is made according to the standards outside. You can't escape. The Giant King said with a sinister smile on his face. No wonder. Yi Xian murmured softly and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. The Giant King laughed on the spot. Are the things you got toothpicks? Stop talking nonsense. It's enough to kill you. Yi Xian twisted his neck and rushed over. I gave you a chance. As the Giant King waved his hand, a long sword appeared, thousands of times larger than Yi Xian. Chapter 461. Crazy? Go to HL. The Giant King's eyes were full of mockery, and he chopped off his sword. Suddenly, the strong wind blew Yi Xian away. He laughed loudly because of this. Little one, I'm going to kill you today. Tisk. Yi Xian secretly thought it was difficult. The giants are hundreds of times stronger than ordinary humans, and the Giant King is the best among them. Is it really the only way to use Death's Door? Yi Xian shook his head, teleported over, and then used the poetry sword. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed. Interesting. The Giant King's face was filled with surprise. The more interesting things are yet to come. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then slashed with his sword. Blood slipped. The Giant King's eyes widened, and he covered his face with his hands, blood flowing from his fingers. He yelled angrily, You bastard! I'm going to cut you into pieces. How to deal with it? Yixian whispered. His eyes lit up. And he suddenly had a solution. He came behind the giant king, exhaled, exhausted all his mana, and summoned a 1,000-meter-long sword. What? The giant king just recovered and wanted to hide. But it was already too late. Goodbye. Yixian stood on the sword and kicked it hard. The huge blade hit the giant king. Blood flowed slowly. Yixian jumped onto the giant king's body and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the transparent shield in the room had disappeared. He whispered softly, "Do you have to kill the person who put up this shield before the shield will disappear? Doesn't this mean that the person who put up a huge shield for the giants is still alive?" Yixian felt a chill in his heart when he thought of this. He stopped thinking about it and hurried away from the window. But he didn't notice that the giant girl was showing half of her head at the door. With deep pupils. Follow the route to leave the kingdom of giants and head straight to the glittering ruins. On the way, Yixian was always a little uncomfortable facing monsters that were several times bigger than himself but much weaker. In the end, he had no choice but to shake his head. Giants are really a terrible race. Of course, in the legend, he can make a dragon with his bare hands. Little golden dragon stuck out half of his head and said, "So powerful." Yixian was somewhat surprised. That's right. If your development hadn't been restricted and your strength had been greatly reduced, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Little Jinlong nodded naturally. Afterwards, return to the shining ruins. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Wu Ba quickly asked, "Have you found a way? How is Shujio doing now?" Yixian did not answer directly, but walked into the room. His expression slightly moved. I saw Xiaojio with his eyes open, his limbs tied to the bed with belts, struggling hard, and howling in pain from time to time. Lung Shui has not slept for several days. The elder said that she will die in pain today. I brought this. Yixian quickly took out the skirt from his backpack. And suddenly the whole room was filled. Wu Ba was confused. What is this? Where am I? The little devil was completely lost in the huge skirt and couldn't get out. Yixian signaled them to be quiet, then took out the scissors, cut off a piece of Xianjing, and put away the rest. At this point, everyone can take a breather. What was that just now? The little devil was still confused. Yixian smiled bitterly. I hope the evil master won't lie to me. He held a huge Xian crystal, and after finishing speaking, he waited quietly. Soon, something magical happened. Ah! Xiaojio let out a cry of pain, and the monster's shadow gradually emerged from her body. Roar! The monster stared at Xianjing greedily. Effective! The little devil was so excited that he growled softly. Almost everyone held their breath and waited quietly. Finally, a miracle happened. The monster completely emerged from Xiaojio's body, and then got into Xianjing. Afterwards, Yixian quickly put Xianjing and the monster into his backpack. Then breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiaojio. Xiaojio was covered in sweat at this time, and his clothes were soaked through. How do you feel? The little devil quickly came over. Xiaojio fainted before she could give an answer. Yixian made a shushing gesture. Let her have a good rest. Let's go out first. Soon, everyone came outside the house. Good news! The method given by the elder is effective. We can leave this world at any time after we pass. Yixian let out a breath and then smiled. This news made everyone present see hope and cheer up. The little devil couldn't help but say, Great! I can finally leave this age-lish place. Do you want to tell the elders this news? After Wu Ba pondered for a moment, he asked, It would be extremely thrilling and doubly dangerous to leave with the entire tribe. So it would be better to leave quietly. Since it is the method that the elders told us, we naturally have to help them. Yixian decided after thinking for a while. You can't burn bridges across rivers. If it weren't for the elders, I and others would probably still be running around like headless flies. It's not good. It's not good. Shi Qing suddenly ran over, his face full of panic. The little devil looked over and said, Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. What's going on? There are so many monsters. They are coming to the glitter ruins. Shi Qing's face was filled with deep sadness. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. So many? The little devil flew up to check, with shock on his face. There are tens of thousands at least. It's over. It's all over. Take Shujio away quickly? Wu Ba thought in his heart. He continued, If you use Death's Door, there is still a chance of escape. Run away? Why run away? While everyone was having different opinions, Yixian smiled. Are you crazy? Of course, it's because of those monsters. A few days ago, 300 monsters attacked, and the Shining Ruins almost failed to hold on. This time, there are tens of thousands. Wu Ba's eyes were filled with incomprehensible confusion. It's fine. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, and after finishing speaking, turned around and walked out of the Shining Ruins. Everyone looked at each other for a few times and hurriedly caught up. Wu Ba also wanted to persuade. You want to fight those monsters? It's impossible to win. How can you know if you don't try? Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and looked ahead in the distance. At this time, the earth was shaking, and tens of thousands of huge monsters were coming this way. He exhaled, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Poetry Immortal Sword! With a swing of the sword, thousands of monsters rushing forward were cut in half, and their blood flowed, forming a small river of blood. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, eyes filled with disbelief. The master is so awesome! Natasha covered her mouth with a look in her eyes. Roar! Roar! The other monsters stopped one after another and stared at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes. Chapter 462, 3 Covenants. Why don't you get out of here? Yi Xian's voice was cold as he glanced at the monsters who didn't dare to come over. Soon, a magical scene happened. The monsters all turned around and ran away. The little devil couldn't help but say, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have become so much stronger? Yi Xian nodded lightly. But when he thought of the powerful giants, he couldn't be proud anymore, knowing that he still fell far short. What's going on outside? Came a very weak voice. Yi Xian's heart moved, and he quickly walked into the house. Xiao Jio was already awake at this time. He hurriedly stepped forward. How do you feel? I seem to have had a long dream in which there was an ugly monster trying to eat me. Xiao Jio rubbed his head. She continued. Then he suddenly seemed to have no appetite for me and flew away. What a tasteless monster! When Xiao Jio said this, he seemed a little aggrieved. Silly girl. Yi Xian laughed dumbly. Huh? So that's it! Xiao Jio learned what exactly happened through mind reading, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Xiao Jio, thank you for saving me. At this time, Wu Ba bowed solemnly. Xiao Jio shook his head. It doesn't matter. This is what I should do. No matter what. My life is yours. Wu Ba's eyes were solemn. After a while of commotion, everyone looked at Yi Xian in unison. What's wrong? Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Xiao Jio's face was still pale. What else is going on? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? I can only say that the master taught me well. Yi Xian chuckled. And it was no exaggeration to say that he was completely different from the previous one. Your master? Who is that? Wu Ba was a little curious. There was a sudden sound at the door of the house. Yi Xian looked over and his expression suddenly changed, because there was a person standing there. It was the evil master. He was doubly surprised. Why are you here? Of 10 tables of delicious food, you only gave me 5. The evil master walked in slowly, his steps unhurried. Ah, here it is for you, Yi Xian said. His expression gradually solidified. What's wrong? The evil master frowned slightly. Yi Xian coughed lightly. Master, please see if you can give me a few days of grace. Now there is no mana at all, and the summoning spell cannot be used. No, if you can't give it. Huh? The evil master crossed his shoulders. This is the only way. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and summoned a large piece of snake meat. Is it okay to use it to support 5 tables of delicious food? It's almost better to come with me. The evil master raised his hand to take the Lin snake meat, and reluctantly nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. Where to go? Follow me first and then talk. The evil master looked dissatisfied. After finishing speaking, he turned around and motioned for him to follow. Master, Natasha grabbed Yi Xian's sleeve. If you follow him, you may be in danger or even never come back. It's fine. Yi Xian patted her shoulder and walked out of the room after finishing speaking. The evil master waited for a while, saw him coming out, and continued walking forward until he left the Shining Ruins. Yi Xian followed about 5 meters behind. Master, what's the matter? What a good boy. I've kept it secret for so long. If I hadn't discovered this place by accident, I would have been kept in the dark. How brave you are. Although the evil master spoke very harshly, he was eating the snake meat in large gulps without paying any attention to his image. I have my own reasons, Yi Xian said after pondering for a while. What are your difficulties? Tell me and let me listen. The evil master raised the corners of his mouth and asked disdainfully. Yixian cupped his hands and was about to say, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Master, can you wait before eating? The large piece of snake meat given out was already half eaten. My pleasure. The evil master glared at him. Yixian pondered for a while, and began to tell him everything about the matter and his concerns. Do you own the door of death? The reason you don't tell me is because you're afraid that I, the devil, will cause trouble to the world if I get out? The evil master said thoughtfully. Yixian nodded. That's right. Very good. As expected of me, he is my apprentice. He has some scheming thoughts. These concerns are correct. The evil master nodded slightly. He sneered. Once I am born, I will definitely cause chaos in the world. This is an unquestionable fact. I will also find the guy who locked me up and cut him into thousands of pieces. And all his descendants. I'm afraid I won't have that chance. Yixian pondered for a while, and then said, Why? The evil master looked at him. I would like to ask. The person who once locked you up was the leader of the first sect at that time? Yixian raised his hands and asked. His eyes slightly focused. The evil master responded. So what? Unfortunately, he has already taken a step ahead, and the sect has long since declined. Yixian shook his head gently. How is that possible? He is the strongest man in the God clan. The evil master frowned. The gods are gone. Yixian smiled bitterly. The evil master yelled. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. It's a fact. Yixian stared at him. A little helpless. Hey. The evil master pondered for a while, and then sighed. Master, I have a suggestion. I don't know whether I should make it or not. Yixian smiled. The evil master heard this. What's your proposal? 3 rules. I can take you out. But you must promise me 3 things. Yixian said. 3 pieces? 1 piece at most. 2. Make a deal. Ahem. Then let's wipe out all the resentment, and don't do bad things after we go out. Yixian finally breathed a sigh of relief. And the big stone in his heart fell. Who would never do bad things in their whole life? The evil master shook his head. Then try not to do bad things as much as possible. Yixian pondered for a while, and then said. The evil master nodded. Deal. Come with me. Go back and continue training. Thank you, Master. Yixian's face was filled with joy. And when he looked back, he found Natasha and others standing outside the shining ruins. Looking nervously this way, he shouted, I'm going to train. You don't have to worry. Will he be even more powerful when he comes back next time? Wu Ba swallowed his foam and couldn't help but ask. It should be. The little devil nodded. That's not fair. I also want a master. How about we form a group and go out to find him? Wu Ba rubbed his chin, wanting to take his strength to the next level. The little devil rolled his eyes at him. Come on. Say that the master was not found in the end and was eaten by the monster instead. 2. Wu Ba whispered. And several people returned to the shining ruins. Natasha asked Ting to take care of Shujio. And naturally no one would refuse. While the others patrolled and guarded. The other side. The evil master looked at Yixian not far away in front of him. With a solemn expression. From now on, the real training begins, and I will teach you my unique skills. Chapter 463. Soldiers coming to stop them. Thank you, Master. Yixian cupped his hands. The master's cry came out willingly. Soon, he started training, and the days flew by. Half a month later, Yixian exhaled. His hands filled with a thin layer of black air. The evil master stood not far away. You have already left the master. Yixian held his hand. Everything was left unspoken. This can be considered a reward for letting me go. Let's go! It's time to go out. The evil master put his hands behind his back. And the two returned to the shining ruins. These days, Yixian comes back to guard almost every day. And monsters rarely dare to set foot in this area. Master, Natasha ran over and threw herself into his arms. Have you been obedient today? Yixian raised his hand and rubbed her head, showing his affection. Natasha nodded vigorously. Yeah. Also, Sister Shujio can get out of bed now. For a whole half a month, Xiaojio has been recuperating. And it was only today that he was finally able to get out of bed and walk around. Very good. Yixian's face was filled with a smile. And he was happy from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but say, just in time. Let's leave here today. Natasha was very happy when she heard this, and had long wanted to leave this depressing world. Soon, everyone gathered in the center of the shining ruins, including the elder, who was holding his scepter and full of excitement. Shi Qing supported him. Elder, does the outside world really exist? The elder nodded slightly. But, you clearly said before that life outside is not as good as ours. Why do you want to go out? Shi Qing was puzzled. That's a lie to you. The elder smiled. He then continued. If you don't do this, you will only end up dead if you focus on finding a way out. Child, you have to remember that sometimes lies should be used instead of truth. The elder raised his hand and patted Shi Qing's shoulder. Yeah, Shi Qing was confused, but still nodded. Less than I thought. Wu Ba scanned the whole place, and it was good to see 80 people, most of whom were old, weak, sick and disabled. Yi Xian chuckled. When they get out, they will be a new race. Sister Xiaojiu, I'm supporting you. Natasha and Xiaojiu have an inexplicably good relationship and are supporting her. Let's go! Yi Xian shrugged, then looked not far away. Master, please lead the way. Snort. The evil master put his hands behind his back and started walking, followed closely by the large team. Yi Xian glanced around. When we go out this time, try not to bring the monsters here with us. If a similar parasitic world happens again, it is very likely that the monster will be brought out, causing disaster. These monsters know we're going out. The evil master's face suddenly darkened. Oh? Yi Xian was a little surprised. How did they know? Anyway, be careful. These monsters won't let us pass easily. The evil master's voice was filled with heaviness. Suddenly, an ethereal cry came. The sky suddenly became clear, and a huge monster flew in the air. Its body was oval, like a fish, but it had a pair of wings. The evil master looked over and said, Here comes a big guy. Master, what should I do? Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then asked, feeling heavy in his heart. I'll deal with him, and you lead others to deal with the others. After the evil master finished speaking, he jumped away. Others? Yi Xian was surprised at first, and then noticed that there were many monsters coming around. Almost countless. Natasha frowned slightly. Master, what should I do? Soldiers will block it. Water will cover it. And those who are capable of fighting will come forward. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and shouted, finding that he was surrounded by monsters. Even if you can defeat these monsters with your own strength, everyone on your side will die. You can't do that. Protect the young and old of the clan. Last stand. People in the flashing ruins stood up one after another, including more than 30 people with fighting ability, each holding a spear. Shi Qing rushed out. And me! Don't make trouble. An adult pushed him back. The battle is about to break out, and no one is sure to survive. Not even Yi Xian. He looked at the sky. If the evil master failed to kill the big monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. The monster has already charged. The wind blows in the plum blossom forest, and the sword cuts down thousands of evils. Yi Xian murmured softly. The surrounding scene gradually changed. A hurricane blew, and in addition, plum blossom trees stood tall in the wind. Cut! Yi Xian swung his sword. Suddenly, a powerful air wave struck out, killing all the monsters coming in this direction, and the wave spread thousands of meters. The scene was extremely shocking. Even the huge monster in the sky took a look. Yi Xian looked in other directions. The army was already defeated. Fortunately, with the help of Natasha and others, there were not many casualties. Sister, come out and help quickly, Natasha murmured softly. Soon, her hair was as red as fire. Why did you call me out? My flames are not strong enough to burn them directly. On the contrary, it will have the opposite effect. Then it will be interesting for the monsters to charge with fire. In the air, the evil master Yao Yao looked at the huge monster with an expressionless face. The little cub that I once was is now so big. The huge monster rushed toward him. Don't you remember? Well, I'll let you remember it for a long time. The evil master suddenly rushed over with a cold look on his face. Boom! After getting closer, the evil master took the lead and punched. For the giant monster, this fist was not much bigger than sand. But, soon, the giant monster let out a mournful cry. Sensing something was wrong, he retreated uncontrollably, trembling in the air. The evil master's hands were filled with black energy. You are much weaker than your parents. The huge monster became furious, with black holes sprouting all over its body, from which black viscous gas filled the air. Roar! Roar! The monsters below were furious, and the huge monster is hidden in the gas, hiding its figure. The evil master frowned. It has evolved. He had fought with the giant monster's parents before, and the two sides were evenly matched. But he had never seen such moves before. I had just regained my freedom, and my strength was greatly reduced. After testing, I thought I could easily resolve the battle. But I didn't expect that this unprecedented move appeared, and the situation became uncontrollable. If you have a chance, go there first. The evil master had no choice but to shout loudly below. Master, do you think we have a chance to break through? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. The evil master stood high and could see far away. His expression gradually solidified, and he found that they were surrounded by endless monsters in all directions, densely packed and countless. Oops, the evil master whispered softly, fearing that even he might not be able to leave alive, and hoped that no other powerful monster would appear. Chapter 464, At least I feel at ease. The cry came suddenly, before Master Evil had time to react. He was hit by a huge monster that suddenly emerged from the gas. He fell from the air, leaving a huge deep hole on the ground. Seeing this, the other monsters rushed over. Master! Yi Xian shouted. Boom! With a loud noise, the monsters were knocked away, and the evil master crawled out of the pit. Yi Xian made a quick decision. Master, run towards me! After he finished speaking, he summoned the door of death next to him. Now that the matter has come to this, we can only retreat first. Quick! Go in! Wu Ba! Take the lead! Yi Xian said while fighting the monsters, organizing everyone to shrink slowly to prevent the monsters from taking advantage of the situation. Soon, only Ling Shui and others were left. Master, red-haired Natasha was reluctant to leave. Come on! I can still hold on for now, Yi Xian murmured softly. The red-haired Natasha shook her head. I will go with the master, and I can leave a problem for these monsters by the way. You said yes. After Yi Xian pondered for a moment, he knew what she was thinking and couldn't help but smile. On the other side, the evil master is back. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. You and Lang Shui leave quickly. I will be there soon. The evil master had mixed feelings in his heart at this moment. He never expected that the boy he had trained would be able to help him so quickly. Soon, only Natasha and Yi Xian were left outside the door. Let's start. Yi Xian smiled. At this moment, monsters were rushing towards him. They were so densely packed that if he had trypophobia, he would probably die suddenly on the spot. Red-haired Natasha's eyes were red. The god of fire is coming! Suddenly, blazing flames filled the air. But just as she thought, the monster was not directly burned to death and was still charging towards her. Goodbye. Yi Xian waved his hand and walked into the door of death holding the collapsed red-haired Natasha. As he entered, the door of death dissipated, and the monster stared with big eyes and began to struggle to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But it's too late. The flames continued to spread, and countless monsters were contaminated by the sparks. Although they would not be burned to death for a while, it would be a matter of time, and they would suffer more torture. The other side, Yi Xian and others came to a plain, and the monsters had already been eliminated by Wu Ba and others. He hugged Natasha and looked at the elder. Do you know where this place is? Never been here. At this moment, the elder seemed to have aged many years, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The hard-won hope was shattered. We must find other teleportation foundations. Yi Xian let out a long breath, feeling heavy in his heart. I'm afraid it won't be something that can be accomplished overnight. Those damn monsters know they can't get out. They're like dead bodies. The evil master's eyes were filled with deep anger. Yi Xian chuckled. We left a big gift before we left. At least half of those monsters will die. It's all my fault. Although the red-haired Natasha was weak, she said proudly. You girl. Yi Xian raised his hand and knocked her on the head. I just don't say bad words. The red-haired Natasha was a little innocent, pouted, and was silently held in his arms. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Let's go. Let's look around first. Once these monsters know it, they will all know it. I'm afraid the whole world is looking for us and preventing us from getting out. The evil master felt heavy in his heart. Such a bad guy. Xiao Jio was a little indignant. It was useless to complain more. Everyone started to move forward. A whole day passed, and it was dark. There are too many of us, and we must rest. There will be more monsters at night. Wu Ba's voice was filled with heaviness. Yi Xian nodded, but soon showed a wry smile. If I had the mana, I could handle it easily. But now, in this place where the mana cannot be restored, it is no longer possible to summon. and some are just helpless. Do you remember Xianjing? The little golden dragon's voice appeared in my mind at this time. Of course. Yi Xian nodded lightly. That thing can bring energy to the giants. In other words, it is an energy crystal. It should be used to replenish mana. Little Jinlong couldn't help but say that he had just thought of it. Yi Xian immediately ran to the distance, took out the skirt, took off all the Xianjing on it, and then got into trouble. He frowned and held one of the pieces. Even if there is energy in this thing, how can it be extracted? Crush it and try it. Little Jinlong pondered for a moment and then said. Yi Xian squeezed hard and found that his mana had been replenished. Although it was not much. It was like rain in the desert. Very precious. Master? Natasha and others came over. Roar. Faintly, the sound of a monster was heard. Yi Xian made a prompt decision and used the summoning technique to summon a huge room to shut everyone in, and then punched the ground hard. The sound of bang hurt the eardrums. Fortunately, it was successful, and the house sank into the ground. Yi Xian raised his hand, summoned some stones on the roof, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blue amount is gone again. Yi Xian was about to summon some food, but then he smiled bitterly. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of black crystals left. A total of 13 pieces. So there will be no shortage of blue in a short time. The evil master looked at the people at the scene. Almost all of them were injured. Our situation is very bad now. The monsters are starting to huddle together. It won't take long before the monster army will arrive. Why? The elder naturally knew this and let out a long sigh. Why? Yi Xian was very puzzled. Do these monsters have autonomous consciousness? No. Ordinary monsters don't. Some powerful monsters do. The evil master shook his head slightly. He continued. Every powerful monster is followed by countless ordinary monsters. They usually fight each other. But once something happens, they will collude. Just like what happened today. Ah. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He thought everything was safe. But he never expected that it would turn out like this. If we didn't take those people with us, we would have left long ago. Wu Ba breathed a sigh of relief at this time. What do you mean? Red-haired Natasha glared over. Wu Ba chuckled. It's just stating the facts. If it weren't for those aborigines, they could quickly rush to the place where the teleportation foundation is located and escape. But unfortunately, that bad decision was made, which led to the current situation. The aborigines looked at each other and said nothing. Among them, the elder glanced at Yi Xian, feeling full of debt. I never regret the decisions I made. If I could choose again, I would do the same. At least, I feel at ease and know how to repay kindness. Yi Xian chuckled softly, making himself look less irritable. And then, ignoring Wu Ba, he began to think of a solution in his mind. Chapter 465, Return to the World. Let's explore around first. Yi Xian whispered softly, used a piece of Xian crystal, and then summoned hundreds of exploration robots on the ground. He then sat down and waited quietly. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there were people everywhere in the room, sleeping on the floor. Natasha woke up rubbing her eyes. Can Master go out? All the robots sent out yesterday died. Yi Xian shook his head. If you go out now, you might become a monster's food. Wu Ba came over at this time. I apologize for being rude yesterday. I was at fault too. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He was quite excited yesterday. Actually, we are not helpless, Wu Ba said after pondering for a while. What can you do? Yi Xian's heart moved and he asked quickly. Wu Ba replied. I have cursed many monsters, and their corpses are still near the Shining Ruins. In other words, you can sense the location of the Shining Ruins? After Yi Xian pondered for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Let's summon a door of death first. Wu Ba nodded and then said. Although Yi Xian was surprised, he still followed the instructions and summoned the door of death with his raised hand. Is there a rope? Wu Ba asked. Yi Xian nodded, took out a rope, and asked in surprise. What do you want to do? Of course it's pathfinding. Wu Ba looked solemn. After finishing speaking, he tied himself with a rope and walked directly into the door of death. This, Yi Xian let out a long breath, feeling his heart heavy. Too far. Wu Ba rushed over and shook his head. After that, I tried more than 10 times in succession and finally got the good news. Wu Ba was happy when he came back. It's very close here. Only a few kilometers away from the canyon the elder mentioned. That's great. Yi Xian looked happy. He then asked, What's the number of monsters? It's strange to say that everything is charred, and there are not many monsters alive. They were all burned to death. Wu Ba replied, his brows furrowed. My sister did it. Natasha looked happy. That's it. Get ready. Let's go! Yi Xian immediately shouted loudly, and everyone woke up and started to prepare. Soon, everyone walked into the door of death and teleported. Yi Xian looked ahead and found that he was indeed very close to the canyon. Quick! Run over there! Finally we can go out! The elder was carried by Shi Qing, with a happy face. There shouldn't be any more accidents. Right. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. He didn't see any monsters. Only the charred monster corpses. No, it's not that simple. The evil master on the side looked solemn. Yi Xian was surprised. Master, why do you say that? Those powerful monsters are all smart. But I'm afraid it's not that safe ahead. The evil master let out a long sigh. Sure enough, when everyone approached the canyon, a strange cry came from the air. And it was the big flying monster again. This Yi Xian frowned. What should I do? Charge or fight? Xiao Jiao had already drawn out the pink long sword, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Charge! Soon, everyone began to charge and jumped into the canyon. The monster suddenly screamed, and then beams of white light shone down. Boom! Explosions occurred where the light struck. Several aborigines were affected and died unfortunately. When you become stronger in the future, you must catch this guy and roast him. Yi Xian looked at the sky and clenched his fists. Finally, we arrived near the teleportation base. Walk! Yi Xian released the door of death. Everyone filed in, finally able to leave this damn place. The sun was shining brightly, and the air was humid, as if it had just rained. Yi Xian smiled after a long time. I'm finally back. He dispersed the door of death with his backhand, and the fatigue in his heart completely dissipated. Finally! Finally! The elder looked at the sky and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He was so excited. Is this the outside world? Shi Qing no longer knew what to say. Demon King! I'll see where you run this time. Yi Xian murmured softly and looked into the distance, which was the direction to the main city of the demon clan. He couldn't help but smile. We will see each other with admiration after 3 days of separation. Leng Shui saw this in her eyes and remained silent. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. The evil master suddenly spoke, and after finishing speaking, he turned around and left. Master, don't forget the 3 chapters of our agreement. Yi Xian shouted quickly. It's 2 chapters. The evil master turned back to glare at him and disappeared instantly. Yi Xian scratched his head. It shouldn't matter. Right. Kid. Thank you. Really thank you. The elder came over at this time and held his hand with gratitude on his face. It doesn't matter. We should do it. Yi Xian was also happy and thought for a moment. Where do you plan to take them? The elder was in trouble for a while. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. You have 2 choices. One is to stay here, but still be isolated from the world. The other is to go out and establish a new race. This is the ruins of the gods. Apart from being safe, staying here is no different from being in a land of despair. Of course I want to go out. The elder said it categorically. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian nodded and took them on their way. After leaving the ruins of the gods, they said goodbye to each other. The elder took Shi Qing and others to leave and start a new life. I didn't expect that the other end of the teleportation foundation is the ruins of gods. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Xiujiu rubbed her chin, feeling that something was not quite right. Yi Xian shrugged. Compared with that, I'm more curious about where this guy Sun Wudi went. Humph. It was a mistake to let the guy guard the rope outside. The little devil snorted, a little aggrieved. Okay, let's go back and look for it first. After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he led them back to the ruins of the gods and began to look for Sun Wudi. By a certain river, Sun Wudi was sitting here, holding a flower. They won't die in there. Right. Will it? Yes. Sun Wudi began to pluck the petals. When he pulled out the last piece, he almost cried. Yes, it's over. But having said that, I was so smart that I didn't go in with him. Otherwise I would have died in there. Sun Wudi turned around and smiled, laughing. Very happy? Yi Xian came to sit next to him. It's not bad, but I will rarely have bananas to eat in the future. Sun Wudi nodded. He was stunned for a moment, and his expression gradually solidified. You? Aren't you dead inside? Who told you? Do you know that you will be fined if you pull out flower petals and destroy flowers and plants? Yi Xian stood up and put his hands in his pockets. It's great that you are okay. I'm sorry. I failed to hold the rope well at that time. Sun Wuti hugged him and cried loudly. Chapter 466. The Person Who Can Kill the Devil. Stop crying. Aren't we coming out now? Yi Xian raised his hand and patted Sun Wuti on the shoulder. The water in the river is flowing, and at this moment, it feels inexplicably peaceful. Yi Xian chuckled. Let's go! Where to go? Sun Wuti was puzzled. Of course, it's the main city of the demon clan. A fierce light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Everyone then gathered together, left the ruins of the gods, and headed straight to the main city of the demons. I said, are you really sure you can kill the devil? Sun Wuti's eyes were filled with surprise. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I am different now, he said, raising his hand, wrapped in black energy, although it was much weaker than the evil master. As his strength improved, the black energy would become stronger and stronger. If I had known, I would have gone in too. Sun Wuti couldn't laugh or cry. It's a good thing that I didn't go in, but I might have died. Xiao Jiao still felt a little scared when she recalled the experience at that time. Not only her, but also Wu Ba. All just a little short. Where's your mother? After Yi Xian pondered for a while, his eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Jiao turned around. It's strange. He was still here just now. No. We have to go to the main city of the demons quickly. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned a car. It was obvious that Leng Shui was going to report something. Why is this guy still facing the Demon King? Wu Ba had a headache. Now is not the time to talk about this. I hope I can catch up. Yi Xian took them into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped out like a shooting star. Demon Clan. Main city. The devil is in the castle, holding a wine glass. Strange. Why do you always feel uncomfortable lately? Boom! Suddenly, a huge noise came from outside, and it was the door of the castle being kicked open. Huh? The Demon King was a little surprised that someone dared to break into the castle. It's not good. Lord Demon King, there is someone. A soldier came over to report. Before he finished speaking, he paused on the spot, with a look of deep horror on his face. Not because of anything else, but because the intruder has already entered. The man knelt down directly. Leng Shui, see the Demon King. You're back? The Demon King shook his wine glass, somewhat surprised, and waved the soldier down. Yes. Leng Shui nodded. After traveling for 3 hours. Please leave. Lord Demon King, someone is coming to kill you. Ha! Interesting. Who in the world can kill me? The Demon King was amused and laughed. He then continued. How did you come back alive? Tell me carefully. Leng Shui had no choice but to tell the whole process. So you are really loyal to me, and you didn't even choose to betray me. After hearing this, the Demon King couldn't help but nod, his eyes flashing thoughtfully. My allegiance has never been to you, but to the demons, Leng Shui said, still kneeling on the ground. Okay. The Demon King let out a long breath with a sarcastic look on his face. He murmured softly. I didn't expect those people to come from the future. It's so interesting. They went to war just to kill me. Leng Shui had already found out the details of Yi Xian and others and reported them all. Go away! Go away! The Demon King waved his hand and placed his hand on the sword at his waist. No! I want to stay here! Leng Shui shook his head. Look behind you! The Demon King pointed behind her with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Leng Shui turned around, and a long sword pierced her neck directly from behind. The Demon King smiled softly. You know, I never trust you. The Demon King slowly pulled out his long sword, and Leng Shui lost strength and fell to the ground, with confusion in his eyes. Don't worry. I will use your name to found the Heavenly Saint sect, and those ridiculous lies will be taken to the grave with you. The devil looked cold. From the beginning, he never believed in Leng Shui. What happened through time travel? Yi Xian became a master. It became more and more outrageous. It was obviously a lie. Take it down and bury it. The devil's voice was cold. The two people waiting nearby stepped forward and dragged Leng Shui's body away. Why does my heart hurt so much? Xiao Jiao, who was sitting in the car, whispered softly. Yi Xian looked ahead. We have arrived at the main city of the Demon Clan. He drove open the city gate and sped down the street. Finally, the car stopped outside the castle. Demon King, Come out and die! Yi Xian shouted, and almost everyone in the main city could hear it. Humph! Sun Wuti stood in the car, extremely arrogant. What am I here to do? Wu Ba wanted to cover his face, but it was too late. Natasha holds a bow and arrow, and the little devil holds a fork, both ready for battle. The voice came from the front left. You guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth! How dare you speak arrogant words on this earth? It was a weirdo with snake heads in his hands. One of the masters of the demon clan, Xiao Jiu murmured, obviously understanding. The demon king asked us to come back just to deal with you brats? Another voice came. Looking over, he saw a tough guy holding a big knife. He was also one of the masters of the demon clan. He was extremely powerful. I heard that with just one knife, he could cut down a mountain. Cut. Then, masters appeared one after another. Oh! All the 7 masters are here. Yi Xian glanced at the entire audience and murmured softly. Except for Wu Ba and Ling Shui. The other 5 were all there, staring at him and others. He finally fixed his gaze on a beautiful woman. Your surname is Z? If you leave now, I won't embarrass you. Is it because of my sister's appearance that my brother can't bear to hurt her? Zi Huaimu smiled. Stop pretending to be young. Yi Xian knew that this was Zi Chui's mother, but he didn't expect that her appearance had not changed at all after so many years. How dare you say I'm pretending to be young? Zi Huaimu suddenly rushed over. She licked her lips. Sister, am I really tender? Brother, you will know once you try it. The battle started immediately. Yi Xian faced Zi Huaimu, who was rushing towards him, and used his hegemonic body to advance forward instead of retreating. Brother, Zi Huaimu used his charm technique. However, it had no effect at all. Get out of my way. Yi Xian raised his hand and grabbed her arm, then threw it behind her hard. When Xiaojiu and others saw this, they went over to catch him. Wu Ba couldn't help but shook his head. Tell me about you. But you don't listen to good advice. Are you hurt? What's that kid's background? Zi Huaimu saw that his magic skills had no effect, so he lazily continued to use them. If he was caught, he would be caught. Saving his life was important anyway. The person who can kill the Demon King, Wu Ba said in a heavy voice. Zi Huaimu covered her mouth in surprise. On the other side, Yi Xian glanced at the remaining 3 top masters of the Demon Clan. What are you still doing? Come on together. I'm in a hurry. Good boy. How dare you be so arrogant? Let's go together. These 3 top masters were already arrogant people. When they heard what he said, they became angry. I won't leave you with a whole body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. After speaking, he raised his hand to signal for them to let their horses come over. Chapter 467 Another Way to Live. Arrogant. The master with snake hands rushed over. Yi Xian glanced away. His hands were filled with black air, and he photographed them from the air. Snapped. With a loud noise, the man's hands exploded, and he was knocked upside down. What? The other 2 masters looked at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Walk. The master holding the knife had cold sweat on his forehead. However, it was already too late. Yi Xian appeared beside him. Where do you want to go? Not long after, 3 more cold corpses appeared on the ground. Yi Xian walked into the castle and glanced around, followed closely by the others. Where's my mother? Xiujiu asked the servant on the side. The man's face was full of panic, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. What? Xiujiu relied on mind-reading skills to know the ins and outs. And suddenly his blood surged and he fainted. Yi Xian happened to raise his hand and hugged her. What's going on? Wu Ba remained silent, feeling that the curse on Ling Shui had disappeared. This means that people are dead. Yi Xian hugged Ling Shui and went straight to the top floor of the castle. No one dared to stop him along the way, not wanting to provoke this evil star. Interesting. The Demon King was sitting on his throne, shaking the wine glass in his hand. Boom. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Yi Xian looked cold. Devil King, your good days are over. Yeah. The corners of the Demon King's mouth raised upwards, as if he had seen a lot of things and was not as arrogant as usual. Hand over Ling Shui. Yi Xian scolded. She's dead? The Demon King said calmly. He then smiled mockingly to himself. I didn't expect that I would be overthrown just after I ruled the Demon Clan. Yi Xian finally knew why Xiujiu fainted. You bastard. You actually killed a loyal minister. Yi Xian stared at the Demon King angrily. Loyal minister? Being loyal to the extreme is stupid. The devil said very calmly, as he waved. A long sword appeared in his hand. You know, I killed her with this sword. Go to HL. You bastard. Without saying a word, Yi Xian clenched a fist with his left hand and punched it out in the air, already performing the Baji fist. The disdain in the Demon King's eyes turned into horror. This? How can it be? In just a few days, he has become so strong. Demon King. Suffer death. Yi Xian said through gritted teeth. Boom. This punch hit the Demon King directly, and a huge punch mark was directly left on the wall behind him. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent. You should have thought that such a day would come. Yes, I did think about it. But I didn't expect to come back so soon and so weirdly. The Demon King gritted his teeth, still unable to believe that he was actually the one to kill him. Do you have any last words? Yi Xian's expression was indifferent. Forget it. I'm not interested in listening. Yi Xian chuckled and used the poetry sword to completely eliminate him. Wu Ba discovered something. Look, something fell out. Ring? Yi Xian walked over and picked up a ring from the devil's corpse. At this time, the little devil who flew away came back. I found Leng Shua's body. Take us there. Yi Xian pondered for a while and then said. Soon, everyone left the top floor and came to the backyard of the castle, where a body was abandoned. It was Leng Shui. She is actually very beautiful. Si Huaimu said thoughtfully as she was tied up with a rope. Is there any hope? Yi Xian asked the little golden dragon in his arms. However, the answer was only silence. Yi Xian smiled. Have you forgotten that the laws of the world have been changed? There is no real death long ago. You mean? The little devil's face was filled with surprise. Yes, they will reincarnate into other people and live in another way. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Will the Demon King come back? Wu Ba's expression changed as he suddenly thought of something. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't worry. A person like him who has done many evil things will never get a chance to turn around again in 10 lifetimes. Just as he was talking, Xiao Jiyu woke up. I seem to have had a dream. In the dream, my mother was. When she said this, she saw Leng Shua's body and knelt down. My condolences. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. Why is this happening? I obviously want to protect her so much. Why is it happening like this? Xiao Jiu collapsed. She stepped forward and hugged Leng Shua's body. But then, something magical happened. The corpse turned into countless light spots, flew straight into the sky, and gradually dissipated. Xiujio was stunned. Mother? Don't worry. Your mother just changed her way of living. Yi Xian chuckled, stepped forward to help her up, and looked at the disappearing light spots together. Somewhere in the world, a 7 or 8-year-old girl appeared out of thin air. Her smile is bright. At the same time, a pig appeared in the pig pen, and it looked somewhat similar to the devil. Demon Clan. Main City. The generals who had positions here had already dispersed in fear. Yi Xian let out a long breath. Now, the Demon Clan will gradually be disintegrated. Right? Will? Xiujio nodded vigorously, knowing what the Demon King represented to the Demon Clan. Can you tell me about the existence of the person you mentioned? Yi Xian raised his hand and poked the little golden dragon in his arms. Seriously? I don't know if I should tell you. Once I say it, there's no turning back. Little golden dragon's voice was filled with heaviness. He continued, Really? I'm a little broken. I'm almost numb from countless hopes and countless disappointments. How do you think I would answer? Yi Xian pondered for a while and then chuckled. You will always be like this. Xiao Jinlong was obviously worried. That's all. I will tell you when the time is right. Everything you need to do when you travel back has been done. Is there any way to return to the previous era? Yi Xian hesitated for a while and then asked, rubbing his chin. Little Jinlong shook his head. The easiest way is to die. This? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He knew how painful death was. So he resisted. Okay. Yi Xian sighed after thinking for a while. Why do you seem to have made some important decision? Sun Wuti hugged his shoulders, his face filled with confusion. Wu Ba smiled and said, Shall we have a few drinks together? I don't know how Master Chuang Shishin is doing now. The little devil was looking at the sky and thinking to himself. It's nothing. If there is a chance in the future, let's have some drinks together. A sincere smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Well, it's a deal. Wu Ba nodded slightly. Yi Xian looked at Sun Wuti. Remember, you must protect yourself. When the time comes to drink, I can't do without you. Don't worry. I'm a petrified monkey. Who can hurt me? When Sun Wudy said these words, he was extremely proud. Chapter 468 Go Back. Are you going back? Xiaojiu vaguely noticed something. Yixian nodded. Yes. Oh? Where are you going back? Sun Wudy felt puzzled. And Wu Ba and the little devil were not as excited as before. Of course I'm going back to my hometown. Yixian smiled and scratched his head. After killing the devil, I have to go back anyway. Is it far? I can go with you. Sun Wudy scratched his head and said. Yixian shook his head. No. No one is allowed in my hometown. Okay. Then when you go back, don't forget to come see us again. Sun Wudy nodded, and then said quickly. Yes. Definitely. Yixian nodded vigorously, and left with Natasha and Xiujiu. How are we going to get back? Xiujiu was a little curious. She continued. Speaking of which, even if the Demon King was killed by us, we are too powerful. Ahem. It's me who's great, not us. Yixian coughed twice, knowing that she was pretending to be strong and trying not to show her sadness. TCH, Xiujiu wiped away her tears secretly. As for how to go back, you will know later. Yixian pondered for a while, and then said. Xiaojiu nodded confusedly. And then the three of them took the plane and reached high altitude. Yixian looked at Natasha. Are you ready? Can I hold Master's hand? Natasha was still a little nervous. She swallowed her foam and couldn't help but ask. Of course. Yixian held her hand. Hey, what are we doing? Xiujiu, however, was full of confusion and had not yet reacted to what had happened. Obey. Close your eyes. Yixian raised his hand and held her waist. Xiaojiu had no choice but to obey. Oh. The moment she closed her eyes, the helicopter disappeared, and the three of them fell vertically to the ground. The ruins of the city of gods. Yixian and three others appeared here out of thin air. Natasha was stunned. Back? Well, it should be. Yixian nodded, sweat on his forehead. Xiujiu didn't say anything because he had fainted from shock. Fellow! Yixian looked ahead and saw someone passing by. So he quickly stopped. The man asked in astonishment. Did you call me? Yes. Are there any demons? Yixian nodded and asked. Of course there is. And it has provoked a war with the whole world. And is about to hit the Sea Clan. Right. I heard that Peace Town has been reduced to a battlefield and will be razed to the ground soon. What a pity. The man shook his head and said. How so? Yixian looked confused. The little golden dragon pondered for a while. I think that these things are inevitable. Even if the Demon King is gone, there will be others to replace him. Does that mean I haven't changed anything? Yixian frowned, feeling confused at this moment. No, you have changed a lot. Little Jinlong shook his head. For example? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Little Jinlong thought for a while. At least the devil has been replaced by someone else. Screw you. Yixian rubbed his aching head and laughed dumbly. This joke was not very funny. Master, can we at least go back first? Natasha asked at this time. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen to Peace Town. Brother, do you know Sudaji and the others? Yixian hesitated for a while, and then asked quickly. The passerby was already a little impatient. Are you sick? Of course I know. He is a general who deals with demons. His subordinates include Zichue, Shadow Demon King. And there seems to be a little paper man named Staff Officer. Everything seems fine. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief, which at least meant that his life was not in danger for the time being. He took out a bag of gold coins and said, Thanks for clearing up the confusion. Damn it. Brother. No. Grandpa. Do you have any more questions? My grandson will definitely answer them for you. The passerby took the bag, opened it, and knelt on the ground with a plop. No. Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Immediately afterwards, he asked some other questions, and then rushed to Peace Town. I hope it's not too late. Yixian let out a long sigh, his heart heavy, taking Natasha and Xiujiu into the car. He stepped on the accelerator. I don't know if Sun Wudy and the others are still around in this era. City of the Dead. Gu Qing sat on the throne, covering his head. What's going on? Why does it feel like the memory has been tampered with? Interesting. Gu Qing took out his orb and soon knew the whole story. He actually tried to change history. Gu Qing sneered and ate a bloodstone. It's not good. King! It's not good! A man stumbled over, a look of horror on his face. Gu Qing looked over disdainfully. What's wrong? The demon army is approaching. We are no match at all. The man was the general of the undead tribe, and he was kneeling down with a frightened expression on his face. Trash! Gu Qing glared at him. The general did not say a word and lowered his head in silence. Gu Qing sorted out his memory. The timing is quite good. Send the order. The undead tribe will surrender, and the demon tribe will unconditionally station soldiers. What? Your Majesty, did I hear you correctly? The general raised his head. His eyes filled with confusion. Pass it on quickly. Gu Qing's voice was cold. This is a good opportunity. A good opportunity to make a comeback. When the time comes, no matter what kind of demons or Yixian, they will not be afraid. The undead tribe surrendered? These weaklings! In Heping Town, Su Daji covered her heart. Frequent exertion made her feel a little uncomfortable. What should we do now? The shadow demon looked a little ugly and looked at the little paper man. Aren't you a strategist? Come up with some ideas. The undead tribe that was supposed to be the main force surrendered. What can I do? Now the remaining soldiers are only 100,000, and they were borrowed from here and there. How can we defeat the demon tribe's million-strong army? The little paper man said with some annoyance. He gritted his teeth. The Eastern Empire is too busy taking care of itself right now, so it's impossible to distract ourselves from helping us. Is it true that we can only abandon Peace Town and retreat to the Sea Clan? That would be too embarrassing. The Shadow Demon King cursed loudly. However, from a tactical perspective, this is already the best choice. With the unfathomable strength of the Sea Clan, we should be able to go head-to-head with the Demon Clan. But by then, all the land will belong to the Demon Clan. Su Daji's face was ugly, and the shadow of his tail appeared behind him, and he hit the ground with all his strength, to vent the anger in my heart. Is there really no other way? The Shadow Demon King let out a long sigh. If they retreat to the Sea Tribe, they will become sinners on land, and will be infamy for thousands of years. The little paper man suddenly muttered. Speaking of which, where is that guy Master? The enemies are almost coming to Peace Town. I haven't seen Natasha and Natasha for a long time. But even if they are here, what will happen? The Shadow Demon King was silent for a while, and showed a helpless smile. Chapter 469. Is this what you want? It's not good. It's not good. A militiaman came running over. The Shadow Demon King looked over and said, What happened? Don't get excited and speak slowly. The demon soldier suddenly attacked and came over. The militiaman said with some horror. What? These bastards! The little paper man yelled. Face the enemy and kill these idiots. But we are already defeated. Adults, run away. The militiamen were disheartened and sighed. The little paper man was stunned. What? Everyone is united in our opinions and vows to resist the enemy to the death and protect the adults before they evacuate. The militiaman seemed very excited when he said these words. He continued, Epping Town has given us a piece of pure land, and we will repay it with our lives. If Peace Town is gone, that guy will definitely go crazy when he comes back. Besides, isn't this still a loss? The Shadow Demon gritted his teeth. Rather than bear the infamy, it would be better to have a good fight here. The worst case scenario is death. The demon soldiers invaded Peace Town and killed everyone they saw. It was a completely one-sided massacre. The 100,000 soldiers stationed nearby had no time to support them. After an unknown amount of time, a river of red blood flowed on the ground. The Shadow Demon King was floating on the streets of Peace Town, and he was in a daze. Hey, the enemy has retreated, but all the soldiers in the town have died, leaving only a few lizardmen. Grandmas! The little paper man cursed loudly. Have you seen Zichwei? Su Daji was covered in blood. The demon soldiers were almost repelled by her alone just now. I haven't seen her. Isn't she with you? The little paper man shook his head and said with confusion. Su Daji clenched her fists. During the battle, we got separated. Could he have been captured by the enemy? The little paper man was stunned and couldn't help but ask. It's very possible. After all, Zichwei is originally a member of the demon tribe. But he helped us and was taken back to face excusable crimes. Shadow Demon King's voice was heavy. What should we do now? Gather the army to rescue her? The little paper man scratched his head. The Shadow Demon King smiled bitterly. Do you think we still have extra troops to rescue people? If we really send troops, they will only be eaten up by the demons. Hateful! The little paper man cursed loudly, feeling deeply powerless. At the same time, the demon position. Zichwei's hands were tied and brought to a person. She looked up and bit her lower lip. Mom! I saw that the man was the head of the Mei family, Zi Huaimu, who was sitting on the throne with his legs crossed. Chui, I didn't expect you to hate me so much. Zi Huaimu stepped forward and caressed her cheek. Huh? Zi Chui snorted coldly and turned to look aside. Do you know what it is to betray the demon clan? Even my mother can't protect you. Zi Huaimu whispered softly. Zi Chui bit her lower lip. At the very least, I did what I thought was right. Instead of being a blind invader. It is incomprehensible that these actions are all for the demon clan. Zi Huaimu's face turned cold. What should I do with her? Sitting next to her was a man with a fair complexion and slender fingers. Although he was beautiful, he was a man. How about using it as bait to lure them out? Zi Huaimu asked tentatively after being silent for a while. The man's name is Su Taihe, and he was sent by the Demon King to help her. But in fact, he was spying on her. At this time, Su Taihe covered his mouth and smiled. Since you have already made a decision, why bother asking again? Take her down. Zi Huaimu waved, and the two of them took Zi Chui down. As long as the remaining 100,000 soldiers are eliminated, this land will be completely owned by our demon tribe. Su Taihe laughed, and then his face straightened. You are so sure that they will bring troops to rescue her? Zi Huaimu couldn't tell for sure, but he could only nod, because only in this way can Zi Chui's life be temporarily saved. Not long after, a voice suddenly came from outside. Report! Heping Town has sent troops. Chui, you have really made a good friend. But is this what you want? Zi Huaimu murmured softly, with confusion in his eyes. We're finally here. A car was driving on the road, and it was Yi Xian who was driving. You're driving too fast. Xiao Jiao was sitting in the back. Her face was pale. Not long after she woke up, she fainted again due to motion sickness. Yi Xian shook his head. If you don't drive so fast, how can you get back quickly? Just as he was talking, he suddenly stepped on the emergency brake. Fortunately, Natasha and others were wearing seat belts, and they were almost thrown out. What's wrong? Xiujio covered her head and was knocked out of a big bag. Little girl, do you know you can't stand in the middle of the road? Yi Xian opened the car door helplessly. I saw a little girl shivering in front of the car, with tears in her eyes, obviously frightened. Tell brother, where are you from? Yi Xian came to squat in front of her and asked friendly. The little girl choked with sobs. Peace Town. Then why are you here? Where is your family? Yi Xian's expression was stunned, and then he asked quickly. Badmen rode horses and entered the town to kill people. My father is dead and my mother is dead. The little girl cried. Crack. Yi Xian clenched his fists involuntarily. He picked up the little girl and said, Follow my brother and help them get revenge. Okay? The little girl nodded vigorously, with tears in her eyes. Yi Xian hugged her and sat back in the driver's seat, his heart heavy. Did you all hear what I just said? Xiujio nodded slightly. The demons are invading the entire world and tearing apart countless families. After the trouble here is solved, I will go and talk about life with the contemporary Devil King. Yi Xian's voice was cold, and he stepped on the accelerator. There seems to be the sound of fighting. Natasha pricked her ears and suddenly discovered something. Yi Xian looked over. Which direction? Already in the forest of Wailing. The only fighting forces are the Peace Town and the Demon Clan. There! Natasha listened to the argument and quickly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian nodded and drove over there. Finally, he arrived near the battlefield, where gunpowder smoke and corpses were everywhere. Only, most of them are not demons. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be H.L. on Earth. Bait? Xiujio stared at a corpse. What are you doing? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Xiujio replied. What are you thinking when you look at this corpse? It seems that the people in Heping Town were lured out and came out in droves. Can you tell me where their general is? Yi Xian's heart moved. He never expected that her mind-reading skills could be used so well. Over there. Xiujio pointed to the demon clan's main tent. Walk. Yi Xian drove over there, killing some demon soldiers who didn't dare to block the road. Chapter 470, Hypocritical Guy. Su Daji walked on the battlefield like a killing machine. Bang! Bang! The nine-tailed shadow behind her danced rapidly, and each time it was taken, it could take away the lives of several demon soldiers. At this time, Su Daji looked at Zi Huaimu in the distance in front of her. It's a shame that you are her mother and don't understand her at all. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see how long you can hold on. Zi Huaimu looked at Su Daji in front of her with an expressionless face. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers rushed over one after another, fearless and fearless. I will kill as many as you come. Although Su Daji said this, she was already a little exhausted. The situation is not good. There are more demonic troops here than we thought. The Shadow Demon King rushed over at this time. His brows furrowed. He continued, we haven't found the whereabouts of Zichwei yet. If we continue, I'm afraid everyone will die here. Is this the end? Su Daji said nothing, her eyes gradually becoming confused. I am really tired after persisting for so long. Is it time to take a rest? Be careful! Shadow Demon King suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that while Su Daji was not paying attention, a soldier came around behind her and cut off his long sword. Crap! Su Daji came to her senses, but she had no time to defend herself. Just as he was about to chop off his head with the blade, suddenly, a stone flew from a distance. Bang! The stone hit the long knife, and the long knife immediately shattered and fell to the ground in pieces. Who is it? Zi Huaimu was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this and clenched his fists and looked towards the direction where the pebbles were flying. A car was driving slowly over there. Yi Xian stretched one hand out of the car, and the pebbles he fired just now were naturally his masterpiece. Su Daji's eyes gradually glowed. He's back? What's the use of coming back? Stop pretending to be a ghost here. Come on! Kill them all! Zi Huaimu was so angry that the soldiers rushed forward. Natasha! Yi Xian, who was still driving, whispered softly. Yes! Natasha nodded vigorously, jumped out of the car window, and shot countless arrows in an instant. The soldiers fell one by one, and every arrow hit one of them in the forehead. Zi Huaimu frowned. What? Owner! The Shadow Demon couldn't help shouting, his eyes filled with excitement. I'm back! As he approached, Yi Xian waved the car away, then jumped up and stood in front of Su Daji. If you don't come back, we will almost forget you as the mayor. Su Daji was panting and already exhausted. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not afraid. Su Daji blushed and bit her lower lip. Oh, Yi Xian shrugged and looked forward after finishing speaking. At this time, tens of thousands of demon soldiers were surrounding him. Hero saves beauty? Die here with your beauty? Zi Huaimu sneered. These soldiers are all the elites among the elites, and 1 against 100 is not an exaggeration. Yi Xian turned his head. You seem to have forgotten me. You? Have we met before? Zi Huaimu rubbed his chin, a little confused. It doesn't matter. I will let you recall it slowly. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he rushed over. Stop him! Zi Huaimu shouted loudly and backed away. However, it was useless. Those people were easily dealt with by Yi Xian, without even half a second delay. Zi Huaimu had no choice but to use her charm. Don't come over! Ah! Yi Xian appeared beside him, with a faint smile on his face. After speaking, he punched down. How is that possible? Zi Huaimu felt the strong wind on his fist, and was gradually stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief. Call. When his fist was only a few inches away from her, Yi Xian stopped and looked not far away. Zichwei is walking slowly. She was surrounded by soldiers controlled by charms. Zi Huaimu saw her. Daughter, do you know how to charm? Mom, actually I have already mastered the art of enchantment. Zichwei said this, and slowly walked forward. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Zi Huaimu was puzzled. In that case, I wouldn't have driven you away. Shut up! You hypocritical guy. You have never regarded me as a relative. Just a dispensable tool. Zichwei clenched her fists, and her eyes turned red. Zi Huaimu shook his head gently. That's not the case. Why? Are you going to respond to me with the rhetoric of hating iron, but not steel? There was a bit of sarcasm and ridicule in Zichui's smile. You've been hiding for so long. Why did you come out just when I was about to kill you? Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Although she is bad in every way, she is still my mother. Please let her go. Zichui knelt down directly, still wearing the glasses. Yi Xian chuckled. Do you think I will let her go because of you? Please. As long as you let her go, you can do anything to me. Zichui was a little uneasy. Why don't you get out of here? Yi Xian retracted his fist and stared at Zi Huaimu and said, It's useless. Even if I give up, the one sent by the devil will not give up. Zi Huaimu smiled bitterly and let out a long sigh. Yi Xian frowned. Who is it? No matter what, I want you to surrender unconditionally now. Huh? Who dares? A voice came. And then Su Taiho walked out from behind the tent, his fair face looking a little sick. Where did the sissy come from? What era is this? And there are eunuchs? Yi Xian glanced at him and knew that he was missing a few parts, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. You? Su Taiho was furious. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Yi Xian waved his hand. Unfortunately. Are you sent by the Demon King? Don't use chicken feathers as arrows. Even if your Demon King comes, you can only kneel on the ground and call me daddy. What a loud tone. I have to teach you a lesson today. Su Taiho pointed at him, cursed loudly, and then rushed over, his hands exuding cold white aura. Yi Xian frowned. What kind of move is this? Inexplicably, it is somewhat similar to the black air palm I learned, except that one is white and the other is black. You don't deserve to know. Su Taiho's face was filled with ridicule, and he clapped his hands. Get out! Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense and kicked him out. Puff! Before Su Taiho could attack him, he was kicked away and flew dozens of meters upside down before landing on the ground, where he fell to the ground. Yi Xian glanced at Zi Huaimu. Why don't you order the surrender soon? Yes. Zi Huaimu knew that he was defeated. Defeated by this man. Master, what have you been doing these days? You are so powerful and domineering. Shadow Demon King flew to Yi Xian, shocked. Even Su Daji looked at him differently. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Soon, the fighting stopped. Heping Town won at a painful price, capturing at least 300,000 demon soldiers and capturing the enemy general. Chapter 471, Familiar People. Heping Town is devastated. Yi Xian walked aimlessly, his eyes gradually becoming confused, and he felt indebted to those who died. Xinchi followed. How to deal with that prisoner? Let it go! Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then let out a long breath. Just let it go! Xinchi asked in confusion. Well, 300,000 prisoners. Do you think we can hold it? Yi Xian's face was filled with a bitter smile. He then continued. But instead of letting you let the tiger return to the mountain, you will exile them to our camp. Xinchi nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. Master, Su Tai and that guy are here. The Shadow Demon King flew from a distance. What did you recruit? Yi Xian asked in surprise, not ordering these things at all. The Shadow Demon King replied. Of course, it is the Demon Clan's offensive strategy and defense. With these, we have hope in dealing with the Demon Clan. Hey, that guy. You may not understand the situation. Shujo hugged his shoulders and walked from far to near. Shadow Demon King was puzzled. As long as he wants, he can destroy the Demon Clan at any time. Shujo pointed at Yi Xian. This is an absolute fact, and there is no doubt about it. The Shadow Demon King was still a little worried. That's the Demon King, the most powerful person in the world. Forget it. If I don't argue with you, Natasha will let me come and get you to eat. Shujo shook his head gently. How can I be in the mood to eat when the town is like this? By the way, where are Sudaji and Zikwi? Yi Xian murmured softly. And then something sounded. Zikwi's words are judging her mother. As for Sudaji, it seems that she is healing her wounds? Shujo rubbed his chin, already familiar with everyone in the town. Yi Xian nodded. Is that so? Okay. Don't let Natasha's good intentions go to waste. No matter how unhappy you are, you still have to eat. Right. The Shadow Demon King advised. Finally, Yi Xian agreed to eat. After passing several scenes where corpses were being disposed of, and arriving outside the familiar courtyard, Natasha had just prepared a large table of meals. Isn't this too rich? The little paper man suddenly popped out of nowhere. His voice was high-pitched as if he wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Yes! The Shadow Demon King knew what he was thinking, so he quickly agreed. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Natasha, thank you for preparing this large table of dishes. It's my honor to cook for the master. Natasha's face was filled with happiness. Soon after dinner, a militiaman came in with a letter in his hand. Whose? Shadow Demon King went to pick it up, a little surprised. It was sent by a demon to be given to the landowner. There was a heavy look on the militiaman's face. The Shadow Demon King signed the letter and sent it to Yi Xian. Xiao Jiu said quickly. Be careful. There may be poisonous gas or something on it, and it will kill people if it is opened. This? People looked at each other. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and disapproved of this. I think there is no need for that guy to use such clumsy means. After opening the letter, There was a piece of paper inside with the following content. I'm surprised that you actually stopped my demon army. This is almost impossible. I suggest you surrender as soon as possible, so that Peace Town can continue to exist. Otherwise it will be in ruins in 3 days. There are only 2 words in the signature, Demon King. Tisk. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. Is anyone here? Just then, a person appeared at the door. Yi Xian looked over and looked confused, because that was none other than the lizard man Carol. He turned to be ecstatic. You still exist? You haven't disappeared? I thought that if I killed the Demon King in that era after traveling through time, he would disappear with him. But he appeared alive in front of me. Ah? Carol's face was filled with confusion. Huh? Yi Xian let out a long breath. It seems that this time travel is not useless. Maybe Sun Wudy and the others are still alive because they were tampered with. If you don't take good care of yourself, why did you come to us? The little paper man looked over, a little surprised. Carol was seriously injured. In fact, none of the remaining soldiers was without injuries. Carol smiled awkwardly and said, I just came to report that the town has been cleaned up and the repair work is underway. How many people are left? Yi Xian asked after a moment of silence. 27,000. The smile on Carol's face gradually disappeared and turned into sadness. Before the war, the population was in 6 figures. The Shadow Demon King's voice was heavy and somewhat self-deprecating. To put it bluntly, they failed to defend Peace Town. The little paper man slapped the table. Grandma, you're a damn demon. It would be great if I could have some help now. The Shadow Demon King let out a long sigh, but knew that this was nothing more than a dream. ZZ. However, they saw, following the harsh sound, a phantom slowly appeared among the crowd, and then slowly solidified. Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Programmer? Is that you? Oh? I want to give you a surprise. Why are you here? The corner of the programmer's mouth twitched. He had completely appeared in this world, and was extremely embarrassed. Isn't the game already destroyed? How did you get in? Yi Xian was surprised. Don't forget, I'm a famous programmer. I wrote the source code of this game. Is it difficult to create a game? The programmer looked so arrogant that it made people dumbfounded. The Shadow Demon King rushed forward and hugged him. It's great for you to come. What happens? The programmer was a little confused. That's what happened. The little paper man let out a long breath and started talking. I see. The demons are pressing down on us. And the pressure is great. But I have doubts about your ability to defeat the Demon King. After listening to this, the programmer looked at Yi Xian, who was being fed tea by Natasha. Yi Xian was speechless. Believe it or not, the demons will launch an operation against Hepping Town in 3 days. In terms of time, we can no longer wait for reinforcements. But, the programmer ignored him. But a smile gradually appeared on his face. But what? The little paper man asked quickly, not wanting him to keep showing off. I can let everyone come in again to defend against foreign enemies. The smile on the programmer's face grew even bigger. He continued, it's just that I have just developed the function to enter here. There are not many game ports, so I can only let Su Zhitong and others come in. That's enough. They are all masters. By the way, can you get some super protection for Peace Town? By the way, give each resident a set of supreme equipment. The Shadow Demon King nodded quickly, and then his expression gradually became wretched. Since the Su group destroyed the game, the buffs and indestructibility of Peace Town have been gone, and its strength has been greatly reduced. Chapter 472, Enemy Invasion. The level of development is limited. Currently, players who enter the game can only keep their previous equipment and cannot change anything else. The programmer said awkwardly and crossed his shoulders. Shadow Demon King clicked his tongue. I thought you were so powerful. After a while of commotion, the programmer quit the game and returned to reality to find someone else. Anyway, it's helpful. The Shadow Demon King let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Although he was very angry about what was going on in Hepping Town, he did not think about going directly to the Demon King for revenge. Otherwise, if Hepping Town failed, the consequences would be disastrous. He suddenly chuckled and looked at the militiaman who sent the letter. Has the demon who sent the letter left? Gone. But probably not far yet. The militiaman responded immediately. Very good. Yi Xian took out a pen and paper and wrote 2 big words. Garbage. Master, what are you doing? Natasha asked curiously, tilting her head. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Packed the letter and handed it to the militiaman just now. Give it to the demon who came to deliver the letter and ask him to hand it over to the Demon King. Yes. The militiaman nodded vigorously, took the letter and left. This move made him excited. The secret channel landowner was really good. Well, although it's a relief, will this make the Demon King so angry that he comes over? The little paper man scratched his head. In that case, it's a dream come true. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. 2 days later, the letter reached the hands of the contemporary devil. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be surprised. Because he knows this devil. It is the devil he once met at the ruins of the gods. At this time, he actually assumed the position of the contemporary Demon King. Oh, are you mocking me? The devil's eyes were filled with coldness. The messenger below was kneeling and motionless. Have the soldiers been assembled? The Demon King tore the letter into pieces lightly, then turned to look at it. The man nodded. Yes, they are all assembled. 6 million elite troops. Very good. Let's set off immediately. I'll smooth over everything on the road. The Demon King waved his hand with satisfaction. In fact, he didn't take Peace Town seriously. He was just a clown. The target of this operation is the Sea Clan. As for Peace Town, it's just a casual thing. In this way, the army set off at full speed, and the vanguard army was proficient in speed. The next day, they could reach the vicinity of Hepping Town and launch an attack. The Demon King put one hand behind his back. By the way, let that guy Yin Bai be the general of this operation. Yes. The man nodded and went down to deliver the message. The next day, early morning, the sound of iron hooves made the people in Hepping Town restless. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He had been recuperating for almost 3 days. Natasha woke up from his arms. What happened? Master? Of course the enemy is invading. Yi Xian murmured softly, raised his hand, and gently touched her cheek. After getting dressed, he walked out of the room and found that the little paper man and the others had been waiting for a long time. The programmer said that he is still controlling the equipment and it will take some time to come in for support. It's really unreliable, Shadow Demon King complained. In the past 3 days, 30% of the city's residents have gone away, which is a cliff-like drop. The little paper man then sighed. All in all, nothing good happened in the past 3 days. Carol ran over from a distance. The militia has been assembled. A total of 307 people. What about the regular army? The little paper man asked in surprise. In the last battle, the soldiers sent by all parties obviously suffered few casualties. I received the military order early this morning, and they all left. Carol lowered his head slightly, and then sighed. What? The little paper man opened his mouth wide, with astonishment written all over his face. He scratched his head and said, Damn it! I'm trying to get rid of the fire under the cauldron. The number of people sent by the Demon Clan this time is several million at least. And there are only more than 300 militiamen left. You can't say that. A hare can definitely be beaten. The Shadow Demon King shook his head and said half-jokingly, with a deep sense of helplessness in his words. Are you too pessimistic? Shujio came over with a doll in her arms, wearing very cute pajamas on her upper body, cheering from time to time. Hey, are you awake? Your socks are already on your hands. The little paper man rubbed his chin. At this point, Xiaojio realized that there was something wrong with him. But he was very free and easy. It's okay. I'm not exposed anyway. You are so casual. Yi Xian shrugged, somewhat speechless. Then, everyone came to the gate of Hepping Town. Defenses had already been built here, and most of the remaining militiamen were here. Humph! Lord of Peace Town! Come out quickly! A cold snort came over. He is the leader of the enemy's vanguard group. He is holding a halberd, riding on a horse, and wearing pure black armor, which makes him look very scary. Is something wrong? Yi Xian raised the corners of his mouth and was about to walk out. But he was grabbed by the Shadow Demon King. Master, you can't go out. They are all outside. Be good. It's okay. Yi Xian chuckled, broke away from his hand, and walked out of the town. Such a lot of strength. The Shadow Demon King was surprised. He had just used all his strength, but he broke away with ease. Are you the Lord of Peace Town? Surrender and commit suicide immediately, and you can keep the residents of your town safe. The enemy leader's face was full of disdain. Yi Xian chuckled. As for me, I have never thought of harming myself. As for if you want to touch my residents, just try it. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. and he drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword with a wave of his hand. Okay, let you try the new moves I learned recently. The enemy general jumped off his horse and rushed over, white gas vaguely filling his palms. What's going on? It's this damn familiar feeling again. Yi Xian murmured softly. This was already the second time. This is definitely related to his black energy palm. Maybe it is also related to his master. Where did he learn it from? Suffer death. Before he could think too much, the local general was already approaching. Yi Xian put one hand behind his back and waved the other hand holding the sword. Suddenly, the wind surged and the suffocating sword energy appeared. The enemy general was shocked. What? He had never seen such a powerful sword energy before. So he immediately retreated. At the moment when he was about to be injured by the sword energy, he tripped on a stone, fell backwards, and then escaped. It seems like you're pretty lucky. Yi Xian was already standing in front of him with a faint smile on his face. The enemy general's face was filled with shock. He swallowed his mouth and spit, and there was a small amount of sweat on his forehead. You? Who are you? The landowner of Hepping Town. Yi Xian. Yi Xian put the sword on his neck. The enemy general trembled. You can't kill me. Otherwise the main force will come, and I will definitely defeat him with your peas. I hate threats the most, Yi Xian said. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and a human head fell to the ground. Chapter 473, Helping in Times of Need. I forgot to ask this guy about his palm skills. Yi Xian glanced at the headless corpse on the ground lightly. We're here. Isn't it too late? Suddenly, a group of people appeared not far away. The leader was the programmer. Su Zitong, Yuner and others were all there. And even He Yu, whom he hadn't seen for many days, also came. It's all over. The Shadow Demon King looked over speechlessly. Then, he said excitedly, You guys are late. The master just now was so handsome. Oh? The programmer was confused. At this time, the vanguard regiment outside was withdrawing and did not dare to stay any longer. Not long after, everyone gathered together. Yi Xian looked at these faces he had not seen for a long time and felt very emotional. By the way, where's the door to the real world? The programmer suddenly remembered something. You mean the door to the present world? Yi Xian showed off his bracelet, which he had been wearing since he put away the gate of the realm. The programmer couldn't help but ask, Can it still be used? This hasn't been tried. Yi Xian was somewhat embarrassed. Don't you have any plans to return to the real world? The programmer asked after pondering for a while. And the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone, including Su Zitong, Yuner and others, looked at Yi Xian at the same time. Not yet. Yi Xian chuckled. Seeing this, the programmer nodded, said nothing, and respected his decision. Yuner curled her lips. It was obvious that she was a little unhappy. What are you going to do next? Do you have complete information? Su Zitong asked, intending to help analyze the battle situation so as to have greater certainty. It's all here. The little paper man took out a lot of information. Soon, everyone started busy with their own things. Haven't seen you for a long time. Yi Xian inexplicably found himself very idle and couldn't help but look at Yuner. Yuner glared at him. I don't have time to chat with you. How long has it been? Peace Town has been destroyed like this. I'm sorry. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. And Su? He and Natasha were the only ones left in the room. Master? Natasha tilted her head. Are you unhappy? When will their main force arrive? Yi Xian rubbed his aching head. Natasha replied. Only half a day at most. Let's go to the entrance of the town. Yi Xian held her hand and walked out of the room. All the way to the entrance of the town, where workers were repairing fortifications. But more of them are the townspeople who are leaving. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He sat silently on a huge rock outside the town and looked into the distance. Now! I don't know how many people will choose to leave. Don't you plan to keep them? A girl came from the town with her hands on her shoulders. Yi Xian looked over and saw it was Mu Qing. Long time no see. I've been busy with logistics and haven't had any time to rest. Mu Qing whispered softly, came to sit next to him, and breathed a sigh of relief, seeming very helpless. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Xian thanked him from the bottom of his heart. I came here not to hear your thanks. Mu Qing glanced at him, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Yi Xian was surprised. That is? Do you still remember my true form? Mu Qing pondered for a while, and then said, Well, remember. It's a towering tree. Yi Xian nodded, knowing that she was a monster. I can feel a familiar smell in the air. Mu Qing's voice was heavy. As a tree, it is extremely sensitive to the air. Yi Xian asked in confusion. What familiar smell? Bloodstone. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly before she answered. What? Are you sure? Yi Xian was stunned. A little unbelievable. There was a time when I felt it vaguely, and I was a little unsure. But now it's in the air. Mu Qing's face looked a little ugly. If the incident related to the bloodstone broke out, the whole world would suffer. Yi Xian quickly recalled in his mind. Passenger A. Once, I met passerby A while on the road. At that time, he had a lot of bloodstones on his body. What happened this time is probably related to him. Do you have an idea? Mu Qing couldn't help but ask. Absolutely. Yi Xian nodded, and then asked, Can you feel the degree of harm caused by the bloodstone now? It's very heavy. Whether it's the rain from the sky, the grass that the animals eat, or even the air, it already contains bloodstone components. I suspect that someone did it deliberately. Mu Qing replied and let out a long sigh. Yi Xian clenched his fists. We must find passerby A as soon as possible. This is the only breaking point at the moment. Soon, he returned to the town and notified all parties while giving the order. But, trying to find someone in this troubled world is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Half a day passed quickly. Just as Natasha said, the demon army came. Vast and mighty, like dark clouds pressing down on the country. The leader is Yan Bai, whom I haven't seen for a long time. At this time, he was wearing black and gold armor, holding a long sword, and riding on a war horse. Yan Bai pointed the knife at Heping Town. If you dare to kill my soldiers, come out and fight me to the death. Suddenly, the demon army began to cheer. Shua. But he saw a sword energy flying out from Heping Town, leaving a ditch not far from Yan Bai. Provocative. Naked provocation. Yan Bai frowned slightly, and the army behind him fell silent. After waiting for so long, why are you making so much noise just after arriving? Yi Xian slowly walked out of Heping Town and stared at Yan Bai. Mr. Yan, long time no see. How are you? It's you? Yan Bai recognized him immediately, with surprise in his eyes. It's me. Yi Xian nodded. The landowner of Peace Town? Yan Bai tilted his head slightly, as if it was hard to believe that this was true. Yi Xian responded. Exactly. Mr. Yan, why don't you go into the town and talk about it? After he finished speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. Don't do this. As a general of the demon clan, how can I reminisce with you, the leader of the enemy? Yan Bai frowned tightly. Well, it has to be beaten? Yi Xian seemed a little confused. I have to fight. Yan Bai rushed forward on horseback. At this moment, a deep roar came from the distance. The human race is coming to support. I saw Crazy Blade riding a fast horse, with tens of thousands of human soldiers behind him, coming straight towards him. Is this called reinforcements? I command an army of millions of demons, and I can easily defeat you all. Yan Bai's eyes were filled with disdain, and Yi Xian was moved and speechless at the same time. He knew that Yan Bai was an undercover agent lurking in the demon clan, but he didn't expect it to be so vivid. I'm determined. Yi Xian handed over his hand to the approaching mad sword. The icing on the cake is not as good as giving help in the nick of time. Although tens of thousands of soldiers are just a drop in the bucket for the demons, they are the only ones who stand up. Chapter 474, Take It Back. It's the human emperor's intention that she doesn't want anything to happen to you. Crazy Blade shook his head slightly. At this moment, Yan Bai suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, cut off the long knife, and whispered, I will beat you seriously. And then you pretend to be dead? Do you understand? This idea sounds good, but I refuse. Yi Xian murmured softly, raised his hand, and held the long knife. What? Yan Bai's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, the long knife shattered. Yi Xian changed his hand and said with a palm, Mr. Yan, after 3 days of separation, you should look at each other with admiration. Sharp. Yan Bai exhaled and was sent flying far away before falling to the ground. What? The general was beaten back? It's incredible. People in the demon army were talking a lot. Yi Xian chuckled. Mr. Yan, I don't know how many people you brought this time. 6 million elites and 1,066 soldiers are enough to defeat the entire army. Yan Bai said lightly, which made the people in Heping Town look at each other in shock. Awesome. Yi Xian nodded, then chuckled. I don't know if Mr. Yen believes it or not. I can make them all die here. What a joke. Yen Bai naturally didn't believe it. Let alone 6 million elite soldiers. Even 6 million pigs were not so easy to kill. Yi Xian snapped his fingers. Natasha. Die. You invaders. Natasha appeared on the wall of Peace Town and shot countless arrows into the sky. Boom boom. Arrows fell into the crowd, causing a large number of deaths. Superior. Yen Bai frowned slightly, knowing that he could not delay any longer. However, when the soldiers moved, Yi Xian and Natasha both smiled as if their plan had succeeded. It's better to retreat quickly. Yen Bai's instinct told him that he could not continue. However, it was too late. Natasha jumped up. Her hair turned red, and cast Vulcan. Retreat. Yen Bai let out a heartbreaking roar. Flames rose out of thin air, and countless soldiers died tragically. They were burned into empty LS before they even had time to scream. Yi Xian raised his hand and grabbed Yen Bai's arm and backed away. How is it? Is it spectacular? You surprised me. Yen Bai let out a long breath. Maybe. Do you know how strong the Demon King is now? Yi Xian asked, rubbing his chin. It's so strong that no one can compete with it. Yen Bai's eyes were filled with complexity. He continued, not only that, but it is brutal and many innocent people are executed every day. It's time for you to go. So many soldiers have died. I'm afraid the Demon King won't be able to spare you. So, let me go with you to see him. Yi Xian rubbed his chin and said with a smile. Ah? Yen Bai looked confused and shook his head quickly. Although you are indeed very strong. Going to see the Demon King is tantamount to courting death. That's right. Why be stupid? The programmer happened to come over. Strangely enough, although the fire was strong, it did not burn to Hepping Town. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at them and said, don't you underestimate me too much? By the way, have you ever seen a palm technique where a layer of white gas comes out of your hands? Yi Xian asked, rubbing his chin. This is passed on by a master recently invited by Lord Demon King. Yen Bai was a little mysterious. Does an expert know what it looks like? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then asked. Yen Bai shook his head. Logically speaking, I am not qualified to see that kind of existence. Aren't you the general of the Demon Clan? Even you are not qualified. Yi Xian was surprised. A general is a rarity in other races, but in the demon race, he is often replaced. Yen Bai let out a long sigh. If he hadn't really had some abilities, he would have died long ago. I understand this very well. Yi Xian smiled and rubbed his nose. Suddenly, Yen Bai frowned. I haven't asked yet. How do you know my true identity? This is a long story. How is your father? Yi Xian coughed lightly. You can't say that you traveled to the past, and you knew it from your father. Right? We should have died a long time ago. Yen Bai said in an understatement. Death makes our ambition clear, and makes the devil believe that we are loyal ministers. May he be well. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he looked at the programmer and asked him to knock Zi Huaimu out and bring him. The programmer was puzzled. What is the purpose of doing this? You'll find out soon enough. Yi Xian looked around. There was no one else here. Only the three of them. And everything was surrounded by a sea of fire. Okay, the programmer nodded. Turned around and ran back to town. Soon, he brought Zi Huaimu and Zi Chui followed. Can you please not kill her? Zi Chui's eyes were red, and she was a little at a loss. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Don't worry. I don't want to kill her. Then this is? Zi Chui was puzzled. With so many soldiers dead, the Demon King will definitely punish you. Take her back. Yi Xian did not answer, but looked at Yen Bai. Yen Bai started to think. If he returns in defeat, he will definitely lose his head. But if Zi Huaimu is brought back, it will be completely different. And he can even gain merit. Thinking of this, Yen Bai did not refuse. Thank you. Remember not to leak the news. If anyone asks, just say that the demon general broke into Hepping Town and took Zi Huaimu away. Yi Xian looked at the programmers and the others. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. Zi Chui wiped away her tears, exhaled, and stared at Zi Huaimu. From now on, you and I will owe nothing to each other. Let's go. Yi Xian whispered softly, leading them to Peace Town. Yen Bai looked at Zi Huaimu lying on the ground, took out the dagger, cut many wounds on his body, and then took the people away. This battle was a complete victory. The casualties of the demons are unknown, and blackened armors are everywhere outside Peace Town. The Shadow Demon King was very excited. I'm getting rich. I'm getting rich. If you melt those armors into mines, you can make a lot of money. Really? Everyone was in the same room. Yi Xian sat on the bedside and nodded. Those are all armors worn by the elites of the Demon Clan. And they are of high quality. Not only can they make money by doing so, but they can also equip soldiers with better equipment. You two are a perfect match. That's 6 million soldiers. And none of them have entered Peace Town. The little paper man stood on the table and said with excitement. Very excited? It's the master who is great. Natasha had returned to her normal appearance. Squirming and blushing. Yuner said nothing and played with the dice in her hand. Crazy Blade walked in from outside. The soldiers are all stationed. Thank you. Yi Xian handed over. If it weren't for them, there would only be a few militiamen left in Hepping Town. You're welcome. If I had you, I don't think we would need them. Quan Do smiled bitterly and continued. This battle will definitely be a heavy blow to the demons. And it will also cheer up the people on our side. Chapter 475. Be tough again. What's going on with the human emperor now? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then asked. Thinking of the lovely girl Lua. Crazy Blade clenched his fists. The human race is fighting the demon race. I'm afraid the situation is not good. The war situation is already like this. Yet they are still sending troops here? The little paper man no longer knew what to say. Hey, Crazy Blade let out a long sigh. How about we go help them? Shujio raised his hand at this time. Shadow Demon King nodded. I think so. After all, if the human emperor dies, the master will not survive. Then it's such a happy decision. The little paper man chuckled. Hey, don't you want to ask my opinion? Besides, who can be sent? Yi Xian was speechless and hugged his shoulders. Of course you go. The little paper man was speechless. He continued. You are so powerful now. And the human race has helped us first. Of course you have to help. What should we do here in Peace Town? Yi Xian rubbed his chin and couldn't help but frown. There is Natasha. If she stays here alone, the demon army will never be able to get in. Shadow Demon King said firmly. Okay, I'll be right back. Yi Xian shrugged. He originally wanted to investigate the passerby specifically. But now that I think about it, it is urgent to help the human race. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian drove away. In addition to the Shadow Demon King, Mu Qing was also accompanied so that he could observe matters related to the Blood Stone at any time. Why did you bring her out? The Shadow Demon King was a little puzzled. Mu Qing glared over. What's wrong with me? I can't. Well, that's not what I meant. The outside world is very dangerous. I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it. Shadow Demon King said awkwardly. Humph. I can at least protect myself. Mu Qing snorted coldly, with a dissatisfied look on her face. All right. The Shadow Demon King said nothing more and closed his mouth. As the car drove on the road, Yi Xian breathed out a sigh of relief and looked into the distance. The Wailing Forest is already within the territory of the human race, and it won't take long to get to the main city. Can you make it before dark? Mu Qing was sitting in the passenger seat, a little curious, looking around from time to time. It should be about the same. Yi Xian pressed the accelerator to the bottom, and the car sped out instantly. So fast. Mu Qing murmured softly and smacked her tongue secretly. However, the Shadow Demon King suddenly shouted. There is a camp on the left front. Demon Clan? Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was not very interested in those things. I don't know, but there are a lot of bloodstones. Shadow Demon shook his head. Bloodstone? Yi Xian pressed the brakes to the end and asked in shock. Although Mu Qing was wearing a seat belt, she still hit the glass with her head, causing a big bump on her head. She rubbed her head and said resentfully, There is indeed a lot of bloodstone in the air around here. Go over and have a look. Yi Xian murmured softly and drove there. It's really troublesome to have to move these rocks around every time. Shh. Keep your voice down. You will die if the king finds out. 2 people from the undead clan are busy here. They ground the bloodstone into powder and moved it to distant places. Yi Xian drove up and blocked their way. Do you need help? Who is it? Not blocking the road is the best help to us. One of the undead tribesmen looked disdainful and held a box filled with bloodstone powder in his hand. Really? Yi Xian got out of the driver's seat and looked around, and he saw a lot of bloodstones. Get out of the way, the undead tribesman said and bumped away. Seeing this, Yi Xian raised his foot and kicked the person away, then took the box in his hand. He frowned slightly. Who asked you to do this? It's really strange that the bloodstone was ground into powder. Is this some kind of processing? Who the hell are you? Another undead tribesman put down the box in his hand with a look of horror on his face. Answer my question. Yi Xian frowned slightly, seeming a little unhappy. You can't say it. You can't say it. The undead people suddenly looked frightened. Seeing this, Mu Qing drew out her sword and put it at his throat. Say it or not. I won't tell you. The undead tribesman actually bumped into him and wiped his neck. This? Mu Qing, Yi Xian and others looked surprised. In order to cover up the truth, he actually chose to commit suicide? But he clearly looks like a person who is very afraid of death. What is it that scares him so much that he would rather die? Yi Xian murmured softly. If I had known earlier, I would have brought Shijiu out. Maybe I could get some news. The Shadow Demon King flew to the side of another undead tribesman. Get up quickly. Don't think about suicide. Otherwise we will make you feel real fear. Fear? Ha! Do you know what real fear is? The undead people suddenly laughed maniacally. Tell me why you need to grind the bloodstone into powder. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Have no idea. The undead tribesman got up from the ground and answered quickly. The Shadow Demon King frowned. Master, how about we take her back and find Xiaojiu? Everyone knows that Xiaojiu can read minds. We don't have enough time. Try not to delay it. Let's do this. You take him back to find Xiaojiu, and then join me as soon as possible. Yi Xian glanced at the sky and said, Okay. Shadow Demon King nodded vigorously and left with the man. I feel that this matter has something to do with the undead tribe. Mu Qing hugged her shoulders and frowned in thought. Yi Xian nodded. Probably. Let's solve the trouble on the human race first, and then investigate this matter. Soon, the two of them took a car and headed straight to the main city of the human race. At this moment, the main city of the human race, the demon army has already arrived at the city. The human race, which has not recovered well from the last war, is now in an extremely embarrassing situation. The threshold of the palace is about to be trampled to pieces. The human emperor's enemy is strong and we are weak. What should we do? Do you want to open the secret passage? Iroh, who was sitting on the throne, did not say a word, but his brows furrowed more and more tightly. Some ministers couldn't help it anymore. Human emperor, please say something. Say, what are you talking about? The morale of the army is shattered, and there are only tens of thousands of soldiers left. How can we face the demon lord? Iroh stood up. His brows furrowed. He was really full of ambition, but not strong enough. No matter what we do, there is no hope anymore. It's not good. It's not good. The Demon King has begun to attack the city. A shout came from outside. What? Iroh was in a daze. Could it be said that this huge human race is about to be lost? Even no one can fight anymore. However, he heard the sound of the crutches suddenly coming from far away. If the human emperor doesn't dislike it, my old body can be strong again. It was Sima Xiu. His face was old, but his eyes were shining. Not muddy at all. Chapter 476 Yi Xian is also. How is your nephew's injury? Iroh couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Sikong Xiu said, Thank you, the emperor, for caring about me, but he is already a useless person. How so? Iroh whispered softly. During an operation, Sikong Haohua broke his legs. He searched doctors, but could not find a cure. Sikong Xiu obeys the order. Hilua clenched his fists. The old minister is here. Sikong Xiu cupped his hands and stood tall. Hilua scolded. I order you to defend against foreign enemies. You can mobilize the 3 armies. Yes. Sikong Xiu agreed, turned around and left. I hope there will be a miracle. Iroh murmured softly, then turned to look at a minister below. Open the secret passage and be ready to evacuate at any time. Yes. The minister nodded. Outside the city, the Demon King suffered heavy casualties, but he used the corpses to build a ladder and climbed to the city wall. This scene is like a picture of H.L. I can't hold on any longer, the human soldier said in a broken voice. The demon army is almost endless, and they are not afraid of death. How can we defeat such an army? Hang on, another soldier said, but his neck was directly wiped by the demon who jumped on the city wall. Screams spread everywhere. The demons are coming. Calm down, everyone. Sima Xiu appeared on the battlefield. Where did you come from? Old man? Go to H.L. A demon tried to make a sneak attack. Call out! Sima Xiu turned around and thrust out his crutch. A bloody hole appeared between the demon's eyebrows, and he died suddenly on the spot. The demons are faster than I thought. Yi Xian drove dozens of miles away from the city and frowned slightly. Mu Qin couldn't help but ask, "What should we do? I'm afraid the demons will capture this city soon." At that time, Hepping Town will be the main battlefield, located in the most dangerous place. "Of course I'm going to help you, and wait for me here," Yi Xian murmured softly, and got out of the car. "Hey, I'm here with you, so I can take care of you." Mu Qin couldn't help but say, "No need. You protect yourself better than anything else." Yi Xian showed a confident smile, and after finishing speaking, he rushed towards the city wall, killing many demon soldiers along the way. Finally, he jumped onto the city wall. "But Jiquan!" He punched the outside of the city fiercely, and the world seemed to be quiet. Everyone was stunned in place, watching this scene quietly. "How can this be?" Sima Xiao covered his mouth during the battle. A huge fist mark appeared on the battlefield, and countless attacking demon soldiers died tragically, which was extremely shocking. The commander of the demon army frowned. "Damn it! What on earth is going on? Have you calmed down? It seems the effect is pretty good." Yi Xian murmured softly and exhaled. "Is it you?" Sima Xiao looked happy when he saw him. "Yes, it's me. You've aged a lot." Yi Xian chuckled. The two of them were only 10 meters apart. The commander of the demon army has already built the city wall. "Who are you? With such ability, you must be no ordinary person." "I am not talented. I am the Lord of Hepping Town, Yi Xian." Yi Xian showed a polite smile. However, the demon commander was horrified. "Are you the Yi Xian? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible," Yi Xian said lightly. "What happened today is all a misunderstanding. Can you let us live?" Cold sweat broke out on the demon lord commander's forehead from time to time. Not long ago, he learned that the 6 million elite troops commanded by Yin Bai were repulsed by one person. And that person was none other than the landowner of Hepping Town, Yi Xian. At this time, how can you not be afraid when facing such a person? "Ha ha. Misunderstanding?" Yi Xian was amused and laughed. "But soon," he said with a cold expression. "It's all like this. You told me it was a misunderstanding?" The commander of the demon army felt despair. "I'll give you a chance to surrender unconditionally to save your life," Yi Xian said after pondering for a while. "Surrender. I surrender." The commander of the demon army was very excited when he saw what he said. Some soldiers were puzzled. "General, he might only be able to use such a powerful attack once. So why surrender?" "Shut up!" The commander of the demon army glared over. "Why? The Lord Demon King ordered us to capture this city without any mistakes." The soldier gritted his teeth and no longer wanted to obey the order. "Shua." Yi Xian glanced away, swung his sword, and the man's head instantly fell to the ground. The whole place was quiet. No one dared to make any irresponsible remarks. Sikong Xiao raised his hand and said, "Thank you very much." Soon, the demon king who came to attack the main human city was captured and placed in the city to become a slave for city construction and farming. "Hurry up and meet the human emperor. She has been waiting for you for a long time," Sikong Xiao whispered in Yi Xian's ear. "Okay." Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then nodded, indicating that he understood. The main city. The royal palace. "That guy is back. And he's become so powerful." Ilua was walking on the road, planning to visit Sikong Haohua. After learning the news, he was overjoyed. "Human Emperor. Lord Yi. The city has been saved." The ministers on the side looked happy. Iroh tried not to sound too excited. But then, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. "Have you missed me?" It was Yi Xian. Without thinking, or subconsciously, Iroh threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Forehead. The ministers and others present looked away. "Ahem. How have you been lately?" Yi Xian was somewhat embarrassed. Well enough. Iroh blushed, knowing that his move was too bold. So he took 2 steps back and kept a certain distance. Yi Xian chuckled. "Thank you very much for the soldiers you sent to Peace Town. They were a big help." Perfunctory. Obviously not helpful at all. Iroh knew what was going on and couldn't help but pout, feeling a little unhappy. "Then what? Where are you going?" Yi Xian had to change the topic. "Go to see Sikong Haohua. Ever since his legs were broken, he has never stood up again." Iroh sighed. It is really sad that a good pillar of the country has become disabled. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. "When did it happen?" Although Sikong Haohua was seriously injured before he traveled through time, He was far from being disabled. Months ago. Iroh thought for a moment and then answered. Let's go and take a look together. Yi Xian breathed out. Good. Iroh nodded. And soon, the group continued to move forward, and finally came to an independent courtyard. Someone knocked on the door. The human emperor is here. Lord Yi is here. Please come in, please come in. The servants in the yard came and opened the door. As everyone walked into the courtyard, a voice suddenly came from the room. Welcome the emperor. Then there was a plop, and I didn't know what happened. When everyone walked into the house, they discovered that Sikong Haohua was kneeling on the ground, apparently having fallen off the bed. Chapter 477, Bloodstone Contamination. Please get up quickly. Iroh quickly waved his hand, motioning for the minister behind him to come over and help. Yi Xian had already taken the lead and helped Sikong Haohua to the bed. Iroh shook his head and sighed. From now on, you don't need to bow when you see me. Aw? How about that? Sikong Haohua was stunned, frightened and a little uneasy at the same time. It's okay. Hilua looked serious, obviously not telling lies. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Sikong Haohua let out a long sigh of relief. This was a great honor for him. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. If it's convenient, can you let me see your wound? Please. Sikong Haohua nodded. Yi Xian raised his hand to open his trouser legs. For a moment, the stench hit him, and the expressions of the people present changed. The injured areas on Sikong Haohua's legs had begun to rot. Yi Luo frowned. How could this happen? Didn't I order those imperial doctors to take good care of it? Don't blame them. The palace has run out of medicine. Sikong Haohua had a wry smile on his face. People were silent. It seemed that the human race was at the end of its rope. It's really serious. Yi Xian felt it was a bit difficult to deal with, and tried to use powerful healing techniques. But to no avail. If this happens, please bear with it. Yi Xian looked at Sikong Haohua. Now, the bones must be attached first. Sikong Haohua nodded. Okay. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fists and was ready. Yi Xian did not do it himself, but snapped his fingers and summoned the healing robot. Who is this? Why did you appear suddenly? Some ministers were shocked. Everyone get out. Yi Xian made a shushing gesture and led them out, while the robot began to operate on Sikong Haohua with complete equipment. Why is there no movement at all? Everyone stood outside the door, very nervous, and a deep sense of powerlessness filled their hearts. Yi Xian disagreed. At this time, a graceful figure appeared not far away. It was Mu Qing. I walked around outside the city and found many people pouring bloodstone powder. Is it the same here in the human race? Yi Xian's heart tightened. It was obvious that this disaster would be global. What bloodstone powder? Iroh was a little confused. When he learned the whole story, he couldn't help but frown. Who is doing this? Are you crazy? Don't know yet. Gu Qing's figure appeared in Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly shook his head. That guy is already dead. So how could he do these things? There must be someone else who is the murderer. Mu Qing thought for a moment. When the Shadow Demon King comes, we should be able to get the truth. Well, these days, let's deal with those guys who want to destroy the world first. Yi Xian murmured softly. In the next few days, they cleared hundreds of temporary bases where bloodstone powder had been dumped, and even wiped out several demonic armies. Just at noon, Yi Xian was resting by a river. You are famous now. Someone from the Demon Clan gave you a nickname, called Demon Clan Killer. Mu Qing caught 2 fish and came back. It's quite appropriate. Yi Xian shrugged. Over the past few days, countless demons had died at his hands. Mu Qing lit up the fire and started grilling the fish. The Shadow Demon King is too slow. He hasn't come yet. Who said I was slow? The sound suddenly came, and the Shadow Demon King was seen approaching from far away in the sky, arriving near the fire almost in an instant. Hey, you've made your mark. Mu Qing glanced over. I have arrived at the main human city a long time ago and spent a lot of time looking for you. Shadow Demon King said, very dissatisfied. Mu Qing waved her hand. Don't do this. Let's talk about it. Did you get any information from that undead tribesman? The Shadow Demon King's expression gradually became serious and he nodded. When Xiaojiu used mind reading on that guy, he felt boundless fear, more desperate than death. After a series of operations, I learned that the source of the fear was the king of the undead. The dumping of bloodstone powder is also the intention of the undead king. No one knows why, but the final outcome will definitely cause changes in the entire world. The Shadow Demon King said a lot in succession. Yi Xian frowned. Mutation. Inexplicably, he thought of the world behind the door of death. Could it have been a beautiful and rich world? But it was destroyed due to mutations? This is the situation. And it must be related to the undead tribe. The Shadow Demon shrugged. He then added, in addition, the Demon King has noticed you and sent many letters to persuade you to surrender, as well as asking you to surrender. What an arrogant guy. Yi Xian laughed dumbly. But at the same time, his heart was heavy. He really didn't know what the undead tribe wanted to do. Oh my god! Look! A group of people passing by suddenly stopped and looked at the sky. Shocked. Going red? Yi Xian looked up and found that the sky had turned a faint red. This was something that would never happen in the past. Mu Qing's expression gradually changed. The content of bloodstones in the air is increasing rapidly. They may be desperate. We must get to the world of the dead as soon as possible. Yi Xian raised his hand to summon a car. Let's go! Shadow Demon King flew to the car. Mu Qing followed closely behind. Soon, they drove straight to the undead tribe without any delay. Undead clan. Main city. Gu Qing sat on the throne and took a deep breath of air. Comfortable. Ahem. Great king. Cough. Is this really okay? Someone was kneeling down below and asked. Coughing from time to time. The bloodstone concentration was really too high, making it difficult to breathe. Do you have any objections? Gu Qing looked over coldly. Don't dare. The man knelt down quickly. Today, the undead tribe has become a one-spoken society, and no one dares to raise objections. Otherwise they will only end up dead. Gu Qing looked out the window. That guy is probably coming soon. Right. He sneered. His eyes filled with evil. That evening, Yi Xian drove to the vicinity of the main city of the undead. It happened to rain, but the rain did not wash away the bloodstone powder in the air. But it was also red. It's over. The water circulation system has been completely contaminated by bloodstone. Mu Qing's face turned pale. This was not a good thing for all life in the world. Yi Xian drove into the main city of the undead. King of the undead, come out and see me quickly. You actually blasphemed the king. Kill him! Kill! The people here were like puppets. Confused. But when they heard Yi Xian's shouts, they seemed to be crazy and rushed towards them desperately. Have you all been brainwashed? Mu Qing frowned. You all wake up! Yi Xian shouted angrily and summoned a large amount of water to clear the way. Chapter 478, Deja Vu's means. Effective, Dong Ling said. The residents were washed away by the running water, but the cars moved forward smoothly. But not long after, the way was blocked by a huge figure. Yi Xian took a closer look and said to himself, the blood beast. I saw that it was the blood beast, but its body was huge, like the legendary Titan, and it was completely different from the blood beasts I had seen before. Careful, Dong Ling murmured softly. Let me go and meet him first. Shadow Demon King rushed over. Hey, you're not immune to the power of blood. Yi Xian couldn't help shouting. The Shadow Demon King's confident expression gradually solidified. Oh shit! I forgot! However, it was too late to regret. As the blood beast's fist came over. Boom! Accurate hit. The Shadow Demon King flew out upside down and took a long time to regain his balance. He was seriously injured and could not speak for a long time. So strong, Dong Ling looked at the blood beast. His brows furrowed. Be careful. There may be more than one blood beast. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, jumped up, and ran straight towards the monster. When he got close, he used the poetry sword. Suddenly, the plum blossoms bloomed and the wind blew. Shwa! With just one strike of the sword, the monster's head moved away, and thick green foul-smelling liquid spurted out from the fracture. Yi Xian murmured softly. It's harder to kill than the monsters in the land of despair. It is simply unbelievable that once upon a time, the blood beast was still in dilapidated condition. You can use this. Yi Xian turned to take out the blood energy beads and absorb the blood energy from the corpse. While sucking and sucking, he suddenly discovered an interesting thing. That is, the blood energy beads can actually absorb the bloodstone content in the air. Although it is slow, it is effective. So strong, Mu Qing swallowed and spat. Even at his peak, he might not be able to kill that big monster in seconds. I feel terrible. What happened? Passers-by around him suddenly started wailing. Later, their bodies gradually expanded and became blood beasts. Mu Qing secretly smacked her tongue. This. Oops. Yi Xian murmured. The thing he least wanted to happen happened. If it is not stopped in time, I am afraid that the entire world will be mutated due to the blood stone. Roar! The blood beasts were not afraid of the water flow and rushed towards them in fear. What to do? Mu Qing couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. They are hopeless. Clear! The Shadow Demon King had just flown back. Hearing this, he ran towards the blood beasts and started killing them. You can't beat the big one just now, but you can beat these no problem. Instant kill? Gu Qing, who was sitting on the throne, looked gloomy. Before that, he had guessed that the big blood beast would definitely be unable to stop it. But he did not expect that it would be killed instantly. The man kneeling below was trembling. What should I do? The Great King? That guy is about to come in. No hurries. Gu Qing stood up, turned around and kicked. The throne slowly rose, and a secret passage appeared. The kneeling man's eyes ignited with hope, and he quickly stepped forward. Great King, I will send you out. PFF. Before he could finish his words, the dagger was already stabbed into him by the broken blade. I'm not interested in taking you with me. Gu Qing pulled out the short blade and walked into the secret passage. The throne gradually fell back to its original position. He sneered, took off his guitar and played. The days are long. Boom! Not long after, the door of the main hall was kicked open. Where are the people? Yi Xian glanced around, but there was nothing except the corpse next to the throne. Probably ran away. Mu Qing's voice was heavy. Yi Xian stepped forward and found that the dead body was staring at the throne. His heart moved and he punched out. Just listen. With a bang, the throne shattered, revealing the secret passage. It is indeed here. Yi Xian jumped down the passage, only to find a note on the ground. Don't look back. Yi Xian read the words above and couldn't help but feel chills in his back. What's wrong with you? Shadow Demon King and Mu Qing outside were a little puzzled. Yi Xian immediately replied, Don't come down. Look at what's behind me. Master, please don't move. The Shadow Demon King took a look and his expression changed rapidly. I saw, in the shadow, a small thread connected to Yi Xian's neck. There is a mechanism tied to the other end of the line. As long as it moves a little, the mechanism will shoot out venom. It is impossible to dodge from such a short distance. Yi Xian frowned and thought in his mind. He cast teleportation and left, only to hear a pop sound, as if something broke. Okay. The Shadow Demon King outside breathed a sigh of relief. I saw that the broken thing was the mechanism, and at the same time, a lot of white unknown liquid was sprayed out. There also needs to be teleportation. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Milk, Mu Qing said suddenly. The Shadow Demon King was stunned. You said that white liquid is milk? How is that possible? Believe it or not. That's milk, Mu Qing said, jumped down the passage, and found a piece of paper with a grimace on it in the destroyed mechanism. I was fooled. Yi Xian came over, his heart heavy. This method seems familiar. You mean Gu Qing? The Shadow Demon King took a breath of spiritual energy. Yi Xian nodded. That's right. Only he would do such boring things and pollute the world with bloodstones. No matter how you look at it, it looks like his handiwork. But isn't he at death's door? The Shadow Demon King is somewhat difficult to understand. Nothing is impossible. Haven't we already come out? Yi Xian exhaled and looked towards the end of the long road without pursuing it. After so long, I am afraid that the person has already run away, and there is no need to continue chasing. It would be nice if there were more blood beads. Yi Xian held the blood energy bead and shook his head gently. This is like a purifier that can clean the dirt in the air. The little golden dragon poked his head out of his arms. Although I can't get more, I can make him stronger. What's the meaning? Yi Xian's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask. Stupid. Of course it's strengthening. Mu Qing understood. Where can I get strengthening stones? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, then frowned slightly. Mu Qing thought for a while. There should be quite a few in the human race's treasure house. We are in the undead clan, and there is a treasure house here. There is no need to go back. The Shadow Demon King suddenly showed a wicked smile. That makes sense. Mu Qing nodded, and the two looked at each other and smiled. You guys. Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded and took them to the treasure house of the undead tribe. The place is heavily guarded, but some soldiers turned into blood beasts and began to kill their compatriots. Chong. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and slowly walked towards them. Soon, The ground was full of broken limbs. The monster was dead, and the soldiers were not left alive. The Shadow Demon King stepped forward and slammed into the treasure house door. "Open it for me!" Boom! Following a loud noise. There was no response, and only a layer of dust fell from the heavy treasure house door. Chapter 479. Ran away early. Mu Qing couldn't hold it back and laughed directly. The Shadow Demon King felt embarrassed. "Why are you laughing? If you have the ability, open this door." I'll come! Mu Qing stepped forward, put her hand on the door, and closed her eyes. I saw that the surrounding vegetation began to grow wildly, and eventually even wrapped the entire door. "What are you doing?" Shadow Demon King was puzzled. "Just watch," Mu Qing said, her eyes slightly focused, and the plants began to grow crazily. Gradually, there was a bang-bang sound, and the door was torn apart, and there were actually plant roots inside. The Shadow Demon King gave a thumbs up. "Cow!" Mu Qing crossed her shoulders, looking proud. "Let's go in first." Yi Xian walked into the treasure house and choked on the blood stones in the air. After thinking for a while, he summoned masks and put them on several people. "This stuff is good?" Mu Qing was wearing a mask and breathing hard. She could no longer smell the impurities in the air. "It's a pity that masks are not popular in this world," Yi Xian murmured softly. "If not, this crisis would be much simpler. Walking in the treasure house of the undead. There are countless things here." Yi Xian chuckled. "Found it!" Directly ahead, more than a dozen reinforced stones came into view. "Is this what you're looking for?" The Shadow Demon King quickly walked over and picked it up for observation. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded, took out the blood energy beads, and began to strengthen. "Strengthening successful. Strengthening successful. Succeeded again?" After a full 10 times, the blood energy beads had reached the maximum level, and Yi Xian looked strange. The little golden dragon poked his head out. "This is not some supreme level equipment. It's just special. It's not difficult to upgrade it to the full level." "I see," Yi Xian murmured softly. He turned to take out Xian Yuan's sword and tried to strengthen it, but couldn't use it. "I learned from Xiao Jinlong that the Xian Yuan sword was of a high level and could not be strengthened with strengthening stones." Yi Xian shook his head. "It's a pity. If he could strengthen it, he would be invincible holding the Xian Yuan sword." Buzz! Suddenly, the 7-star Long Yuan sword hanging on his waist began to tremble crazily and came out of his body on its own. "What's going on?" Shadow Demon King was stunned. Snapped! The blade of the 7-star Long Yuan sword struck the Xian Yuan sword. As if being angered, Xian Yuan's sword violently came out of his body, and the two swords started fighting out of thin air. Little Jinlong shook his head. "I'm jealous of the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and you for using strengthening stones for others. Weapons of this level have spirituality. Isn't this spirituality too evil?" The Shadow Demon King secretly smacked his tongue. He had never seen much of the world, and he was only shocked at this moment. At this time, the 7-star Long Yuan sword and the Xian Yuan sword were evenly matched. After all, they were swords that had been strengthened 3 times. If not, they would have been defeated long ago. "You two, stop fighting." Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. However, the two swords refused to listen at all, and fought for half an hour before each flew back to its scabbard. "Do not be angry." Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed the 7-star Long Yuan sword. However, there was no response at all. The little golden dragon couldn't help but say, "Pull it out and see if it can still be used." Yi Xian did as he was told, and was about to pull out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. "It seems I'm still angry with you." Little Jinlong was a little helpless. "Come out!" Yi Xian breathed out and pulled it out with all his strength. In the end, there was only a clang sound, and he pulled it out forcefully. Ha ha ha! But the Shadow Demon couldn't help laughing. Yi Xian took a look and found that the blade of the 7-star Long Yuan sword was like a noodle at this time, so soft that it was impossible to use it for fighting. This made him twitch the corner of his mouth. "All the good guys have become soft swords." Buzz! The 7-star Long Yuan sword trembled slightly, seeming very unhappy. "Hey, can you come out?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xian Yuan's sword and tried to pull it out, but this time he couldn't even pull it out. "You don't seem to have any weapons left." Mu Qing rubbed her chin with a serious look on her face. Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. "Yes." "Call out." Suddenly, Xian Yuan's sword flew away and started drawing on the ground. "What is this painting?" Shadow Demon King rubbed his chin and thought. I think I understand. Remember the last time you used Xianyuan's sword? You promised to find him the mother sword? Little Jinlong looked astonished. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Where should I find it? Buzz. Xianyuan's sword suddenly pointed the tip of the sword at him. It seems that they hate people who break their promises. Little Jinlong shook his head. Don't get excited. Look. What is this? After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he summoned a large number of swords. Xianyuan Jian's eyes lit up, and he got into the pile of swords. But before he could be happy, the 7-star Long Yuan sword came out of his body on its own and flew over. Several golden lights flashed. The 7-star Long Yuan sword flew back, but only fragments of the summoned swords remained. Upgraded? Yi Xian used the system to find out that this guy had been upgraded. He couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, and almost forgot that he could be upgraded. Buzz. The Xianyuan sword stabbed directly into the hilt of the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Chong. The 7-star Long Yuan sword flew out, and the second battle was about to begin. You two. Stop arguing with me. Yi Xian frowned and forced them back into their scabbards. Then put away the Xianyuan sword and hung up the 7-star Long Yuan sword. He shook his head. Let's go out and try the blood energy beads now. After 10 times of strengthening, it must have become much more powerful. After leaving the treasure house, they were surrounded by soldiers, waiting for them for a long time. You guys who are trying to break into the treasure house alone, don't even think about leaving. Cough. One of the soldiers coughed as he spoke, and even coughed up blood. Humph. You bunch of ungrateful guys. Do you know that you have been tricked by your king? Mu Qing said with a cold snort, feeling a little angry. Insult the king and you must die. The soldier just now roared. Mu Qing frowned. You guys. Don't worry about them. It's not worth it, Yi Xian said at this time. Then took out the blood energy bead and raised it above his head. Then, something magical happened. Hundreds of kilometers in a radius began to turbulence, and the blood mixed in the air flew over. It's amazing, Mu Qing murmured softly. The soldiers looked at each other and took back their steps. Soon, the air gradually became clearer. They seem to be good people. Don't be naive. Who is a good person if he breaks into the treasure house? But, nothing. This is the king's order. The soldiers gritted their teeth and did not want to attack. But when they heard that this was the king's order, their eyes became firm. Mu Qing snorted coldly. King? He has already abandoned the undead tribe and ran away. This? The soldiers looked blank. Don't believe it? You can find out if you go to the main hall and take a look. Mu Qing shook her head gently. Chapter 480 Natasha is missing. The hall is empty. The king is missing. Suddenly, a voice came from far away. The crowd suddenly became excited. The soldiers cried with joy, finally able to stand up from oppression. Just when they were rejoicing, Yi Xian and others had quietly left and disappeared. A radius of 300 kilometers. Yi Xian drove forward, holding the blood energy beads and whispering softly. Mu Qing nodded. What should we do now? Take this back to Peace Town and bless you there. Yi Xian let out a long breath. Afterwards, we returned to Heping Town. The restoration work here was good, but the population has not improved much yet. Really? We came back just to help him deal with this mess? Yuner was helping Su Zitong handle affairs, feeling unhappy. Su Zitong didn't say anything, and was concentrating on handling matters. Although Heping Town is not as good as before, the number of things to be dealt with has increased instead of decreasing. The door suddenly opened. We are back. Do you still have the nerve to come back? Yuner looked over with dissatisfaction, and saw that the person coming was Yi Xian. What's going on? We came back with good things. Shadow Demon King rushed in. What good stuff? Slime? Yuner hugged her shoulders. When the Shadow Demon King heard this, he immediately became angry. Master, take it out and show it to them. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and took out the blood energy bead. Suddenly, the blood energy bead started working and the air became clear. Wow! That's awesome. Did you get an air purifier back? Yuner pursed her lips. Forehead. The Shadow Demon King didn't know what the so-called air purifier was, but he felt embarrassed. Yi Xian shrugged and started talking about bloodstone powder. After hearing this, Yuner frowned. What a shame for such an ancient young man. Is this something a human being can do? Obviously. That guy is not human. The little paper man came in at some point and shook his head slightly. The main thing now is to find Gu Qing. And secondly, go to the Demon Clan. Yi Xian let out a long breath. Going to the Demon Clan? Can you take me with you? The little paper man was very excited, recalling how powerful Yi Xian is now. But in the past, he was just showing off. Yi Xian chuckled. What about Natasha? He glanced around suspiciously, but he hadn't seen him since he'd been back for so long. I went out yesterday and haven't come back until today. Don't worry. She said just walk around and you won't encounter any danger. The little paper man spread his hands. Yi Xian had a heavy expression on his face. There shouldn't be any problems. Right. The little paper man's expression gradually became awkward. Yi Xian did not answer, but turned around and teleported away. He left Hepping Town in an instant, and a formation appeared in front of him with a wave of his hand. After observing for a while, he asked, Can't detect it? I once set up a tracking array on Natasha's body, which can be detected within a certain range. But now, Yi Xian frowned even more, took out the pet pocket, and his pupils shrank. I saw that the pet pocket, which was originally in good condition, began to crack. This shows that Natasha is facing a life or death danger. Yi Xian used long-distance teleportation and frantically searched for the tracking array, passing by Hepping Town several times on the way. The little paper figures all came out and wanted to ask, but they had no chance. Finally, Yi Xian stopped deep in the Wailing Forest because he found the teleportation array on Natasha. Quick! 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 Little Jinlong said quickly. Yi Xian was overjoyed and frantically used long-distance teleportation. Finally, we arrived nearby. He glanced around and found that the place was in ruins, with countless trees burned by flames or frozen by ice. Yi Xian frowned, feeling bad. As he was walking, he paused. About 10 meters in front of him, a girl was sitting there, hugging her legs and burying her face in them. Silently, Natasha? Yi Xian tentatively walked over. The girl still didn't make any sound. Yi Xian took out the pet bag and found that there were more and more cracks on it. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed over. He hugged the girl. Natasha? Is this Natasha? Little Jinlong's voice was mixed with surprise. I saw that although this girl was definitely Natasha, her face and body were either burning with flames or frozen with ice. Powerful healing technique, Yi Xian whispered softly. Owner? Natasha gradually regained consciousness. Yi Xian hugged her tightly. What's going on? What happened? Who bullied you? No. Natasha spoke with some difficulty. Tell me quickly, or I will know if you go back to find Shizhou. Yi Xian quickly filled the air with solemnity and urgency. I don't know either. Natasha had a look of confusion in her eyes. She continued. I was on patrol and my sister started going crazy. Is it because of another personality? Yi Xian thought in his heart. Master, I can't contact my sister, Natasha continued, the confusion in her eyes getting even worse. She clenched her fists slightly. Sister, will something happen to her? Be good. Let's go back first and then talk. Yi Xian hugged her and turned around to leave, all the way back to Hepping Town. Since then, 2 full days have passed. Natasha locked herself in the house without eating or drinking. You're not even allowed in? The little paper man was a little surprised. Yi Xian nodded lightly, feeling his heart heavy. At this time, Su Daji came from a distance. Maybe I know what's going on. Then tell me quickly. The little paper man looked over and urged. Sister Natasha is ice, which is equivalent to water. But the other soul in her body controls fire. Water and fire have been incompatible since ancient times. Su Daji whispered softly. So what? The little paper man scratched his head. Su Daji continued. I suspect that Sister Su Daji is like this because of the energy disorder in her body. Is there any solution? Yi Xian's heart moved. It was very possible. Getting rid of one of the souls is the best way I can think of, Su Daji said after pondering for a while. What? You can't let Natasha hear this. The little paper man was stunned and looked at Natasha's house not far away. He was relieved when he saw that there was no movement. Yi Xian frowned. No, there must be other ways. Su Daji said nothing, shook her head slightly and left. What can you do? Yi Xian asked the little golden dragon in his arms. I'm not a magic book, the little golden dragon replied angrily. He then thought for a while. Maybe Su Daji's solution is really the best. At least one of them could be left unharmed. How could this be? Yi Xian murmured softly, walked to Natasha's door, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in, Natasha's weak voice came.